was very dangerous. It was nefarious, and we will talk about line number 6 in detail in a bit. But let's go to line number 7. Indian drone intercepted in Pakistan. Now this is also in Gujranwala that a drone was intercepted, and these pictures, this is not even a Indian drone, so these are all fake pictures, and the PIB calling this out. Did we hit Gujranwala? Yes. Did our drones land at the Gujranwala airbase? Yes. But did they neutralize the drone? No, that's not the case. That's not happened. Let's take you through the headlines at the top of this hour at 8 o'clock. We've tried to put out what all are the disinformation that has been quelled by the PIB. But here are the headlines of the developments so far in Operation Sindoor and this face-off with Pakistan. Ministry of External Affairs is set to do another brief today. This is the third press briefing by the government within 3 days as tensions escalate between India and Pakistan. The government is assessing the situation at present and is currently monitoring the situation. What time will the press briefing be has not yet been outlined. We should know in a couple of hours. Headline number 2, in the aftermath of the Pakistan unprovoked firing attempt at attacking military installations, there is also cross-border firing and ceasefire violations. Residents of Jammu and Kashmir border areas continue to struggle. In the latest development, shelling and gunfire is still taking place in Uri. The situation continues to remain tense even as the Indian armed forces are responding in equal or if not far greater levels. But we have lost another civilian, an old lady, and about 3 people are injured in Uri. Pakistan has now violated ceasefire in Jammu and Kashmir's Kupwara. Fresh visuals show Pakistan targeted civilian areas. So their treachery, their cowardice continues. Indian Army has released a statement on what's happened on Thursday night. The statement says that Pakistan Armed Forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions along the entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May. Pak troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given to the CFVs. CFVs is ceasefire violations. Also, an important meeting regarding India's renewed push for Pakistan's FATF grey listing at the IMF meeting to be held at the Finance Ministry today at 9:30 a.m. So just in about an hour from now, hour and a half from now, that all-important meeting where Bharat will make a solid case, strong case for Pakistan to be pushed back into the FATF grey list. The United States Vice President J.D. Vance has conveyed a message to Pakistan. Vance has said that India-Pak tussle is not the business of the United States, a huge shift in posture. But he's further added that de-escalation was the need of the hour. He said that the US will not get involved in the middle of a war. A very significant shift in strategic posture vis-a-vis Pakistan for the United States. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha will be visiting Uri to take stock of the situation that has arisen due to heavy shelling from the Pakistani side. This even as Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is moving towards the Jammu region to take stock of what's happened overnight in Jammu city. Air Marshal Anil Khosla, former Vice Chief of the Air Staff, the Indian Air Force, is with us. Edward P. Joseph, faculty of the John Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, is also with us. And we have Manmohan Bahadurji, also defense expert, with us. My namaste, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much. My first question to you, Air Marshal, the defense systems, the counter and how all the attempts across the western border and the line of control by the Pakistan military has been foiled. This is a significant level up for Bharat in its capabilities.
Which Air Marshal are you asking?
Air Marshal Anil Khosla ji.
Okay. There are two Air Marshals, so
my apologies.
Yeah, so your question is related to technology and how it's been utilized. Obviously, the Indian Air Force has acquired quite a few capabilities, especially in the last 1 decade. And these capabilities have given them a lot of operational flexibility and security. So in this case also, if you see, all the capabilities which has been acquired in the last a decade or so have been used very effectively, and especially in safeguarding our interests, and all the offensive actions by the Pakistan military have been foiled and successfully, and there's no damage reported on the ground as such. I think that is frustrating the Pakistan military even more and more.
But Edward Joseph, if I may ask you, US's position, how would you reflect on the US position this time? Is it a significant shift in the strategic position of the US vis-a-vis Pakistan and India?
First of all, very good to be with you and your guests and, of course, your viewers at this very unsettled and dangerous time. The answer to the question is, I don't know that we could call this a shift. I don't know that there was really a pronounced U.S. position. President Trump reacted first in the administration, of course, and he is the president, and his voice is the one that matters and matters the most. And he reacted with concern, and I think that concern remains in the Trump administration, regardless of who is speaking at the moment, whether it's first it was Secretary of State Rubio following President Trump, and then, as you just quoted, Vice President Vance. There's a call there, and even Vance, I believe, as you quoted, echoed it. The United States wants to see de-escalation. No one wants to see two nuclear powers escalate a very dangerous confrontation, and no one wants to see more loss of life.
My question was compared to the past. Previous US governments and establishments have had an investment in Pakistan, and there has been a different posture that has been adopted when the two nations have been in conflict. Compared to that, the current Trump administration and the current position, does that not signal a shift?
I understand your question. It's a very fair question. I would say this: the United States has a very strong investment in India. And I think this was made abundantly clear in the previous administration, in the Biden administration, the state visit of Prime Minister Modi, and I think that continues in the Trump administration. The United States sees India as a very significant, a major international power, and the U.S. has keen interests in Pakistan as well, although I would say less so because our troops are out of Afghanistan, and we no longer have that big operation, civilian operation in Afghanistan. And ironically, let me close here and say this, is that we see that Pakistan, ironically, has suffered major increase in terrorist attacks within Pakistan over 2024, almost a doubling, or I should say about a 50% increase. And the attacks are coming from Afghanistan. Whereas before, when the United States and its troops and its allies were in Afghanistan, the attacks were based from Taliban in Pakistan. But now Pakistan has suffered its own terrorist attacks, quite significant increase, that are believed to be sourced in Afghanistan. But for the United States, again, India remains an extremely important international partner for
if that's the case, let's hope the Americans take cognizance of a U.S. proscribed terrorist in Hafiz Abdul Rauf leading the funeral prayers for the jihadis who were neutralized by during Operation Sindoor, and with a whole posse of Pakistan military standing there right behind them to be led by a US proscribed terrorist. That picture says it all, Air Marshal Bahadur. And should not Bharat escalate that very picture to the world and say, now tell me what you want to do. This is for whom the Pakistan military stands for.
That's right. First, thank you for getting me on your program. You see, it's like this. There is a lot of verbal exchanges that will continue to happen from the leadership of the Western powers. We cannot and should not depend on the posture shift of any country. We are on our own feet because this is our war. Having said that, it's important that we have the international opinion with us. But the international opinion changes with the strategic outlook of a country. The Americans, as the previous speaker said, have got a lot of investment with India, and we are good friends. But I think it would be wrong to say that the Americans have sort of pulled out or reduced their interaction with the Pakistanis. Please do remember, just I think 3-4 days back, it was President Trump who said, "I'm friendly with both countries. I'm friends with both the leadership." While we carry on with our diplomatic effort and showing the world what exactly the perfidy is happening on the other side, we need to be on guard to say, to ensure that our interests are not affected.
True, but
That said,
Ji.
yeah, go ahead.
Please complete.
Yeah, that said, I think we are on a strong footing with the Americans. Let's be clear on that, and also with other Western powers. But it's our war, and we'll fight it.
The battle is Bharat's to fight. Nobody is going to fight the battle for us as a nation. We as a nation have to stand up and we have to underline our position. But Air Marshal Khosla, in the past, there has been this entire jihadi aspect of Pakistan has been, Pakistan is a failed state. That assumption has been made by nations. They have looked the other way when they have openly backed these jihadis and these terror tanzeems. This time around, can Bharat make can hyphenate Pakistan as a terror state? Is that possible? There's a reason why I ask you this. Please pause. We've just got another video. This is far more devious, and this is how devious the Pakistanis can turn out to be. There's a larger angle to what is happening around Amritsar. There's a video of Pakistan shelling that has emerged in and around Amritsar. This is from near Amritsar. This is shelling by the Pakistanis. Akash is joining us with more. Akash, this video is the fact. And there were Pakistani handles, there were Khalistani handles. They were trying to push a thought process or a theory that India itself will choreograph an attack on the Golden Temple in Amritsar.
Yes, the narrative is going on since yesterday, Anand, and this video is somewhere showing that how, the air defense systems, in fact, the AD guns that have played a major role, in fact, were in play. You can see the targets being logged and then destroyed. And, the similar pictures were there available on the internet from Israel, Gaza and Russia, Ukraine. You must be remembering, Anand. And this time we are seeing it here in India, and it is all because of Pakistan. They, in fact, tried to disturb the peace and harmony initially in Jammu and Kashmir, and then when Indian forces in fact carried out the sort of strikes that were very much required because of the terrorists present on their soil. Now they are doing all these things where they are targeting the civilian population in some cases, and then the military infrastructure and other establishments. This video is of course from area near Amritsar, and there were theories that how they want to create a religious divide, Anand, because there are some sort of theories floating related to Sikh soldiers and other soldiers. We have in Indian Army we have soldiers from different communities, and all of them live together, and this is one fact. And this is the reason why in fact they are trying some locations in Punjab. This one in Amritsar, where air defense is successfully destroying all the drones that are coming towards Amritsar.
No, I'm just going to see, it's early morning, Akash, thank you for your thoughts. I'm going to see if we can get Tushar Gupta of Swarajya or Abhijit Iyer Mitra on the phone line, or can they get them to join us live. But because Air Marshal Khosla, yesterday there was this tweet at 2:13 a.m. India time. There is a tweet that's posted by a known Khalistani sympathizer who says, "Attention Sikhs, brace yourselves. India might target a Sikh Punjab city with missiles and pin the blame on Pakistan." And soon after, there are missiles that are flying over Amritsar which have been neutralized by our air defense systems. Look how devious these Pakistanis can get, that they wanted to attack perhaps the religious symbol of Amritsar, the Golden Temple, Harmandir Sahib, and then turn it around and say, oh, see, India has used this opportunity to down a Gurdwara and fuel yet another disinformation campaign. It was in Punch that a Gurdwara was targeted and Panthis were targeted by the Pakistanis. On the same day they were attempting this, Air Marshal Khosla. How devious can they get?
Yeah, so this information warfare and the hybrid warfare is the talk of the day. I mean, any conflict, these are used effectively by both all the conflicting sides. and Pakistan is known for doing information warfare. Only thing is they don't know how to do it intelligently. There's so many examples in the previous, even in Balakot, even now also, the top ministers going on TV and making some statements, and a few hours later retracting on them, and making stupid statements, and pardon my using that word, but I mean, you say when you do something, you need intelligence to do it also. Even if you're cheating, you need to do it intelligently so that you don't get caught. So in my mind, they're doing it in such a way that people can look through it. And also, in this digital era, the digital disinformation, misinformation, which you mentioned about, spreads very fast and very easy in these. But the gullible people, they get carried away with it. With this AI coming in, you don't know whether the videos circulating are fake or real. But the technology is available, and people needs to be educated. But your previous question got left out on the hyphenation of Pakistan. That's
as a terrorist state.
I mean, the world has seen in the last few decades, there is no reason for hyphenating Pakistan with terror again. I mean, there's so many examples. Osama bin Laden was found there. The lies which Pakistan churns at, dozen by every minute, and also supporting terror. The picture which you showed, you're giving straight funeral with the Pakistan flag onto their coffins. You're giving straight funeral to the terrorists. What else hyphenation do you want? I mean, and this time they have crossed a big red line as far as India is concerned, and the Indian sentiments are very strong at the moment that we have had it. Enough is enough. But still we are showing restraint, still we are giving you a window of opportunity, but you're not taking it. If you want to escalate, so be it.
No, Air Marshal, I want to ask you, Air Marshal Khosla and then Air Marshal Bahadur, and also Edward, please weigh in on this. Should Bharat diplomatically start hyphenating Pakistan as a terrorist state? Should Bharat now openly start calling Pakistan a terrorist state Pakistan, especially after these pictures, when you have jihadis being given the state flag, the national flag, a state funeral? Then you're calling them mujahids or official soldiers of the country. Air Marshal Khosla, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've been doing this, what you're asking us to do, that, hyphenating with the terrorist and calling it a terrorist state. I think we should up the ante and, make it very clear in all our writings, in all our saying, in all our diplomatic engagements. And whenever we take the name as Pakistan, we should always add to it, like what you're saying is a terrorist state, Pakistan.
Air Marshal Bahadur, because Vikram Doraiswamy picked up the picture, the UK, India envoy to the UK. In that interview, he's picked up the picture and he showed it. Vikram Misriji showed it. They didn't name Hafiz Abdul Rauf, but everybody knows who he is. The pictures speak for themselves. These are released officially by the Pakistan media, the Pakistan state, and the Indian state is showing it. And he is a US proscribed terrorist, a Lashkar operative.
That's correct. And I think we have done our bit with our foreign secretary himself showing that picture. And every time there has been a chance, we have done that in the United Nations also, and brought up the relationship between the Pakistani establishment and the terrorist establishments that they are nurturing. So this has been conveyed in no uncertain terms, and that will continue to be conveyed in no uncertain terms at all international fora, because this is a fact of life. And when you speak to people off camera, they do accept that. But please do remember, in the world of real politics, things become different. I mean, we have been hearing of Pakistan failed state, its collapsing economy will go for the last 40 years. I have retired. But Pakistan has not collapsed. And let me tell you, it will not collapse. We will continue to have a problem on our western frontier.
No, but there is a different option and a perspective now. Like Edward said, US is no more invested in Afghanistan. Pakistan thrived because of the US interest in Afghanistan, the Chinese interest in Afghanistan, and of course the Russia factor. And this is how the Americans got involved in this. Now with the exit of the American troops out of Afghanistan, there is another option, which is Balochistan. Then 48% of current day Pakistan is Balochistan. Balochistan is an occupied territory. There have been immense amount of war crimes by the Pakistan military in Balochistan. Human rights violations in Balochistan. The Baloch are already organized. They don't even want the Indian support. They just want the globe to recognize them as an entity and as a nation which has the right to self-governance. That's what they are doing. Bharat has nothing to do. We don't share borders with Balochistan. We've got no interest there. Strategically also doesn't matter. But the Americans and the Chinese have interests, Edward.
That's correct. That's what I'm trying to. That's exactly what I'm. That's exactly what. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That other countries around will not permit that state called Pakistan to collapse. So, point is, our policies and our decisions need to take that into account. That's all.
But Edward, a possibility, the Baloch seem to be organizing themselves. If there is a clear leadership, if either China or America move in at a time and say we will organize. If you look at Balochistan as a spread, it gives them the cushion that they want, strategic cushion, because of which Pakistan in the way got shape under the British rule in 47. There is a geopolitical thought process there, but things have shifted, dynamics have shifted.
Yes, if the question is directed to me.
Yes.
With respect to Balochistan, I think that there's an irony here in the sense that there are reports that, for example, that Iran is potentially one of the countries that is apparently considered as a mediator here. And we had just last year, January of 2024, we had an exchange of strikes, air strikes, military strikes between Iran and Pakistan, in which there was suspected terrorism from Balochistan, and Iran initiated with strikes against Pakistan into Pakistani territory, and Pakistan retaliated into Iran. And so if there's concern there about India attacking within Pakistan, well, you have a precedent on both sides. You have a precedent of Iran going into Pakistan territory, and you have Pakistan doing an attack into Iranian territory. So no one should say, well, something that India has done is completely unprecedented, because of course it's not. So on that aspect, that's the interesting facet of the Balochistan story. But the main point here that I can share to you and your esteemed guests here, the air marshals and your viewers, is no one in India should for a moment doubt the respect and the importance with which the United States holds India. And let me emphasize that, is if you look at the United States, put yourself in our shoes and the perspective of the Trump administration and the Biden administration before it, what was their number one concern in the world globally? It's China. And India figures as an extremely important partner on the question of China, of U.S. policy towards what is perceived as a growing threat and a rival. And it's India, which is a member of the Quad, of that important grouping with the United States, with Japan and Australia. That's a very important, very elite club that is attached to the number one strategic concern of the United States. So at this moment of high tension, I think in Delhi and across India, citizens should take reassurance that no one in Washington doubts from a moment.
We've spoken about the US. We've spoken about the US. We'll talk about China. This is the big elephant in the room that we should all acknowledge, and there is a lot strategically also that the Chinese would have used to their advantage, given had this escalation gone to the levels where perhaps the Chinese thought the Pakistanis were capable, or General Asim Munir was capable of taking it too. We'll talk about that dimension. I just have news coming through. Let's just go across to that quickly. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is also likely to visit Poonch and Rajouri too. En route Jammu, he may also go to Poonch and Rajouri to take stock of the situation that's arisen due to the continued Pak shelling. Ishan Wani with us. So Omar Abdullah is on the road and he's on the move, even as the LG heads towards Uri. Omar Abdullah heading downwards into the Jammu region. Poonch, Rajouri also going to be covered.
Well, absolutely right. The civilian lives are a priority to save, particularly in those areas where there have been maximum shelling of the civilian population. Look, what we're given to understand is that in Poonch, where the shelling had taken place, around 70% of the people and the population living there has already moved out. And some of them are still living there, but to take stock of the situation, to see that hospitals, how hospitals are running, how things are on the ground, and how things can turn more ugly, how the response of the state administration will be, and that's what one would like to see. That's why he's rushing into Jammu, where he will chair a meeting and then also head towards these areas. We are also given to understand that Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will likely visit, Uri to take stock of the situation, and he is also in charge of the law and order and paramilitary in Kashmir. So that is where his role also gets important key in those areas where ceasefire violation has taken place. So we believe that in a couple of hours from now, you'll see images flashing in from both Rajouri, Jammu, and also from Uri, where all of these, top officials are there. But during even the night time, we can assure you that every person in the administration was awake, was taking calls, and was gearing up for anything that could have happened during the night time.
We're talking about Uri. LG Manoj Sinha is going to go. The locals are saying they don't have enough bunkers there. Mudassar Kazri of News 18 was on ground, and people were actually fleeing their homes, leaving their homes to perhaps a little deeper into the main parts of Jammu and Kashmir, closer to where their relatives were, because all through the night they've not been able to get even a wink of sleep, because there's been continuous shelling and also counters or the response from the Indian side. Pakistan's been resorting to heavy shelling in Uri. Uri is similar to Tangdar. Uri, where the Pakistanis sit at a height, and the Indian side is towards the valley area or the lower reaches. Tangdar is also like a bowl, surrounded from three sides. But Uri is also similar. There has been fresh shelling on the civilian areas in Uri. Clearly, our forces are responding in equal measure, but the civilians are now stuck in the crossfire. Yes, Ishan.
Well, absolutely right. They are stuck in ceasefire, the fire that is coming in from Pakistan. Many of the families have been moved to safer locations, and particularly locations which are underground, but there aren't adequate bunkers. Look, in 2020, when the ceasefire between both the countries were adhered to by both of the militaries, and the DGMO spoke, that's when India got a crucial time to build bunkers, but not adequate. A lot of people are struggling to stay there because of the lack of mobility inside. So how long can you survive there when there is shelling happening outside? Then people also panic. They have children, they have cattle to take care of, so there are a lot of problems that these border villages face. But the government is trying to ensure that all of the help is provided to them. There's a whole of a government approach to ensure that the civilians are kept out of the harm's way, and we are given to understand that all those areas where there is a possibility of further escalation, people will be taken out of those areas, and civilians face the first brunt. But let me tell you, yesterday I spoke to several people. They are saying that take out our children and take them to safer place, and our women, we are ready to fight, we're ready to join the Indian Army if there is any aggression that takes place further, because they have lost their loved ones, they have also suffered heavily in terms of infrastructure on these border areas.
Right.
Look, Tangdar, Keran, every place has been lit throughout the night. There are massive shelling that has taken place, but Indian Army has responded decisively at every place wherever the ceasefire violation has taken place.
Yes, as much as these pictures, visuals of damage to locals, poor people largely living in, look at this, tin sheds, and these are all some of the impoverished areas along the line of control, largely hand-to-mouth existence. They are also contract farmers working on the fields as labor, etc. These are the people whose lives have been disrupted by incessant Pakistani shelling into the civilian areas. But be rest assured, viewers, our forces are responding in far greater measure, and the damage on the other side, especially to the Pakistan military, is huge. There is a lot of cost that the Pakistan military will have to bear for inflicting this pain upon our civilians and our people, and that's the assurance. I'm going to request our guest to please stay on with us. We're compelled to take a short break. It's 8:32 on the clock. In just about an hour is that all-important meeting where the non-kinetic offensive will start taking shape of trying to push Pakistan back into the FATF grey list. We'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about the China factor when we come back. Stay with us.
नाही सर हम
General has unleashed.
See, firstly,
And also, since you understand and you are both of you well read in military history, has any other Pakistan general has had such reversals and such a poor tenure other than the 1971 episode. So,
See,
is he one of Pakistan's most failed generals?
See, Pakistan and its military has had a very unique characteristic. Asim Munir should not have been the army chief. He should have retired. He's actually an usurper. He was actually brought in one day after his retirement.
So you've called him an usurper, but he's been nicknamed the deceiver. From his major days, he's been nicknamed the deceiver. There is a Pakistani former Fauji who sold us this. We'll put it out on the broadcast later. But yes, Hanji, please complete.
So he has actually been brought in by politicians for meeting their own specific requirements. His mindset was clearly revealed when he talked about two-nation theory, when he talked about religion, when he talked about faith. So this chap, he's not even from Pakistan Military Academy. So it's not that many people in Pakistan's army itself like him. But at the moment he is in power, and the civilian government in Pakistan is totally dependent on him. In fact, he is responsible for ensuring that Shahbaz Sharif is in power. The fake elections, the fraud elections which they actually inflicted on the people of Pakistan were conducted under his watch. And he has continued to patronize terrorism, which was very clearly evident with the presence of large-scale army personnel at the funeral of these jihadi terrorists, and the way he has been acting since taking over. He has not only been indulging in random acts of violence, he has been making statements against Afghanistan, against Pakistan. He is not only that, he has actually gone on to sack some of the lieutenant generals and senior officers in Pakistan Army who were slightly more rational. So there are dissensions within Pakistan Army, and of course that's been made very clear by the successes which Baloch Liberation Army has actually achieved.
That's why I said, is he one of the most failed generals of Pakistan? One, the most popular leader was incarcerated, wahi unpopular ho gaya. He didn't deserve to be army chief, he became army chief, he usurped somebody's position. Third, the Baloch have bajawed them, the Pakistani military. The Jafar Express is the biggest embarrassment. November last year also they had this when they took over an entire city for 3 days. Then the Afghans, they are upset with him. The Sindhi, the Cholistan project has rendered him very, very unpopular again. That's his pet project, and he's accused of perhaps even siphoning of billions from that, making money of it. And now currently with what he's inflicted upon Pakistan. So, and 3 nights of reversals. एक तो आपने कहा हम तैयार है, आ जाओ, कोशिश करो, हमने 9 जगह ठोक दिया उनको, सारे टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ध्वस्त कर दिए. देन बोला हम आएंगे, जवाबी कार्रवाई करेंगे, सब फेल हो गए. फिर हमने उनके ADSs को we've demolished in Pindi, in Lahore, in Karachi, in Sialkot. Then last night they tried again, and nothing has worked there. Nothing has worked, and we have countered there, and there is a huge amount of pummeling. We are waiting for the official briefing, but we are given to understand Pakistan has suffered huge reversals last night in the retaliation from Bharat based on the equal measure retaliation. उन्होंने 15 लोकेशन चूज किए हैं, हमने भी 15 लोकेशन में उनको काफी मारा है. They are not coming out and saying it, but we will claim, and perhaps there will be a briefing today for more details on what's happened last night. But right now, some more news coming through before we go back to General Kochar. We are learning from defense sources. At least 45 drones were taken down by the Army Air Defense itself. And this is between Ladakh to Bhuj. So military infrastructure in Leh was also targeted last night by Pakistan. No success from the length and breadth of such a long geographical space they've tried to cover. Akash joining us with more. Yes, Akash.
Anand, first of all, it is largely peaceful in the morning hours, so no need to panic. It is for the general public.
The general has unleashed.
See, firstly,
and also, since you understand and you are both of you well read in military history, has any other Pakistan general has had such reversals and such a poor tenure other than the 1971 episode? So,
see,
is he one of Pakistan's most failed generals?
See, Pakistan and its military has had a very unique characteristic. Asim Munir should not have been the army chief. He should have retired. He's actually an usurper. He was actually brought in one day after his retirement.
So you've called him an usurper, but he's been nicknamed the deceiver. From his major days, he's been nicknamed the deceiver. There is a Pakistani former Fauji who sold us this. We'll put it out on the broadcast later. But yes, Hanji, please complete.
So he has actually been brought in by politicians for meeting their own specific requirements. His mindset was clearly revealed when he talked about two-nation theory, when he talked about religion, when he talked about faith. So this chap, he's not even from Pakistan Military Academy. So it's not that many people in Pakistan's army itself like him. But at the moment he's in power and the civilian government in Pakistan is totally dependent on him. In fact, he is responsible for ensuring that Shahbaz Sharif is in power. The fake elections, the fraud elections which they actually inflicted on the people of Pakistan were conducted under his watch. And he has continued to
Thank you for staying with us. Continuous coverage here, live and rolling on Operation Sindoor, which is still not over. Still not over. Till the time this war on terror is won, till the time all terror emanating from Pakistan is finished, Bharat is not going to rest. And till the time General Asim Munir and his ilk don't learn a lesson, Pakistan will be tormented, troubled and brought to book and brought to account for all that they have inflicted upon us via this proxy war. The fact that the Pakistan state officially backs its terror tanzeems and uses them as their own instruments of a proxy warfare with the intent to bleed Bharat with 1,000 cuts is demonstrated in that one picture. It's not for nothing they say that pictures speak 1,000 words. A proscribed, US proscribed terrorist of the Lashkar-e-Taiba leading the funeral prayers for jihadis who are getting a state funeral attended by politicians and also military. That picture is enough to show that Pakistan is a terror state. Will Bharat officially start hyphenating Pakistan as a terror state? Till the time Pakistan withdraws all actions of terror against Bharat, that's the big question, and perhaps that offensive will continue till then. We've got our guests with us. Air Marshal Anil Khosla is with us. We've got Air Marshal Manmohan Bahadur and also Edward Joseph with us. Thank you for staying on. The question on China. The one entity that will be watching what's going on and will also take note of 3 successive nights of reversals for the Pakistan military, Air Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, is China. When will they let go of the Pakistan military and the Pakistan military establishment and say you're on your own? Has that time come now? Because their HQ9s have also failed, their J-17s have also failed. So in military parlance and on the military complex, industrial complex, Chinese equipment is not performing against French, Russian and American equipment. Sir, please.
A professional answer to that is the Chinese will not let go of Pakistan. That's for sure. And because the investment in Pakistan, besides the CPEC, is an adversary on our western border. Imagine if Pakistan was friendly with India, then you don't have to worry about one full border on your western border. So it's a leverage that they have, the Chinese have. Besides, as I said, the huge amount of investment in CPEC and Gwadar port that they have done. So I don't think the Chinese will ever let go. I mean, we are children of the 60s and we have seen them from 1960s. Pakistan has been their friend since then, and I see no reason why they will let go. We have to take this into account in all our plans. So despite what the media says, the fact remains that there is an existential type of threat to us from our western border, which will not go away. That's a fact. Okay, so we need to plan for that, and we will continue to plan for that. It's much more because when you talk of diplomacy, if it's India in Quad against sort of the United States, well, it's China having its own proxies also opposing the Quad. So this is a game that two sides play, which is factored in by the political establishment as well as the diplomatic establishment. They do their jobs. We as people in uniform do ours and follow orders.
But Air Marshal Khosla, the changing scenarios, 200 billion plus sunk in this BRI and CPEC going nowhere for the last 3-4 years. The Gwadar port actually in Balochistan, not Pakistan. These are all considerations the Chinese can have, and also their own issues, internal issues, real estate collapse, manufacturing, stops there, huge pile-ups for the Chinese, internal troubles. And of course, this entire tariff war with the Trump administration, that's hurting the Chinese. Everybody is looking at China plus one. So there are other dynamics too. Things are different from where they were in the 90s and 2000s to when they are after post-2020s and especially post-COVID, Air Marshal Khosla. So do these shifting dynamics, shifting sands also help Bharat somewhere, or do they force China's hands?
Definitely, what you brought out is China is having its own problems, its own troubles. China's troubles and China's stature and China's economic development as well as military power, I think he'll be able to deal with them much better as compared to Pakistan. The Pakistan problems which they have, and they don't have any backup to deal with those situations economically, militarily, or diplomatically. They're totally isolated. China, to my mind, has got still a lot of power left with him, and he'll be able to come out of it and maybe still continue growing for some time to come, unless it really imposes a lot of restrictions on it. Now, coming to the event which is happening and the Chinese-Pak they call the friendship deeper than the sea and sweeter than the honey and whatnot. It's a marriage of convenience, actually. And you brought out that China, will be watching this. Absolutely. China will be watching very, very closely. And China, most of the military equipment is Chinese. And they'll be watching what is the performance of their equipment as compared to the Western and other equipment. They will be giving covert or overt support to Pakistan as usual. Diplomatic support they have already been giving. So China's involvement in this, but the Chinese are small involved in the process. But in the background, they will be having a big role in the whole event.
Edward, your thoughts on the China factor?
On that, I would say I heard nothing from the previous speaker here that I think anyone would dispute. There was a very reasonable assessment of the role of the Chinese, and we should, when we consider Chinese interests and American interests, and obviously the Indian and Pakistani interests here, we should remember that China has its own terrorism concerns and its own terrorism problems. So China has to also weigh that in here. And what I pointed out here before, and soon, if you'll permit me, sir, I'm going to wish you all a good night. It's nighttime here in the United States. But what I mentioned before, that ironically here, Pakistan is a very significant victim of terrorism. They're having a dramatic increase in over 2024, over 1,000 fatalities in Pakistan from terrorism. This is an increase of almost 50% from the year before. So, and this is a very serious and dangerous problem. We, of course, experience this in the United States. We see this elsewhere in the world, that this phenomenon, it's extremely dangerous. And of course, this conflict is extremely dangerous with both countries having nuclear weapons. And I would just say this here, a couple points here in closing, that if either side were to deploy nuclear weapons, this would just be absolutely a dramatic shift, and in my view, a severe mistake. And we've seen that in the Russia-Ukraine context, and we've seen so far, thankfully, reluctance on the part of Russia to utilize nuclear weapons, and it would just be a dramatic, severe change in dynamics for either country to be the first one to
Yeah.
introduce nuclear weapons. And finally, I just
Yeah,
close
please.
to not
Please.
we understand. India, as I said, remains extremely important in American eyes. That doesn't mean, of course, that U.S. has no interest in Pakistan. The U.S. has interests in maintaining a good and open relationship with Pakistan. The point that Vance was making, this is very important to understand. The point that Vice President Vance was making is not that the U.S. has no interest in this. He repeated it. He repeated very clearly what President Trump had said and what Secretary Rubio said, that the U.S. wants to see de-escalation. Vice President Vance repeated that. It's that what Vance said, the U.S. is not rushing to jump into the middle of this as to intervene in some fashion. I would imagine, though, if the situation were such, or if Delhi or Islamabad sought U.S. mediation, that I believe it would be forthcoming. I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and have a good night's sleep. With be rest assured, Bharat is never going to get into the nuclear option. Bharat has huge amount of responsibility, and it enshrines nuclear deterrence is enshrined in its entire doctrine. So that's not the problem. The entity you cannot trust is that crazy general on the other side. So that's where the problem lies. Thank you very much, Edward. Good night. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Air Marshals, I thank you too for your time. Yes, sir. Air Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, you wanted to make a point. Yes, please.
I was about to say that I too need to leave.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you very much. I thank our guests. Let's go across to news coming through, and let's pick up the pace. Before we read out the news, just an update coming in from the MEA. There is no briefing at 10 a.m. If viewers are getting it from other platforms who are sending that's not happening, there's no meeting at 10 a.m. There is a press briefing. When it will be, you will hear it first at CNN News 18, the correct time. That's all we can tell you, but there is a briefing scheduled for today. Now more news. The Pharma Doctors Association has asked medical services to be on standby and hold blood donation camps. Yesha Kotak is joining us with more details. Yes, Yesha.
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, only doctors who are part of the Federation of All India Medical Association have been given instructions about being prepared for any kind of an emergency and be responsible in case of a disaster. In fact, apart from that, they've also been asked to have a coordinated system in place with local authorities. This instruction has been given for doctors across the entire country. Apart from that, like you mentioned, they've also been asked to organize nationwide blood donation camps, particularly in the wake of this escalating border tension. This is because, of course, we've seen that there have been several injuries which have been reported from Jammu and Kashmir so far, and which is when it comes to summer months, it is mostly associations which face the crunch of having excess blood in the banks, and which is why now blood donation camps have also been asked to be organized across the entire country, so as to be prepared in case of any eventuality. But apart from that, we've also seen how the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has also postponed the examination for CA, which was to be held on 9th and 14th of May. Yes.
So that's what they have done is that the examinations, the intermediate and post qualification course examinations, International Taxation Assessment Test INTT-AT, May 2025, from 9th to 14th of May stand postponed. The revised dates will be announced in due course. This is from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, as Yesha was just mentioning. The FEMA doctors have now come out and said that we would like to run blood donation camps. Anybody and everybody in that area, in that region, if you're able and if you can, please go ahead and donate blood. We will require it. At some point in time. There are already many who are facing grievous injuries, and also some who have minor injuries. There will be others who will be ailing. It will always help if you can step up and donate blood, especially along the areas on the western border and along the line of control. We'll also try and see if we can get you. Yesha, thank you for your inputs. We'll try and get you. There is the other non-kinetic offensive, waters. So the tap was off all this while. Now some taps are going on. The Baghliyar Dam gates, sluice gates are opening. We'll get you those visuals when we come back after a break. Stay with us.
उस फिल्म में
General has unleashed.
See, firstly,
And also, since you understand and you are both of you well read in military history, has any other Pakistan general has had such reversals and such a poor tenure other than the 1971 episode? So,
see,
is he one of Pakistan's most failed generals?
See, Pakistan and its military has had a very unique characteristic. Asim Munir should not have been the army chief. He should have retired. He's actually an usurper. He was actually brought in one day after his retirement.
So you've called him an usurper, but he's been nicknamed the deceiver. From his major days, he's been nicknamed the deceiver. There is a Pakistani former Fauji who sold us this. We'll put it out on the broadcast later. But yes, Hanji, please complete.
So he has actually been brought in by politicians for meeting their own specific requirements. His mindset was clearly revealed when he talked about two-nation theory, when he talked about religion, when he talked about faith. So this chap, he's not even from Pakistan Military Academy. So it's not that many people in Pakistan's army itself like him. But at the moment he's in power and the civilian government in Pakistan is totally dependent on him. In fact, he is responsible for ensuring that Shahbaz Sharif is in power. The fake elections, the fraud elections which they actually inflicted on the people of Pakistan were conducted under his watch. And he has continued to patronize terrorism, which was very clearly evident with the presence of large-scale army personnel at the funeral of these jihadi terrorists, and the way he has been acting since taking over. He has not only been indulging in random acts of violence, he has been making statements against Afghanistan, against Pakistan. He is not only that, he has actually gone on to sack some of the lieutenant generals and senior officers in Pakistan Army who were
ये उड़ी सेक्टर की तस्वीरें हैं और लगातार हमने रात भर विटनेस किया। यहाँ पे हम भी एक आई विटनेस अकाउंट अगर शेयर करेंगे आपके साथ, तो रात जो गुजरी है काफी भयानक थी, काफी खौफजदा यहाँ के लोग हैं, काफी दहशत फैला हुआ है लोगों में। और ये पाकिस्तान की सीज फायर वायलेशन का नतीजा है जो आप विजुअल्स में देख रहे हैं। और लगातार जो हाजीपीर सेक्टर है या फिर सलामाबाद उड़ी सेक्टर है, तो वहां से तीन तरफा से पाकिस्तान ने आर्टिलरी शेलिंग की। यहाँ तक ये भी कहा जा रहा है सोर्सेज की स्निपर्स को भी यूज किया गया, और जिसके नतीजे में जो कल तक ये लगामा गांव जहां पर हम मौजूद है, ये खस्ता खेलता गांव हमें कल तक नजर आ रहा था, लेकिन इस वक्त रातों रात ये तबाही का मंजर जो है बयान कर रहा है। और ये दुकानें हैं, ये मकान है जो डैमेज हो चुके हैं, और आप देख सकते हैं कि किस कदर शेलिंग भयानक थी। और इन तस्वीरों से अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है ये टीन जो है, टीन के जो रूफ शीट्स है, टीन शीट्स, और देख सकते हैं आप कि किस तरह की हालत हुई है और किस तरह से शेलिंग जो है इसकी शिद्दत क्या थी। और यहाँ के लोगों की अगर बात करेंगे तो उनसे हमारी बात हुई लगातार, तो उनका ये कहना है कि 1998 में जो सीज फायर वायलेशंस हुआ करती थी उसकी वजह से लोग जो है काफी परेशान थे, और वो आज तक यहाँ के लोग नहीं भूले हैं। लेकिन आज जो शेलिंग हुई है, आज जो आर्टिलरी फायरिंग की गई है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, 1998 का भी रिकॉर्ड जो है वो टूट गया है। और लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह ग्राउंड सिचुएशन जो है, किस तरह तबाही के मनाजिर जो है वो बयान कर रहे हैं, और इसकी वजह से काफी लोग जो है वो जख्मी हुए हैं। सलामाबाद की बात करेंगे, कालगी की बात करेंगे, या लगामा एरिया जहां पर हम मौजूद है इसकी बात करेंगे, तो यहां पर एक जो महिला है उसकी भी मौत हुई है। उड़ी के मुख्तलिफ इलाकों में लोग जो है घायल हुए हैं, और घायल अवस्था में उनको बारामूला हॉस्पिटल जो है वहां पहुंचाया गया। और रात भर हमने देखा, सिचुएशन को मॉनिटर किया, और काफी दहशत भरी रात थी जो लफ्जों में बयान नहीं किया जा सकता है।
General has unleashed.
See, firstly,
and also, since you understand and you are both of you well read in military history, has any other Pakistan general has had such reversals and such a poor tenure other than the 1971 episode? So,
see,
is he one of Pakistan's most failed generals?
See, Pakistan and its military has had a very unique characteristic. Asim Munir should not have been the army chief. He should have retired. He's actually an usurper. He was actually brought in one day after his retirement.
So you've called him an usurper, but he's been nicknamed the deceiver. From his major days, he's been nicknamed the deceiver. There is a Pakistani former Fauji who sold us this. We'll put it out on the broadcast later. But yes, Hanji, please complete.
So he has actually been brought in by politicians for meeting their own specific requirements. His mindset was clearly revealed when he talked about two-nation theory, when he talked about religion, when he talked about faith. So this chap, he's not even from Pakistan Military Academy. So it's not that many people in Pakistan's army itself like him. But at the moment he is in power and the civilian government in Pakistan is totally dependent on him. In fact, he is responsible for ensuring that Shahbaz Sharif is in power. The fake elections, the fraud elections which they actually inflicted on the people of Pakistan were conducted under his watch. And he has continued to patronize terrorism, which was very clearly evident with the presence of large-scale army personnel at the funeral of these jihadi terrorists, and the way he has been acting since taking over. He has not only been indulging in random acts of violence, he has been making statements against Afghanistan, against Pakistan. He is not only that, he has actually gone on to sack some of the lieutenant generals and senior officers in Pakistan Army who were slightly more rational. So there are dissensions within Pakistan Army, and of course that's been made very clear by the successes which Baloch Liberation Army has actually achieved.
That's why I said he's one of the most failed generals of Pakistan. One, the most popular leader was incarcerated. Wahi unpopular ho gaya. He didn't deserve to be army chief. He became army chief. He usurped somebody's position. Third, the Baloch have bajawed them. The Pakistani military. The Jafar Express is the biggest embarrassment. Pehle November last year also they had this when they took over an entire city for 3 days. Then the Afghans, they are upset with him. The Sindhi, the Cholistan project has rendered him very, very unpopular again. That's his pet project, and he's accused of perhaps even... Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 on our continuous and rolling coverage on Operation Sindoor. Post the Pahalgam massacre, Bharat has said enough is enough. Prime Minister Narendra Modi promised a war on terror, especially terror emanating from Pakistan, where he promised to identify, track, punish. A whole of government approach is being witnessed, where Bharat, via Operation Sindoor, only targeted terror infrastructure. But the Pakistan military and Pakistan state have come and targeted Bharat's military installations not once but twice. So it's a military response for a counter-terrorism measure that automatically hyphenates Pakistan as a terror state. Bharat is building up to that. As we get you pictures, things are under control. Bharat has been able to negate any effort to try and attack any military or otherwise installations across the western border, from Leh to Uri to all the way down in Bhuj and Jaisalmer, so Gujarat and also Rajasthan. There have been multiple attempts across 15 to 17 locations which have been thwarted ably by the defense systems that we put in place. Our armed forces are on the vigil, our forces are awake, our forces are not just guarding the territory but also the skies, and doing it in such a way that not a single projectile or loitering munition fired by the Pak military has been able to find its target. It's not even able to land, it's been neutralized in the air. That's the capabilities that Bharat has. We are strong, we are able, and we will punish those who are backing terror, and we will punish the entire Akash system of terror. That's the message that Bharat has woken up to this Friday morning. Let's try and get you up to speed on the developments so far from the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May till 9 a.m. this morning. After Pakistan violates ceasefire along the LOC, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is all set to visit Jammu, Rajouri and Punch, where there's been cross-firing even across the international border. He'll take a stock of situation and assess the damage done due to Pakistan's incessant artillery shelling. Fresh shelling has also taken place in Uri. The shelling has taken place in civilian areas. There has been another death. An old lady has died. 3-4 people have also been injured, and locals are trying to move away from the shelling areas. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has postponed the CA examinations that were scheduled to take place between the 9th and the 14th of May. The revised dates will be announced soon. Federation of All India Medical Association or FIMA has called medical professionals to remain on standby and organize blood donation camps to ensure medical needs for the armed forces personnel and civilians during these escalated times are met. Ministry of External Affairs is set to brief the media today, so it will be a joint briefing as we've seen so far, but and this will be the third press briefing by the government within 3 days. The time of this briefing has not yet been updated. The Indian Army has released a statement on last night's strikes. The statement says that the Pakistan Armed Forces launched multiple attacks using drones and other munitions along the entire western border on the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May. Pak troops also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given to the ceasefire violations. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha will be visiting Uri to take stock of the situation that has arisen due to heavy Pak shelling from the Pak side. Locals say since 1998 they have not seen such kind of shelling. But Bharatiya forces are responding in equal and far more punitive measure. Let's go across to our guests. Before that, let's go across to our reporters. Our reporters are on ground. The News 18 network team of reporters has been working tirelessly to get our viewers correct, verified and reliable news. And we are proud of the coverage that we've been able to bring to you because we've been able to keep it factual. Thanks to our entire team of reporters and of course those working tirelessly at the back end. Let's go across first to Arunima with the latest on what's happening in the South Block. Arunima, you have an update that the 3 service chiefs are there to brief the Raksha Mantri.
Yes, we are told that tentatively around 9:30, the tri-service chiefs, along with the CDS, they're going to brief the Raksha Mantri about the overnight situation. They have been obviously keeping the line going all over last night because situation was quite tense. Yesterday afternoon also, India responded effectively in Lahore, in Rawalpindi, in Karachi, and then Pakistan's misadventure started overnight. They were all foiled. There were at least 8 missiles that were taken down. There are unconfirmed reports about Pakistani aircrafts also. But amidst all of this, the tri-service chiefs are going to meet Raksha Mantri. Operation Sindoor is very much on. We're also being told that Home Minister is likely to meet the DGs of all border guarding paramilitary forces. He had a call last night with BSF DG and CISF DG. He's also been keeping the line going with the DGPs of all the border states because situation is quite tense after what happened in Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, Bhuj in Kutch of Gujarat, Punjab, Pathankot, we know Jammu and Srinagar were on fire. The entire LOC and international border was on fire. So what is it being done to keep the civilians safe? That's the mandate that the Home Minister is keeping, while Raksha Mantri and the tri-service chiefs are ensuring that the military has a free hand in taking on Pakistan. I think we are also possibly looking at, even though I'm waiting for that confirmation, but
right,
possibly after Raksha Mantri's briefing, Raksha Mantri, NSA and Home Minister could meet the PM again.
So there could be another round of meeting at the highest levels of government. Arunima, that's what you're telling us. We'll come back to you in a bit. Akash is also with us. Ishan is also with us. Our reporters on the move, both Akash and Ishan, trying to cover the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir and those regions along the international border and the line of control. Anshul is also there. He is in Pathankot. Akash, so the Raksha Mantri is going to take stock. There is going to be a joint briefing, so the MOD has to now calibrate what's happened through the night of 8th and 9th. So all reporters are on screen, but yes, Akash, you're on the move. So where are you heading to and what do you see around you? And take us through what's expected from the MOD aspect or the defense aspect.
Right. So Anand, I'm moving towards Jammu. It is all peaceful here, and thanks to our armed forces that all of those attempts were thwarted last night. It's all peaceful. Rajesh Bhardwaj will in fact show you the road. There you have normal vehicular movement as well. So there is no panic, and thankfully, people are continuing their, work as per their routine. Also, as far as this meeting is concerned, as Raksha Mantri is all set to, meet 3 service chiefs and also CDS Anand. What I have been told is that IDS has taken a command. We still don't have theater commands, here in the country. We know that how integrated efforts are there. We know our armed forces are working. But now IDS has also taken command, and that's the reason why the role of CDS would become very important. In terms of coordination,
to our viewers
the sort of
CDS is the Chief of Defence Staff, but what is IDS? Can you explain the contours in a bit of detail for our viewers?
Right.
Yeah.
So IDS is Integrated Defence Staff. When we talk about IDS, so the whole idea is to have an integrated effort, by the armed forces in any sort of contingency. India has been working on integration of these armed forces. In fact, we have been working on theaterization, where we can have different theaters, and rather than any singular force, any army, air force or navy, we will have a combined command where one officer can lead all the three forces in a particular theater. Though we don't have any operational theater as of now as far as these borders are concerned, but these efforts are somewhere showing that forces are already working in an integrated manner, because we have seen that how both Indian Army and Air Force have thwarted the attempts. So in fact, when we talk about IDS, so we have been told that all the information flow or the coordination will be taken care of by the IDS now, and that's why CDS, the role of CDS would become very important. CDS is someone who heads the Department of Military Affairs, and DMA is a department that coordinates between these armed forces. So now armed forces are working jointly. A jointness is something that is very much seen. Now coming to the aspects of different weapons and the sort of attack that was seen last night.
No, we'll come to that.
Leh Ladakh
I'll come to the breakup of what was used to defend our skies and what kind of defense systems in a bit. But just taking from what Arunima has just said, that the three service chiefs and the CDS will be meeting the Raksha Mantri, and you are saying the IDS has taken command. So there is an integrated defense staff. So clearly theaters, action theaters were going to be built, Western Theatre, Western Command, the Central Command or Southern Command, and also the Eastern Command. So three theatres were supposed to be there where the all the armed wings of the armed forces would be integrated. But there is an integrated defense staff that's already taking shape, is what Akash is telling us, and he explained the contours. Just going to Ishan, and then I'll come back to you, Arunima and Akash, and we'll try and talk about how we defended the skies. Ishan, you've seen some of those places on ground. Uri, Tangdar, these are all regions which are where the Dushman, if I may say, or the enemy has a vantage point, because they are on the heights. And that's where the locals, the civilians, are facing the brunt of Pakistani artillery action, along with what is happening in Punch. Whereabouts are you, and what's the update? Has there been fresh ceasefire violations post daybreak?
Well, absolutely. There has been fresh ceasefire violation, at least in Uri, where gunfire and artillery shelling can be heard. Locals are still reporting that there is shelling going on at those locations along the line of control, and civilian areas have been badly hit. When I say badly, Anand, it means that houses have been hit, residential houses have been hit, not only in Uri but also in Kupwara, where Tangdar, we're getting images and pictures of houses being damaged, heavily damaged, and a lot of people have now started even to move out of those areas. Though the government had already moved some families, had kept arrangements for them, but now people are seriously thinking, considering the fact that what happened last night, some of them are telling us they haven't seen it in last 2 to 3 decades. The sort of shelling that took place, the sort of intensity at which the shelling was coming is unprecedented. There have been vehicles who have also been damaged. Even in Poonch and Rajouri, there was an intense shelling that took place during the night time. There was heightened activity that took place, particularly towards the air, and there was a lot of commotion that we witnessed. There was dark at night, blackout in Srinagar, in Jammu. Every place was like that. We're heading into Uri to see for ourselves the sort of damage that has been inflicted by Pakistan shelling, particularly towards the civilian areas. The army has given a befitting response. Chief Minister is going on the ground. The Lieutenant Governor will also be in Uri to assess the damage and the situation and how things are panning out in terms of the medical aid, in terms of the facilities, in terms of the vehicles kept there for the movement of those civilians who feel trapped in the middle of the shelling.
Right. Try and see if you can go up to Salamabad in the Uri district, because that's closer to the LOC, and there's been huge amount of damage that's been inflicted by the Pakistan guns. And those pictures, viewers, is the result of the Pakistan artillery, incessant artillery. It's about just taking and aiming and firing randomly without any care that it's landing on civilian homes, on innocents, which is again a war crime. It's a trespassing of the basic guidelines or principles of conflict or war. Going back to Arunima and Akash, on the IDS aspect, how do the para come in? Because Arunima, you track the para. Is there a possible meeting between the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, the NSA, all of them, and them briefing the Raksha Mantri collectively in the presence of the CDS? Is that a possibility? And when it comes to an IDS, do the para also come into play, like the BSF, the ITBP, the SSB, CAPF? Yeah.
See, Border Security Force, Anand, is already working under the command of the Indian Army. On the line of control, it's the Indian Army which is at the front line, but BSF is also working within the command of Indian Army. So when you ask whether under the IDS, BSF will also part of the command because they're already under the Army, effectively, yes. But essentially, IDS would mean a joint command of the three services, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Army, of course. Now, when you ask whether the string of meetings, briefing of the Prime Minister will continue, very, very high possibility, because the situation as it is unfolding is very fluid. We all know what has happened overnight, but thankfully by this morning, I mean post midnight, we have not seen any misadventure on the part of Pakistan, nothing that has been made public as yet by official handle of ADGPI. And this morning also, the reports that are coming in from Jaisalmer and from Gujarat, from Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir is nothing this morning ever since daybreak has happened.
Yes.
Even though the Indian Air Force is not yet confirming, I must tell you that Jaisalmer's district administration is giving us an indication about a possible pilot from Pakistan. If indeed this is true, then there's also that leverage that India has. And that
I would just like to tell you, Arunima, we had Bhavani joining us from Jaisalmer, and Bhavani was very clear that there is no confirmation of the same so far from the forces or from the local command there. Whether there has been an F-16 downed or whether a Pakistani pilot has been captured alive, there has been no confirmation of the same. So we're going to stay with that because Bhavani is on ground, so we'll stick with that till there is any confirmation otherwise. So that's what we will do because the rest then becomes conjecture. But like you said, that this is a situation that's fluid, and clearly the Pak military and Pak establishment has decided to escalate the situation. They are not wanting to tone down the entire bluster. So clearly Bharat will have to recalibrate and be ready for perhaps taking it a notch up and telling them that you can keep raising the decibels, we'll only hit you back harder and louder. Akash, the fact that it was all firecrackers in the sky, it was unnerving for the people. A lot of explosions through the night. A lot of people watching on TV also got a little worried. But the most important aspect is not a single projectile landed on the intended target. They were all neutralized in the skies itself. How did that happen? We talked about the MR SAMs, we talked about the Akash, and we also talked about S-400 all through the 8th. But on the 9th, there are some new dynamics also that have come into play.
Right. So Anand, air defense, is one crucial aspect of any sort of war, especially in the current times. We have seen Russia-Ukraine, where air defense is playing a major role, and we have seen the Israel-Gaza as well. Though the nature of both the conflicts or the war, is different, but in Indian context, this is very important given the fact that this is not a full-fledged war, and it started, with India avenging what happened on 22nd of April in Pahalgam, then Pakistan retaliating to it, and then India giving it back. We have categorically mentioned that we don't want any escalation. In all those two press conferences, and in fact the communication that is there on social media, it has been categorically mentioned. Our External Affairs Minister, is in fact, talking to the international community and in fact the heads of the states that how we don't want any escalation. But if they will try to attack us, then we'll give a befitting reply. Last night, when the attempt to destroy our air defense was thwarted, yesterday morning, we in fact destroyed their air defenses, and in fact, as Arunima was pointing out, there are different cities were hit. No civilian target, but yes, the air defense and the air radars. Now, when they tried, our air defense was in play, and in any war-like situation, Anand, I was mentioning it earlier. Air Force is the force that takes command of the air defense, the entire air defense. Indian Army has got one AAD unit, that is Army Air Defense Corps. We have officers, we have got weapons for it, we have AD weapons, we have in fact MRSAMs for that. But Indian Army is responsible for their their infrastructure, their units, and in fact they are there for the tactical deployment. As far as air defense is concerned, in this particular case, what we saw was an integrated effort, where in fact in Leh, where I was told that in fact the Corps headquarter there in Leh was targeted, a drone was sent there. The L70 guns in fact played a major role. These are the guns that were integrated with anti-drone systems and the technologies just a few years back, if I'm not wrong. These guns were upgraded, and then we had these multiple air defense guns for Indian Army. Akash is of course with Army as well, and there is an integrated command with Air Force that was in fact taking a call as far as Akash Air Defense, Akash Tir, which is, and also S-400 is concerned. For drones, Akash played an important role because it was able to in fact detect and engage the targets before these drones are hitting the actual target. So it was a success for Indian Armed Forces, and they were able to thwart all of these attempts. We don't have even a single report, Anand, where we are learning about any sort of destruction, damage, or the claims that Pakistani social media handles are making. At this point in time, we know about the sort of action that Indian Armed Forces have taken in reply to what happened last night at around 8 p.m. starting from Jammu airport and the nearby areas. But we are, in fact, we will wait for the official, press conference where details would be out, and in fact, we'll get to know as to what was the kind of reply that Indian Armed Forces have given.
Well, thank you for that comprehensive explanation. We'll try and also put it out into visual graphics for our viewers in some time. It's all happening as we speak. It's continuous live rolling coverage. Our teams are also working round the clock at the back end to get you the latest authentic verified information here on the News 18 network, especially on CNN News 18. Plus, please subscribe or sign in, follow the PIB India or PIB fact check handles on X, because the Press Information Bureau is also working tirelessly to try and quell a lot of disinformation that's being peddled by Pakistan. There was a devious attempt, viewers, before we go across to the next development, devious attempt by the Pakistanis to work along with the Khalistanis, their own puppets, to try and create an atmosphere that the Pakistani military will target Amritsar and perhaps the Harmandir Sahib there and blame it on Bharat to say, see, Bharat has now attacked Gurdwara and Harmandir Sahib, and create this entire misinformation, disinformation campaign and a lopsided narrative on social media. All of that was quelled because of these air defense systems that neutralized, and we've got visual proof that the drones and the firing and the projectiles were coming from across the international border. It was the Pakistanis who were doing this. They also bombed and they also attacked Gurdwara in Poonch. They killed 4 Panthis. They've injured young Sikh children, women, and this is the brutality they have pushed. They just don't care. These are brutes who stand with jihadis. This is a jihadi mujahideen backer Pakistan military and a Pakistan state, and Bharat is now going to brand them terror state Pakistan in front of the world. Whether the hyphenation happens officially, we'll have to wait and watch. But clearly, Asim Munir's escalation is not going to go unpunished. The other thing is, go back to Pakistan's political and military history, and barring 1971, name a general who's failed so many times, and he's been such a big failure. Hope the Pakistanis wake up to this. More news coming through here. Fresh visuals of ceasefire violation from Pakistan side along the line of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Poonch. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Poonch has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese made SH-15 self-propelled Howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they, have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Poonch, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Poonch. One civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Keran sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Poonch, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for that update, Tejinder. Stay safe. There has been a lot of pounding that Jammu region also and Jammu city has endured, and but it's all been thwarted. It's been thwarted by our defense systems and our mechanism. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is with us. Geopolitical expert is joining us. We also have Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod with us at this point, and we will also be joined by Major General Indrabalan, Kargil war veteran and also currently military technology advisor. We'll go across to all of them, but let's just quickly understand what are the non-kinetic offensives that Bharat is already undertaking. The tap is on, so the dams are opening. We'll get you those pictures also. That's fresh trouble, which the Pakistanis don't seem to have accounted for with the Indus Water Treaty being put in abeyance. But along with that, there is a financial offensive. Now, this is the financial offensive. New Delhi has put in motion a plan to isolate Pakistan globally and not just at the UN Security Council. Now, India could take this fight to the International Monetary Fund, and whose bailouts are key to bring keep Pakistan afloat. There is a $1 billion release that is scheduled on the 9th, that is today, and Pakistan is going to have that meeting. So there is going to be a meeting in a short while from now at 9:30, where Bharat is going to very aggressively tell the IMF, look where your money is going, look what they are doing, and don't give them any more money. Don't do this. The other part is the FATF blacklisting. The FATF blacklisting, Pakistan, let's try and understand this. In the last 5 years, Pakistan has received several IMF bailouts and doles. A $6 billion loan under the extended fund facility was given to Pakistan in 2019. A $3 billion standby arrangement was agreed upon in 2023 when Pakistan had emerged out of the FATF grey list in 2022. Now, the political crisis compounded with an economic downturn and drove this nation into a debt burden to terminal levels. Now, last year, a $6 billion loan was approved in September, and just last month the IMF reached an agreement with Pakistan on a new $1.3 billion loan program and reviewed an existing bailout. Now, if approved, this would unlock an additional $1 billion for Pakistan in funding. The FATF grey listing will stop any of this funding to be used and any further resources, and also Pakistan's ability to raise any money internationally. So there are two aspects. One is stop this $1.3 billion bailout, and the other one is push for Pakistan to return back into the FATF grey list, if not blacklist. Pallavi Ghosh joins us with more. Pallavi, the external debt of Pakistan is to a level that Pakistan as a nation can never chukao. It's an endless bucket. Can Bharat stop any more money being put into that bucket? Because that money is being drawn towards terror and jihadis and state funerals for jihadis.
You know, Anand, there's plenty which we have to provide evidence to the world, and they're called multilateral development banks, or the MDBs. So what the MDBs include are, of course, the IMF, there's World Bank, there's the EDB. Now, countries like Pakistan depend a lot on this aid because their own economy is not generating much of revenue. And they say that we have, for example, road infrastructure, colleges, hospitals, those kind of infrastructural developments does require money coming in from these MGBs. And that is what India has been offering evidence to show that this is the money you're giving them supposedly for infrastructural development. But what is really happening is that money is now being diverted to fund the school of terror. And what India has been saying, and which I think they're going to say it once again today, is that, mind you, the school of terror is not limited just to India. The problem is that whether you're talking about bomb blasts or, for example, the London Bridge blast, or you talk about the Moscow theatre blast, all of them can be tracked down to some way or the other to Pakistan, because Pakistan has an entire network with, say, Hamas and other terrorist organizations. So it's not just about India. You have to cut off this kind of a lifeline to Pakistan to ensure that terrorism across the world, all the archives of terrorism face so much of trouble that they don't have any lifeline to survive. After all, if you don't have money, where are you going to keep your terror hideouts or units ready and thriving? So that is the pitch which is going to be put forward by India. Even as we speak, very shortly, the Internal Finance Ministry meeting is going to begin. The Department of Revenue is the nodal department, because Financial Action Task Force, or the FATF as it's called, 1989 it was set up,
Pallavi,
to deal specifically with money laundering.
Pallavi, even as we speak, look what Reuters is citing. It's citing the Pakistan government saying, we urge international partners to support de-escalation amid escalating war and the collapse of our stock markets. We appeal to international partners to provide more loans after the heavy losses caused by India's retaliation. Look at their narrative. The whole story is Pahalgam massacre happened and then Operation Sindoor happened. It's the Pak military that resorted to escalation. Isn't it? Can India convince the international fraternity, look who's the villain here?
See, Anand, the entire narrative, which is again going to be pushed by Pakistan whenever those meetings start beginning, is that, look, we have not indulged in any war of terror. It is India which is warmongering. In fact, India, you believe it or not, India should be put on the grey list and India should be held accountable. And because of this warmongering and needless provocation coming in from India, our economy is in shreds. So why should the poor people of Pakistan have to pay the price for it?
Let the poor people of Pakistan first boot out the military and defang them altogether. The first person who needs to go is General Asim Munir, who many are now calling him as Mullah Munir. Perhaps let's go across to our guest. Thank you, Pallavi, and ask them. Major General Indra Balan, in the political history of Pakistan, Group Captain Vinod and Lieutenant Colonel, good morning. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. A lot of things are happening, so we're just trying to be on a live and rolling coverage. But General Indra Balan, in Pakistan's military history, has there been a far more failure as a general outside of what happened in 1971? He's failed on all fronts.
Yeah, Jai Hind, Anand, it's great to interact with you on the national channel. Firstly, yes, directly coming to your question, Asim Munir has been a failure right through. But if you were to compare, I think where have been the successful general at all? Where is the comparison? Whom will you compare with? You see, any war that India has fought with Pakistan, any war that's been initiated, it's been a failure for them. India has not only given a befitting reply, but in all the wars, they had to withdraw and they have suffered a humiliating defeat, 71 being the worst. So if at all, certain generals, whether it is Bajwa or some of them who tried to support democracy, who had a more rational thinking, every other general has been a failure. Asim Munir, of course, tops the list of failures. All said and done, his provocative speak, anti-India speak, anti-Hindu speech, and also talking of how Pakistan is going to retake Kashmir, the jugular vein concept, all this ripping up of passions, I think it is never done by a general. No general speaks like this in political language. I don't think anyone knows what his army is capable of, what his army's limitations are, where his army is going to be in case of a war with India, how they are going to be routed. I don't think he's ever done any strategic, tactical or geopolitical analysis of the whole thing. He's possibly purely a military general with an ISI mindset of carrying with him the baggage of getting Kashmir back somehow or the other. But it looks like his design is going to entirely fail. And we have clearly thwarted every single attempt by Pakistan, even in the current context. Whether it is their attack by missiles, whether it is attacked by drones, and India's drone technology, since I advise 3 drone companies on developing military technology. I'll speak on it later, how we have managed to thwart these and what we can do in future. But suffice to say that I completely agree with your position that Asim Munir needs to be branded as possibly the most failed general of the Pakistan Army.
And now the Pakistan establishment and the Pakistan people have to see whether they want to get him booted out or they want us to do that too.
Yes, absolutely. The people of Pakistan are definitely going to raise on this. I said almost 1 week back. So I do a lot of talk here in South India. I can also bring you the perspectives of what's happening in South India. I'm live on Malayalam channels and Tamil channels. I interact a lot with these people here. So there is a fair amount of interest here in South India about what's happening along the borders. Though people in South India are not suffering as much as the people in Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri, that sector, and Punjab, etc. But I think South India is completely integrated with the North in with the psychological support, moral support, and here there's a different narrative also happening about what would be the impact in South India should Pakistan trying to further foment a religious divide by targeted attacks on Hindus, by targeted attacks on Sikhs, where it may all lead to. It's another narrative that's happening here. I'm also capable of trying to bring you what kind of narrative is happening here. But that notwithstanding, I think India has stood together and we are here to spoil the designs of...
Here's what the Pakistanis tried. The Pakistanis tried to attack Amritsar, and then they activated the Khalistani social media handles thinking they will succeed to say that, see, they took off from Ambala and they have bombed Amritsar. That's what they wanted to do. But it all failed because of our air defense systems. 3 days and 3 such huge failures for the Pak military. इससे ज़्यादा फजीयत या क्या हो सकता है, General, Group Captain Vinod? What more does an Asim Munir want to show that he is a failed project?
It's a good question, Anand. Garhwal, I mean, my wife is from Garhwal, you know. Garhwali में कहावत है, थोड़ा मारे बहुत रोए, बहुत मारे चुप. मतलब if you hit someone little bit वो रोता रहेगा, वो लगाओ तो वो चुप हो जाएगा. Asim Munir is like that. अभी इतना मार पड़ा है, अब तो चुप है. But what I wanted to explain to our viewers is about the air defense part. I mean, been an air defense pilot all my life. The air defense part, I mean, 24th of October last year, with one of your friends, I was discussing about air defense, and I said, if you do not give adequate importance to an air defense, you might as well hand over your country on a platter to the enemy. So that's what I said, and they explained it to them. And so I'll take 2 minutes.
We've just got an update. Just need to bring you up to speed because it's a live and developing situation. There's an air warning that's been issued. It's been received from the Air Force station of a possible attack. Sirens are being sounded and all are advised to remain indoors and away from balconies. Tejinder Sodhi joins us, and this is in Chandigarh. Tejinder, when did this happen, Tejinder?
Just a few moments ago, the Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh has issued this alert. He's saying that an air warning has been received from the Air Force station of a possible attack. So, across the entire Chandigarh, sirens are being sounded. It's been more than 15 minutes now that the sirens are going on in Chandigarh. So the administration has advised people to remain indoors and away from the balconies. This is the advisory which the Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh has issued to the people. The sources are saying that there is a possibility of a drone attack in Chandigarh. So the precautions are being put into place, and the air defense mechanism has already been activated in and around the entire area to ensure that any possibility of a drone or any projectile attack from the Pakistan side is thwarted, as India did last night when Pakistan tried to attack the civilian airport in Jammu and other military locations. All those projectiles that were fired from the Pakistan side were destroyed by our air defense mechanism. So right now a similar kind of alert has been sounded in Chandigarh, where the Deputy Commissioner is saying that he has received this warning from the Air Force station. Yes.
Right. So Chandigarh air sirens have gone out, and there is a deputy commissioner saying that there could be an air raid, a possible air raid, not necessarily aircraft. It could be projectiles, long distance, or even swarms, drone swarms that come in. So two gentlemen here who are working on drone technology. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Hodkar, your thoughts before I go circle back to Major General Indra Balan and Group Captain Vinod. This current posture by the Pak military, is it suicidal for them? Are they hurtling down a path of no return for them?
Jai Hind, Anand.
Jai Hind.
We need to be very careful in coming days. See, you got to understand the Pakistani army has a general heading which the army doesn't like, has a political prime minister which the Pakistani people didn't elect, and Pakistan has a population which no one cares for. It's into a leadership vacuum and a divided home. People, political parties and army, they all divided. If you look into the army also, the army is also divided. I'm not sure that how many generals are currently ready to support Munir's adventure. And if you look into Pakistan itself, all the 4 provinces are fighting against the central forces, and you have the BLA, you have the TTP, you have the Taliban on one side, you have the Sindh unrest which is currently going on, and Punjab is not ready to take this on. I don't know whether Maryam Nawaz has ever spoken to Munir and asked him to back off, because there is no one appears to be in control of Pakistan. And I really dread at this stage, because when you have a madman with no control heading a particular country with nukes in hand, we need to be very careful. And I'm very happy and quite satisfied the way we have not escalated. We just responded to what Pakistan has done, and we don't want to escalate. We don't want to go back to level where Pakistan is. There's no ego about it. What are we comparing ourselves with? A country which is a rogue nation, which is on the brink of disaster, about to collapse. We are a nation which is growing fast. We as Indians must support the government and be level-headed. Let's not be very jingoistic about any war with Pakistan. We don't want wars. We are on a path of great, development. And it's time that we people out here on the television sets and intellectuals in the country calm the nerves of our people. And let's not say that we need blood for blood or that kind of thing, We need to be very balanced, Anand.
No, we need to be balanced. We are very balanced. But the nation that is imbalanced, sir, if there is a mosquito that is irritating you, you do something about the mosquito. You don't say let it continue to irritate. Nobody is portraying the mosquito as an elephant. The mosquito is a mosquito, but that mosquito can also spread disease. So that's why the mosquito needs to be eliminated.
So I take one step ahead and I say that, see, what India has done has very calculated moves have been taken. It has taken the international community into, it has informed the international community. It is taking all possible actions, both from all 3 places, whether it's ground, air or the sea. And this is one of the finest moments to put this particular enemy and irritant down onto earth and divide it. Fact is that whatever action we take has to be very measured, calculated, and it has to be taken to its logical conclusion.
Absolutely, totally agree. Like I said, when you put down the mosquito, we don't need empty claps. With each clap, we have to put down more mosquitoes and eventually destroy this entire swarm. That is creating so much of problems, and it has caused so much of disease in this entire region. We just have more news, and then we'll go back to General Indra Balan and also Captain Vinod, Group Captain Vinod. Media reports claim Pakistan government saying we urge the international partners to support de-escalation amid escalating war and collapse of stock market. Siddhant Mishra is with us. Siddhant, Pakistan is desperate. They say aur paisa de do, loan de do, hamara band bach gaya hai, and somebody intervene. But the globe is saying, sorry, तुम्हारा मामला है, तुम सुलझाओ, we are not getting involved.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, the traditional, partners and allies of Pakistan, in fact, those who have been supporting Pakistan from a very long time have also parted their ways this time around. And in fact, they all have issued strong statement in favor of India, whether it's Qatar, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether in fact the other countries in the West Asia. Perhaps, they have understood, and this time around, Pakistan has been fully exposed by India. In fact, the other day, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefed foreign envoys. In fact, Indian ambassadors to UK and US are perhaps speaking to media networks there, perhaps exposing Pakistan and how Pakistan has been involved in terror attacks in India. And this is the reason that, there is a global consensus, Anand, now against Pak-sponsored terrorism. And this is the reason that none of these countries are backing Pakistan at this point in time. In fact, Deputy Saudi Foreign Minister was in India yesterday, and in fact he met EMS Jaishankar, and chatter is that he also called on Prime Minister Modi. So it says that which side these countries have chosen, and it is all because they have understood the disinformation and lies that Pakistan has been peddling from last so many years. These countries have also understood the global significance of India in geopolitics. This is the reason that these countries are now fully backing, and they're not listening to the call that Pakistan is giving for de-escalation, etc.
Right. How did we develop the technology to neutralize these drones? What are the kind of capabilities that we have with respect to loitering munitions and also defense systems? We'll talk to General Indra Balan, Group Captain MJ Vinod and Lieutenant Colonel Holkar after a very short break. Stay with us.
आपके घर के खाने
General has unleashed.
See, firstly,
and also, since you understand and you are both of you well read in military history, has any other Pakistan general has had such reversals and such a poor tenure other than the 1971 episode? So,
see,
is he one of Pakistan's most failed generals?
See, Pakistan and its military has had a very unique characteristic. Asim Munir should not have been the army chief. He should have retired. He's actually an usurper. He was actually brought in one day after his retirement.
So you've called him an usurper, but he's been nicknamed the deceiver. From his major days, he's been nicknamed the deceiver. There is a Pakistani former Fauji who sold us this. We'll put it out on the broadcast later. But yes, Hanji, please complete.
So he has actually been brought in by politicians for meeting their own specific requirements. His mindset was clearly revealed when he talked about two-nation theory, when he talked about religion, when he talked about faith. So this chap, he's not even from Pakistan Military Academy. So it's not that many people in Pakistan's army itself like him. But at the moment he's in power, and the civilian government in Pakistan is totally dependent on him. In fact, he is responsible for ensuring that Shahbaz Sharif is in power. The fake elections, the fraud elections which they actually inflicted on the people of Pakistan were conducted under his watch. And he has continued to patronize terrorism, which was very clearly evident with the presence of large-scale army personnel at the funeral of these jihadi terrorists, and the way he has been acting since taking over. He has not only been indulging in random acts of violence, he has been making statements against Afghanistan, against Pakistan. He is not only that, he has actually gone on to sack some of the lieutenant generals and senior officers in Pakistan Army who were slightly more rational. So there are dissensions within Pakistan Army, and of course that's been made very clear by the successes which Baloch Liberation Army has actually achieved.
That's why I said is he one of the most failed generals of Pakistan. One, the most popular leader was incarcerated. Wahi unpopular ho gaya. He didn't deserve to be army chief. He became army chief. He usurped somebody's position. Third, the Baloch have bajawed them. The Pakistani military. The Jafar Express is the biggest embarrassment. November last year also they had this when they took over an entire city for 3 days. Then the Afghans, they are upset with him. The Sindhi, the Cholistan project has rendered him very, very unpopular again. That's his pet project, and he's accused of perhaps even siphoning of billions from that, making money of it. And now currently with what he's inflicted upon Pakistan. So, and 3 nights of reversals. एक तो आपने कहा हम तैयार है, आ जाओ कोशिश करो, हमने 9 जगह ठोक दिया उनको, सारे टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ध्वस्त कर दिए। देन बोला हम आएंगे जवाबी कार्रवाई करेंगे, सब फेल हो गए। फिर हमने उनके एडीएसएस को वी डिमोलिश्ड इन पिंडी, इन लाहौर, इन कराची, इन सियालकोट। देन लास्ट नाइट दे ट्राइड अगेन and nothing has worked there, nothing has worked, and we have countered there, and there is a huge amount of pummeling. We are waiting for the official briefing, but we are given to understand Pakistan has suffered huge reversals last night in the retaliation from Bharat based on the equal measure retaliation. उन्होंने 15 लोकेशन चूज किए हैं, हमने भी 15 लोकेशन में उनको काफी मारा है. They are not coming out and saying it, but we will claim, and perhaps there will be a briefing today for more details on what's happened last night. But right now, some more news coming through before we go back to General Kochhar. We are learning from defense sources. At least 45 drones were taken down by the Army Air Defense itself. And this is between Ladakh to Bhuj. So military infrastructure in Leh was also targeted last night by Pakistan. No success from the length and breadth of such a long area, geographical space they've tried to cover. Akash joining us with more. Yes, Akash.
Anand, first of all, it is largely peaceful in the morning hours, so no need to panic. It is for the general public.
The general has unleashed.
See, firstly,
and also. A short while ago, morning, I'm just having a snack while we took a break. Finished. Let's go. We're live and rolling, viewers, so bear with me. Indian air defense systems remain vigilant. We've got this update. Last night, IAF used CUAS, Pechora, Summer and AD guns. So a short while ago, we got you what the army had used, including the 23mm guns. So Pakistan's bid to send drones was thwarted by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. The Indian Army is saying across the western border about 15 to 18 locations, they themselves must have neutralized at least 50 drones. The Air Force with the S-400s, the MR-SAMs, the Akash, and including that now so many others that have been now named. Let's go across to Akash and then we'll take this to General Indrabalan and Group Captain Vinod along with Lieutenant Colonel Holkar to talk more about these defense systems and the integrated air defense systems that we now got to help us thwart these threats. Yes, Akash.
So Anand, as far as air defense is concerned, so we have been discussing it since morning that, we have got a layered air defense both in Air Force and in Army. And we have been, learning that counter unmanned aircraft systems were very much used. Pechora was very much used. Summer, that is surface-to-air missile system, that is an integration of S-400, Akash and MR-SAM, was very much used. It is a layered system where, call is taken on the basis of threat that is coming. S-400, remember, has got a range of 400 kilometers. It can, in fact, identify a threat coming from 400 kilometers, in fact. And, these, in fact, surface-to-air missiles were very, in fact, useful last night. We have seen, in fact, multiple sources have confirmed that how, these systems were very much employed. AD guns is something, in the last few months, we have seen that both Indian Army and Indian Air Force have carried out, some sort of upgrades in the AD systems, AD guns. And, in AD guns specifically, they have focused on UAVs. In the conflicts around the world, we have been seeing an increased, an intensified, in fact, use of UAVs, drones. We have seen that how Iran,
Akash, let's just take this across. I've got limited time, so let's just take this across to the experts who are working on this kind of tech and also advising multiple firms on this. General Indrabalan, CUAS, Pechora, Summer and the AD guns. This is what the Air Force has also pressed into service last night to guard our skies. Yes, please.
Yeah, so I will leave the air defense experts to talk on the air defense. Suffice to say that we have an integrated air systems which range from short range to medium range to long range to ballistics and all that. The S-400 is the most recent addition with 3 units in place. What I'm going to talk about is how we are going to counter the drone and how India is going to have an edge on the drone warfare, which is what it seems is going to be in the offing if this sub-conventional military arsenal standoff attack continues for a longer time. So drones are here to stay. We've seen what happened in Ukraine war. The drones have been effectively used by both sides, more by Ukraine. India's drone industry is from nascent. It has upgraded itself to a large extent. India has male drones manufacturing capability, hail drones manufacturing capability, swarm drones manufacturing capability. Plus, also India is manufacturing counter drone systems. So here, what it seems has been used is kinetic counter drone capability, both by using air defense weapon, which is something very fantastic. Directly hitting the drones using air defense guns is like shooting a crow which is flying and we're trying to bring it down, or some system that we're using air guns, which is with high-tech drones being flown. So this is something very new, and India has very, very successfully done. I think compliments to the air defense people to have used a conventional system to bring down drones. But that part, our industry is working on developing different types of counter drones, whether it is called a spoof technology, whether it is called navigational spoofing, communication spoofing, or magnetic spoofing. We are also capable of doing killer drones, kamikaze drones. All this is being developed by the industry.
Right.
What I think the industry, we have more than 60 companies in India of all large and small ranges which are working on all this. South India is the heart center of the drone technology. I think the government would really do well if these companies are right now empowered, bring out their technology and display their technology might on the international border.
At this point, I think, yes, Group Captain Vinod, quick comment. I have to wind up, but yes, please. What's been best in the service by the Air Force? Ji.
Yeah, in fact, Anand, as Blackwood Abbott, Varsha, my wife, she had gone just day before to deliver some of the drones that we make to the army at Jalandhar, and then she got stuck. And currently, as we speak, she is in the army with her team, stuck because it is completely blacked out and nobody is allowed to go in, nobody is allowed to come out. So the point I'm trying to make is, taking a leaf from what General is talking about, that being indigenous and both in terms of design and development and the production, that is what sets us apart. We are not, for most cases, dependent on import. That is one. Second, quickly I'll cover a point about air defense. In air defense we have something called mass, mix, and mobility. In the mix, we need to have a long range vector, a medium range vector, and the short range vector. So in the long range, we have S-400s. In the medium range, we have the Akash and SAM-3s and all that. But the close-in weapon system, and all three have to hand over from one to another. So we have a backbone called ISCCS. And like your boots on the ground is covering, that we are integrated now the Army AD as well as the Air Force AD on one singular backbone, which works so beautifully like the well-oiled machine, which is the reason why none of those swarm or whatever makeshift drones that came from Pakistan did any kind of damage over us. Over to you.
Right. Lieutenant Colonel Holkar, I have to wind up, but please, yes.
So we basically have a very multi-layered air defense systems, which when we compare it to, HQ-9 of Chinese origin with Pakistan, we have integrated our Russian S-400 along with the Israeli system with our indigenous Akash. And I can tell you one thing which the NATO really dreads is S-400, and it's got a range of as much as 600 kilometers. So we can see deep inside Pakistan. And yesterday, the way we saw our entire AD system, counteracting the Pakistani movement, it was amazing to watch. None of these, as the officer before me said, could penetrate our defense system. Let's wait and watch further.
Yes, let's wait and watch, and perhaps what happens next, because if we have hit some of their air defense systems, so they are blindsided in some pockets. So there are some blind spots which perhaps Bharat, if it decides to go up the escalated ladder and beyond just responding to what the Pakistanis do, we'll see what happens. Right now, there is also another aspect as we wind up. Thank you to our guests. As we wind up, viewers, be mindful. The Pakistanis are great at playing these mind games. There are instances which have now been reported where Pakistanis sent people, tractors with huge speakers, which were only firing audio of guns being fired or planes flying around, and this was being done along the border and along the LOC. So sometimes when they are trying to do it, they may just be playing mind games just to create a state of panic and fear among the locals. So we've got to be clear. We've got to trust with our armed forces. We've got to trust our ability to not just defend ourselves, but also strike the enemy hard. Let's trust our forces, trust our brave hearts, and stay true to the cause of Operation Sindoor. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us. The coverage continues. General has unleashed.
See, firstly,
and also, since you understand and you are both of you well read in military history, has any other Pakistan general has had such reversals and such a poor tenure other than the 1971 episode? So
see,
is he one of Pakistan's most failed generals?
See, Pakistan and its military has had a very unique characteristic. Asim Munir should not have been the army chief. He should have retired. He's actually an usurper. He was actually brought in one day after his retirement.
So you've called him an usurper, but he's been nicknamed the deceiver. From his major days, he's been nicknamed the deceiver. There is a Pakistani former Fauji who sold us this. We'll put it out on the broadcast later. But yes, Hanji, please complete.
So he has actually been brought in by politicians for meeting their own specific requirements. His mindset was clearly revealed when he talked about two-nation theory, when he talked about religion, when he talked about faith. So this chap, he's not even from Pakistan Military Academy. So it's not that many people in Pakistan's army itself like him. But at the moment he's in power, and the civilian government in Pakistan is totally dependent on him. In fact, he is responsible for ensuring that Shahbaz Sharif is in power. The fake elections, the fraud elections which they actually inflicted on the people of Pakistan were conducted under his watch. And he has continued to patronize terrorism, which was very clearly evident with the presence of large-scale army personnel at the funeral of these jihadi terrorists, and the way he has been acting since taking over. He has not only been indulging in random acts of violence, he has been making statements against Afghanistan, against Pakistan. He is not only that, he has actually gone on to sack some of the lieutenant generals and senior officers in Pakistan Army who were slightly more rational. So there are dissensions within Pakistan Army, and of course that's been made very clear by the successes which Baloch Liberation Army has actually achieved.
That's why I said, is he one of the most failed generals of Pakistan? One, the most popular leader was incarcerated, wahi unpopular ho gaya. He didn't deserve to be army chief, he became army chief, he usurped somebody's position. Third, the Baloch have bajawed them, the Pakistani military. The Jafar Express is the biggest embarrassment. In November last year also they had this when they took over an entire city for 3 days. Then the Afghans, they are upset with him. The Sindhi, the Cholistan project has rendered him very, very unpopular again. That's his pet project, and he's accused of perhaps even siphoning of billions from that, making money of it. And now currently with what he's inflicted upon Pakistan. So, and 3 nights of reversals. एक तो आपने कहा हम तैयार है, आ जाओ, कोशिश करो, हमने 9 जगह ठोक दिया उनको, सारे टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ध्वस्त कर दिए. देन बोला हम आएंगे, जवाबी कार्रवाई करेंगे, सब फेल हो गए. फिर हमने उनके ADSs को we've demolished in Pindi, in Lahore, in Karachi, in Sialkot. Then last night they tried again, and nothing has worked there. Nothing has worked, and we have countered there, and there is a huge amount of pummeling. We are waiting for the official briefing, but we are given to understand Pakistan has suffered huge reversals last night in the retaliation from Bharat based on the equal measure retaliation. उन्होंने 15 location choose की.
Because the conflict has widened, it has widened to the point where India has reportedly targeted Lahore, Pindi, Karachi after foiling multiple Pak attacks. You saw those pictures we opened with just a short while back of those Pakistani drones and other missile systems and projectiles trying to breach Indian defense system. But obviously we have proven our complete might, knocking down each one of these Pakistani misadventures. We were here, of course, all of last night, bringing you the updates from all these affected areas along the border, from the LOC down to the IB. You had Pathankot Air Base that was being targeted, Jaisalmer, Jammu, Akhnoor, Rajouri, Poonch, Uri, Kupwara, you name it, viewers. They were trying to knock our defense systems, they were trying to hit our military assets. All they did, actually, the cowards, was to inflict damage on ordinary citizens. It was the citizens that felt a lot of Pakistan's terrorism, and that is really the operative word, because the Indian government has launched a massive diplomatic offensive, viewers, giving interviews to the foreign press, establishing the close links between the Pakistani state and the terror network that prevails within Pakistan. Interviews have been given to various top news anchors globally. We've also had reciprocal responses from a large number of leaders who have been supporting India and its right to defend its territorial integrity and its citizens. But there also have been calls for de-escalation. Now, viewers, at the top of 10, let me try and sum up for you the top 4 or 5 developments which we are leading with, which also cover, of course, the last 24 hours. Tri-Services chiefs to meet Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, amid the escalating India-Pakistan tensions. All 3 service chiefs are at the South Block. They are set to hold a crucial meeting on the developing security system in Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. So this is going to be an important meeting. We're also expected to, of course, have a press briefing. That will be the day 3 of the MEA news briefings today. Ministry of External Affairs is scheduled to hold a news briefing today after Pakistan's military escalation. It's the 3rd briefing to be held in the last 3 days. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister to take stock of the situation in his union territory. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah to visit Jammu, Rajouri, Poonch following Pakistan's attack on the civilian areas, to take stock of the situation. That is a convoy heading towards those areas. The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, also visiting Uri. Uri has been very, very badly hit, especially the civilian areas. There has been no report of any damage to any military installations or assets there, viewers. But because Uri is so close to the LOC, the Pakistani coward army, the terror army, decided to target the innocent civilians there. And we have seen, obviously, some losses amongst the civilians, which is very, very unfortunate. And one must think about those civilians out there on the front lines, really, their courage, down to every woman, man and child. There have been fresh ceasefire violations this morning also. After last night's failed strikes, Pakistan has now resorted to ceasefire violations and unprovoked firing. Reports of the same emerged from Poonch and Kupwara. Several civilian areas have been damaged. We've got those pictures for you on your screens. You can see these are bedrooms of innocent people living ordinary lives in very, very ordinary locales. These are people who have sworn and lived by high moral standards, viewers, and they are being targeted for no fault of theirs. Water tanks have been attacked, it's cars, anything and everything to do with civilians has been targeted. It's mindless, but that's what terror armies do, viewers. They target those that are defenseless. Air raid sirens in Chandigarh have been sounded this morning. An air raid warning received from Air Force Station in Chandigarh, and sirens have been sounded. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and maintain vigil. You can hear that siren going off, so complete in one sense or the other warning and advisory through this siren to all the residents to stay within their homes. The army handed Pakistan a befitting reply overnight. Let me tell you this, viewers, the Indian Army has released a statement on Pakistan's army's drones and other munitions along the entire western border last night. The army said the attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given. In those pictures on your screens, viewers, has been released by the army to show how they took out a Pak position on the LOC. They might have been a few casualties there. We don't quite know, but the Pakistanis were using that actively. So if that has been hit by a loitering munition, it's quite clear that Pakistan might have suffered some losses on their side of the LOC. India's renewed pitch at the IMF meet today. It's an important day because the Pakistanis have gone once again with their begging bowl around the world. A statement has been released by the Economic Affairs Department in Pakistan saying and admitting for the first time that they have been badly mauled by the Indian forces. Heavy losses have been inflicted, they have said, and they are hoping for donors, as they say, to pitch in and help them mount a defense of their country. So India is going to try and thwart that, because we know that that money that comes from donors for public welfare is immediately channeled and spent really on defense expenditure to try and buffer their own capacities to take on India and, of course, line the pockets of the terrorists that they harbor. So India is going to now lobby with the IMF. Renewed pitch. India has once again pushed for Pakistan's grey listing at the FATF at the IMF meeting in Washington. Remember, Pakistan managed to extricate itself. It's got very great personal skills, and its diplomats are very good at playing the victim card, and a few years ago they got off that FATF list. Sources say that India has verbally presented new evidence about how the funds are being used for terror funding. We also got reactions coming in. Rajnath Singh, of course, to meet Tri-Services Chief Defence Minister, leaves his residence. I just told you, on his way to South Block. Arunima is with us. Arunima, what can you tell us about this? This is an important development, clearly a stock-taking exercise.
Yes, every briefing that is happening is obviously leading more results. Raksha Mantri, the Tri-Service Chiefs, and this is an integrated command right now, which means all three services are working in tandem. They're working as a single command, and because the Border Security Force at the line of control works under the Army's command, so that's also a factor. So integrated command is functional. CDS is also expected at that briefing, and it is also being said that post this briefing from the Tri-Service Chiefs and by the CDS, Raksha Mantri could also meet the Prime Minister. We have been seeing how consistently National Security Advisor, Raksha Mantri and Griha Mantri have been briefing the PM. PM also met all the secretaries yesterday. Home, other secretaries were also present there, who are dealing with civilians and dealing with issues that must be kept in mind as far as civilian security is concerned. But this particular meeting, we are expecting Raksha Mantri any moment at South Block now, from where we are coming to you live. He's left his residence. We are told that post midnight things have been under control. India gave a befitting reply to Pakistani misadventure with swarm of drones yesterday, and since then things appear to be in control, but they are still anticipating that Pakistan could try and escalate the situation. So for that, India is prepared, and these string of meetings should be seen in that light.
Absolutely. We're also being told now, and of course you've been reporting that BSF has foiled a major infiltration bid at the international boundary in the Samba district. Arunima, what can you tell us about this? This is part of that ongoing attempt to try and overwhelm Indian defense systems, isn't it?
So while the swarm of drones were still being taken down, while the loitering ammunitions were being tackled by India's air defense system, BSF surveillance grid picked up an infiltration attempt in the Samba sector. This is on the international border, and immediately BSF, which is on heightened alert, it went into the action mode. The infiltration was foiled. A number of infiltrators were brought down. Now we are hearing that the suspicion of the intelligence agencies is that this was a Jaish module, and at least 7 are suspected to have been killed. Officially, Border Security Force has only confirmed that they had noticed a movement and they immediately swung into action. This is the BSF Jammu social media handle, which confirmed that yes, they have acted against these infiltrators. But the information that we have now is that seems the suspicion is that this could have been a Jaish module, and at least 7 infiltrators who perhaps belong to Jaish-e-Mohammed have been taken down. I must also qualify here that what Border Security Force is telling us is that the situation is quite heightened at this moment, and therefore it might take them to authenticately get authenticated information, if they find any iCard, if they manage to recover any body. But right now the situation is not, conducive to that kind of an action because of the tension along the international border. And therefore this is an agency input that we are bringing to you, that at least 7 are killed, could be more.
Okay, well, stay on with us, Arunima. After Chandigarh, now an alert has been sounded in Panchkula. 2 viewers, people have been advised to stay indoors, away from glasses and window panes, because Arunima has been keeping track of all these developments. Arunima, you're really on top of the news this morning. Arunima, can you hear me?
Both in Mohali and in Chandigarh.
Yeah.
Yes, Rahul. So both in Mohali and Chandigarh, this alert came in because this is what DC Chandigarh put out. What he said was that air siren has been sounded off, and the drill is very clear. The defense drill, the CDS, the civil defense drill that we have practiced is very clear, that when an air warning is received from an air station, you must stay indoors, and this is what DC Chandigarh said. Sirens are being sounded. All are advised to remain indoors and away from balconies. Soon after, the Mohali administration also put out a similar alert, saying that there is an alert in some areas of Union Territory of Chandigarh. We are advising Mohali residents in bordering sectors as well to remain indoors, away from windows and glass panes. So Mohali, Chandigarh, Panchkula, they're like Delhi NCR. They're quite close to each other, almost like one unit, one city. So all three are now advising their residents to stay indoors, to avoid unnecessary travel, and be away from window panes. That's important, because what we saw in the border areas yesterday, be it Rajouri, Poonch, Uri, that there were shrapnels which injured some of the civilians. So stay away from window panes, stay indoors, avoid unnecessary travel, and just get the authentic information that your district administration is providing to you. That's the message from the district administration in Mohali, Panchkula and Chandigarh.
Absolutely. Now, very quickly, Arunima, last night, of course, there were all these attempts across the LOC, IB, etc., etc. They were thwarted very effectively. Can you give us a small and quick update, really, on how all of this was executed? There are some details that are coming out over the last few hours.
Yes, and very effectively, it is very clear that India's air defense system has risen to the occasion much more than what Pakistan has managed to do as far as their own defense, air defense is concerned. They've tried to escalate the situation. India is very clear that Pahalgam was the original escalation and India is only responding. But after Operation Sindoor Phase 1, Pakistan's misadventure continued. They tried to ramp up their firing along the line of control. There were ceasefire violations across the LOC, killing a number of our civilians. I think the last count was about 15 civilians dead in Uri alone, and India had to respond. So the response came yesterday afternoon also, all the way up to the afternoon, where the air defense system of Lahore was taken down. Same was with Karachi and Rawalpindi. But even there, Pakistan did not stop. Yesterday, once the sun set, we saw all across our line of control and international border, from Uri to Jammu, Udhampur, Arnia, then Pathankot, after Pathankot, Jaisalmer, and then Kutch. All across, there was a swarm of Pakistani drones, loitering ammunitions, which tried to take on Indian assets. But like I said, India's air defense system has really set the benchmark high, and hopefully Pakistan would have learnt its lessons now.
Well, let's shift scene a little bit away from the Union capital, where, of course, it's a beehive of activity. Arunima is top of all of that. We're going to be joined by Anshul and Rajan, both from Pathankot and Poonch. Anshul, first to you, good morning. It's been a long night. I know, I'm aware. We were on till quite late into the night. You were very brave and very vigilant. Tell us a little bit about the overnight attack there by Pakistan on Pathankot, and the morning after. What is the city woken up to?
This entire attack started in Pathankot at approximately 8:30 p.m. last evening and went on till midnight. And then in the morning at approximately somewhere between 4 to 4:30 p.m. there were another 10 sort of projectiles that were fired. A few of them, I was able to see a few of them as well over here. But now a clear message has been sent to Pakistan, specifically from out here in Pathankot, which is just 25 kilometers away from the border. I'll just ask my camera person Sumit Jagori to show you in the visuals over here. This is what Pathankot has woken up to. Absolute normalcy, without a sense of fear. this actually tells the fact that the people of Pathankot and the people of this country have absolute faith in the armed forces, in the security forces, because even after yesterday's cowardly attack that was done by Pakistan, hundreds of projectiles were launched towards India, and yet they were not able to hit any of these targets. They were not even able to reach on the ground, and this is something that has given a lot of confidence to all these people, to all these locals over here. Even after being attacked by Pakistan less than 14 hours ago, they are out on the roads. They are back to their normal lives. They are waiting for India to go ahead and give a reply, so that Pakistan does not dare to go ahead and do something as cowardly as it has done. So yes, the people of Pathankot are absolutely motivated at this point in time. Even at this morning 7 a.m. this morning, people were out from their houses. They were exercising. The blackout was taken out at 4 a.m. this morning, and since then there has been absolute normalcy that is prevailing out here in Pathankot.
Okay, stay on with me. Let me go across to Rajan, who's reporting from Poonch. Rajan ji, पाक टेररिस्ट आर्मी ने दहशत फैलाने की कोशिश की थी पुंछ में और राजौरी में और जो इर्द गिर्द जो इलाके हैं वहां पर, तो वहां पर अभी सूरत हाल क्या है?
जी देखिए, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लगातार कोशिश की गई है। रात से ही जो है हैवी शेलिंग जो है पुंछ और राजौरी और नौशहरा सेक्टर में की गई है। जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो इस वक्त नौशहरा सेक्टर में हैवी शेलिंग जो है वो की जा रही है। पुंछ में भी जो इलाके हैं LOC के बिल्कुल पास, वहां पे हैवी शेलिंग हुई है। पुंछ सिटी तक भी अब जो रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं कि कुछ गोले जो है वो दागे गए हैं। इसलिए पाकिस्तान की डेस्परेट अटेम्प्ट है कि लोगों में दहशत फैला दी जाए, एक प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स अपनाने की कोशिश है उनकी। लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं कि 2 दिन पहले पुंछ में हैवी शेलिंग हुई थी। सिटी को टारगेट किया गया था। गुरुद्वारा थे, मंदिर थे, लोगों के मकान और दुकानें जो है ध्वस्त हुई थी। उसमें काफी जानमाल का नुकसान हुआ था, जिसके बाद पुंछ के लोग काफी संख्या में जो है वो मूव कर चुके हैं सेफर प्लेसेस की तरफ, और काफी जो वहां के बाजार हैं, मार्केट सब बंद हैं। और यहाँ पे जिस तरह से लोगों में एक तरह से खौफ बना हुआ है, क्योंकि लोग उसके लिए तैयार नहीं थे। जिस तरह से परसों जो घटना घटी, उसके बाद कई लोग जो हैं वो जम्मू या आसपास जो सेफ जगह हैं वहां पे मूव किए हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पे हालात जो है वो संवेदनशील बने हुए हैं। लगातार जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से टारगेट किया गया है और शेलिंग जो है वो की जा रही है। जो रिहायशी इलाके हैं उनको टारगेट बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, आम लोगों को टारगेट बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ तक कि कुछ लोग जिन्होंने हमसे बात की, उन्होंने बताया कि वो निकलने की कोशिश में थे, लेकिन इतनी हैवी शेलिंग जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की गई कि वो जो कुछ लोग फंस गए। और सुबह जिस तरह से कुछ देर के लिए शेलिंग रुकी थी, उसमें लोग जो है वहां से निकले हैं। और यही जो हालात है ये पुंछ, राजौरी और नौशहरा सेक्टर के बने हुए हैं। मेंढर में भी वापस जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से शेलिंग की गई है। लगातार LOC के इलाकों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है और भारतीय सेना भी इसका मुंह तोड़ जो जवाब है वो दे रही है। लगातार जो शेलिंग है, जो यहाँ से रिटेलिएशन है, रिस्पॉन्स है इंडियन आर्मी का, वो भी काफी स्ट्रांग है पाकिस्तान के लिए। और ऐसे में यह जो हालात किस तरह से किस करवट बैठेंगे ये अभी हम बता नहीं पाएंगे, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं संवेदनशील, जैसे मैंने बोला कि हालात बने हुए हैं। लोग कुछ सहमे हैं। लोगों का यह कहना है कि जो बंकर एक्चुअली यहाँ पे जब सीज फायर दोनों देशों में एक पैक्ट हुआ जिसके तहत के LOC पे गोले नहीं दागे जाएंगे, शेलिंग नहीं की जाएगी, उसके बाद 2-3 साल लोग काफी आराम में थे, पीस में थे। लेकिन उस वक्त लोगों ने जो बंकर पहले तैयार किए गए थे उसकी सफाई नहीं की थी, उनको यूज भी नहीं किया था, कभी यूज करने की नौबत नहीं आई। लेकिन अचानक जिस तरह से अब ये शेलिंग हुई है तो लोग जो हैं उन बंकर्स में भी छिप नहीं पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि काफी हैवी जो वेजिटेशन है उन बंकर्स में हो चुकी है। तो ऐसे में हालात जो हैं वो मुश्किल है लोगों के लिए, लेकिन लोग अपनी सेना के साथ डटे हुए हैं। उनका कहना है कि हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं। सेना अगर पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देती है, लेकिन उनको सिर्फ ये एक कंसर्न है कि जो उनके बच्चे हैं, छोटे बच्चे हैं, महिलाएं हैं, बुजुर्ग हैं, उनकी जो सेफ्टी के लिए वो चिंतित हैं। जी
Well, viewers, spare a thought for all of those who are living on the front line, spare a thought for all our media personnel who are out there, Rajan and others who are out there covering this conflict as it is beginning to widen and escalate. Viewers, Those people are at the front lines. And remember, anyone who harbored sympathy for Pakistan felt that we should go in for de-escalation dialogue all these years, make concessions, etc., etc. Now they know that it's not really about anything to do with territorial concessions. Pakistan has a problem with India. It doesn't want India to exist, and even all of those who might have sympathized with the Pakistani cause today are suffering huge losses. This is really not about our Kashmiri brothers and sisters, as Pakistan would say constantly. They have been attacking them, and it is the civilians that they have absolutely homed in on, zeroed in on. And I want to open this up and talk a little bit to some of our guests this morning. Sushant Sareen, General Pandey, both of them have been keeping a silent but long vigil all through the night. I'm seeing more of you guys than I'm actually seeing of my own family. Sushant Sareen, very quickly, sum all of what we've been seeing over the last 24 hours. Some of it has obviously been reported at breathtaking speed and breakneck speed, but what I can tell you, and perhaps you could interpret this, the Economic Affairs Division of the Government of Pakistan has appealed to the international partners to loan more money after they say heavy losses have been inflicted by the enemy. Amid escalating war and stock crash. So I just hope this is not deep fake, but if this is indeed the case, then Pakistan is sweating.
Rahul, I think the contents of the tweet are correct, but I'm not sure if it is by the Economic Affairs Division of the Pakistan government or the Ministry of Finance. Apparently, that account has been hacked, but I think the contents are absolutely correct. I don't think anybody can doubt the validity of what the post says. But apparently the account is hacked because, come on, everybody knows that even though Pakistanis are dumbos, they're not that dumb that they will publicly say that, listen, we desperately need money because we are broke. Please remember that Punjabis, when they are broke, they act as though they are the richest people in the world. They'll spend even more money so that in the market, everybody thinks that they're not broke. So please understand the enemy before, we start analyzing him. But having said that, Rahul, I think it's important that we verify news before we start airing it, which is why yesterday on your channel I was always saying that, look, we are hearing these reports, but I'll wait for official confirmation of what exactly has happened. And obviously a lot of it was unverified, and it just got a life of its own. And I think we need to be really careful about what is being churned out on television channels or on other news media, because I don't see any reason why we really need to amplify news which is not verified. Also, I think it is extremely important because as of now, after the attacks that Pakistan launched last night, in Pathankot, in Jammu and in other places, which they call an Indian false flag attack, or that we have not done anything, while it was visible to everybody what was happening. I have not seen any response from the Indian side. And I am a little disappointed because I suspect that what the Pakis have tried to do is that they've tried to launch an attack. Those attacks have been unsuccessful, but by denying, they are saying, okay, fine, now let's end it here. Are we going to let them get away with it? And I would imagine that if you let them get away with it and you don't do counter strikes, whether at the same level of what they were trying to do or at a somewhat higher level, then again, we are back to square one. That the Pakis will later on gloat that, look, we did this and there was nothing else that the Indians could do. So I would imagine that if we are letting it de-escalate and taking an off-ramp, which the Pakis are trying to take, and letting them take it, we might start losing the plot on this episode.
Well, let me just very quickly cut across to Arunima, because that's really where she is, where all these meetings are taking place. And if any information has to come out, it's going to come out from there. Arunima, what are you learning? What's happening?
So Raksha Mantri has just arrived in South Block. He was scheduled to, initially we were told that around 9:30, 10 o'clock is when the Tri-Service Chiefs and CDS could brief him. That it seems is a little delayed. But now he is in South Block. The Tri-Service Chiefs are also in South Block. So that briefing about the situation as it is unfolding. What has happened last night, we're all reporting since last night. This morning, like all our colleagues are showing, be it Akash in Jammu or be it Anshul in Pathankot, they're all telling us that things appear peaceful. Chandigarh, yes, an alert was sounded just about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, and followed by that Mohali and Panchkula too. But I can now confirm to you that the Chandigarh alert now is over. Things are appearing to be in control in Chandigarh right now as well. So overall, what is it that the agencies are picking up? What is the assessment of the defence establishment? All of that is being discussed in South Block right now, and there is a big chance that after this meeting, Raksha Mantri could brief the Prime Minister as well as the situation is unfolding.
Okay, brief the Prime Minister. That'd be important. Yesterday, of course, you and I were on air when that important meeting between the NSA and the Prime Minister was happening, and now we can understand why that meeting was actually taking place, because there was so much overnight action on the other side of the line, really, that India had initiated. Arunima, there are a few people who are saying that, look, we're a bit disappointed, for example, with the Indian response. Do we have any idea? Do we have any idea of what really transpired? There's also breaking news coming in. I need you to just hang on there, because there's some breaking news coming in. A missile-like used weapon was found near a dargah in street number 4 of Beed Talab area in Bhatinda. Let's go straight across to our reporters to get a sense of what this is. Anshul Singh reporting on this. Anshul, what can you tell us about this, please?
So at this point in time, it is expected to be a part of the projectile that was actually sent from Pakistan last night, and which was intercepted by our air defense systems. And since the interception happened mid-air, and that is the reason why these debris have fallen in places where there has been absolutely no damage whatsoever. Now these debris that has now been recovered actually goes ahead and points fingers towards Pakistan as to what were they thinking, and why were they actually trying to go ahead and target civilian facilities? Why were they actually going to target on civilians? Because this is something that is absolutely not acceptable. But yes, Pakistan being Pakistan, yet again they tried to go ahead and attack civilian population, and these parts of a destroyed missile is actually proof of how Pakistan was actually trying to kill innocent civilians yet again out here in India.
Kill innocent civilians. What are people saying there? I mean, I can see a large number of these people handling this stuff. I don't even know if they should be doing that, because it compromises the evidence quality. But nonetheless, what are they saying? What is the talk that is doing the rounds? What kind of missile? Any details? There are some police personnel there also guarding that site now.
So yes, the police personnel that you are seeing on your screens right now are actually taking photographs of this place where the debris has fallen, and these photographs will eventually be sent for forensic testing along with the missiles that have been sent. These will be sent to the DRDO so that it could be figured out as to what is the exact make and what is the exact technology that has been used in these missiles. It is also expected that with the in-depth research, we will also be able to find out as to what was the location that was set on these missiles as well. So at this point in time, as we are speaking, the first step is happening. The police is taking pictures from the place where it has been recovered. The second step is that it will be handed over to the agencies for further investigation. But if you speak of the locals on the ground, they say that they heard these loud noises yesterday, and they also heard this bang when this debris fell on the ground. But since it was pitch dark, no one dared to step out from their houses, and since the local administration had also announced blackout, and hence each and every person followed that. No one stepped out from their house last night. Now, since this morning, since the blackouts have been removed, have been taken back, the locals stepped out, went into their fields to find this massive piece of debris, which is looking even bigger than a drum, being brought down by the Indian forces. So definitely a big success for the Indian forces, as they were able to thwart this cowardly attack from Pakistan, and definitely this is a crucial piece of evidence that could actually go ahead and defame or shame Pakistan on international stage.
Well, obviously, we're going to look for markings and other trace objects that can help us locate where this has come from and if it was supplied by maybe China or whoever else it is that Pakistan leans on. So those investigations are on. We'll update you on that. Thank you, Anshul. Let me just quickly bring you up to speed. Political reactions here in India after last night Chief Minister Yogi's statement on the occasion of Maharana Pratap's birth anniversary today, saying that Pakistan is seen groaning in the front of the world. Pakistan is still being shameless. Clear repudiation by Chief Minister Yogi of the actions of Pakistan. There's been an attempt now, viewers, and you'll see that amongst political leaders in India as well as the diplomatic community, to link Pakistan to terrorism and the sponsorship of terrorism. So expect all these reactions now to lock in on that narrative. Let's listen into what Yogi Adityanath has said.
उस आतंकी कृत्य की हर भारतवासी ने निंदा ही नहीं की थी, बल्कि पाकिस्तान को सबक सिखाने की भी ठानी थी। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो संकल्प था, हमारे बहादुर जवानों ने, तीनों सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान को उसका करारा जवाब देकर के आज आप देख रहे होंगे किस रूप में अलग थलग पड़ा पाकिस्तान आज दुनिया के सामने कराहता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। आपने पाकिस्तान को बेशर्मीपूर्ण चरित्र देखा है कि जब भारत की कार्रवाई से आतंकवादी मारे गए, उन आतंकवादियों के जनाजे में पाकिस्तान के शीर्ष सैन्य अधिकारियों की उपस्थिति, पाकिस्तान के राजनेताओं की उपस्थिति दुनिया की आंखों को खोलने वाला होना चाहिए कि पाकिस्तान आतंकवाद को प्रश्रय ही नहीं देता, बल्कि आतंकी गतिविधियों में सीधे सीधे लिप्त है। और उसकी संलिप्तता इस बात को दिखाती है कि पाकिस्तान अब अपने वजूद के लिए जूझता हुआ दिखाई देगा। हर भारतवासी का दायित्व बनता है इस समय हम भारत की सेनाओं के मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए, देश की सुरक्षा के साथ कोई भी अगर शरारती तत्व किसी प्रकार की शरारत करता है तो पूरी सजगता और सतर्कता के साथ हम सबको भी अपनी सेनाओं के मनोबल को भी बढ़ाना है, सुरक्षा बलों के साथ भी खड़ा होना है। साथ साथ किसी भी उस शरारतपूर्ण कार्रवाई को जो सुरक्षा में सेंध लगाती हो उसको बेनकाब भी करना है। तमाम प्रकार की शरारतें होंगी सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से।
Well, Manmohan Rai is reporting on this important soundbite by Yogi Adityanath ji. Manmohan ji, clearly सारे जो नेताएं हैं भारत के, जो नेतागण हैं, उन्हें एक मैसेज दे रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान दहशत फैलाता है और दहशत गर्द का वो एक हब है। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि सब यही एक बेसिकली दे आर स्पीकिंग to try and convince the world about this. Manmohan ji.
Yes, you're right. You know, essentially what the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said was that Pakistan indulged in a heinous act of terrorism in Pahalgam, and when India replied, India pounded their bases, their terrorist bases. Now it is begging and growling before the international community to stop the war. The other important point that Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath made was that the senior army officers are involved in this, in the act of terrorism. What he meant, what he implied was the government of Pakistan, the army of Pakistan is behind terrorism. They are promoting terrorism. They were behind the Pahalgam attack, and the proof of it lies in the fact that when the funeral of those killed in Pakistan was being held, the terrorists who were killed by the Indian army attack, when the funeral was being held, the army officers were present. Their coffins were draped in the Pakistani flag. The senior army officers were present. at the funeral procession. So that is proof enough that several Pakistani army officers were involved. The army is promoting terrorism camps, and now it has to answer the international community.
Well, thanks indeed, Manmohan, for that update and putting that development into context. Expect more of those sound bites. Today's Maharana Rana Pratap's anniversary, so you're going to hear a lot more very interestingly woven in narratives. We're going to take a very short break, viewers. We're right back. Don't go away.
Brought to you by
line of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Punj. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Punj has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they, have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Punj, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Punj. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karna Keran sector of Kupawara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Punj, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for that update, Tejinder. Stay safe. There has been a lot of pounding that Jammu region also and Jammu city has endured, and but it's all been thwarted. It's been thwarted by our defense systems and our mechanism. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is with us. Geopolitical expert is joining us. We also have Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod with us at this point, and we will also be joined by Major General Indra Balan, Kargil war veteran and also currently military technology advisor. We'll go across to all of them, but let's just quickly understand what are the non-kinetic offensives that Bharat is already undertaking. The tap is on, so the dams are opening. We'll get you those pictures also. That's fresh trouble, which the Pakistanis don't seem to have accounted for with the Indus Water Treaty being put in abeyance. But along with that, there is a financial offensive. Now, this is the financial offensive. New Delhi has put in motion a plan to isolate Pakistan globally and not just at the UN Security Council. Now, India could take this fight to the International Monetary Fund, and whose bailouts are key to bring keep Pakistan afloat. There is $1 billion release that is scheduled on the 9th, that is today, and Pakistan is going to have that meeting. So there is going to be a meeting in a short while from now at 9:30, where Bharat is going to very aggressively tell the IMF, look where your money is going, look what they are doing, and don't give them any more money. Don't do this. The other part is the FATF blacklisting. The FATF blacklisting Pakistan, let's try and understand this. In the last 5 years, Pakistan has received several IMF bailouts and doles. A $6 billion loan under the Extended Fund Facility was given to Pakistan in 2019. A $3 billion standby arrangement was agreed upon in 2023 when Pakistan had emerged out of the FATF grey list in 2022. Now, the political crisis compounded with an economic downturn and drove this nation into a debt burden to terminal levels. Now, last year, a $6 billion loan was approved in September, and just last month the IMF reached an agreement with Pakistan on a new $1.3 billion loan program and reviewed an existing bailout. Now, if approved, this would unlock an additional $1 billion for Pakistan in funding. The FATF grey listing will stop any of this funding to be
Well, viewers, let me just quickly give you an update. Punjab in focus this morning. Air raid sirens have been sounded in Ambala, Panchkula, Chandigarh, and we are being told that there are also search operations on in Pathankot. So the police there conducting search operations. Anshul joins us for more on this. What's happening? Why are search operations being conducted in Pathankot? Anshul, is there a fear of infiltrators? Anshul, can you hear me?
Has happened,
Yeah.
Has
Go
happened
ahead.
in Pathankot. I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
There are these inputs that infiltrators could have entered through the international border inside Pathankot, and that is the reason why since late last night the search operations are being conducted. What sources within the two suspects at this point in time, and they are being interrogated. But yes, it is suspected that there could be more people who could have infiltrated inside the borders, and that is the reason why now search operations are being conducted across Pathankot, specifically at locations which are densely in forest or near to farms. All these locations near the borders are now being searched by the Pathankot police. But yes, the big piece of news that we are picking up by the way of sources in Pathankot is that at least 2 people have been rounded up by the Pathankot police. The Pathankot police says that they appear to be suspects, and hence the initial interrogation with them has started.
Well, viewers, there's always this concern that Pakistan is going to resort to other means, being without morals and of course led by a desperate general there. Viewers, they're going to try and bend the law to try and strike inside India. There was an infiltration attempt, we reported that was thwarted yesterday. Various agents that were being sent across, could have even been Pakistani regulars dressed in civil clothes, were eliminated. Indian Air Defence Forces have also been on the job, patrolling the highways, the airways rather, and ensuring that no projectile comes through and damages military assets. What we are now being told that some were intercepted over Jaisalmer, which also was in the eye of the storm last night. Loud explosions were heard, but we also know that some live ammunition might have been recovered from there. Let's go across to Bhavani, who's reporting when the drones were intercepted and the aftermath on the ground.
पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जा रहा है, तैयारी पूरी है, और जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान कायराना हमले कर रहा, हरकतें कर रहा, उसको देखते हुए बॉर्डर इलाकों में राजस्थान के अंदर खासतौर पर कड़ी सुरक्षा के साथ में कंप्लीट ब्लैकआउट किया गया। रात 9 बजे से इस वक्त मैं जैसलमेर में हूँ। जैसलमेर की तस्वीर देखिए कि इस वक्त आपको सोनार फोर्ट के सामने लेकिन नजर नहीं आएगा, पूरे शहर के अंदर ब्लैकआउट कर दिया गया इस वक्त, और अब ये सुबह 4 बजे तक रहेगा। सिर्फ जैसलमेर ही नहीं, बाड़मेर, बीकानेर, श्रीगंगानगर, फलौदी और जोधपुर के अंदर भी ब्लैकआउट रहेगा, जिससे कि करने की हिम्मत नहीं कर पाए। और इसके अलावा खास तौर पर आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से, ये देखिए कि यहाँ जो जिस तरीके से नजर आ रहे हैं, यहाँ पर ये जैसलमेर के आसमान में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से, शायद ये ड्रोन हो सकते हैं। आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से, क्या ये जैसलमेर में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर लगता है शायद ड्रोन है, ये ड्रोन अटैक की कोशिश है, ऐसा लग रहा है, कहीं न कहीं लग रहा है। जिस तरीके से धमाके हो रहे हैं यहाँ पर, ये तस्वीरें अपने आप में न्यूज 18 इंडिया के कैमरे से देखिएगा आप किस तरीके से लगातार एक के बाद.
Well, those were pictures from last night, but Bhavani now joins us live to give us an update on what the situation is there on the ground this morning. Bhavani ji, हमने आपको देखा कल रात को आप एकदम वहां पर एकदम विजिल दे रहे थे किस्म से. आज सुबह क्या सूरत हाल है वहां पर?
देखिए रात की तस्वीरें जिस तरीके से हमने दिखाई थी कि जिस वक्त मैं लाइव कर रहा था उसी वक्त हमारे कैमरे में कैद हुई. सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने दिखाई थी वो तस्वीरें. अभी इस वक्त आप देखिए कि अभी सूचना मिली थी कि जैसलमेर के एक इलाके के अंदर बॉम्ब गिरा है. मैं उसी स्पॉट पर हूँ. ये बॉम्ब जिंदा है या नहीं है कि अभी बॉम्ब स्क्वाड आने वाली है, ये हम यहाँ से तस्वीरें बता रहे हैं. पूरा इलाका कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है यहाँ से. और ये जो सामने नजर आ रही है तस्वीर देखिए कि इसके बारे में कहा गया, जो आसपास वक्त के लोग हैं वो कह रहे हैं बॉम्ब है, रात को 9 बजे गिरा और जिंदा है. उनका कहना है कि फटा नहीं है. अभी यहाँ बॉम्ब स्क्वाड की टीम पहुंचने वाली है, तब पूरी तस्वीर साफ होगी कि क्या ये जिंदा बॉम्ब है जो गांव वाले कह रहे हैं. आप बताएं, आप देखिए. अच्छा आप देखिए कि हम अभी जो सामने लोग हैं उनसे बात करते हैं कि आप बताएं सर, देखा आपने गिरते हुए, कब कितनी बजे गिरा था ये बॉम्ब?
8:30 बजे गिरा साहब.
किस तरीके से कैसे आ रहा?
बाजू सुशाल बाजू साहब. हाँ. सुशाल बाजू में डर गया तो खिले मन नंगे आ गई. मैं घर में पड़ गया दौड़.
ये जिंदा है या फिर नहीं है?
हमें तो जिंदो है नहीं है. वो तो
इस टाइम गिरा उस टाइम धमाका हुआ?
धमाका नहीं हुआ.
रेता उड़ा है,
चंगारी उड़ी है, बाहर नहीं.
और ये बाहर है तो अंदर कितना होगा? अंदर काफी बड़ा है. साइज कितनी बड़ी थी आपको?
साइज तो हम देखे नहीं, रात को आया. वो जो खाली बबीड़ो बाजू में तो महीने बढ़ गया अंदर. घुस गया घर में.
डर लग रहा है रात से?
डर क्या लगा साहब?
पुलिस को कहा रात को आपने सूचना?
ना रात सरपंच ने साहब कराया, मैं पुलिस ने नहीं पड़ा. गांव साहब को सवेरे को सूचना दी थी.
रात को नहीं दी आपने?
कौन और सब
चाहिए बड़ी कुछ भी अनहोनी हो सकती.
फोन वगैरह सब बंद कर दिए.
अभी आ रही है
पुलिस आएगा नहीं, गड़बड़ है. रात की पुलिस आएगी,
लाइटें वगैरह सब बंद कर, सब डर गए थे, गाड़ी थी, गाड़ी पे इतना सब चूक गया.
तो आप तस्वीरों में देखिए कि जो इन लोगों का कहना है, जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि दो चीजें. एक का वाकया है 9 बजे, ये कह रहे हैं कि आसमान से इन्होंने चमकती हुई गिरते हुए देखा यहाँ पर, जिसका क्लेम किया जा रहा है कि ये बॉम्ब है. और कहा जा रहा है जिंदा है या नहीं है वो अभी, क्योंकि बॉम्ब स्क्वाड की टीम आएगी और अभी थोड़ी देर बाद में आने वाली, वो देखेगी और जब इसको लिया जाएगा तब पता लगेगा जमीन के अंदर कितना. क्योंकि 3 देखो संभावनाएं 2 और भी बनती है. क्योंकि रात को जब हम दिखा रहे थे जैसलमेर के आसमान में, तब ड्रोन एक कतार के अंदर ड्रोन आ रहे थे और ड्रोन को शूट किया जा रहा था इंटरसेप्ट करके. तो ड्रोन है या नहीं है, लेकिन ड्रोन के नहीं, क्योंकि ड्रोन के टुकड़े पहले हम बता चुके हैं. हमने जब गिरते हुए देखा पुलिस को सूचना भी दी थी. अब दूसरी संभावना है कि क्या ये मिसाइल के हो सकते हैं, कि लेकिन मिसाइल की भी संभावना कम है. लेकिन अब कहा नहीं जा सकता कि क्या बॉम्ब ही है और क्या जिंदा है. जी
थैंक यू. आप अपना ध्यान रखिए, अपना ख्याल रखिए. Thank you very much, Bhavani ji. Let me very quickly go across to General Pandey for his assessment. General Pandey, overnight assessment, clearly an attempt by Pakistan to try and target not only military installations as we were together last night till about 1 in the morning, but also clearly are been targeting civilians, and that is really, really, really cowardly of them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely cowardly. But before I come on to the analysis, I'll recommend that somewhere in your channel we must keep on espousing to people that there will be, these are bomblets, right? There will be explosives, there will be live, there will be partially live. In their energy to go and touch them, they should avoid all these things. And somewhere I think you repeatedly you need to keep on telling these people that while you may get worried about it, but you must ensure that it's secured. The police and the army should be informed so that they can come out and utilize these, because most of them, especially the one he is showing, is a live thing, is a bomblet which must have fallen off when they were engaged. These drones were engaged in these are munitions, so we need to be careful about it. The 2-3 things I must tell you very clearly, that having found that there are no targets available to hit out at our location when we have taken out the terrorist camps and all, their option was to hit out the military establishment, which was very clearly blocked by a variety of measures when they went out for hitting our military establishments, especially the Air Force bases and other sites which were on the target. And thereafter they have shifted the targeting to civilians. Now there are 2 ways to look at it, and this is how we need to project to the world. Either these are deliberate civilian targeting, and therefore it's a very, very unprofessional army in which these data to be compiled and put across to the world to showcase that they are not only using terrorists for terrorizing people, but they are using the military forces, the state of military forces also.
I think we should just refer to the army as a terror army. It's a terrorist army.
So,
it's quite clear.
Correct. Yeah. So it's a terror army actually. The second is, in case it is a mistake, all their shots, including in Nuri, Baramulla, Punj, are falling only in the civilian area and not in the military areas. How is it possible an army which is professional, which is not a terror army, as they want to claim, can shoot off at such large distances, hitting innocent civilians and all? The third facet which comes out, and for this a message again should go through by repeated to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, right? They don't like you. If they had liked, they would have avoided hitting Kashmiri Muslims. They don't like, oh, by the way, Sikhs, so-called inter alia Khalistani or minority elements. If that be the case, they would not hit you. These are unprofessional people who can hit only on unarmed, unprotected, defenseless people who cannot protect themselves, and that is their aim.
Yes.
And this should come out very, very clearly time and again. The next part is about level of escalation. I think this point Shushant brought out very clearly. The last 3 days event clearly showcased one thing, that they want to leave at an upper edge. And there is a facet which they espouse in the strategic milieu in the domain. It's called notion of victory. These hits will be sold to the population and to the world that we have succeeded. And in case they will go hammer and tong to all over the world announcing that we succeeded in defeating the Indian efforts. So while our calibrated, professional, measured, proportional responses dealing with a rogue nation, we should not give a loose rope.
So let's talk a little bit about the Indian response, but very quickly I'll come back to you, sir. There's some more updates coming in. We just saw live munitions in Jaisalmer. Now we're getting pictures of armaments that have fought. An update on that. We're just going to show you some pictures of that. On the one side, we'll show you the live munition that has been recovered from Jaisalmer. On the other side, we'll show you that looks like the part of some sort of, but it does look like some sort of an exhausted missile or even a drone, perhaps brought down. Clearly it's missed its mark because it's lying in a fallow field, doing nothing really. Let's try to bring Anshul into this. Anshul was reporting just a short while back from another place where he was talking about how another big live bomb part had been recovered in a field in Bhatinda. So you have three distinct visuals coming in this morning. All of this was happening last night. There was an attempt, of course, to target Indian army assets and a large number of civilians. Just can't seem to understand, unless you're a terrorist army, which you are perhaps, why would you be going after innocent civilians? Some of them who were going about their lives without any iota of knowledge that they were going to be picked out like this. This is as bad as what you did in Pahalgam, Pakistan, and this is the visual remnant of what they were doing, the misadventures they had undertaken last night. So you have some sort of remnants from Hoshiarpur, you have some from Jaisalmer, you have some from Bhatinda, remnants of their misadventures. If Anshul is there, let me try and bring him in on this. Anshul and Vijay Salaria, what can you tell me about this? What is it that we are seeing on the field?
Ground over here, especially in Pathankot, the spirits of the people is absolutely high. I'll yet again ask my camera person to show you in the visuals, to show our viewers in the visuals, that if at all there is any sort of uncertainty in the minds of any citizen of this country that they are not safe, there could be a danger that could be lingering on them. These visuals that are 25 kilometers away from the Pakistan border speak from themselves. 12 to 13 hours after the cowardly attacks that were done by Pakistan, now the entire district of Pathankot is back on its feet. I'll try and get in a word from a few locals over here as well.
Sir, just wanted to cross-check with you. I'm sorry about interrupting you. Before you go to these residents, clearly they're going about their day now. But we're also getting a lot of pictures from Hoshiarpur of some sort of a armament that has been recovered, which looks as if it's just lying in a fallow field. Can you give us a quick update on what this is? I'll also try to bring in General Pandey to perhaps identify this. Yes.
Yes, the experts are on the ground. They are trying to investigate as to what could be the actual make of these debris that has been found on fields this morning. But yes, what locals and local police sources are telling us that these are debris of the projectiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan. The initial procedure of taking the photographs and getting to know about the whereabouts and finding the markings is underway at this point in time. The locals who had identified these debris, they are also being questioned as to what was the first time when they discovered these debris. The locals have to say that they heard loud noises last night, but since there was an absolute blackout that was announced from the side of the government, none of them actually dared to step out, and hence they followed the guidelines that were issued by the government. But since this morning, once they went back to their fields, they found these massive debris, debris of missiles that were intercepted by our air defense systems, which has fallen on the Indian side. And now all this is going to be a very, very crucial piece of evidence for India to eventually expose Pakistan on international level.
Very, very important, because there's a massive diplomatic outreach going on by India. It's also an outreach by Indian diplomats abroad to media channels, giving interviews to try and implicate Pakistan and close the loop there. An air warning has been received from Air Force station of a possible attack. Sirens are being sounded. This is in Ambala, viewers, and a large number of flights. Current situation, Indigo Airlines has put out that all flights to and from Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Leh, Chandigarh, Dharamsala, Bikaner, Jodhpur, Kishangarh and Rajkot are cancelled until midnight till 10th May 2025. So please check in with your airlines and get an update from them. Don't head to the airport. We're taking a very short break, viewers. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
शॉपिंग में मजा है ना?
Line of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Punj. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Punch has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they, have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Punch, in Uri and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Punch. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karna-Keran sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Punch, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for that update, Tejinder. Stay safe. There has been a lot of pounding that Jammu region also and Jammu city has endured, and but it's all been thwarted. It's been thwarted by our defense systems and our mechanism. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is with us, geopolitical expert.
Viewers, a quick roundup of the news as we begin at 11 in this morning. Viewers, Tri-Service Chiefs meet Rajnath Singh. This is all happening at the South Block. We've been giving you updates on that meeting amid the escalating India-Pakistan tensions. All three service chiefs are at the South Block holding a crucial meeting on the developing security situation with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. This is also going to be a briefing really about what Pakistan did or couldn't do, how India responded, and what of course happened on the other side of the border in Pakistan. How much has the defense establishment been able to hurt, bleed Pakistan, the terror state that is our neighbor? So all of that will be taken by the defense minister, and he will meet the prime minister. There will be a briefing. There will also be the NSA who will go and meet the prime minister at some point in the day. We're also expecting a briefing from the External Affairs Ministry very soon. That is what I was trying to tell you, viewers, that the Ministry of External Affairs scheduled to hold a news briefing. This would be the third consecutive day they would be holding this briefing. It's become quite the standard practice. The last time briefings such as this on evolving material defense situations took place was back during Kargil in 1999. So we are going back a generation, viewers, 26 years. That hasn't happened in 26 years. Key finance ministry meetings are underway because, viewers, India's renewed pitch seeking Pakistan's grey listing at FATF at the IMF meeting is top of India's mind. We have to choke off any supply of funds to the Pakistanis. We've already choked off their trade. Now we're ensuring that they cannot get any funding, because all the funding that they ever get, viewers, they say they need it for development, but actually it is for the development of terror infrastructure, and we know this to be true because on a number of occasions they have been audited by international agencies, even their lenders, and they have been found short. Pakistan had used their silver tongue to get around the FATF sanctions, get off the grey list. We are now going to try and put them back there, and therefore there has been a massive diplomatic outreach to convince the world that Pakistan is a terror state indistinguishable from the non-state actors on its soil. Fresh ceasefire violations this morning by Pakistan after late last night. Failed strikes. Pakistan has now resorted to ceasefire violations and unprovoked firing. Reports of the same emerged from Poonch, Kupwara. Several civilian areas have been damaged. Major infiltration bid has been also foiled. BSF troops have foiled a major infiltration bid, and I'm just going to show you those pictures of that failed infiltration bid that has also taken place. That's the next headline there, viewers. You can see there was a desperate attempt by the Pakistani force to try and push through irregulars. We know this is a standard operating procedure of the Pakistanis. They're going to try and breach our defenses using all sorts of subterfuge. Samba district is where they tried it. 7 Jaish terrorists were neutralized by our alert and ever vigilant BSF security forces. Viewers, the next morning, large number of projectiles, their debris being recovered from all along the regions of our borders. Missile-like used weapon was found in Bhatinda, Hoshiarpur. The object appears even larger than a big drum. It is believed to be a part of the missile that was intercepted and destroyed mid-air by the Indian Army. We also know that the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister is travelling in the Union Territory to visit Rajouri, Punch that have been affected by Pakistani shelling, mostly directed at civilians. In fact, and he's going to take stock of the situation, speak to the locals, find out how the administration can help them restore their lives. Manoj Sinha, the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, doing pretty much the same. He's going to be visiting Uri sector today, another sector where there has been devastating impact of Pakistanis cowardly shelling on civilians. Obviously, the civilians will require aid, and this will be a stock-taking exercise that he will be conducting so that his administration can be responsive to the needs of the people who are affected there. The army, viewers, has handed Pakistan a befitting reply. You can see that along the LOC, Pakistan posts have been completely obliterated. This is footage that was released by the Indian Army. This is verified footage of the army responding, knocking out a border post of the Pakistani. It is an active border post, so one suspects there have been casualties on the Pakistani side amongst its armed forces personnel. And as I told you, massive exercise, massive diplomatic outreach happening by the government of India. External Affairs Minister, of course that is not the External Affairs Minister, but we'll correct those visuals. There he is now. You can see him. S. Jaishankar has dialed India's allies and friends across the world as Pakistan has resorted to these unprovoked acts of cowardice and quite frankly of the kind of guile you only accept from criminals. So all of that is happening. In that delegation you have many other important functionaries who are also trying to pitch in across the globe, giving interviews, etc., to sway public opinion against Pakistan and denote them a terror state. Defense Minister is now meeting DRDO Chief at 11:30 a.m. Very, very important. CDS meeting likely after that. That's also very, very important, viewers. The DRDO Chief, sources say, is a pre-scheduled and routine meeting, but it will be a stock-taking exercise quite clearly. Akash Sharma here with more details. That's going to happen in about half an hour. Akash, what's on the table?
Right. So while officials are saying that it's a pre-scheduled meeting, it is pretty clear that given the situation, this meeting is quite important, Rahul, and we know that how several indigenous systems are being used by the forces as far as the air defense is concerned. So we are learning, in fact, that this meeting can have things like urgent production or procurement, in the agenda. We are not sure, but definitely this meeting is also important because just last few days back, in fact few days back, we have seen that how a laser weapon was in fact used by the DRDO, and in fact was very much indigenous laser weapon, of course, to kill the the drones and the UAV attacks and destroy these things. So it was in fact it is very much there in the can be a part of the discussion, in fact, and I have some sort of disturbance, Rahul, so I won't be able. Yes, so basically, since we are moving towards Jammu, Rahul, so there are a lot of obstructions, there are landslides happening. So that's the reason why there is some sort of disturbance. But then as far as this DRDO chief meeting is concerned, this is going to be an important one, given the fact that we have these situations where we will be needing more arsenal, we will be needing more indigenous platforms to thwart all these attempts and in fact the threats that have been coming from Pakistan. Sources say that this is a scheduled meeting, routine meeting, and it was planned early to all these things happening right now, but then all eyes are there on this particular meeting, and we are also learning that after that Rajnath Singh can meet to the Chief of Defence Staff, because as of now IDS is in command and Chief of Defence Staff will somewhere brief him about what has happened and what can be the next course of action. Rahul.
Right, of course, very, very important. Just stay on with me, Akash, because we've got more updates coming through as Pakistan begs for money from the world. Government trolls Pakistan for seeking more loans. All of this is also happening. The cyber war is also being launched against Pakistan to shape public perception internationally, global perception against Pakistan. Akash, what can you tell us a little bit about this?
We saw one tweet, and there we saw that how Pakistan was shamelessly, begging for money. Then they claimed that it was, the account was hacked. Right. Then, several other claims came. We know the intention of Pakistan, Rahul. Yes. We know why they are doing it. We know the FATF theory. We know that how the offshoots are working. In fact, why they are not carrying out any sort of attack in their own names. Why groups like TRF, the shadow organization like PAF, are coming. In fact, the Foreign Secretary, yesterday mentioned that how we have provided evidences in the past, and once again we are going to provide evidences to FATF as well. Absolutely. That how these groups, are working very much on the land of Pakistan.
Absolutely. In fact, viewers, I'm going to be running some clips of interviews that Indian diplomats have been giving to international channels. So we'll just play those out in a few seconds. Lieutenant General Iyer is here with us, former Chief of Staff, Northern Command. Indian Army, of course, and General Nishikant Singh also here with us. Nishikant Singh, who's a defense expert. Major General Vikas Sharma also here with us. Let's get a few perspectives in from all our experts this morning. We also have with us Wing Commander Sudhakaran Saab, former former IF. Let me just very quickly, General Iyer, come to you straight. First of all, what do you think has been the nature of India's response? Yes, we have been able to thwart Pakistan and its evil designs, but how do you think we've counteracted, if at all?
Thank you, Rahul. Good morning to you and fellow panelists. What happened on the 7th of May, or rather 6th, 7th May, was our response to the horrendous attack at Pahalgam. So that was our way of telling Pakistan that you should stop terrorism. It was a counter-terror kind of an operation, duly planned and executed in a, like I said yesterday, it was an exceptional operation, spread across more than 2,000 kilometers, precise hits. Now what was Pakistan expected to do on that? You know, he will try, as I said, he would have definitely tried to deflect these hits as hits on civilian territory because he does not want to be seen as a state harboring terrorism.
Yes.
Therefore, what Pakistan did immediately after that was trying to paint the picture that, you know, mosques have been hit and, you know, innocents have been killed. It was more of an influence operation which Pakistan went about. Thereafter, it was but natural that a nation which is headed by an armed force is not going to exit at a stage when he's been hit. So what happened the night 7th, 8th and yesterday whole night was possibly Pakistan's effort to try and get some kind of a response before he gets off ramp of this current situation. Now I must like to put across very clearly that, you know, war has not started yet. We haven't yet fully mobilized. You know, yesterday on your shows and some of the, you know, media channels went, you know, frenzy about putting boots on ground and, you know, capturing Karachi, etc., etc. They are.
No, I don't think. One second, General. I just want to make it very clear that CNN News 18 did not endorse any of this nonsense.
Exactly.
Neither did we say. No, one second. Neither did we say that we are going to put boots on the ground. So we were very.
I must.
I'll tell you, there are a large number of channels who even said Karachi port was blasted. They showed visuals. They showed that we had captured people left, right and center. They had said that, you know, we had flattened out. We had sent our tanks in. All sorts of fake, idiotic news was being peddled. But we kept very clear. In fact, a large number of people, a lot of pressure on anchors to do this, say that, because, you know, it gets people's interests peaked and all that. We resisted it. We've done a fantastic job. So, General, please don't lump us in with all those nonsensical, idiotic channels. Thank you very much. Yes.
You didn't let me finish.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. I just wanted to set the record
I was
straight.
about to bring out that you were so responsible yesterday, and I was planning to flag a couple of issues before I go further.
Right.
You know, when this news about this F-16 came down and the pilot being captured, I remember very clearly you were on the air and you said, I will not take up till the time I have very clear, you know, inputs about it. Unfortunately, some of our other media outlets were not following it professionally. I was trying to put a larger point. So what has happened yesterday, by and large, is just a day when both the countries were trying to find a situation which provides a exit route from this current situation. We do not want to escalate, neither does Pakistan. But where the situation is right now, for Pakistan to off-ramp it at this stage would leave its armed forces, which are supposed to be the ones controlling the entire nation as such. It will be a huge loss of credibility for him. So he would like to do some kind of a, you know, drama. It could be more in the influence ops, something which he will not do and try and claim it also. So these kind of things likely to happen in the next couple of days. He will definitely not want this situation to escalate any further than where we are already, because war is not something that he is capable of extending for a duration more than at best 7 days. And India also at this current stage possibly does not want any kind of a war. So we are in a stalemate kind of a situation where you will find air sirens going up time and again. You will find, you know, 80 guns firing flares as a prophylactic fire. Counter drone operations will continue happening. There will be lots of reports which will keep figuring, because the game is going to be played in the influence of domain, as I say it. people will try and achieve something which they have not physically done, but try and claim something which will provide them the route to tell their masses that the war has been exited at their own standing. So I'm looking the situation as I look at it is where we were on the 7th of May. We have been able to hold our own. We have not given the enemy an opportunity to do a swift retort, what he did within 24 hours in this last occasion. He is at the moment feeling strangulated because he is unable to, tell his masses that his army is superior. He will continue in his efforts and we have to hold on. And I must say that our forces on ground are doing a wonderful job. And I will also take a half a minute more to decouple a couple of issues, Rahul. What is happening on the line of control is possibly not a result of what happened on 7th of May. Line of control went hot the day we put the Indus Water Treaty on abeyance.
Yes.
And he said that he is walking out of the Shimla agreement. Thereafter, the line of control went hot. Initially, it was small arms fire. It has gradually upgraded itself to artillery shellings. While we are shelling his posts, he is shelling civilian areas, and he is resorted to using this as a kind of a tactic to put pressure on us from the civilian side to stop firing on his posts. Because he is more worried about his posts, whereas we are not worried about our posts as much as our civil population which is residing in and around our posts. So that is another thing which I'd like you to communicate to your channel, that these are two differently linked things. What is happening in the rest of India is a response to what happened on 7th of May. What is happening on the line of control is an extension of what started maybe around 26th, 27th of April. And it is gradually escalating in that particular thing. When that has to come down would be when we go back and say we should stop firing. There has to be a meeting. We have to say we should stop using large caliber weapons. So possibly artillery will come down. It will come down to smaller caliber infantry weapons and then subsequently to small arms fire. I don't see the LC becoming cool at least for the next 5 to 6 months. So that is going to be an ongoing thing. And hopefully this trans-border shelling over a period of time could stop, because it is leading to large amount of civilian casualties, which is not desirable. And that is something we from the media should try and propagate internationally as to how human rights are being violated by our adversary by firing into non-military areas.
Well, let me open this up, because it's an interesting point. Yes, we've undertaken a diplomatic offensive, but haven't we been doing that for about 70 years now? And it hasn't really made much of a difference. So clearly some people will call for a different kind of response. But just stay with me, sir. I want to involve the others also, but not before bringing out this breaking news. Defense officials have spoken to your channel viewers, and they have said that the Made in India Akash surface-to-surface missile, we've talked a lot about the imported S-400, but the Akash has been the backbone of this air defense system. It's indigenous, has been effectively used by the Indian Armed Forces in foiling Pakistani attacks towards Indian targets. Both the Indian Army and Air Force have the missile system all along the Pakistan border. Akash Sharma with more on this. Akash, this is a big feather in our cap, isn't it?
Yes, and Rahul, just a while back we were talking about Rajnath Singh meeting DRDO chief. Here comes the role of DRDO. This missile system is in fact developed by DRDO only, and we have both Indian Army and Indian Air Force equipped with Akash missile. We have been told that on the entire Western Front, this missile, in fact, the system played a crucial role. This is a medium-range surface-to-air missile with a range of 30 to 45 kilometers initial range, and with we have got an extended range as well. And it can carry 60 kg of high explosives, and it was very effective against the aerial threats that were coming last night, starting from 8 p.m., starting from Jammu to entire Western Front on different military stations. So we have seen that how these attempts were thwarted, and Akash, surface to air missile defense system played an important role. Both Indian Army and Indian Air Force were engaging these various targets. Of course, along with Akash, there were some other systems as well. You rightly pointed out, S-400 was also there. Other systems were also there. 80 guns were there. But as far as Akash is concerned, so it has played a crucial role, Rahul.
Absolutely, and of course, more interesting news coming through now in the Samba sector of Jammu. Frontier BSF in the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May 2025 thwarted an infiltration attempt by a big group of terrorists that had been detected. There you can see that is the munition that is going off, nailing these individuals. Let's try to get more on this with Tejinder Singh, who has of course been our man in Jammu and Kashmir. This infiltration bid was supported by fire from Pak Rangers post Dhandar, and it is the Dhandar post that we took down, viewers, with incredible alacrity, and you can see that on your screen. Tejinder, give us a quick update of what we're seeing on this video, fantastic video footage that has been released.
Indeed, Rahul, last night at 11 p.m. The Pakistan Rangers, they tried to push in a group of infiltrators from the international border in the Samba sector. A group of 7 infiltrators linked with the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror outfit, and they were heavily armed. They were attempting to sneak into the Indian side, and Pakistan Rangers post on the other side of the international border called Dhandar post. They resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing to facilitate this infiltration bid of the terrorist. However, the alert border security force personnel, they not only thwarted this infiltration bid by the Pakistani terrorists, but also decimated the Dhandar post of the Pakistan Rangers. The visuals which we have accessed clearly show how the Pakistani post has been completely decimated by the targeted fire of the border security force. And this entire infiltration bid has also been foiled. 7 terrorists who tried to sneak into the Indian side have also been neutralized. The border security force on the entire stretch of international border is on a heightened alert, given the fact that they have inputs that Pakistan would try to push in terrorists into the Indian side. Yes, Rahul.
Okay, just stay on with me. I also want to bring in Arunima on this footage, dramatic footage. Arunima, can you describe what's happening here?
So this is the Dhandar post of Pakistan. This is where Pakistani Rangers last night were giving covering fire to a group of infiltrators. The security grid believes that these infiltrators were Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists who were trying to cross over from the Samba sector. Around 11 p.m. last night, the BSF, alert BSF sentries who were carrying out their surveillance, they spotted this group crossing over. They were challenged and subsequently fired at, and immediately post that, BSF says Pakistani Rangers started giving them covering fire. So this video that we are putting out is what the CCTV powerful cameras placed at the border has captured of the Pakistani post being destroyed by the border security force. These 7 infiltrators have also been killed. They have been taken down. The assessment is that there were more, but 7 have been taken down. Rest could have fled, or perhaps they have been, their bodies injured, or their bodies have been dragged back by the Pakistani Rangers who were trying to give them cover fire.
Absolutely, a fantastic exposition really of the alertness of our forces there. And now this has been ongoing, hasn't it? I think we have been able to, Arunima, factor this obvious attempt by the Pakistanis to try and use other means, unconventional means, to try and take advantage. They're not getting through the air, they're not getting through by any other means, so they're trying all of this, isn't it? This is what it shows.
Yes, one must give the credit that is due to our armed forces, to our intelligence agencies who are picking up intelligence inputs continuously. It is based on the intelligence inputs that the precision strikes were carried out in Operation Sindoor. And even now, the way there is coordination, perfect coordination between the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, the Border Security Force, the integrated command is at work right now. This footage shows that, and this is around 11 o'clock. So just as, India was taking down the swarm of drones from Pakistan, all the way from Jammu till Gujarat, when each city was sounding out alerts, BSF was still keeping its eye on the international border, not letting its guard down. It was its surveillance wing which picked up this movement around the Samba border, immediately fired at, and even the cover fire that came from Pakistani Rangers did not deter our brave BSF men, and they managed to take down 7 infiltrators. These infiltrators believed to be from Jaish-e-Mohammed. So even as Pakistan internationally is trying to show that it has nothing to do with Pahalgam, that it is the victim and India is the aggressor, here is more proof of what Pakistan is up to. Why were the Rangers trying to give covering fire to these infiltrators if they had nothing to do with the infiltration attempt?
Absolutely. Viewers, also of course, while we are thwarting Pakistan on the ground and in the air, we're also trying to change public opinion. That is, thwart it in the mind games, in the psych games, in using psychological warfare, as well as, of course, conventional diplomacy. And talking about conventional diplomacy, Indian diplomacy has been at work 24/7. This time, we are exceeding even our own expectations. Indian envoys across the world doing outreach to local governments and local media. 200 plus missions across the world are engaging in active outreach programs. Siddhant Mishra is here with us. Siddhant, this is an attempt now to label Pakistan a terrorist state. This is very important because punitive sanctions will follow if we succeed. Put it all in context for our viewers.
Well, that's right, Rahul. The non-kinetic diplomatic outreach is perhaps underway, and in fact we have been told, Rahul, that 200 plus missions have been told to go out and do outreach with the local newspapers, local television networks, social media influencers, in fact doing interviews by going to the studios, perhaps that gives more impact to the content. So, you know, this is being done, and especially countries like US and UK, perhaps their envoys have been told to speak to media to do outreach, and in fact not just envoys, Rahul, even other diplomats at the missions are also you know going out to meet people in the governments, journalists, influencers, and in fact you know as far as United States is concerned, then we have also been told that Indian officials are going and personally meeting senators, congressmen in United States. Perhaps individual briefings are also being done by the Indian government officials, perhaps, so that you know they get a clear picture of what is happening as far as this escalation is concerned. The Indian side position is very clear, Rahul. In fact, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also reiterated yesterday that the first and only escalation that happened was on 22nd of April. Perhaps India responded to that escalation. India's response was measured, controlled and responsible. India did not touch military installations and civilian locations. Perhaps because Pakistan again tried engaging with Indian military installations at various locations, India again responded, and when India responded back, in that, Lahore air defense systems were brought down, and in fact many other key Pakistani locations were also targeted. So India is very transparent. India is keeping things very transparently, and also, Rahul, this is being done, this outreach is being done ahead of crucial IMF meeting.
Yes.
And also India does not want to give up on the narrative
let me
which
give
India
you
has successfully managed to build in last 3 weeks.
Okay, let me give you viewers a sample of this outreach. Vinay Quatra, India's envoy to the US, giving an interview to CNN, and look at what he says and how he articulates it, because it's very important to understand what the thrust is. The thrust is that Pakistan is an aggressor state. Pakistan is a rogue, irresponsible, terror sponsoring state. And that's the central message. And you'll hear it from all politicians here in India in one voice, because that's the truth. And you'll hear it now diplomatically from all those that are engaging with foreign governments. Let's listen in.
The situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially killed them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on, they proceeded to kill them. So what we did day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman...
when you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation and the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April, and When that happened, we had clearly said that, we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they cooked them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the socialist structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings on the 22nd.
What can you tell us, Mr. Ambassador, about these explosions that are now being heard in the Indian-administered parts of Kashmir?
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry, but let me correct you that the entire Jammu and Kashmir is a integral and inalienable part of India, and I think the only issue to be resolved there is the return of the Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir, which is there. We have been hearing reports of some activity of this kind. We don't have the operational details relating to that. But again, what these show is that what it shows the world, what it shows us, what it shows everybody is that Pakistan has again decided to stand with the terrorist. Rather than take action against them, they are essentially lending them support. We wouldn't be surprised if they are themselves involved in this, but that's what is the message which they are telling the world, that we are with terrorists, we are not with the rest of the civilized world, rest of the humanity, and our belief lies, and Pakistan's belief lies in perpetrating these proxies of terror killing, brutal killings of the innocent civilians.
And as you know, Pakistan has denied involvement. We will have the Pakistani ambassador later on today on CNN. But just bottom line, how would you describe the situation right now with Pakistan? Of course, India and Pakistan are 2 nuclear powers. Are you at war right now?
To your first point about Pakistan's denial, that has always been the first part of Pakistani strategy, denial and obfuscation. They have this unique characteristic where they assume responsibility of their past actions in future, not in the present moment. 9/11, where was Osama bin Laden found? World Trade Center bombings of 93, the perpetrator of that. Where was the killer of Daniel Pearl found? 26/11 Mumbai attacks, where American nationals also died. Where were those perpetrators found? And this is not me telling you this. This is a few days ago, the Defense Minister of Pakistan openly admitted this on the Sky News network, that we have been supporting terrorism for the last 30 years.
This is a report I'm reading from Reuters based on 2 US officials telling Reuters this. They're saying it's the first time that Western officials have confirmed that there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2.
This is something that, let's ask Reuters, but my larger sense is that there is no evidence of that. We haven't actually confirmed any such thing. The better point is to ask actually if all of this is true, and if Pakistan has essentially succeeded in making its point as it wanted to, why are they not stopping? The question you have to ask yourself, however, is the other one, which is that if Pakistan says it's retaliating, as my colleague, the Pakistan High Commissioner, said here yesterday, what are they retaliating about? They're retaliating against attacks on terrorism infrastructure. So what does that tell you of their relationship with the terror groups?
Well, they're saying that they're distancing themselves completely from Pahalgam, and they're saying they had nothing to do with it. They've said that they've asked for an investigation, and India has refused an international investigation that they were happy to cooperate in.
Well, this is a story we've heard multiple times before. In 2016, after the Pathankot attack, which you referred to, we offered them an unprecedented amount of access to an Indian Air Force base, which had been attacked at Pathankot. DNA samples, telephone records, the whole works. It was supposed to be a joint investigation. We never got invited for the second part of it. And frankly, each time, if you go all the way back to 2008, to the Mumbai terror attacks, where a substantial amount of information and material evidence was provided to the world and to Pakistan, who made the same generous offer of cooperation. All they've used it for is to hide their tracks and to take away fundamentally what are assets of their deep state.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who in Pakistan who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdur Rauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system? And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both sides, there's a lot of information coming out, but independent journalists, foreign journalists are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said, to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well with the military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find that we're getting out of, and this image that you've shown was shown at a press conference that the military in Delhi put out as well. But that is part of the problem here as well, isn't it, High Commissioner? I mean, there is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
Viewers, that's the thrust and parry of India's defense there. Label Pakistan a terror state. We're producing the evidence. We're speaking to those that matter. Of course, the Western media, as you know, viewers, has been blinkered and has nursed a bias, and that's very, very clear sometimes from their own reportage. But I'm not going to pass judgment. I'm going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to discuss a few of these scenarios with our guests. Don't go away.
Of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Punj. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Punj has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled Howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Punj, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Punj. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karna Keran sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Poonch, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for that update, Tejinder. Stay safe. There has been a lot of pounding that Jammu region also and Jammu city has endured, and but it's all been thwarted. It's been thwarted by our defense systems and our mechanism. Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is with us. Geopolitical expert is joining us. We also have Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod with us at this point.
Viewers, what India will say at the IMF meet is critical, because this is a make or break moment for Indian diplomacy. We have to convince the international community, specifically the IMF, not to make a loan to Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't deserve it. It's a terror state. It enables terror. It will use that money for terror. Pakistan has had 24 bailouts, but none of them show any development on ground for the people. They got about $1.3 billion for climate change work, but none was used, as you all know. The funds are always diverted, and I'm not saying this. It has been very well established by a large number of independent auditors, globally well-known, reputable companies and auditors that have gone out there and looked at the expenditure, the diversion of funds. Pallavi is with us. Pallavi, this is a crucial meeting, isn't it?
That's right. So, we know that later tonight, India time, is when the IMF meeting will begin. And basically, the IMF meeting also decides on how much of funds which have to be given to any country. Now, these funds are technically meant for development work. Now, we've already seen that posturing which is coming in from Pakistan. The Economic Affairs Wing of Pakistan government has already put out a post saying that we have been so badgered by the Indian attack on us and Operation Sindoor that we are completely depleted with our funds. And that is the plea which Pakistan is going to be taking at the international platform, not just tonight but also later, that because of Indian action we have no money, and as a result of which it's the common man of Pakistan who is going to suffer. Well, all that point by point rebuttal has been prepared by India. A verbal communication has already gone in, but tonight when the meeting begins India time, our executive director over there is going to raise a couple of points. 1.3 billion was a recent bailout given to Pakistan. Where has that money been used? Actually, Rahul, that money was meant for climate change development work. Do you see anything on the ground? That's what India is going to be asking. Why is it in the last 6 months we've seen a spike as far as Pak, terror or defense budgeting is concerned? Where is that money coming in from if Pakistan is insisting that they don't have money? So clearly the funds are being diverted. Also, it's already got 24 bailouts on different yardsticks, for development work. Where are the roads? Where are the infrastructural facilities which have been provided for the common man? So the points have been prepared. The argument is going to be very, very aggressive. And that's the point which is going to be given, that it's not just India. Tomorrow, everyone is going to suffer if you're going to keep on giving money to Pakistan, because they run a school of terror which funds terror acts across various spectrums, whether it's the Jaish, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba, or whether it is the Hamas, because it is all of them are trained in Pakistan's school of terror.
True. So Pallavi, thank you very much for that update. All eyes will be on that meeting. The IMF is of course also populated by an Indian representative, so that helps build leverage. But let's just open this up, because non-kinetic options are of course mid to long term. They will only bear fruit in the mid to long term. We have had the IMF as well as other international global organizations pulling back from funding Pakistan, it doesn't really make a material difference in the long run. What does our kinetic options that India has undertaken and some other punitive sanctions that India has imposed, which are of course non-kinetic but of more immediate value. But let's just open this up and analyze right now the kinetic options and the last 24 hours. Nishikanta Singh, General Nishikanta Singh is here with us, the defense expert. Let me bring you into it. General Saab, look, fundamentally, we can talk about all the 9 non-kinetic options, we can talk about diplomacy, we can talk about India exerting pressure through the United Nations, through other foreign governments, but eventually we have to do things that make sense in the immediate so that we can get respite from Pak-based terror. And Pakistan yesterday, you've seen their response. They've been strafing different parts of the Indian positions. They've tried to attack us at our bases, and of course they've been targeting civilians. Now, what do you think has been the Indian response to this? What should it be? Where should it stop? Or should we now call it all off?
Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. India has been, in fact, very benign with the Pakistanis. We did not target their military. We targeted terrorist infrastructures which has been existing for years. These infrastructures were there when I was in service, when I was handling Pakistan. So I'm quite aware of each and every one of them. But we did not go for military targets. And in fact, Pakistan should be thanking us because they are unable to control these terrorists. And we have decided to punish them. The other way to look is that the Pakistani forces considers these terrorists as strategic assets. They consider it as strategic assets, so they have no qualms about hobnobbing with them. But having said that, the Pakistan started this 22nd April attack with possibly as the sole aim that the army chief's extension and preparing ground for a coup if required. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a coup in Pakistan in near future and the chief continuing as the head of the state, because all other politicians are just for the sake of name. Now coming down to the what options have we got? I think Pakistan being a very, very shallow country, it is right only up to Indus. Beyond Indus, the population does not support the Pakistani government. So now is the time for us to exert maximum punishment on the Pakistan so that they are deterred for at least 10 years or 15 years from repeating these silly adventures and trying to keep on every time rack up the issue. If we do not punish them, they will again start up the whole thing. They will say, no, let us investigate, let us do this, that. So my opinion is that now we have an opportunity. We are in the upper, we have an advantage. We must punish them and punish them adequately. And the serving military officers, serving Air Force officers, naval officers are quite aware what is to be done. And it does not require people, retired people like us. But my recommendation would be, unless force upon, we must continue and ensure that the deterrence is created in the mind of the Pakistani military especially.
General Sharma, that's very well put. Now let me bring in General Sharma, Major General Sharma. Major General Sharma, yes, we have been very, very considerate in one sense, making a great distinction between the Pakistani military, the Pakistani state, and of course all these terror tanzeems. But Pakistan hasn't respected that. They've targeted our military infrastructure, at least they've tried to, they've not succeeded. But that has been because of our abilities. Has the time come where we now cross the Rubicon and we punish them where it matters most? We hit their military targets and go up the escalation chain. And do you think we've done this over the last 24 hours?
A very good morning to you, Rahul, and a very good morning to my fellow panelists. Thank you so very much for having me on the channel. Yes, you have put in a very apt sort of a question. You see, Rahul, if we analyze as to what has happened over the last 24 hours, especially we'll talk of before I get on to the escalation ladder. I'll put it in correct perspective that we have been very.
Could you just tilt down your frame a little bit, sir? General Saab, yes, that's right. Perfect. Yes, great, brilliant. Yeah.
So we've been very restrained in whatever we have responded to the other side. Now, in the last, like you were talking of whatever they have thrown at us, it's been in immense quantity. Let's talk of the drones and the missile attacks, what they brought in and how we should respond to that. The drones, as you are aware, Rahul, and so are other people aware, are of various sizes and meant for different sort of tasks which they have been given. Most of the drones and the spottings which have been done, if you see, are right across from our base camp to Leh, to Lamayaru, coming down to Jammu, then to Poonch, all areas of Jammu. So much so coming down to Gujarat, where there's the place called Lakinara near Bhuj, where we've, Now, these drones have been not a single one of them have been able to cause any sort of a thing, a damage to any of our property.
General Sharma, that's well known, but our response, I don't know about our response. There was a lot of talk last night about us doing some action across the LOC in Pakistan proper, beyond the terror tanzeems. Do you think that has happened? What are you picking up?
No, what I am picking up, Rahul, that presently it is still, we are very much restrained. We still, I personally feel, giving outlet to Pakistan to still mend its ways, get out somehow the way it wants. Otherwise, it would be punished. What I have come to know is that over a period of time, maybe in a day or so, this escalation from our end is going to increase. Wherein the military, sort of.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So let's not give away anything. But possibly you might be right. I just want to also bring to the attention of our viewers how the Prime Minister batted for the S-400 and the Rafale. If you remember, India's ace weapons against Pakistan. It's a story in itself because a lot of resistance from the establishment, a lot of resistance from the opposition, a lot of resistance from the international community, particularly the United States, that was trying to lobby against both these companies. So Mr. Modi did go out there and he put a lot of capital on the line. Aman Sharma has more details. Aman, this is an important thing to talk about in the current context, isn't it?
Well, Rahul, that is what government sources are now telling us, that the Rafales, which are fitted with the Scalp missiles and the S-400 defense system, which was provided to us by Russia, is known as Sudarshan Chakra in IF parlance also. These two have proved to be the aces for India when it comes to the present Operation Sindoor, as well as the conflict which is going on with Pakistan. If I take you back to the S-400, India signed this deal with Russia in 2018 for 3 squadrons of S-400. It's the world's best weapon to counter missiles, to counter drones, to counter fighter jets. And at that time, you will remember that the former Trump administration, the previous Trump administration, had said that it is not in favor of India doing this. It had even threatened sanctions against India. The former Biden administration also discouraged India from going ahead with S-400. But the Prime Minister was very convinced that we need this weapon, especially because the threat we were also facing with China at that time, the tensions which are going on with China. And in the present conflict, Rahul, S-400 has proved to be a complete ace. We have seen what happened last night along with the Akash missile defense system. Not even one projectile of Pakistan was allowed to hit any target. We could repulse the attack totally. When it comes to the Rafale, see, even then we remember how government sources are pointing out that how the Congress party launched an offensive, that how can Mr. Modi go to France and sign a government-to-government deal. All sorts of allegations were made. Of course, the government got a green signal from the Supreme Court. All these allegations were quashed. But look at what has happened now. With the help of the Rafale, we have been able to strike as deep as Bahawalpur in Pakistan, which is 100 kilometers away from the border. The Rafale did not even have to cross the border, and these French Scalp missiles were used to strike as deep as Bahawalpur
Rawalpur, where the maximum damage has been inflicted. The family of Maulana Masood Azhar has been wiped out, including his brother, who was also the de facto head of Jaish. That is what the Indian government is claiming. So Modi government not only fought pressure from inside the political class in the country, the opposition class, but also from outside and from big powers like the US. But Mr. Modi was firm on this conviction that we need these two weapons, and that is the success is now showing, Rahul.
Absolutely. That is indeed a very important point that you've made. Now, I just want to quickly ask you this because, and let me try to bring in, if we have with us our guest still, if we can go straight across to the wing commander there. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, if you can just talk us through the Rafale, which are armed with the Scalp missiles, and of course the S-400s. How do they all work in conjunction? This is an important aspect really of our air defense, isn't it? And offense.
See, this works in a very integrated fashion under the integrated air command and control system. Everything works in tandem. There is a global air situation picture. Then there are regional air situation pictures which are distributed across the nodes, and then there are larger radars which look into thousands of kilometers, which are long surveillance radars, which are operational 24/7, and specifically in conflict times like this, it is at a heightened state of readiness called R1. We generally go into state of readiness called R1, R2, R3. So now I presume it will be in a status of at least R2, wherein it is 5 minutes ready for combat, and R1 is ready to combat any second. So that's how this pans out. But having said that, and having heard you, I would like to also present 2 or 3 points from my side, wherein the discourse needs to be seen in light of these facts that we sometimes are missing. We are all over the place here. Have you ever seen a boxer winning a boxing match, purely defending? No, it is not the case.
So 1 second, sir, Wing Commander, I have to take a short break. I'll just come back to you. You're making a very important point and I value it. I'm just going to come right back after this short break. We'll bring you back there. It's an important point that Sudhakaranji was making. Let's just go in for a short break.
Mahi sir,
of control. This is in the Digwar sector of Punj. The Indian Army is retaliating effectively and very, very strongly. But from the Pakistani guns, there has been damage to civilian areas, and Punj has borne quite the brunt of it between 7th, 8th and 9th. Tejinder Sodhi joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder.
Anand, you see, Pakistan has been continuously targeting the civilian population, and this time they are using the Chinese-made SH-15 self-propelled Howitzer guns, which are made by China's Norinco, and they are being used by the Pakistan Army to target the civilian population. These guns they have an extended range, so they are being used to target the civilian population in Punj, in Uri, and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. Though the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, but there has been civilian casualties. One woman has lost her life in Uri, 3 others have been injured in Punj. 1 civilian has been killed in the Pakistani aggression. So Pakistan continues to violate the ceasefire along the line of control. There was another incident of cross-border firing in the Samba sector, wherein the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from across the border. Several terrorists who were attempting to infiltrate into the Indian side, they were also eliminated by the border security force. So the situation along the entire stretch of line of control in Jammu and Kashmir remains tense. There has been several incidents of ceasefire violation in the Karna-Keran sector of Kupwara district, but yes, the Indian Army is paying in an equal caliber to Pakistan. The retaliation is on. There has been firing going on in several locations in Punj, Rajouri right now as we speak. In Digwar sector, Pakistan once again targeted the civilian population, but the Indian Army is right now responding in an equitable manner to the Pakistan.
Well, viewers, this is ongoing coverage here on your channel, CNN News 18, of the entire widening conflict between India and Pakistan. Quite clearly, viewers, the events of last night have left no one under any other illusion but the fact that Pakistan is spoiling for a contest that it is going to lose, certainly. Yesterday, all its attempts at trying to provoke India failed miserably because our forces stood rock solid and completely overwhelmed Pakistan in its attempt to try and unleash mayhem in our country. The only thing that Pakistan hit yesterday, viewers, regrettably, because it is a terrorist state and it has no respect for humanity, were innocent civilians, a large number of their munitions lying in fields all over the country, around the border, viewers, because they simply failed. A lot of them are Chinese munitions, scrap, garbage, sasta, but not even tikau. I want to quickly give you an update at the top of noon and give you an entire 360 of all the developments. As we speak, viewers, Tri-Services chiefs are meeting Rajnath Singh amid the escalating India-Pakistan tensions. All three service chiefs are at the South Block holding a crucial meeting on the developing security situation with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Important meeting because Rajnath Singh is going to take all these details and he is then going to brief the Prime Minister. There's also going to be, of course, talk about the exercise of options. Day 3, viewers, for the third day, MEA is going to be holding a news briefing. And that news briefing is going to tell us a little bit more about what was India's response to the belligerence exhibited by Pakistan. Key finance ministry meeting because India needs to make a pitch at the IMF to prevent a bailout package that Pakistan is aiming for and also try and get it listed on the grey list of the FATF. So that's very important. That action is taking place as we speak. Fresh ceasefire violations by Pakistan are taking place all along the northern frontier. In fact, a large number of alarms have been sounded in Punjab because that seems to be the focus right now of the Pakistani military. Major infiltration bid has been foiled. BSF troops foiled a major infiltration bid at the international boundary. In Samba district, intel sources say as many as 7 Jaish terrorists were neutralized by our forces. There's also some riveting footage which we should play out, viewers, of a particular border post that was giving covering fire to this infiltration bid was completely knocked out of the ground. Debris of suspected projectiles have been found. A missile-like used weapon was found in Bhatinda and Hoshiarpur. The object appears even larger than a big drum. It's believed to be a part of a missile that was intercepted and destroyed mid-air by the Indian Army. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister taking stock there of some of the most affected areas, Rajouri and Poonch, and that is important, viewers, because some of those local civilians that have been targeted, some of them have lost their lives, have lost their livelihoods, have lost also their homes, and they will be requiring assistance. So the Chief Minister out there getting an assessment from the ground. Let's go straight across to some breaking news coming in. That meeting between Rajnath Singh and the Tri-Services chiefs is underway. We have some information coming through on that. We're being told that that particular meeting is crucial because a large amount of stock taking is underway. So the pictures coming in from that meeting, viewers, you can see our Tri-Services chiefs in their military uniforms that's sending a signal. Also, of course, sitting there with the RM. Arunima, what's the latest?
Yes, so that meeting, that briefing of the Raksha Mantri has begun. The Tri-Service Chiefs, the Chief of Defence Staff, they're all there. CDS is there. Defence Secretary is also part of that meeting. What we are told is that the situation as it has unfolded overnight and the anticipation of what lies ahead, that's the core agenda of the briefing. The military leadership has a free hand in deciding the way they want to respond. But of course, the Raksha Mantri is being apprised of what lies in store as per the assessment being done by the military intelligence, by the external intelligence intelligence wing of this country and the overall assessment on the ground, we do know that Pakistan's misadventure yesterday was thwarted by our air defense system, but the entire border is still on heightened alert. Yes, there is peace in Chandigarh, in Pathankot, in Jammu, in Srinagar, all the way up to Jaisalmer, but nobody is letting their guard down. So in that backdrop, Raksha Mantri is meeting the top defense leadership, and it is being speculated that after this meeting, post this meeting, Raksha Mantri could also meet the Prime Minister, even as Pakistan continues to portray itself as the victim. India is going all out to ensure that there is no escalation on our part. We are only responding to Pakistani misadventure, and second, provide the right evidence. This is not just military strike which is happening. There's also evidence gathering that is happening simultaneously to show to the world how Pakistan is being provocative.
Absolutely. Just look at the body language around that table. How's the Josh? Hi, sir. They're all smiling. They're all looking very relaxed, Arunima. That's quite striking about this photo, isn't it? No tense faces, unlike what we saw from the Pakistan CDS meet a few days back, where Shehbaz Sharif was seated, ensconced with all his military paraphernalia and his military generals, who you can't tell the difference between them and, of course, terrorists, but nonetheless, they all look tense. Here, there looks a lot of confidence, and they're all wearing their combat uniforms.
Yes, Raksha Mantri, I think, is representing all of us, that sense of pride that India is feeling at the way our air defense system, worked yesterday. It was no small feat, all the way from the line of control, from Uri down all to Jaisalmer, the international border, the line of control, our entire border with Pakistan was on fire, but not a single casualty, not a single success of all the loitering munitions that were sent towards India's side by Pakistan. So it's a big moment for India's defense forces, and I think Raksha Mantri, like I said, is sharing that moment with them, representing all of us, conveying our gratitude, conveying a proud nation's feelings and emotions, but at the same time, everyone is on heightened alert, and that's what I think the combat uniform signifies, that yes, Operation Sindoor is on track. Yes, so far we have managed a success rate, but it is not over. We are still on heightened alert. Be it our army, be it our Air Force, the Navy, the border security force, and while we are showing this the picture that has come out of Raksha Mantri meeting the service chiefs, I can also tell you that on the other side, in North Block also, heightened meetings going on as far as the civilian area is concerned. Home Minister is meeting DG BSF shortly, and also DG CISF to take stock of what the airports, especially airports in forward areas, are facing at the moment, and what more can be done to secure them.
Well, that's important. Parallel meetings, viewers, but the body language here quite significant. We had a great few days. Let's just hope that we don't tempt fate, and God is kind, and our military has really kept us safe, viewers, and we usually don't appreciate their role. They're so in the background. They're so understated, so professional, that we forget that we owe our existence really in the face of these horrible neighbors that we have to them. I want to bring in Akash. Akash, these pictures obviously are also important because this is, yes, of course, there is levity in the room, but there will also be a lot of seriousness. This meeting has gone on for quite a while now, so clearly some decisions have to be taken and an assessment of the situation has to be made, Akash.
Right, body language is telling us the entire story. Arunima pointed out that how, these, in fact, officials are briefing Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and Defence Secretary is very much there. Defence Secretary is someone who heads, in fact, the administrative departments there in the Defence Ministry, and who takes care of the production, exports and everything else. We know that how our weapons and platforms have played an important role, and at this point in time, it is crucial to give a check on what kind of things we can have and what are the remaining things that are left with us, so that we can counter the future attacks as well. And the future planning is very important, Rahul. So possibly this meeting is to discuss the scenario, what happened actually last night, and what can happen. Intelligence, is there a number of things are happening simultaneously. Even at this point in time, we are receiving several sort of inputs from across the border, and a number of things are happening. So this meeting is crucial given the fact that how India is going to take the next step, what is going to be the future course of action at this point in time. We know that how all these drones and the missiles and in fact the artillery, that came towards the military infrastructure and the establishment here towards us, were thwarted and in fact were destroyed. But then what is going to happen next, what is going to be the next move of Pakistan and how we are going to counter it is something that is very much on the agenda. And as of now, these officials, the three service chiefs, CDS and Defence Secretary, are meeting Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh.
Absolutely. I also want to quickly go back to Arunima on that meeting the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is having with the chiefs of the BSF and the CISF. Important meeting, isn't that, Arunima, given the fact that there's been a heightened alert across airports also and other very important financial assets of the country, including, of course, defense production facilities.
Yes, Rahul, in Hindi they say कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर काम कर रहे हैं. I think that best describes what the BSF is doing at the moment. While our Air Force and Army are keeping us safe along the line of control on the international border, BSF too is doing everything in its capacity to keep each Indian safe. What we have seen in Samba, an infiltration attempt at around 11 o'clock last night, foiled 7 Jaish-e-Mohammed suspected infiltrators, gunned down. The post of Pakistan also demolished. Pakistani Rangers who were giving covering fire to these infiltrators, that post has been demolished completely. So BSF is doing a very good job on the international border, and Home Minister is constantly monitoring the situation with BSF. They're there under the command of the Indian Army at line of control. They are the primary border guarding force all across the international border, right from Jammu to Punjab to Gujarat to Rajasthan. So Home Minister's meeting is to take stock of the situation at the border, that the DG is going to apprise him, and also DG CISF, because our airports are also facing a threat from Pakistan, and therefore air security is important. DG CISF has had repeated meetings with the Home Minister over the last 2 days. One such meeting today, especially in light of airspace being controlled in some airports.
Right, stay on with me. I just want to quickly also go across to Wing Commander Sudhakaran, who was making a point. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, that meeting, those pictures, we're going to keep them there. We're also seeing, of course, the pictures of shelling, etc., etc. Now, the Indian response matters. Indian response matters. It has to be kinetic. That's what you were saying or about to say when I cut you off. Yes, please go ahead.
No, what I was trying to tell you is the time for that strategic clarity that was missing in India last 70 years is now. Last 10 years, Modi had to build up to this point wherein he is today the undisputed leader of the Indian democracy. Our finance is at its best. Technologically, we are not lacking. Our weapon systems, though it is, desired to be better, but then it is good enough for the Pakistanis. This, if it is not now, it will be never. Okay. So let me drive the first point. That is that the time for strategic clarity is now. Have you ever seen that? What I was trying to tell you before you cut me was that have you ever seen a boxer winning a boxing championship just purely defending? See, victory demands dominance, resolve and precision, not indecision masked as diplomacy. Every time the enemy is cornered in the past, we hit a pause. We de-escalate. We let them breathe. This rinse-repeat cycle has become our national habit. Short bursts of tactical successes followed by strategic hesitation. This has been our Achilles heels. The cost of this pattern isn't just economic, it's generational. My grandfather spent his life fighting this very problem. My father spent his life. I am spending this life. And if we let this go like this, my grandchildren will do the same. It is high time that we need to change this. History has warned us. Gauri didn't win on merit. He tried 17 times and 17 times we gave a chance. And that is the root of the problem that we are facing today. The jihadi mindset, which removes your pants, checks your identity, and then kills you, and then tells your wife to go tell your prime minister that we will come again and do it again and again and again. And we are talking about restraint. We are talking about proportional response. See, this is where I want to quote Gita here. Gita chapter 18 verse 63 comes to my mind, wherein Lord Krishna tells to Arjuna that reflect on the truth deeply and then act as you wish. Moral clarity does not mean moral rigidity. Unorthodox action becomes dharma when the stakes are existential. That is what we need to adopt. So what I am trying to tell is, just give me 2 seconds.
Yes.
What I am trying to tell is that have a double face here. Speak the right things, do what you want, and do till the time the enemy is on his knees. You know, this is the time to press the cold start doctrine into action. 20 years back you developed it. If you are not going to pressing into action, then there is no point in developing a doctrine like that. Go capture enemy territory in the next week, then go to the discussion table. Take POJK and Gilgit-Baltistan peacefully from them. You know, then will we be able to resolve the problem of Kashmir.
Let me now, we understand, and I suppose there are many people who will, of course, want that kind of action. But as of now, viewers, BCCI and IPL sources are telling us that they might be considering the suspension of the IPL. Shivani Gupta with us. Shivani.
Yes, I just spoke to the very top sources in the IPL governing body, and they have confirmed that they are considering the suspension of the IPL as of now. When I asked them what is the reason behind this, is it because of the security concerns, has the government indicated anything to them, they said that no, this is not because the government has asked us to do anything, but when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. This is something that the IPL governing body is thinking of in itself. What I've been told is that they're discussing it currently with the IPL franchises as to what needs to be done. What they're saying is that they're considering suspension of the IPL right now. What happens to the remainder of the season, we don't quite know. We know that, of course, the window available for the IPL is always these two. All right, now we're getting a confirmation that the IPL has been suspended. We're getting this confirmation coming in. As I said, the official source from the IPL governing body has been saying that they are considering this decision, and the reason is, as they said to me, that we cannot be seen playing cricket when the country is at war. As far as the government is concerned, there is no word as far on the security situation, etc. But yes, the IPL governing body feels that this is not something that should go on, and there are, of course, security and logistical concerns. There are multiple venues that are associated with the IPL. Movement of the players and the teams becomes a concern, and on top of that, the local security provision that has to be made for each and every match. Yesterday in Dharamshala, the match was going on even as news of Pakistan aggression was coming. Officially, the BCCI has still maintained that that match at Dharamshala had to be suspended because of floodlights issue. It was believed that that's what the crowd was told at the ground, so that there is no panic, but the actual reason was that they wanted to suspend it and have no activity there at the ground. But the BCCI till today has maintained the official line that that was only due to floodlights issue. But as news is now coming in, the IPL has been suspended for the remainder of the season. When it can pick up, we don't quite know, because the situation within with India and Pakistan at the LOC and at the border now continues to be extremely fluid and extremely dangerous.
Yes, well, of course, the optics are pretty wrong in a situation like this, but clearly there is an overhang, security overhang, Shivani, and I'm sure that the BCCI's decision has probably been communicated to the government. Would you not agree?
Yes, absolutely. They will, of course, keep the government in loop. You know, just till 2 minutes back when they were talking about this, they said that, see, it's not as if the government has asked us to do anything. I think they said the government is doing their job. What is our job is to see whether we should be playing cricket at this time. The word used was that when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. So I think this is also more to show solidarity with the fact that we cannot be doing this. This is a mega tournament. Under very few circumstances does the IPL ever come under question. You would remember that when elections were happening in 2009 and security was denied to the IPL, it moved to South Africa. But other than that, you know, the IPL continues to be the biggest draw in world cricket, and come rain or shine, you know, nothing really affects it. There have been questions on so many things about the IPL in the past, but it doesn't really work out because IPL is the BCCI's showpiece tournament in India, and a lot of the global cricketers come and play here. But I think in this situation, it is about their security as well. We've got foreign cricketers on Indian land. We've got Indian cricketers and their well-being to take care of. And I think one can understand why they're not saying this openly, that there are security and logistical concerns. Yesterday, after the match in Dharamshala was cut short, there had to be a special train that had to be organized for the players to come, because airports were under, airport activity was under suspension by the government. So here, I think it kind of eases one element of security apparatus, local police and others who are employed in giving security to IPL matches need not do so anymore. And yes, the bigger question now for the board and the IPL governing body to understand would be what happens next as far as the remainder of the season is concerned. The window is only till May end. After that, international window opens. So we don't quite know. This is unprecedented ground really as far as the IPL is concerned.
Yes, it is unprecedented ground. Of course, there have been instances in the past when the IPL has moved overseas, and that has been also because of certain other exigencies, but this time quite clearly linked to a conflict. Shivani, the Pakistani establishment has also decided to continue their version of the IPL in the Middle East, isn't it? That's also something that was reported yesterday.
Well, they're going to have their concerns as well. Yesterday we saw visuals when when on the intervening night of 7th and 8th, Pakistan had tried something on Indian military installations, which was a much lesser, attempt than what happened last night. There was a retaliation from the Indian government that was put on record by the Indian government last afternoon, and there were visuals that came in from Pakistan, including cities like Lahore, where even the stadium facade and outside boundary faced some impact of the retaliation that came from the Indian side. So yes, of course there are concerns, and remember there are some foreign cricketers that play in the PSL as well. So given the situation on ground, each country is going to be responsible for the security and safety of foreign nationals on their land. They have to be given the opportunity to leave if that is what they desire. You would remember last afternoon, Rahul, the US consulate in Islamabad plus the US just generally gave an advisory to its citizens not to travel to Pakistan or be close to the international border with India and Pakistan, and the US consulate in Islamabad also told its own members to take shelter in place. So that was in retaliation. That was after India's retaliation post the first escalation from Pakistan 2 nights ago. Now, of course, we're still awaiting what happened as far as Pakistani cities are concerned last night after they tried this massive drone attack and missile attack on Indian border cities. But of course, there are more security concerns and certainly damage that has been seen on ground in Lahore, Rawalpindi, etc. last afternoon than anything was visible in India. So certainly concerns on the Pakistani sides are much, much larger.
Much larger. Very, very interesting developments, viewers. Fast-paced developments this morning. The IPL suspended. When can we expect, Shivani, a official announcement? We're being told that that hasn't been released as yet by the BCCI.
Yes, we're just waiting for the official announcement to come. Like I said, just before I came live with you, I spoke to the top decision-making body in the IPL, and they said wait for a few minutes and we are going to make it official, and then we'll speak to you officially and let you know what happens next. But yes, I think from the conversation I had, it was clear that their mind is made up when they said that, see, when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. It's just an extra headache for the country these are high value individuals, Indian cricketers, all foreign cricketers, nationals who are in the country. They have to move around quite a bit. They have to practice at their grounds. It's not just about match security. There's a whole 2-day, 3-day schedule for every match. They need access to the ground. They travel from the hotels to the grounds. They practice in the open.
Yes.
There's security staff. There are fans who come and watch those practice sessions, etc. Are you going to allow fans inside the stadium? So instead of going through that route and figuring out all of those security and logistical concerns, the IPL has decided that it's best to suspend it for now. Like I said, this is unprecedented decision. Never in the history of the IPL has the IPL been suspended like this.
Absolutely. Of course, there are also concerns, as you rightly pointed out, about players' safety, and Pakistan would love to attack one of the stadiums and cause carnage there. So this is perhaps also pragmatic. It's a pragmatic decision that has been taken. Viewers, more details coming in now with regards to the aftermath of the Pakistani military action yesterday. Debris found in Sundarbani area of Rajouri district. This is after multiple drones and missiles were launched by Pakistan and shot down by Indian air defense mechanism. Let's try to get more details on this. Tejinder joins us. We probably also have visuals. Tejinder, what can you tell us? Where are these munitions from? What are they exactly? Have you been able to identify them? And are these of any Chinese origin, or what is exactly the nature?
Yes, Rahul. These are the multi-barrel rocket launchers which are fired from the Pakistan side, but they were taken down by the air defense mechanism of the Indian Armed Forces. These debris have been recovered from the Sundarbani area of Rajouri district, wherein Pakistan tried to target some of our vital Indian Army installations in the area by using these rockets. I have got a clearance from the Indian Army where I wanted to check with them what type of rockets are these. So we want to be doubly sure, and now we have the confirmation.
Okay, did we just lose Tejinder there? I think we did. Viewers, we're going to try and reconnect because that was important. He was getting to an important point. Some of these debris items even have serial numbers on them. So clearly they have markings, and those markings tell a story. And if they do tell a story, then we can establish very, very clearly that this was a Pakistan unprovoked strike on a civilian area, which makes it a lot more difficult for Pakistan to explain what it was doing. And therefore, I want to go across to General Iyer. I think he's still there with us. We also have General Sharma. General Iyer, put this into context. This Pakistan decision to target civilians. Okay, we also have General Rajinder Singh. Let me bring you in, General Rajinder Singh. What do you make of this? And of course, General KJ Singh also there with us. So General Rajinder Singh.
Firstly, I totally agree with the points which have been brought out by the wing commander. I think with the spirit that he spoke, the spirit of our country is exactly the same. We are today fully ready to counter any of the threats from Pakistan. We have shown it by the various actions that we have undertaken up till now. Your correspondents have very lucidly brought out as to what all has happened on the border areas, near the military installations, near the airfields, where the Pakistan has struck. And we have also seen the kind of counteractions that have been taken by us. Pakistan, for once and for all, must realize that India is not going to sit idle. It is not going to tolerate any meddling into our area, any I have seen this during 1971 war when I was a lieutenant. I think our people along the border always rise up to that such kind of situations. We are ready again, and should Pakistan try something, they will get a kind of a response that they wouldn't have imagined in their wildest of dreams.
Absolutely. General KJ Singh, your commentary really on what India now needs to do. We've seen what Pakistan has done. They have completely violated the rationale of proportionality here. India has been very, very restrained. Do you think the time has come when we pay them back in their own coin, sir?
Rahul, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, sir.
Firstly, I speak to you from Panchkula. We had a blackout yesterday night and today. Let me assure your viewers, the morale is high. Compliance with civic authorities' instructions is very, very high. People have followed all the guidelines. So, everybody, all citizens are ready, compliant and cooperating with the system. And I am also glad that IPL has called off this thing. But let me get to your point. I see in this current exchange with Pakistan a very, very significant change. India in its targeting has conveyed to Pakistan that you cannot say that it is subconventional warfare or you call it an act of terrorist, you have to take ownership of these people. See, in Pakistan, organizations like LET also masquerade under the name of Jamaat-ud-Dawa.
Yes.
And similarly, Jaish. So these people also do some kind of charity and all these kind of activities. So in the garb of that, they try to acquire legitimacy. Now we have taken that thing off. We have said that if you would do this kind of action in India,
yes,
then you jolly well take ownership of these things, you control them. There is no longer will Pakistan have the luxury
yes,
of blaming the terrorists and vectoring such strikes.
Sir, can I also, I just want you to put your thinking cap on now. The NSA paramilitary DGs are reaching the Home Minister's residence for security meeting. Can you put this into context for our viewers? Arunima is of course there. I'll just get a quick update from her and then I would like you to weigh in on this. Arunima, yes.
So we had reported that the Home Minister was meeting DGBSF and DGCISF. Now the National Security Advisor, DG of other paramilitary forces have also reached his residence. So it looks like this is a comprehensive internal security meeting that is going on in light of the situation along the India-Pakistan border. Yes, BSF is important because BSF is guarding our international border. So the BSF DG, Daljit Singh Chaudhary, is expected to brief the Home Minister on the situation overnight and the situation since daybreak today. DGCISF, because airport security is at risk, there have been a number of notifications from various airports, for example, Chandigarh, Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Kulu. They've all decided to shut the airport for now, but even those which are operational, including the ones like Delhi, Mumbai, Mangaluru, Bangalore, all these important airports, security has been heightened there. Multiple layers of security checks have been announced by BCAS also, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. So in that backdrop, CISF's presence becomes important. CRPF, because of the situation in Kashmir, more forces are being rushed into Jammu and Kashmir. Forces are being withdrawn from Manipur because the assessment is that even after the situation calms down along the LC, Pakistan will try and disturb peace in Jammu and Kashmir. So what steps can be taken? What is the feedback that CRPF has from the ground? All of that is on the table, is on the agenda right now. Right. NSA's presence makes this a comprehensive overall briefing about internal security.
Okay, thank you very much, Arunima, for that update. General Singh, just wanted to bring you in on this. What are your thoughts on this meeting, this review? Is it merely a review or could it also be, of course, a strategy session? I don't know, but what do you make of this?
See, it is a very, very important adjunct to our security strategy.
Right.
Firstly, a large number of airports which were of dual use have been taken over by the armed forces. NSG has been deployed on some of them. So their security in itself is a huge big concern. And second thing is the facilities which have been targeted across. I don't call them facilities, the terrorist hubs which have been targeted of LET and Jaish. The first thing they'll like to do is do something for quid pro quo, like they did yesterday in Sabah.
Okay.
More such actions may take place. So our BSF has to be put on extra vigilance, and our BSF has got significant anti-drone capability.
Okay.
They have been recently provided this facility, especially on the Punjab frontier, something on Rajasthan frontier also. So all these will be operationalized. They will be got into the grid. Okay. And the third thing which is very, very important is,
yes,
this is also the time to put civil defense, what we are seeing all over, our citizens. See, all these border areas, luckily, have hardened bunkers. It's not as if our government is not catered for them.
Okay. So this is a comprehensive review in your analysis. Just stay on with me. I also want to bring in General Dhillon. General Dhillon is here with us also. General Dhillon, your overview really of the response that India either should have or has already undertaken. You probably have access to some news from your own sources. What do you make of the situation? We've seen what Pakistan has done, but how has India really responded? And do you think we've fallen short of what should have been perhaps a toe-to-toe response with Pakistan?
I must amplify here, I must clarify here. India's response cannot be what Pakistan's response is. Pakistan kills innocent civilians, India cannot do that. We are a responsible state, we are a responsible nuclear state, we are a responsible democracy. So India's response is very considered, very mature, very restrained, and जिसको हम कहते हैं कि संयम रखते हुए. When we launched Operation Sindoor in retaliation to when our innocent civilians were killed in Pahalgam in front of their wives and children and parents, we hit only the terror hubs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think what I'm trying to say is that when it's about reciprocity, you see, we never attacked their military targets. They tried that last night. So has the time come to give them back, jaw for jaw, tooth for tooth? Or do you think that there still is a point at which we can still probably restrain ourselves? I want to ask you because there are a lot of people who are building a case internationally to allow for diplomatic pressure to be exerted on Pakistan. Would that get jeopardized if we escalate and hit their military hardware?
When our nations go to war, the whole of nation, all the arms of the nation, that is military, diplomatic, political, economic, everything is a comprehensive national power. Now here, people are saying if Pakistan had done something yesterday night, why haven't we reciprocated within 6 hours? That is exactly the military strategies. We will hit at the time and place of own choosing, either militarily or otherwise. So let's not jump or let's not vie for some big action. The big action will happen. We must have faith in our leadership, which is very strong, and we must have faith in our military commanders who are very well synergized in the national overall scheme of things. We are not a state like Pakistan that nahi abhi mere ko abhi karna. We will do it. We will do it at place and time of own choosing. And we will, when we respond, or when we reciprocate, or when we retaliate, Pakistan will not know what hit Pakistan. So far, all the missiles of Pakistan, all the drones of Pakistan have been taken care of, and they have not been able to hit the targets. Here, I would just like to use the services of channel to convey a point to the citizens. When the Pakistani missiles or drones were targeted at our cities, our towns, our military installations, our anti-air defense system or our Suraksha Chakra or S-400s, they have intercepted them mid-air. So there will be a lot of debris lying around the villages, towns or places at some maybe 10 kilometers from the intended target, some maybe 100 kilometers from the intended target. Because our systems pick up the incoming projectiles at various ranges. So my request to all the citizens is please do not touch the debris. There may be still explosive in it. If you see anything, just go to the nearest army man or a police station and inform about this debris. Please do not touch it. It's not a toy. It's not something to take selfies with. It's a very serious thing. You can lose your life or limb. But coming back to your point, India will respond, and India will respond at the time and place of its own choosing. We will pick the targets. We will pick the weapon systems. We will pick the intensity, and we will pick the levels. So we will do it in a very considered manner.
A very considered manner. Yes, of course, that must always be the leitmotif, should it not? But General Dillon, there is room still, isn't there, for escalation to perhaps impose deterrence still on Pakistan. It hasn't taken the off-ramp option that we presented to it. So clearly, the Indians have calculated that there is still room for escalation.
See, when we launched Operation Sindoor, we had cater for all contingencies. Since I have been in this type of meetings, in this type of brainstormings, in this type of wargamings during my service, each and every contingency's levels up to which it can go, and then their contingencies also. So we took a time of 14 days, 15 days, because we were coordinating all that which could happen. In all eventualities, all scenarios, we did not want to go in a hurry and then, looking at over our shoulders if something goes beyond what we have planned for. Similarly, even now the particular contingency has opened up, and in this contingency also, as we stand today, there are options which are there for future. In next 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and in that option, again, new options will open up.
Okay.
So we need to be very clear that the military commanders are putting their heads onto it, and they are considering each every option before venturing into it.
And let me assure the nation one thing through your channel. Whatever our military commanders are doing, they're doing it in the best interest of the nation, and they know when to do it.
Okay, let me also bring in Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy. Captain Sharma, what now should be the next step? We're at an important inflection point. It's been 3 days, and we are reaching the point where this is becoming a wider conflict, as we know. How far do you think this is going to go? What do you think are the next options?
Good afternoon, Rahul, and good afternoon to your viewers. As we are seeing it for the last 3 days, things are well under control insofar as India is concerned. We are very, very measured, we are very, very precise, and we are not going berserk as our adversary is going. They are in a state of panic. They are looking at all the windows, all the opportunities, and are striking left, right, and center. But as be it as it may, you have seen our air defenses, our chains, our layered security chains, which are responding to it and have not allowed, apart from that one odd projectile, which is, coming from the Punch sector, Tangdhar and all, that is all because of the terrain. And it is, standoff firing, and it is coming and hitting civilian population very unfortunately, which is being responded to. And adequate, ammunition is being dumped that side also to give an answer that we are here and we are looking after our assets. Now coming down to where will it lead to? As you had brought out, all the three commanders with the CDS, DefSec and Raksha Mantri have met in Delhi and are exchanging notes. As such, they are operating from the war room in South Block. But coming over there and reassuring the political leadership, and as you had already mentioned, that probably the defense minister will now go and brief the prime minister. So, it's at the ground level, all the services are working together. At the commanders level, they are exchanging notes. And let me tell you through your channel that all the ops rooms, whether it is in Kashmir, whether it is in Punjab, whether it is in Chandi Mandir, Bombay, or invite that.
Okay.
So, and we are not going to go, ballistic, because we are very clear, as you have heard our foreign secretary saying that this is being targeted to where the problem lies.
Okay.
So, but if they do any misadventure, it will be,
So there is room. What I was trying to get at was, is there room for escalation? And you think there is room for escalation? Okay, look, viewers, much more information coming through. PIB Fact Check has debunked 7 instances of misinformation or disinformation amid escalated tension. Let's go across to Griya Atul, who will show how India is debunking Pakistan's narrative. She is reporting from a war room that has been set up to do precisely just this.
Absolutely, Rahul. It's not just a war that that we are fighting at the borders. It does look like that we are fighting one online, that against disinformation, like you rightly mentioned. Now, the Press Information Bureau of the country has managed to identify certain fake accounts, Pakistan-based accounts on social media platform X that are spreading this Pakistani propaganda, spreading this fake news, and let's in fact take you through some of those. You mentioned 7, we've managed to in fact ascertain more than that. We're talking about 10 to 12 so far. The PIB is already put out officially. Let's look at the first one. The PIB Fact Check goes on to claim this is a Pakistan propaganda alert where Pakistan-based handles are spreading old videos falsely alleging strikes on a military base in Amritsar. It's been fact checked, and then they go on to claim how this particular video, and here this is the video in question where they have branded it as fake, and they have said that this video is from a wildfire from the year 2024. If we take a look at the next one, this is a question that PIB is now posting. Did this Indian drone really get intercepted in Pakistan? A big question mark there. They go on to say that Pakistan-based handles are sharing an old image claiming that the Pakistan army has intercepted a UAV drone that fell in Gurjanwala in Pakistan. That has been, in fact, fact-checked again. This is the image, as you can see, and here the image being circulated is from the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 2022. That's another one by the PIB. This is again a viral video alert. Remember, this is post Operation Sindoor, where the truth behind the aircraft crash has been established by the PIB, where India is claiming that this is a Pakistani social media account. They are recycling, by the way, old video and sharing it in the present context. This is the video from an earlier incident from 2019 involving an Indian Air Force Mi-17 V5 helicopter that crashed near Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is how PIB has debunked that entire narrative that has been posed by Pakistan. Another one that's coming to fore here. This is a video from Indonesia which has been shared in completely wrong context. So there are numerous examples like this, Rahul, which India has posted.
Okay.
India has identified these accounts, and of course there is also that executive order that has come in from the country to in fact ban over 8,000 accounts, and that request has been sent out to the social media platform X.
Well, viewers, these are modern days, and in modern times there's also a disinformation campaign that has to be fought because of the technology that is available. Disinformation spreads so much quicker, as we all know. In the past, we've had false flag operations, we've had feints, etc., but because there was nothing like social media to amplify, this part of the war was always sort of not given too much importance, but now it has a huge impact on situations. But more breaking news coming in, getting in visuals of Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha visiting the spot where shops were damaged. Remember, a lot of civilian areas were targeted by coward Pakistani army slash terrorist units. Shelling last night took place all along the LOC, and Umar Abdullah, also Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, reached Government Hospital in Jammu. All of these areas just to make sure that the civilians there, whatever they need, all their requirements are addressed. So that's what we're seeing. That's I think Manoj Sinha there under a umbrella because it's raining, and he's taking an assessment. Ishan Vani there with us. Ishan, what can you tell us about these pictures that we're seeing on our screens?
Yes, Rahul, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Minister and the Cabinet Ministers are out meeting people affected by the ceasefire violation, particularly those who have been now shifted to safer shelters and those who are in the hospital getting medical treatment, and they are assuring people that the government stands with them, and everyone is trying to ensure your safety. Lieutenant Governor visited those shops which were damaged by the ceasefire violations, includes people who were earning a living out of running shops near the Uri market, where shells landed yesterday at multiple shops. The is taking care of situation in Kashmir. The cabinet ministers are out there, visited the GMC in Baramulla and other locations as well, trying to reassure people that the government stands with them in difficult times, and while the army is trying to give a befitting response to the ceasefire provocation by the Pakistan army.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Ishan, and continue to be safe there. Tough and very, very trying times along the LOC, where Pakistan has decided that in their asymmetric warfare, they're going to target civilians, and this is quite disgusting. But we're also, viewers, being told that, okay, do we have a bite of whom? Let me just quickly clarify that with our director. Director Saab, whose bite are we going to?
पता नहीं कौन सा कायद वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर, जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वजीर आजम होता है, वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी, वाइंड अप करें, जुम्मे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वजीर आजम, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद, वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो
Well, viewers, we should just play that once more because that is the epic meltdown in the Pakistani National Assembly, and that's a member of parliament just before the Jummah prayers, completely losing it, thinking that bluster alone will win them this war. No, it's not going to win you this war, Mr. MP. It's not going to win you this war. You're losing your equanimity. You're completely losing rationality. The person that you should be actually accusing of subterfuge is the Pak Army Chief, but these members of parliament in Pakistan, viewers, as you know, are just rubber stamps. So they will never talk to the people who really matter, which is the military chief of their country that has led them into what really is a death spiral. Let's listen to this once again.
का सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो शेरों की तरह लड़ते हैं। अगर शेरों का लश्कर, उसका सरदार गीदड़ हो तो वो नहीं लड़ सकते, वो जंगे हार लेते हैं। इस वक्त बॉर्डर पे खड़ा वो फौजी जो हमसे तवक्को रखता है कि हमारा लीडर, जो कौमी लीडर होता है या जो वजीर आजम होता है, वो आईना होता है, वो फेस होता है, उसकी तवक्को है कि हमारी सियासी क़यादत वो दलेरी के साथ मुकाबला करेगी।
जी, वाइंड अप करें, जुम्मे का टाइम है।
आखिरी 2 मिनट दे जी। लेकिन जब आपका वजीर आजम, जब आपका लीडर बुज़दिल हो, वो मोदी का नाम ना ले सके, उसको आप क्या पैगाम दे रहे बॉर्डर पे लड़ने वाले जवान को? इनका पता नहीं कौन सा कायद, वो इंडिया के इन मामलात के ऊपर एक स्टेटमेंट नहीं आई। जनाब डिप्टी स्पीकर साहब, मुझे टीपू सुल्तान के वो एक कॉल याद आ रहा है कि अगर एक लश्कर जिसका सरदार शेर हो और उसके साथ लश्कर में गीदड़ हो तो वो
frothing at their mouths, viewers, and they're losing their faith in their own leadership. This is a Tehreek-e-Insaf party MP, so Imran Khan's party MP, they're completely besides himself. Pakistani establishment has a lot really to answer for. We leave it at this.
सस्ते वाले
Viewers, what India will say at the IMF meet is critical because this is a make or break moment for Indian diplomacy. We have to convince the international community, specifically the IMF, not to make a loan to Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't deserve it. It's a terror state. It enables terror. It will use that money for terror. Pakistan has had 24 bailouts, but none of them show any development on ground for the people. They got about $1.3 billion for climate change work, but none was used, as you all know. The funds are always diverted, and I'm not saying this. It has been very well established by a large number of independent auditors, globally well-known, reputable companies and auditors that have gone out there and looked at the expenditure, the diversion of funds. Pallavi is with us. Pallavi, this is a crucial meeting, isn't it?
That's right. So, we know that later tonight, India time, is when the IMF meeting will begin. And basically, the IMF meeting also decides on how much of funds which have to be given to any country. Now, these funds are technically meant for development work. Now, we've already seen that posturing which is coming in from Pakistan. The Economic Affairs Wing of Pakistan government has already put out a post saying that we have been so badgered by the Indian attack on us and Operation Sindoor that we are completely depleted with our funds. And that is the plea which Pakistan is going to be taking at the international platform, not just tonight but also later, that because of Indian action we have no money, and as a result of which it's the common man of Pakistan who's going to suffer. Well, all that point by point rebuttal has been prepared by India. A verbal communication has already gone in, but tonight when the meeting begins India time, our executive director over there is going to raise a couple of points. 1.3 billion was a recent bailout given to Pakistan. Where has that money been used? Actually, Rahul, that money was meant for climate change development work. Do you see anything on the ground? That's what India is going to be asking. Why is it in the last 6 months we've seen a spike as far as Pak, terror or defense budgeting is concerned? Where is that money coming in from if Pakistan is insisting that they don't have money? So clearly the funds are being diverted. Also, it's already got 24 bailouts on different yardsticks, for development work. Where are the roads? Where are the infrastructural facilities which have been provided for the common man? So the points have been prepared. The argument is going to be very, very aggressive. And that's the point which is going to be given, that it's not just India. Tomorrow everyone is going to suffer if you're going to keep on giving money to Pakistan, because they run a school of terror which funds terror acts across various spectrums, whether it's the Jaish, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba, or whether it is the Hamas, because it is all of them are trained in Pakistan's school of terror.
True. So Pallavi, thank you very much for that update. All eyes will be on that meeting. The IMF is of course also populated by an Indian representative, so that helps build leverage. But let's just open this up, because non-kinetic options are of course mid to long term. They will only bear fruit in the mid to long term. We have had the IMF as well as other international global organizations pulling back from funding Pakistan. It doesn't really make a material difference in the long run. What does our kinetic options that India has undertaken and some other punitive sanctions that India has imposed, which are of course non-kinetic but of more immediate value? But let's just open this up and analyze right now the kinetic options and the last 24 hours. Nishikanta Singh, General Nishikanta Singh is here with us, the defense expert. Let me bring you into it. General Saab, look, fundamentally, we can talk about all the 9 non-kinetic options, we can talk about diplomacy, we can talk about India exerting pressure through the United Nations, through other foreign governments, but eventually we have to do things that make sense in the immediate so that we can get respite from Pak-based terror. And Pakistan yesterday, you've seen their response. They've been strafing different parts of the Indian positions. They've tried to attack us at our bases, and of course they have been targeting civilians. Now, what do you think has been the Indian response to this? What should it be? Where should it stop? Or should we now call it all off?
Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. Thank you, Rahul, for having me here. I'll put it this way. India has been, in fact, very benign with the Pakistanis. We did not target their military. We targeted terrorist infrastructures which has been existing for years. These infrastructures were there when I was
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching the continuous coverage here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. We're tracking the latest that is coming from all official sources as far as the escalation from Pakistan is concerned against India across the western border from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat. And we'll get you all the latest in the next 1 hour. First up, let's take a quick check of the top 10 stories we're tracking. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets Tri-Services Chiefs and the CDS and Defence Secretary. Tri-Services Chiefs brief the Raksha Mantri on Operation Sindoor. Crucial meeting underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence on security. Paramilitary DGs have reached his residence for this top meet. BCCI to decide to suspend the Indian Premier League 2025 amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. IPL sources say they cannot be seen playing cricket when the country is at war. In Samba sector of Jammu, frontier BSF in the intervening night of 8th and 9th, an infiltration attempt by a big group of terrorists has been detected. This infiltration bid was supported by fire from Pak Rangers post in Dandar. Pakistan continues to warmonger. Missile debris found in Sundarbani area of Rajouri. Missile was intercepted and shot down by Indian Air Defence Mechanism. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah visited Government Medical College in Jammu to check on those injured in the recent shelling across the LOC. Omar Abdullah will also review the security situation. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha reaches Uri. The Lieutenant Governor has reached Lagama in Uri and visited shops damaged by Pakistan's shelling. Army handed Pakistan a befitting reply. Army has released a statement on Pakistan Army's attacks using drones and other munitions along the entire western border last night. The Army says the attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting reply was given. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar dialed India's allies and friends across the world as Pakistan resorted to unprovoked attacks in retaliation for Operation Sindoor. Pakistani MP Shahid Ahmed Khattak calls their Prime Minister Buzdil or coward, says he can't even take the name of Modi. So India's air defence system prevailed, and prevailed how? Against Pakistan's drones and even missile attack across the evening, across the entire western border last night. The government has neutralised all of the incoming missiles through the air defence system, and they have also neutralised the air defence system at Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets last afternoon. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send swarm drones all across various places along the LOC and international border, over 45 to 50 drones were successfully neutralised during the counter-drone operation. The engagement involved the use of L-70 guns, Zu-23mm, Chilka systems and other advanced equipment, demonstrating the Army's robust capability to counter such aerial threats. Let's begin by breaking down exactly the systems that India has used as far as this retaliation from Pakistan is concerned. So of course, this is the L-70, which is the anti-aircraft gun. This was developed by Bofors and produced under license in India now. It's a 40mm gun modernized with radar, electro-optical sensors and auto-tracking systems. It can fire 240 to 330 rounds per minute with a range of up to 4,000 meters. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire, making it effective against swarm attacks and evading drones. Most of the attacks that happened from Pakistan last evening were in fact drones, and the L-70 was that one system that was employed very successfully by the Indian Armed Forces. Let's take a look at the Chilka. Is a self-propelled system with 4 23mm autocannons guided by radar detecting targets up to 20 kilometers away. It can unleash 4,000 rounds per minute and has been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition and advanced fire control systems to tackle small drones. The Chilka's rapid fire and radar precision makes it lethal for UAVs, helicopters and light armored vehicles as well. Its dense curtain of rounds offers last resort protection for air bases, convoys and sensitive installations under elevated threat levels. Now, hours after escalation by Pakistan, the government has chaired a couple of very key meetings. Let's break down those meetings for you. Meeting number 1, as I mentioned earlier, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh today chairing a high-level meeting to review the security situation along the entire western border, and of course there has been shelling across the LOC as well. Overall preparedness of the Indian Armed Forces was discussed. The CDS, General Anil Chauhan, Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, Chief of the Naval Staff, Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, and Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal AP Singh, all were in attendance, along with Defence Secretary Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh. Meeting number 2, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, is meeting DG BSF, DG CISF and MHA officials, senior officials of the Ministry of Home Affairs to review the border situation, also give more instructions as to what needs to be done as far as Indian territory is concerned. Airport security arrangements are also under review, because remember, Pakistan has not hid its intentions of not just targeting key military installations in India, but they're also trying to target key civilian installations in India. More breaking updates coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a telephonic conversation with Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel to obtain details of Gujarat's preparedness as a border state and the advanced planning undertaken by the state government in the current situation of tension on the border. And the Chief Minister has provided necessary information. The Prime Minister has also given necessary guidance in this regard. My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us with more on this. Payal, the Prime Minister has spoken to Gujarat Chief Minister. You can tell us more about that, and is he also likely to speak to all other western border states Chief Ministers as well?
Yes, you have seen multiple rounds of preparedness and meetings taking place with the Union Home Minister chairing a meeting just the other day with the border state, with the police officers and the security officials over there to check the preparedness. But there have been very, very interesting developments that have taken place at these borders, especially Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, amongst the others, effective last night and the night before that as well. Keeping that in mind, one of the first two conversations that the Prime Minister essentially had, Shivani is been with the Gujarat Chief Minister, and Gujarat incidentally is also the Prime Minister's home state. There are many important military establishments that have been under the attack as far as Pakistan is concerned, and the fact that Jamnagar also houses one of the biggest refineries in the country. So, taking a clue from the preparedness that has already been put into place by the state government in coordination with the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Prime Minister has given guidance to the Chief Minister of Gujarat how to take this forward. Not to forget that the Prime Minister has been the longest serving Chief Minister of Gujarat himself as well. So, all hands on the deck approach that is being adopted by both the centre and the states, especially in border states, making sure that the nefarious design of Pakistan does not meet with any success, and our soldiers and our braves fighting it out at the borders, keeping all of us protected. So obviously, no room left for any sort of room unattended, if I may say so. That's the approach of the Indian government and the Indian establishment.
Payal, thanks a lot for joining us. Let's take a look at some more breaking updates coming in. X, the social media platform, has blocked accounts of leading Pakistani journalists Hamid Mir and Najam Sethi. These must have been blocked on the request of the Indian government. We have seen that the Indian government has sought the blocking of as many as 8,000 accounts on X for various reasons during this entire conflict and escalation between India and Pakistan. My colleague Aman is also joining us with more on this. Aman, more handles from Pakistan getting blocked.
Yes, Shivani, and this is big because Hamid Mir, Najam Sethi, some of the most well-known journalists of Pakistan, but also being accused of spreading fake news and propaganda from Pakistan, and that is why the government has taken this step. In fact, Hamid Mir's tweets were being pointed out by many on the social media also in the last few days as fake news. So Hamid Mir and Najam Sethi, both their X accounts have now been blocked by India after a series of action has been taken against certain media accounts of media organizations also from Pakistan, and this is a part of this India's crackdown. And the Twitter had yesterday in fact put it out that they had received executive orders from the Indian government requiring X to block as many as 8,000 accounts in India, and these are potentially because India is asking them to be blocked because in the current tensions between India and Pakistan, a lot of fake news is being propagated by these handles, and that is why India has taken this big step. So after many media organizations, now two leading journalists of Pakistan, Hamid Mir and Najam Sethi, both their X accounts have been blocked.
All right, Aman, thanks a lot for bringing us that update. Arunima, my colleague, is keeping a track of the government meetings that are taking place. Arunima, I believe you are at the South Block and multiple meetings taking place. What's the latest you're picking up on the Home Minister's meeting?
He's still meeting this paramilitary DGs, DGCISF for airport security, DGBSF to understand what's going on the international border from Jammu all the way up to Rajasthan. Punjab and Gujarat also saw incursions yesterday. So that meeting is going on. DG of CRPF as well as the IB chief are also attending that meeting. We do know that the situation in Kashmir, even without the tension at the border, is evolving after the Pahalgam terror attack. And there is a huge chance that the overall CRPF deployment in the valley could be augmented. So in the backdrop of what is currently happening, Home Minister is meeting the paramilitary chiefs to try and understand what is being done for civilians across the international border. He has already spoken to the DGPs of border states yesterday, and this meeting with the paramilitary DGs is also keeping in mind the situation as it evolved last night. Since daybreak, thankfully all has been quiet. There's been no incident reported along the LOC or along the international border. But as we are approaching the evening, I think our guards are up once again, because over the last 48 hours, with the sun setting, Pakistan has opened fire, artillery on the line of control, and also indulged in misadventure via drones like we saw last night.
Okay. Arunima, I'll keep coming back to you. We are getting some more updates now as far as India's preparedness is concerned. The central government has now empowered the Chief of the Army Staff to use the powers under them to call out every officer and every enrolled person of the Territorial Army to provide for essential guard or to be embodied for the purpose of supporting or supplementing the regular army. My colleague Akash Sharma is bringing us this update. This is also a very big step that the armed forces or the military is about to take.
Right, so it's a reserve force. We have people who are interested in serving the army and cannot do that because of their other jobs, generally getting enrolled for it. But this is the time when country needs them, and this is the reason why we are getting this notification where it has been categorically mentioned that Army Chief is now empowered to take any sort of decision of the sort of deployment that the condition requires or the operational command requires. And for that, the officers or the personnel who are employed or are registered with the Territorial Army can be called. In fact, we have been told that total 14 infantry battalions are there. When we talk about territorial army, so we have got several departments. They work for environment, they work for railways, they work for Indian Army, they work for ration supply and everything else. But we have 14 infantry battalions as well, who can in fact assist the regular army. And this is one such time where we have seen that how the adversary in this particular case is attacking India, and in fact trying to attack India on a daily basis. And that's the reason why this notification has been put out by the central government, and in fact powers have been given to the Indian Army Chief, Shivani.
Okay, Akash, thanks a lot for bringing us that very important update. Let's also go across to our experts joining us. Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, former Chief of Integrated Defence Staff and Commander-in-Chief Western Naval Command is joining us. Tilak Devashir is author and former member of the National Security Advisory Board. I thank you gentlemen for your time. Vice Admiral, I'm coming to you first up. While the situation across the IB may be a little bit quiet right now after what transpired late last evening and night, it seems that India is very much preparing for every contingency. You must have just heard the news that we broke. Even every person who's associated with the Territorial Army could be brought on for duty. How do you see these measures being taken by the Army and the government as well?
Well, Shivani, thank you very much for getting me on your program. This is very essential because the manner in which the army has to attend from smallest of issue to a bigger issue, and therefore it has been realized that some of these issues can be handled by the Territorial Army, for which they are well trained, so that army, the main army, fighting army, can concentrate on the closer to border, and maybe there is some offensive in making, quite possible, and therefore these are all required. But I must tell you that these things will continue to happen till such time we really remove the root cause of this entire firing, entire terrorism which is going on the outside the border. And terrorism is not because of Lashkar-e-Taiba or Hizbul Mujahideen. It is the biggest terrorist group in the world is the Pakistan Army and ISI.
Yes.
And therefore, it requires fair amount of hitting, and hitting them hard, which the government is doing progressively. That you fire one, I will fire two. I will hit you harder than what you have done on every time that you fire. So it's
But
not
at the same time, Vice Admiral, India is still allowing an off-ramp of sorts to Pakistani army. That okay, if you attempt something, we're going to hit back proportionately. You may not be able to damage us. We will obviously manage damage, but we are not escalating it any further. But it's Pakistan's ISI and army that is just not taking that off-ramp.
Yeah, you see, idea is that we must have a handle on the escalation ladder. You should never allow the escalation ladder to be controlled by your opposition party. So this is how you can keep under your control. Okay, let him fire. I will decide how much to escalate. And this is exactly what the government of India and the armed forces are doing. They are all ready. The political decision has to be taken as to what is the end result that we expect from the armed forces. And moment that end result is to end everything in Pakistan, it will happen. All forces will come together and they will have concentration of firepower and they will take out all the targets which they have already got in their mind. Not only in mind, they've got it all fitted along with their all the weapon systems which are available to them. Shivani.
Okay, so gentlemen, just hold on with me. I'm just going to take our viewers through some more updates that are coming in. Veterans have written to the President and the Army Chief to offer their services to the nation. So this is in continuation with the powers that the Army in any case has. We've been talking about that they can bring in all reserved forces, even others who have served the Army or are in other active jobs while being part of the Army. But the Territorial Army, which is the second line of defense, has already been asked to use their powers to call in everybody that has an association with them. Now we're getting to know that veterans of the country, war veterans and others who have served the armed forces, the military, have written to the President and the Army Chief that they are available for service. This is also a big update coming in, and you know, it just gives you an idea of the sentiment that is prevailing in the country right now. My colleague Akash Sharma is bringing us more on this. Akash.
So you see, Shivani, we know that these are the hard times, even when the body language of the service chiefs or the Raksha Mantri is clearly indicating that whatever, danger was coming towards us, it was thwarted. But then also we know that, armed forces are on high alert. The operational preparedness is at all-time high. And this is the reason why we are seeing notifications like such, in fact, where Territorial Army, in fact, the individuals who are registered with the Territorial Army can be called for their service. And in fact, Army Chief has been given powers for that. And in fact, a number of decisions can be taken like such. Shivani, as far as, I know last time maybe during Kargil it may have happened, but till now, as far as Territorial Army is concerned, so we know that how crucial reserve it is, given the fact that they work for railways, they work for environment. We have their ECT, that is Ecologic Task Force, if I'm not wrong, and then we have their infantry battalion as well. We have, in fact, the Territorial Army is a very part of Ministry of Defence and is one of the crucial forces. We know that how they have, given their services during disasters, during floods and everything else related to that. But then this is the time when we have war-like situation. Our adversary, Pakistan, has tried attacking us twice now. One, of course, with the Pahalgam. Then secondly, yesterday in the morning where air defenses were targeted and in fact radars were targeted, and then in the evening starting from Jammu to different areas in the western sector, near the western borders where military establishment and in fact the civilian population was targeted. We have in fact several visuals that are suggesting that how missiles and in fact the drones were destroyed, and in fact we have got several evidences that how they were using Chinese missiles, and these missiles came from very much from Pakistan. So all of these evidences will of course be kept as sort of proof to show the international community as well that on one hand India has maintained that we don't want any sort of escalation. That's the reason why initially after destroying your terror camps, we categorically mentioned that we haven't targeted your civilian population, we haven't targeted your military infrastructure, and we don't want any escalation. But then you started it, and now India is retaliating. Last night also we have seen that how India has retaliated. In fact, we are expecting a detailed briefing from the Ministry of Defence and Ministry of External Affairs on it. But we know this for a fact that how from Leh to Bhuj of Gujarat, several military infrastructures were targeted. using drones, using missiles, using artillery, and in fact rocket as well, where none of these attempts were successful, and our air defense systems, including S-400, Akash, and several 80 guns were there, to thwart these attempts.
All right, Akash, appreciate you joining us and bringing us more updates. As I was mentioning earlier, LG, Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, has been visiting some of those LOC areas where shelling has been the worst. We are getting, I believe, some information on him visiting Uri. This has been very badly hurt. Those are some of the visuals that are also coming in, and my colleague Ishan Vani is bringing us more. Ishan, give us a sense of his visit and the damage on ground.
Well, images are self-explanatory. I'll ask Bashir to come with me and show you that what exactly has transpired. These used to be shops here, and this is exactly the location where a shell landed yesterday after 9 o'clock when Pakistan resorted to intense ceasefire violation. Nothing is left here. Look at that refrigerator over there. It is just looking like, it's not even recognizable that what it is. You will notice here fumes, smoke coming out of this entire structure. This used to be a massive big structure of several shops which has been completely gutted, damaged, destroyed, and even the infrastructure that is here, because LG was here a while back. You'll also notice, if Bashir can follow me, I'll give you just an idea that how difficult it is to live on the line of control at the moment, particularly for the civilians. You will notice on the other side of this particular road, there are these massive markings. These are basically splinters which have hit and gone inside, cutting the shutter down and gone inside the shop. And if anyone would have been here at that given point of time, imagine what would have been his condition. And this is these are the scenes that we have seen at many places in Uri, where massive shelling since yesterday has resulted in damage to infrastructure. A woman was so unlucky that there was one shrapnel which came on their vehicle while they were trying to escape in Mohra, and it hit her neck and she died. And the rest of the family members are safe, but one lady has died, multiple are injured. Even if you look at this road, there are more structures, if Bashir can zoom in and show you, which have been hit by the intense shelling of the Pakistan Army. This is one such structure there. It was a shop owned by possibly a local Rajput Hindu who used to sell some items there, and that shop is also completely destroyed. And this tells you the intensity at which Pakistan shelling was happening yesterday, and the sort of bombardment that has been done, particularly in the civilian areas. This is one such area which has been impacted, but there are other areas in Uri where continuous ceasefire violation that was witnessed yesterday. We have been given to understand by the people in their late 30s that even they haven't seen such kind of intense shelling take place from Pakistan in the last at least 3 to 4 decades. So this is a mark of a new chapter for these people, where they have been displaced, where they have been uprooted from their houses, they have been shifted, but the administration now, from Lieutenant Governor to Chief Minister to the Cabinet Ministers, are coming, assuring them the government is trying to do every possible bit to ensure their safety and security.
Yes, and after that, of course, some help to these residents in rebuilding their lives as well. Ishan, thanks a lot for joining us. Let me quickly bring in our guests once again. Tilak Devashar, how do you look at this situation? Because, the government is still giving the signal that they are waiting for Pakistan to come to senses. Whatever retaliation they do, we're going to effectively thwart it. They're not going to manage to do much damage. We're going to hit back, possibly with greater intensity, to teach them a lesson, but not escalate any further. Are we at war, sir? Or is this still the brink of war?
Thank you, Shivani. About being at war, I'll tell you a very interesting story. In 1965, when the Indian mission was in Karachi, so the question arose whether the records should be burnt. When you have a hostile situation, all the cipher documents are burnt. But they can be burnt only if there is war. So they weren't sure if India was actually at war with Pakistan. So then a decision was taken to send somebody to the Pak Foreign Office and ask them if India and Pakistan were at war. Now the Pakistan official himself did not know whether they were at war. So he said, I'll have to refer it to higher authorities and get back to you. And they never got back during the duration of the war. So it's, in modern day, it is very, very difficult to say if you are at war or you're not at war. I think one of the key indicators is that you are crossing the international boundary with the land forces. You see, if you're using standoff platforms or using drones, that doesn't really constitute, entering another country's territory. It does,
Yes.
but not to the extent if you actually move in tanks and land forces or naval ships. So I think it's a grey area at the moment.
Yes.
We can't be sure one way or the other. But I think the important thing is that India's response has been very measured. And let's not forget, and we must keep emphasizing, that this whole crisis started because 26 innocent Indians were killed on communal lines in Pahalgam.
Yes.
That should not be brushed under the carpet.
Absolutely.
That was the initial cause, and India reacted in a measured manner to attack the terror training camps. So 9 targets were taken out, including the 2 snake pits of Muridke and Pahalgam.
Yes.
Yeah. So Pakistan reacted thereafter violently. They tried to hit 15 of our cities. And we had not targeted either the civilian population or military targets. Pakistan tried to do both. But our air defense was so good that they were totally foiled. And then as a reaction, India went in with drones and Lahore and Sialkot and other places. So last night, again, Pakistan came back at you with a drone strike. All of them again got foiled. So, it's now, right now, hanging in limbo. That does Pakistan escalate? And if it does, what will be India's reaction? I think one thing India is very clear about, and as the Admiral Sinha also mentioned, that you keep control of the escalatory ladder.
Yes.
You don't want to go up too sharply up the escalatory ladder, but you will certainly do what you need to do to defend yourself and also to take the battle into Pakistan should they not get the message, should they not behave.
Yes.
So I think Pakistan has off-ramps if they want to choose it, if they want to choose to get out. But Pakistan's problem is that Asim Munir needs to show to his people back home, because of his declining popularity and the declining popularity of the Pakistan army, they need to show something which they can claim victory. So, you have absurd stories, 5 planes have been shot down, this has happened, that has happened, and these are all fake narratives. One war that Pakistan could possibly win is the battle of fake narratives. They're very good at lying and they're very good in manufacturing stuff. So Asim Munir needs some sort of a victory. And that is, I think, is the dangerous thing, that he will go in for bravado just to show that he has achieved something.
We're definitely dealing with a mad nation. I don't know if I can even use the term nation, but a set of mad people. But I think on the Indian side, what we're also displaying is quiet confidence that, okay, we know you're going to try something, maybe a few times. We are very well prepared to thwart those efforts, retaliate in kind. But we are also quietly waiting for you to come to your senses. Gentlemen, just stay with me. I want to take this further with you, but I have to slip into a very short break. More news and updates in just a couple of minutes. Our reporters are also continuously getting us breaking updates on the entire situation.
नाही सर.
With us, Shivani.
Yes, I just spoke to the very top sources in the IPL governing body, and they have confirmed that they are considering the suspension of the IPL as of now. When I asked them what is the reason behind this, is it because of the security concerns, has the government indicated anything to them, they said that no, this is not because the government has asked us to do anything, but when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. This is something that the IPL governing body is thinking of in itself. What I've been told is that they're discussing it currently with the IPL franchises as to what needs to be done. What they're saying is that they're considering suspension of the IPL right now. What happens to the remainder of the season, we don't quite know. We know that, of course, the window available for the IPL is always these two. All right, now we're getting a confirmation that the IPL has been suspended. We're getting this confirmation coming in. As I said, the official source from the IPL governing body has been saying that they are considering this decision, and the reason is, as they said to me, that we cannot be seen playing cricket when the country is at war. As far as the government is concerned, there is no word as far on the security situation, etc. But yes, the IPL governing body feels that this is not something that should go on, and there are of course security and logistical concerns. There are multiple venues that are associated with the IPL. Movement of the players and the teams becomes a concern, and on top of that the local security provision that has to be made for each and every match. Yesterday in Dharamshala the match was going on even as news of Pakistan aggression was coming. Officially the BCCI has still maintained that that match at Dharamshala had to be suspended because of floodlights issue. It was believed that that's what the crowd was told at the ground, so that there is no panic, but the actual reason was that they wanted to suspend it and have no activity there at the ground. But the BCCI till today has maintained the official line that that was only due to floodlights issue. But as news is now coming in, the IPL has been suspended for the remainder of the season. When it can pick up, we don't quite know, because the situation within with India and Pakistan at the LOC and at the border now continues to be extremely fluid and extremely dangerous.
Yes, well, of course, the optics are pretty wrong in a situation like this, but clearly there is an overhang, security overhang, Shivani, and I'm sure that the BCCI's decision has probably been communicated to the government. Would you not agree?
Yes, absolutely. They will, of course, keep the government in loop. Just till 2 minutes back when they were talking about this, they said that, see, it's not as if the government has asked us to do anything. I think they said the government is doing their job. What is our job is to see whether we should be playing cricket at this time. The word used was that when the country is at war, we cannot be seen playing cricket. So I think this is also more to show solidarity with the fact that we cannot be doing this. This is a mega tournament. Under very few circumstances does the IPL ever come under question. You would remember that when elections were happening in 2009 and security was denied to the IPL, it moved to South Africa. But other than that, the IPL continues to be the biggest draw in world cricket, and come rain or shine, nothing really affects it. There have been questions on so many things about the IPL in the past, but it doesn't really work out because IPL is the BCCI's showpiece tournament in India, and a lot of the global cricketers come and play here. But I think in this situation, it is about their security as well. We've got foreign cricketers on Indian land. We've got Indian cricketers and their well-being to take care of. And I think one can understand why they're not saying this openly, that there are security and logistical concerns. Yesterday, after the match in Dharamshala was cut short, there had to be a special train that had to be organized for the players to come, because airports were under, airport activity was under suspension by the government. So here, I think it kind of eases one element of security apparatus. Local police and others who are employed in giving security to IPL matches need not do so anymore. And yes, the bigger question now for the board and the IPL governing body to understand would be what happens next as far as the remainder of the season is concerned. The window is only till May end. After that, international window opens, so we don't quite know. This is unprecedented ground really as far as the IPL is concerned.
Yes, it is unprecedented ground. Of course, there have been instances in the past when the IPL has moved overseas, and that has been also because of certain other exigencies, but this time quite clearly linked to a conflict. Shivani, the Pakistani establishment has also decided to continue their version of the IPL in the Middle East, isn't it? That's also something that was reported.
Breaking updates coming in. This is a Network 18 exclusive. The Press Information Bureau has also quoted CNBC TV18's interview with World Bank Chief Ajay Banga, who had said that the World Bank has no role in the Indus Water Treaty. My colleague Greya Atul is also joining us with more on this to take us through what the PIB has quoted.
Absolutely, Shivani. PIB is constantly identifying a lot of fake social media accounts on social media platform X, and they are putting it out there for people to notice that these are fake Pakistani propaganda. So there's a war that we are fighting along the line of control on the international border that we share with Pakistan, and there's a war online on social media over disinformation, against misinformation. Here's what we have learned. This is a video that has been shared at the PIB fact check site, and the fact check is saying this is an old video. This is being shared on social media with the claim that Pakistan has launched a missile attack in India in retaliation to Operation Sindoor. Now PIB goes on to claim that this video that is being shared is of an explosive attack that took place in Beirut in Lebanon, and this is dating back to year 2020. They also go on to further underline that one should not fall for any kind of propaganda, particularly by these handles that are from Pakistan. This is fake propaganda spread by Pakistani handles, and one must only rely on official information. An underlined statement that has been posted. This is the video, Shivani, if I can just put it across for my viewers, where this is the old Beirut explosion video that has been falsely linked to Pakistan's attack on India. Next, we also see here that Pakistan-based handles, and this is again something that's been put out by the Press Information Bureau. Pakistani handles are circulating a video that's claiming that Pakistan army strikes have happened to posts in the battle sector in Jammu and Kashmir, eliminating at least 12 Indian soldiers, as has been claimed by many Pakistani handles. It's been fact-checked. It says that the video is an old one. It's not related to any activity that is post-Operation Sindoor. This is an image of August 2011, and it has also been used in news reports from 2016 is what is being claimed by the PIB. This is the image here, which is again a fake propaganda by Pakistan. If you also take a look at another fake propaganda, it's a PIB mentioning how several Pakistan handles are circulating an old image that claims that a Pakistani missile hit an Indian S-400 or the Sudarshan Chakra. Now, this is what they are going on to claim, that this is an image that's been shared in the year 2023, and it is of a fire at a military site in Moscow, nothing to do with India. So this is the image here, which again is a fake claim by Pakistan. Further, if we take a look at some more of these claims that have been asserted, presented by the Press Information Bureau, they also go on to underline that the social media posts are falsely claiming that India was targeted. India has in fact targeted the Neelam Jheelam hydropower project, something that Pakistan has been reiterating so far. It has also got its propaganda channels on social media, put out that entire thing, which has been completely dissed by the Press Information Bureau. They also call these claims baseless, where they're also underlining this fact that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has clearly stated in a press conference that India has only targeted terrorist infrastructures in Pakistan and Pakistan-Occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So here they are talking about how this particular claim is absolutely false, as it has been alleged that India attacked Neelam Jheelam hydropower project. This is particularly obviously putting the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance, and in the aftermath there are these kind of reactions and false propaganda that's coming in from the Pakistani side. If you also further look at this one other post that has been in fact presented, where this particular person called Hassan Raza has said that Indian military used Ambala air base to attack Amritsar. This is again being claimed and quoted as a false claim that was made by Pakistan, that Indian military used Ambala air base to attack Amritsar and its own citizens. Absolutely false propaganda, completely being dissed by the Press Information Bureau. This claim, they say, is completely baseless and part of a concerted misinformation campaign. These are the words to be underlined here, where they have further put out a particular clip where they say that you can read more about the Pakistan attack on Amritsar otherwise, because this is what the claim really suggests, which is a completely false claim. So these are the facts that have been presented with ample amount of evidence. They have been countered, and all of these fake accounts have been established and collated. The data has been put out on the Press Information Bureau website.
Thanks a lot for that, Griha. Let's also go across to that update that we're tracking. CNBC TV18's interview with World Bank Chief Ajay Banga has been quoted by PIB. Ajay Banga, remember, had told Network 18 that World Bank has no role in Indus Water Treaty anymore. This is because it was being suspected that World Bank, that had originally facilitated the Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan, could come into play again if Pakistan was to approach them. But those hopes have been put paid too. My colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us for more. Payal.
Shivani, on day one when we reported that India would put the Indus Water Treaty into abeyance and multiple questions were asked, India was very, very confident that there is going to be no legal order to that. In fact, C.R. Patil on day one had told us that ek boond pani bhi Pakistan ko nahi jayega, and India is not scared of any legal hurdle because India feels that there are actually no legal hurdles. The clarification coming in from one of the key stakeholders over there, World Bank, is extremely important as far as India is really concerned. Shireen Khan's interview is of course being quoted by PIB, the fact-checking unit of the government arm. But essentially, our sources in the union government and top sources have told us, Shivani, this is exactly the stand that the World Bank has communicated to India on day one after the Pahalgam attack. We're contemplating on making this happen as well. So that is something, of course, which has been there, and that was something that India really knows as well. So it is not really surprised because they know very, very well that World Bank is the facilitator, and India has slated the exact grounds on which the treaty has been put into abeyance. India in that communication to Pakistan has clearly said that you weren't behaving yourself, and you weren't behaving yourself the way you needed to, and that's the reason we've had to put this treaty into abeyance. So, of course, a strong shot in the arm as far as the Indian establishment is concerned.
Absolutely. Ajay Banga has made it clear that this is a treaty between two sovereign countries, and therefore the World Bank has no role in any mediation anymore. More updates coming in. The security meet that was ongoing at the Home Minister's residence has concluded. Sources are saying that stricter measures to strengthen airport security is what has been discussed as far as this meeting is concerned. The Home Minister was meeting several elements of the internal security in India, the BSF, the CISF and others. Of course, with the alarm that has been caused by Pakistan's escalatory actions on both the LOC and the international border, internal security in India and at the borders also becomes very, very important. My colleague Arunima is tracking more on this. Airport security is the biggest concern right now, Arunima?
It is because, a number of airports have actually shut themselves ever since yesterday evening. Jammu, Chandigarh, Leh, Kulu, Jaisalmer, all these airports are currently shut for air traffic because these airports, A, are very close to our air assets, B, because, we saw the attempt by Pakistan to breach our airspace, and therefore this call was taken that till further orders, these airports will not be, it will not be feasible to fly out from these airports, Chandigarh also. The other airports which are functional, for example, Delhi, Mumbai, even though they are, high value targets for the enemy, the Delhi, Mumbai airports have been kept functional, but security has been tightened here already. Bureau of Civil Aviation Security has come out with stricter measures yesterday evening. There are multiple layers of checks that are happening now. If you are going to take a flight, even if you are going on a domestic flight, the advice
Seems like we've lost that line with Arunima. Stricter measures to be taken to strengthen airport security is the big message that is coming in as far as that meeting is concerned. Pakistan stooping to a new low targeting civilian areas in the border region, especially across the LOC as well, where there has been both loss of property and life. Indian armed forces have thwarted multiple attack attempts by Pakistan. Now, two big escalations that have been attempted by Pakistan, one last afternoon and one late last evening. A missile-like weapon was used and found crashed in Bhatinda and Hoshiarpur. The object appears larger than a big drum. It is believed to be part of a missile that was intercepted and destroyed mid-air by the Indian Army. In Jaisalmer, bomb debris was found by locals in Rajouri's Sundarbani area. A missile-like debris has been found. It was shot down by the Indian Air Defence Mechanism. So multiple such infiltration attempts by air have been thwarted, but even on ground, we have confirmed reports that infiltration attempts have been made which have been foiled by the BSF. One of them, a major infiltration bid at the international boundary in Samba. Intel sources say that as many as 7 Jaish terrorists were neutralized by our forces.
Pakistan had launched several projectiles yesterday on Pathankot, which was one of the areas where a number of projectiles were actually aimed at. Now, since this morning, a search operation has been launched from the side of the Punjab police. I'd like to ask my video journalist Sumit Jaguri to try and show you in the visuals how the Punjab police is carrying out these search operations. The basic motive of the search operation is to make sure that each and every projectile, be it drones or be it missiles that were launched from the side of Pakistan, which were destroyed by our systems, by our defense systems, by our air defense systems, those evidences could be found over here. It is being said that at this very location, several of the projectiles that were aimed towards Pathankot and towards the Pathankot air base were actually thwarted, and then eventually the debris had fallen over here in these locations, is what it is expected, and that is the reason why members of the Punjab police are now carrying out the search operation, trying to collect each and every evidence that they might get, which could prove actually very, very pivotal in exposing Pakistan as to how Pakistan has been attacking India, and not only attacking India but also has constantly been focusing on attacking civilian targets out here and military targets out here. So definitely this is something that is being conducted by the Punjab police, and now the Punjab police is trying to make sure that all these evidences are put in place before these evidences could actually be given to the agencies at this point in time. This small nala that you are seeing on your screens right now is one of the locations in which it is expected that several of the cheap missiles that were thrown from the side of Pakistan that got intercepted, and the debris might have fallen in this entire area, and hence this massive search operations has been launched over here. Not only the Punjab police but also members from the security agencies are also present over here.
रात को जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान ने जो हमला किया था मिसाइल से, ड्रोन से, आपने देखा था?
हाँ, बिल्कुल देखा था। हमला अचानक शुरू हो गया। एक्चुअल में कलेक्टर की तरफ से 9 बजे से लेकर सुबह 5 बजे तक ब्लैकआउट था, पर ये 8:30 पौने 9 बजे हमला शुरू हो गया। पर भारत ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। जैसलमेर में लगभग अभी तक कोई न्यूज नहीं है कहीं हानि हुई है। इनके जो भी ड्रोन आए, फ्लाइटें आई है, सब वो क्रैश हो गई। भारत ने उसको नेस्तो नाबूद कर दिया है। यहाँ जैसलमेर में कोई ऐसा अभी तक बताया नहीं जा रहा कि कहीं कोई नुकसान हुआ है।
ये पाकिस्तान ने जैसे टारगेट किया, हम शायद देख रहे थे कि शहर के ऊपर जिस तरीके से मिसाइलें मंडरा रही थी।
जी, पाकिस्तान ने जो टारगेट किया ये अपने एयरबेस एरिया के ऊपर किया था, पर यहाँ माता जी की कृपा है, आज तक कभी भी पाकिस्तान यहाँ सफल नहीं हुआ है। हर बार विफल ही हुआ है। अब भी विफल हुआ है, इतिहास दोहराया गया।
आप बताएं क्या तस्वीर रही होगी, और अभी क्या अब आपको लगता है कि अभी तो पूरा मार्केट ओपन हो गया?
रात को हंगामा होया था और लुगाई टाबर वगैरह सब डर गए थे, और तुम क्या कुछ होना है, पाकिस्तान का कुछ नहीं होना है, अपने हिंदुस्तान ने सब उसको कवर कर लिया, कुछ नहीं होना। नुकसान तो कुछ है।
आप आए। अच्छा, तो अब देखिए कि यहाँ पर इस वक्त आप देखिए कि रात भर से इस हनुमान चौक पर है। मैं तस्वीरें बताऊंगा कि मेन चौक है यहाँ पर जैसलमेर का, और यहाँ दुकानें आपको खुली हुई नजर आएगी। इसके बावजूद अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ही यहाँ पर बिजली बहाल की गई है, और लेकिन लोग घरों से निकल आए हैं, अब अपने काम पर भी आ रहे हैं इस वक्त, और हम सरकार के निर्देश का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आप क्या
लाइट अभी तक नहीं आई, रात को कटी हुई।
अभी नहीं आई आपके?
नहीं, बिल्कुल लाइट नहीं है।
CCTV footages that CNN News 18 has accessed of Pakistan shelling. This is from the Poonch area and from May 7. Remember, Pakistan had started shelling quite heavily in response to Operation Sindoor, and these are the CCTV footages that we've managed to access. This particular one is coming in from Poonch, and you can see the kind of damage. Poonch has been extremely badly hit. Another area that has been badly hit is Uri. My colleague Tejendra us for more on this. All right, these are visuals that are coming in. These are CCTV visuals that have been tracked from Poonch from May 7. These are not the latest ones, but from May 7, but it gives you an idea of the kind of intense shelling that is being done using artillery and others across the LOC in Jammu and Kashmir. Poonch and Uri continue to be two badly affected areas. My colleague Tejendra is also joining us with more on this. Tejendra.
Yes, Shivani. Pakistan Army has been violating the ceasefire and especially targeting the civilian population, both in Uri and Poonch. In Poonch, around 17 people so far have lost their lives, all civilians, including children and women, in the Pakistani aggression. And the CCTV footage clearly shows how Pakistan has been targeting the civilian population in the area. In Uri also, when Pakistan resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation, they targeted the civilian population, especially there's a village called Lagama where you have the Hindu populations, and they are the people who never migrated when the armed terrorism started in Kashmir Valley. So in Uri, people from all faiths, be it Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, they all lived together. They did not migrate. But when Pakistan last night resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation, they targeted the Hindu business establishments. A temple was also targeted in this area. In Poonch, Pakistan continues to target the religious places. A Gurdwara was yesterday targeted by the Pakistan Army. 3 Gurdwara workers, including a Granthi, were killed in Pakistani aggression. And now these CCTV footage clearly shows how civilian population is deliberately being targeted by the Pakistan Army. Shivani, ceasefire violation has been going on in Poonch for quite some time, but this is for the first time that the main town of Poonch is being targeted by the Pakistan side. Earlier, the ceasefire violation was limited to the villages adjacent to the line of control, but this time the Pakistan Army is deliberately targeting the main Poonch town. So all the casualties and all the damage which we have been reporting mostly has been reported from the main Poonch town. The CCTV footage which we have accessed clearly show that how the civilian population, the residential houses are being targeted. You know, the Indian Army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan, making it sure that there is no collateral damage on the Pakistan side.
But speaking of the Indian response, Tajinder, can you just detail it a little bit more for us? There have been updates of some Pakistani posts being destroyed. Can you just, clarify all of that?
Yes, Shivani. There are reports and confirmed reports from our sources within the security establishment that in the retaliation, several Pakistani posts have been completely decimated in the retaliatory fire. You see, we have a radar system called Swati, which has been deployed at several locations. We are not disclosing the locations. Radar is capable of locating the exact location from where the Pakistan Army is targeting our position. So we are making it sure that we are pinpoint targeting the exact location from where Pakistan is launching those missiles, where from Pakistan is launching those artillery shells. So we are hitting Pakistan at the place from where they are targeting our position, our civilians. So yes, you are right that several Pakistani positions have been completely decimated along the line of control, both in Jammu region as well as in Kashmir sector. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Tajinder, for breaking that down for us. More updates coming in. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be chairing a review meeting on cyber security preparedness of banks and financial institutions later today. This will be via video conferencing with the bank MDs. My colleague Pallavi is joining us with more on this. Pallavi.
That's right. So it's at 5 o'clock is that why we see interaction which the finance minister is going to be having with all the banking MDs, and there's a reason behind it. There has been an input which has been received by the government that there's a possibility that a desperate Pakistan which requires funds and which is being going out crying for more and more funds may actually intrude into a cyberspace, and the consumer's money may be at risk. So that is the reason why all bank MDs are going to be spoken to with the finance minister, where the finance minister is going to discuss with them how is it to ensure that cyber intrusion into our money doesn't take place, how the consumers can remain safe. So that's the critical meeting which is going to take place at 5 p.m. today. You know, over a period of time, ever since this kind of Operation Sindoor had taken place, there have been a series of meetings which the finance minister and the finance ministry has been holding, and this is to ensure that, you know, there is no attempt which is being made by a desperate Pakistan to intrude into the finances. We already have been reporting on the economic crippling of Pakistan. This is in sync with that. Tonight is a very important meeting which is going to take place at the IMF, and these are the reasons why India suspects that Pakistan, which is in urgent need of funds, may try to be desperate, may become desperate, and that is where the government is going to try and ensure that we consumers remain safe.
You know, the Indian government otherwise also is building a plan to put more pressure on those international lending organizations to reconsider some of the loans that they keep dishing out to Pakistan. Pallavi, that is also an important measure that the government is about to undertake.
Oh yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. On the first word of a verbal communication with the IMF has already gone in from the Department of Revenue. Then the Department of other financial services has spoken to what are called multilateral development banks, which is the MDBs, to ensure that ADB, for that matter, or World Bank does not give out money to the Pakistan. I think tonight when the conversation begins, the executive director of India, who is a representative at IMF, will make very quick points that you've given them 24 times bailouts, you've given them more than $1.8 billion in the last 2 months, and we've seen a spike as far as the defense spending of Pakistan is concerned. Where are they suddenly getting this money from? They are using the money meant for aid and development actually to divert it toward terror financing. So therefore India will be urging, one, cutting off all this kind of international aid assistance to Pakistan, and second, putting Pakistan on the grey list, which means you are on kind of a defaulter list, so you don't get many more funds as far as the multinational development banks are concerned.
Absolutely. Pallavi, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more. That meeting at 5 p.m. later this evening. Let's also bring you a quick check of the ground situation, particularly in areas like Uri. They continue to be tense as Pakistan has resorted to intense artillery shelling, as we were mentioning, through the night, targeting several residential and commercial structures as well.
के रहने वाले हैं, कल कितने बजे हुआ ये और कैसे हुआ?
ये रात को तकरीबन 9:30 के बाद स्टार्ट हो चुका है। सुबह 7 बजे तक इन्होंने कुछ भी रोका शोका नहीं। क्रॉस बॉर्डर शेलिंग बहुत ही ज़्यादा हेवी साउंड्स आ रहे थे, जिसकी वजह से हमारे जो माएँ बहनें, हमारे बच्चे, बहुत ही ज़्यादा पैनिक सिचुएशन एरिया में क्रिएट हो चुकी थी। उसकी वजह से बहुत ही ज़्यादा बुरा हाल, देखो आप खुद देख सकते हो, सब कुछ ऐश में बिखर गया है। हमारे पास वर्ड्स ही नहीं है कि हम इस सिचुएशन को कैसे बयां करें। हमारे साथ ही ऐसा हो रहा है। बॉर्डर्स के लोग जो अनसेफ फील कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास कोई यहाँ पे कोई सिचुएशन, ये कोई बंकर्स नहीं प्रोवाइड किए गए, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं है। आप देख सकते हो खुद।
तो अब क्या चाहते हैं कि सरकार को ऐसे इवैक्यूएट कर ले या कहीं और लेके जाए सेफ जगह पे?
सरकार तो हम चाहते हैं इवैक्यूएट करे, हमारे पास बंकर। सबसे पहले तो हम पीसफुल एरिया के लोग हैं, हम अमन चाहते हैं, हम पीस चाहते हैं। हम सबसे पहले तो इन दोनों मुल्कों से गुजारिश करते हैं कि पीस होनी चाहिए, अमन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हर साइड से इंसान मर रहे हैं, लोग मर रहे हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी मर रही है। आप प्लीज स्टॉप।
ये कितने बजे हुआ ये कल यहाँ पे?
ये 9:30 के करीब हुआ।
तो ये पहली बार यहाँ पे अपनी जिंदगी में देखा ऐसा गोला गिरते हुए?
हाँ, अभी तो पहली बार ही देखा सर। इससे पहले तो हमने देखा नहीं कभी गोली में। रात को 9:30 के बाद हम इतने परेशान हो गए, हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे, फैमिली मेम्बर्स, जो माएँ बहनें हमारी, सब परेशान थे। उसकी वजह से तो हम ना रात को खा पाए, कुछ ना सो पाए सर, इतने ज़्यादा परेशान थे।
तो यहाँ से लोग निकल भी रहे हैं काफ़ी सारे?
हाँ सर, बहुत ज़्यादा। हमारा तो मुझे लगता है सर उड़ी सेक्टर में 90% लोग इस टाइम यहाँ से बाहर हैं।
तो आप चाहते हैं कि सरकार आपको यहाँ से कहीं सेफ जगह पे ले जाए?
हाँ सर, हम तो चाहते हैं सर, हम हर कोई सेफ ही लेके जाए यार सर। और सरकार से हमारी ये विनती है कि मतलब जिसका जो नुकसान हुआ है
उसको कम से कम भरपाई की,
उसकी कम से कम भरपाई की जाए।
इस वक्त हम उड़ी में मौजूद हैं। कल रात को यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा गोलाबारी हुई। पाकिस्तान ने इनडिस्क्रिमिनेट फायर किया। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं इस वक्त उड़ी की सिचुएशन क्या है। तकरीबन पूरा बाजार जो है वो सुनसान पड़ा हुआ है। पूरा इलाका जो है वो पूरा खाली हो चुका है। 80% आबादी जो है यहाँ से वो नकल मकानी कर चुकी है। सब लोग लगातार, आज भी जो लोग जिन्होंने रात को कहीं ना कहीं शरण ली, क्योंकि उड़ी में तो सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल की बात यह है कि यहाँ पर लोगों के पास शरण लेने के लिए जगह नहीं है। लोगों ने किसी तरह से रात गुजारी और इस वक्त मैक्सिमम लोग जो हैं वो अपने अपने घरों से जो हैं वो निकल कर सेफर प्लेसेस पर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लगातार रात को जो गोलाबारी की वजह से लोग दहशत में रहे। कई जगहों पर जो है वो जख्मी होने की इतलात मौसूल हुई। यहाँ पर उड़ी में तिरकांजन इलाके में राजवानी इलाके में एक औरत जो है वो उसकी मौत वाक़ा होगी इस गोलाबारी में। और कई लोग जो हैं वो जख्मी हुए, थाजिल के अंदर जख्मी हुए। तीनों एतराफ से जो है उड़ी के अंदर जो है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो सीज फायर वायलेशन किया गया, लगातार जो है आर्टिलरी शेल्स जो हैं वो बरसाए गए, सिविलियन आबादी को जो है वो टारगेट किया गया। आप यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं पूरी मार्केट जो है वो पूरी सुसान पड़ी है। आपको यहाँ पर कोई भी शख्स जो है इस तरह से घूमता नजर नहीं आएगा, जबकि उड़ी के अंदर जो है हमेशा गहमा गहमी चहल पहल रहती थी। ये बाजार जो है वो भरा रहता था, लोग यहाँ पर हर एतराफ से आते थे क्योंकि उड़ी एक बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है। यहाँ पर चाहे कमलकोट सेक्टर हो, चाहे हाजी पीर सेक्टर हो, चाहे आप सोकड़ की बात करें, चाहे आप दूसरे इलाकों की बात करें, वहाँ के लोग जो है वो मेन मार्केटिंग करने के लिए उड़ी ही आते थे। उड़ी जो मरकज माना जाता है और यहाँ पर इस वक्त पूरा सन्नाटा छाया हुआ है।
ग्राउंड जीरो की तस्वीरें हम दिखाना चाहेंगे। विजय आफा को मैं कहूंगा कि ये अंदर इस मकान में जाए और कोशिश करे कि जो तस्वीरें हैं ग्राउंड जीरो के हकाइक जो है वो सामने लाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से लगातार लोगों का कहना है कि सीज फायर वायलेशंस हुई है पास्ट में भी, लेकिन आज इस तरह की वायलेशन जो हुई है, इस तरह की शेलिंग जो हुई है वो काफी भयानक है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि दिल दहलाने वाले मनाजिर जो है वो न्यूज़ 18 के कैमरा में कैद हो रहे हैं। और ये घरों का हाल है जिससे यकीनी तौर पर जो आंखें हैं वो नम होती है, दिल टूट जाते हैं और हर किसी के दिल से आह निकलती है और लोग चाहते हैं कि ये वार जो है ये रुक जाए, क्योंकि इनका कहना है कि जो बॉर्डर्स पे लोग रहते हैं वही इस वार की कदर समझते हैं, क्योंकि किस जो तबाही है वो खास तौर पर बॉर्डर एरिया के लोगों को ही झेलनी पड़ती है। और साथ ही साथ ये चाहते हैं कि सरकार इस तरह के इकदाम उठाए कि इनकी जानों का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ जो है वो मुमकिन बनाया जा सके। ये घरों की तस्वीरें हैं, ये रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज की तस्वीरें हैं। नाम बताए अपना।
लवली कुमार।
लवली जी बताइए क्या हुआ रात को? हालांकि हम भी मौजूद थे, हमने खुद देखा, डरावना माहौल था, खौफ था,
बहुत खौफ था सर। रात को यहाँ पे पड़े, ऊपर टीन पे की छर्रे पड़े, शीशे जितने भी मकान के सब टूट गए, ये पूरे गिर गए सब कुछ। रात को ऐसे बैठे रहे, ऐसे सोए रहे जमीन पे।
तो कभी इस तरह का अटैक देखा था आपने?
ये पहली दफा देखा ये।
तो आप क्या चाहते हैं आप बॉर्डर्स में जिस तरह से लोग रह रहे हैं?
थोड़े
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta and we continue to get you the latest that we're tracking on the India-Pakistan situation. Breaking updates coming in. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18 that India's message to Pakistan is absolutely clear, that de-escalate as soon as possible, otherwise they will only have a heavy price to pay. Pakistan instead should focus on the root cause of the problem, which is terror emanating from its territory. India in its first attack has only targeted enemies of India in Pakistan, not any military targets or civilians, and Pakistan needs to understand the distinction. Is that message really going to Pakistan is the big question really. My colleague Anand Narasimhan is also joining us for more on this. Anand, we've seen not just noted US sanctioned terrorists coming out in the open as far as funeral processions are concerned, but the Pakistani army standing right behind them.
Well, those pictures have been also quoted by the Indian envoy to the United Kingdom, Vikram Doraiswamy, where and after Vikram Misri, it's a second diplomat who's now come out and very clearly put it out on international media, asking this question: how is a proscribed US proscribed terrorist and a Lashkar operative, key man of the Lashkar, even though he may present a very benign face, leading the funeral prayers where jihadis are being given a state funeral? And the Pakistan military senior officials and also some members of the Pakistan polity are standing behind and being led by a terrorist. Is this not a state backing for jihad and for terrorists? That's the big question. The other part Bharat is saying is that we have hit Pakistan hard, and the fight is with the terror infrastructure and dismembering and dismantling the terror infrastructure. Bharat's focus is very, very clear that they want Pakistan to offer up and give up the 3-4 big figureheads of the Lashkar and the Jaish. So Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, Talha Saeed and Hafiz Saeed. These are the names that Bharat would like Pakistan to sit on across the table and discuss and clearly show intent. If they give up these people for being brought to justice for the terror acts that they have masterminded and fomented on Indian soil, then Bharat will take Pakistan's commitment towards waging a war against terrorism very, very seriously. Till then, what Bharat will see is that Every act, military escalation by the Pakistanis is a direct correlation of defending their own terror infrastructure. That's how Bharat will see it, and that's exactly what the Indian ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, also espoused.
Anand, just stay with me. I also want to go across to our experts joining us. Brigadier Vinod Datta, Kargil war veteran, is actually joining us. Thanks a lot, sir, for your time. How do you see the kind of aggression that is coming in from Pakistan and the response that India is giving? So far, very measured, very controlled and non-escalatory.
Yeah, well, India was expecting, some kind of retaliation from Pakistan. Though India had already, sensitized the international community, and even Pakistan was aware that India is going to have surgical strikes on the terror outfits. And Indian Army calculated it very, very precisely. There was no collateral damage, and the hit probability was 100%. Well, India was expected, and India was all prepared for this. And last night, when the Pakistanis tried to do this adventure, it was on the same pattern what they did in 1971. I remember clearly on 3rd of December when they attacked 13 airfields, and I was present in one of the airfields which was bombed. So India had foiled all the attacks, and our air defense system. And I can say very proudly, the motto of air defense is Akashe Shatru Ne Jahi, and the enemy could not, enter the Indian skies. They were decimated, they were downed, they were told to return back, and it was a great success for Indian air defense and the defense forces. Whereas the early warning systems of in Lahore, Faisalabad, the AWACS had been done away with. So Pakistan was in total turmoil last night, and it was also a clear message to Pakistan that should you try any misadventure, though India is doing very calibrated and retaliatory attacks only.
Yes.
India doesn't want to escalate. India wants a peaceful and a stable Pakistan, but it will not tolerate any kind of nonsense as far as terrorism is concerned. And Pakistan is well aware. In Balakot, we have, we struck one target. Here there were 9, and if more mushroom, they will also be, finished and, sent to the right destination.
Sir, just stay with me. Brigadier Air Marshal B.K. Pandey, former IAF Training Command Chief, is also with us. I quickly first want to go across to a social media post that has come in from the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. He has made heartfelt tributes to the immortal warrior of the nation, Maharana Pratap, on his birth anniversary. The ex-tweet also goes on to say, the courage and valor he displayed in defending the pride of the motherland continues to serve as a guiding light for our brave heroes and heroines today. His valorous life dedicated to Mother India will forever inspire the people of the nation. Not much else from the Prime Minister at this stage, but only, honoring the memory of Maharana Pratap. Let me go back across to our guests who continue to be with us. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey is also with us. Sir, for the benefit of our viewers, could you please outline the superiority that India has, particularly in the skies, versus Pakistan?
Well, basically the comparison has to be made between the two air forces and of course the forces on the ground that act against air attacks. So in the total perspective, India is definitely better equipped than Pakistan at the moment, because we are a larger force and we are capable of taking on, of course, not only Pakistan but even other enemies that may confront us.
Yes. I'll come back to you, sir. Air Marshal and Brigadier Vinod Datta, just stay with me. We have more updates coming in as far as Pakistan's response to India is concerned. Now the Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Ananda, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और वी स्टिल हैव द लग्जरी कि अच्छा एक दो हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है. ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि डी एस्केलेशन की पॉसिबिलिटीज की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये डी एस्केलेट नहीं हो रहा. तो पाकिस्तान इज टेकिंग थिंग्स a bit a notch up nor further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की.
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense minister certainly approving what was asked, that if there are no direct talks, then there will be guns. In other ways, he's saying that Pakistan will lose its patience and escalate further, because he's painting it out to be that India is not de-escalating. But India has given them a route off this escalation ladder at every step. Thrice now. After the Pahalgam attack, India conducted very surgical strikes on terror camps, but Pakistan retaliated. Then we hit back only in retaliation, in proportion, but they tried their misadventure again last night. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta both continue to be with us. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Brigadier Vinod Datta, how do you see this bravado from the Pakistani establishment? I mean, they've not won a single war with India. They possibly cannot sustain themselves in a conventional war with India even today, but the bravado is endless.
Yeah, I agree with you because this kind of pseudo confidence which they have, the kind of trust they have on false claims, the kind of destiny they have with having tall claims like even 65 and 71 war. 65, our Honorable Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri ji had already said कि अयूब खान साहब आपको आने की जहमत नहीं है. When they were claiming that we have reached Ambala, he says we will come and look you up in Lahore, and we did the same thing. 71 also it was repeated. They are living in a fool's paradise. You see, they should know that what is their reality. They don't have logistic stamina as far as defense is concerned. They don't have a good financial health. They don't have a good, rapport with the international community. They have been going with a begging bowl everywhere. And you see, warfare these days, it's not, rhetoric or jingoism by which you can win. They have indulged in that. But last night we have seen, you see, they could not even penetrate our air defense wall.
Yes.
Leave aside, taking on India. And India retaliated so hard. And now, just because they have to make some kind of statement to their people, in fact, I will only tell the government of Pakistan, वतन की फिक्र करना था, वतन की बर्बादी आने वाली है. So they should, wait, ponder, and take a step back and help in bringing down the terrorism, because they themselves are being impacted so badly by terrorism. And this is high time that they should keep aside their ulterior motives, their political ambitions, and their loot and pillage which they have done of this country, and they should look after their people.
Yeah. Air Marshal, please weigh in on this. I want to understand from you India's response so far. Why is it that India's response is only proportionate retaliation? Because Pakistan has made it very clear it will target both military and civilian installations, which India does not want to do on the Pakistani side. But India is still ensuring that this does not escalate any further, despite being the bigger power and the bigger military here. Just give me your sense of the Indian mind here.
Well, India is a very mature nation, and India would not like to unnecessarily escalate the conflict with Pakistan, because ultimately it has no benefit for India. India would like to resolve issues with Pakistan in a more civilized fashion, and that is the option that is advisable. War is not an option. It is not advisable for the nation's economy or the welfare of its people. So to that extent, I think it's a very pragmatic step that the Indian government has taken, that to be very cautious and very patient even with dealing with an enemy like Pakistan. So I don't think we need to worry about this.
Okay, we don't need to worry. That certainly, of course, is the confidence, quiet confidence that India has, unlike the bravado that is coming in from Pakistan. Gentlemen, just stay with me. I have some more breaking updates that are coming in. Another CNN mega exclusive. India has hit Pakistan, and quite badly. This is information that we're getting about what was India's retaliation against Pakistan's drone and other missile strikes last evening. We are being told that India hit their air defense systems last night as well, not just last afternoon when it happened, came out on the Lahore air defense system, but last night as well India has hit their air defense systems. India has sent 14 loitering munitions and hit 12 air defense systems in various cities. India has also discussed possible scenarios for future action and is absolutely well prepared. My colleague Anand Narasimhan bringing us more on this. Anand.
Well, so this is confirmation of why Khwaja Asif was nervous. Like we said, there is CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta has been able to understand and glean that Pakistan's military strike on the intervening night of 8th May and 9th May, and especially between 8:30 p.m. and 9:15 p.m. Indian Standard Time, was aimed at about 15 locations between Leh, Jammu, Srinagar, Akhnur downwards all the way till Jaisalmer. There are 2-3 assessments here. Bharat was able to negate, neutralize all probing efforts by the Pakistan military via the air route, be it whatever kind of projectiles, so be it missiles, be it loitering munitions, drones, everything was neutralized. between the Army air defense systems and the Air Force air defense system. So it was a comprehensive wipeout there, no success at all for the Pakistan military. In Jawabi Karwai, because like to like, that's the statement that India had said, whatever you do, we will give it back to you in equal measure. Success rate for Bharat has been far higher. Out of 14 loitering munitions that were sent, 12 have found their mark. There's a reason why Rawalpindi PCB actually stopped not just the Pakistan Super League, they've decided to move it away to the UAE, because the air defense system installation in Pindi is not far away from the cricket stadium. So there were loud explosions and it's made a lot of the foreign players very nervous. So that's demolished. The Walton Road in Lahore was a setback by whatever Karwai was done even on 8th morning. Then the other aspect is Sialkot. So the Sialkot has seen pummeling both on 7th, 8th and 8th, 9th by the Indian probes or the Indian reply. The other part is there are portions in Karachi, in Quetta, there are some other locations like Sargodha and so many other locations where we have to wait for confirmation. But 12 out of the 14 loitering munitions that were sent as reply have found their mark. But what stands out, there are two ways to look at it. Were the Pakistanis were only sending probing entries across the length and breadth of the western border? That's the big question, because most of it were not very heavily weaponized, or it did not carry too much of munition. Yani banduk thi par goli nahi thi. So that was the case with a lot of it. So is that the state of the current military, or were they trying to probe? But the larger question, then there is another question. If they wanted to probe, they could have targeted 5 locations. Why try 15, and that too across the length and breadth of the western border, and go into such a big expansive probe? But that shows that Pakistan has been hurt badly. And that's why India is looking at the calibration levels and to also see what kind of response. There is a reason why there are alerts given to all the ports, etc., and not just in the western border. Even the southern borders and some of the eastern borders have also now been alerted to say to maintain certain vigil. If Leh was also on the target radar, something can give tonight. So it could be an active night or an active evening, 9th and 10th of May also. Shivani.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anand, for putting that into perspective. Were the Pakistanis trying to test our systems, see what they were up against? We'll take that to our experts in just a bit, but more updates coming in. We were just telling you about Khwaja Asif, talking about that there will be guns if no talks, but red-faced after India's strikes and also India's defense, not allowing any of the drones or missiles to penetrate. Pakistan Defense Minister Khwaja Asif now says that Pakistan did not intercept Indian missiles deliberately. We've got this excerpt coming to us. Let's listen in.
हमला हुआ वो ड्रोन हमला बेसिकली हमारी जो लोकेशंस हैं उसको डिटेक्ट करने के लिए जो है किया गया। एक टेक्निकल चीज है जिसको मैं उस तरह एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकता, और इसलिए उनको इंटरसेप्ट ना किया गया ताकि हमारी लोकेशंस जो हैं वो लीक ना हो या वो लोकेट ना हो, और जब वो एक सेफ लिमिट पे आए तो हमने उनको मार कराया।
All right, so there you hear the Pakistan Defense Ministry now in an official capacity in their parliament, it seems, speaking to the rest of the decision makers and saying that they did not intercept Indian missiles and drones deliberately so that they don't give out their locations. I don't know how strong that statement is, but my colleague Siddhant is also joining us with more on this. Siddhant, this seems to be, face-saving measures by the Pakistan government.
Well, that's right, Shivani. And in fact, Mr. Khwaja Asif should also realize that, he has been reading handouts from Rawalpindi from last 3 weeks. And perhaps now he should realize that Rawalpindi, the army of Pakistan, is making him look fool in front of the whole world in last 3 weeks, especially the kind of statements that have come from his side. And now this is a fresh statement where a defense minister of our country is saying that we had deliberately not intercepted the Indian drones, because if we had done that, they would have got to know about our key army installation, security installation. Perhaps the most bizarre reply ever given by any force or defense minister of any country. We have been covering wars, reporting on wars from last 3 years, and never we heard of this excuse coming from any of these countries who were at war. So this is for the first time we are hearing that drones were deliberately were allowed by Pakistani air defense systems, and they were not shot down, only because if they had been shot down by the army, then India would have got to know about their key installation. But the fact is, Shivani, that India had brought down Lahore's air defense systems. Perhaps that was confirmed by the Indian side officially yesterday. In fact, there were other military installations also which were hit by the Indian side, and this was in the response to what Pakistan attempted to do day before yesterday, perhaps targeting Indian key installations at various locations.
Right. Siddhant, thank you for joining us. Let me take this to our experts, in fact, joining us. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey, former IAF Training Command Chief, is with us. Vice Air Marshal, can you make sense of what Khwaja Asif is saying? Is there any sense at all in what he is trying to present as a defense of why Indian drones managed to penetrate their systems? This could well be, also ignominy because of the fact that none of their drones managed to land anywhere in India. And if anything landed, it did not detonate. So it was either faulty or it was brought down in the skies itself.
No, they may put up any excuse, but our drones are our drone systems are quite capable of penetrating the Pakistani airspace and Pakistani air defenses. So there is no doubt about that. So I don't think we should take their explanations very seriously.
No, this seems to be an excuse that he's presenting to his own people, it seems, because there seems to be pretty heavy damage, particularly on the air defense systems from the Indian side.
Yeah, as I said, our drones are very capable, and they can take on the Pakistanis. There is no problem there.
I believe I heard...
not strong enough.
Yeah. Air Marshal, I think I heard Khwaja Asif say something like, we did not intercept them so that we don't give out our locations or our sensitive locations, and we only did...
I don't think that is true, because we know their locations. Their locations are well known to us, so there is nothing to hide there. So it is just that our drones are quite capable of taking on their targets and destroying them.
Yes. For the benefit of our viewers, I'm just trying to technically break down what he's saying. Is there any technical sense in what he's saying, that we allowed them to come as close as possible before doing anything so that we don't give out our locations? That does that make any sense at all? Is that any military strategy?
Not at all.
Not at all. Exactly.
Not at all.
Brigadier Vinod Datta, you want to comment on this? Face-saving, bravado, inflammatory speeches and statements, that's all that Pakistan seems to be managing right now.
Well, I would only say about Khwaja Asif that he is calm, cool and clueless. You see, being a defense minister, he doesn't know what is happening. And that is the character of Pakistan. Even when Kargil, was planned, they had made a Kargil cabal, in which the DGMO, the Prime Minister, they were not involved at all. Parvez Musharraf has involved only, GOC 10 Corps and Major General Jamshed Hussain, Commander FCNA, and the CGS, who was sitting in the General Headquarters. So it is a tradition, it is a modus operandi. Ignorant about what is happening, and he has been giving loose statements, and khali takreer karne se kuch nahi hota hai. You have to strike and strike hard. Why should India allow these weapons to come? Because there was a iron wall which was there. They were intercepted, they were downed, they were destroyed. So this is ridiculous that we allowed them. we will not allow anything, inside our territory.
Yes.
And our air defense system is one of the formidable systems which we have. I mean, whether you talk of S-400 or Akash or any other system, we have got a series of these air defense systems. And our air defense system and CNR system is so good. Control and reporting system. So, I have served in an air defense brigade, and we know, how much time do we take? And India had taken seconds to retaliate.
Yes.
And that's, a time which is required to retaliate back. You can't be thinking and taking decisions till cows come home. When Pakistan was attacked, by these surgical strikes on these terror camps or the markers, they were attacked in the middle of the night, and the meeting was held at 10 o'clock. I mean, which nation will do that? So, they were aware of it, and they know that, where they stand. But केवल, जुगलबंदी करने से, जुमलेबाजी करने से, आप आवाम को पागल नहीं बना सकते. You have done it for, more than 77 years, but you can't, take them for a ride any further.
Yes. Not the day and age where you can fool your own public. I request our guests to stay with us. We're getting some more exclusive coverage coming in as far as Pakistan's designs are concerned. Pakistan tried to target Hindu-dominated areas in Uri, specifically in Lagama village of Uri, where Hindus reside. Several shells were fired by Pakistan. A Prachin Pandav Mandir has suffered damage as one shell landed near the temple. The priest has told CNN News 18 that the temple and Hindus living in the area were the targets of these attacks. Take a look.
So multiple shells actually landed in the civilian population in Uri, and one such shell landed in the temple premises in this area of Lagama in Uri, where it landed. Look at this, shattered glasses. This side has been shattered. Even the roof there has been cut, and second side you will also see a bit of torn roof. This is because of the shell which landed. Glasses are still lying around, but Bashir will show you the exact spot where the shell landed. This is on the exterior side of the temple where the shell landed, and then another shell landed on the other side of the road. But this shell was so huge that the priest says that he believes it was a deliberate targeting of a temple here, and they wanted to target the temple here in Uri, and that's why the shell was fired at this location. This is the temple premises you will see above us, where the temple is located, and he believes that if shell would have come towards this side, then it might have created a more damage to the infrastructure. But lucky enough for the temple people, disciples, and also the priests, that the shell landed outside, causing a few damage in the temple premises, but not so much. Thankfully the shell landed outside, but they believe there is a deliberate targeting for the Hindus and also the people of this temple where it exists in this particular place of Uri. The Indian Army has given a befitting reply, and one has to wait that how this transpires from here on. बाबा सुभाष नायक जी, क्या हुआ कल यहाँ पे? आप यहाँ पे पुजारी के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं, क्या हुआ था मंदिर के बाहर?
यहाँ कल को रात को 11 बजे सेलिंग स्टार्ट हुआ पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, तो धीरे धीरे छोटा छोटा गिरता रहा। उसके बाद आप सोच लीजिए 12 बजे से लेकर 2 बजे तक बहुत सेलिंग हुआ, जो कि यहाँ पर हिंदू और ये मंदिर और जो आर्मी का बेस, इसको टारगेट ज़्यादा उन्होंने किए थे, तो इसलिए बहुत सेलिंग हुआ। जो कि यहाँ पर मंदिर के आसपास 3 इधर गिरा है, आगे गिरा है, और हमारा बाज़ार में लगामा जो बाज़ार है, मार्केट है, वहाँ पर भी डैमेज बहुत घर हुआ। उसके बाद नीचे भी हिंदुओं का बस्ती, वहाँ पर भी डैमेज हुआ। NHPC जो हमारा पावर प्लांट है केंद्र सरकार, वहाँ पर भी बहुत डैमेज हुआ। तो कम से कम 11 से लेकर 4 बजे तक सेलिंग शुरू हुआ। हमारे भी फौजियों का भी उसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया गया। नहीं तो यहाँ पर जो ड्रोन मैंने खुद देखा हुआ था, 12 बजे ड्रोन जो उड़ रहा था, तो उसी को टारगेट करके उन्होंने गिराया। नहीं तो यहाँ पर बहुत डैमेज कंट्रोल होता, बहुत, जो कि कल्पना से परे होता।
तो आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पर मंदिर को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश?
हाँ जी, आपके सामने में ही है, मंदिर से 2 मतलब कम से कम 20 फुट की दूरी पर गिरा है। तो गांव के अंदर भी टारगेट आपने देखा, बाजार में जो बाजार है और लगामा का जो हिंदू बस्ती कितना दूर है, तो वही पास में, तो टारगेट से चूक हुआ। नहीं तो गांव के भी बहुत डैमेज होता, कैजुअलिटी बहुत होता, मंदिर भी बहुत नष्ट होता। ऐसे भी मेरा मंदिर का बहुत डैमेज हुआ, इसी के शब्द की वजह से बहुत जोर से हुआ, जो भयानक हुआ 20 फुट के दूर पर। तो मंदिर यही इसी के लिए ही टारगेट था उनका।
तो आपको लगता है मंदिर को डिलिबरेटली टारगेट करने की कोशिश की?
हाँ जी 100% मंदिर और हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया हुआ।
Ishan is in fact joining us live now. Ishan, you have been bringing us reports of the damage that particularly Uri has taken, and this particular village we've just played out that report. What are the concerns in the minds of the residents there?
Well, the concerns are that the overnight shelling is shattering them. The overnight shelling is bringing life to a halt, and scaring them the most is the night time when shells start to land in the residential areas. Now, there's a mini population of Kashmir, Hindus living in one village in Uri where multiple shells have landed, and the priest of the temple where one of the shells landed has said to CNN News 18 that he understands that the target was the Hindu community, particularly the temple, but the Pakistan deliberately tried to shower shells at these locations and at these houses. Civilians are the ones who face the brunt of the ceasefire violation. That's why we're seeing that the civilians have moved out of vulnerable areas. They were waiting and thinking yesterday, because we were here yesterday in Uri, thinking that there might be some restraint from both the sides, and which will result in a kind of de-escalation on the line of control. But that didn't happen, which has led to a wider escalation. We saw yesterday there were swarm drones which were sent in by Pakistan towards Jammu, and blackout was observed in most parts of Kashmir as well, fearing that there could be possibility of such strikes in Kashmir as well. But the artillery shelling in Uri, Kupwara has disturbed these families, have made them move out of these areas. Vehicles after vehicles, while we traveled through Uri, we saw them leaving with their some handful of belongings so that they could carry. Some of them have their cattle and other stuff with them, and they are also taking them along wherever they can. In Kupwara also, we have seen a massive shelling taking place, and the residential houses have been destroyed. In Uri, many houses, shops, business establishments have faced the bombardment, particularly the artillery shelling of Pakistan, which has led to destruction. Even the market where I'm standing right now, here also there were multiple bullets and shells that were heard, and one of the shells actually landed nearby in the marketplace where I'm right now in the night time. So it's all dangerous situation that's unfolding, particularly in the villages and those areas that are living close to the line of control. In Punch, we're given to understand that around 70 to 80% of the population, particularly in those areas where shelling has been frequent, have left the area. So is the case with Uri. There are a lot of people living close to the line of control or in the direct line of fire have also left, and people who had avenues to move to Srinagar have also moved there. The government is providing all possible help, with the Lieutenant Governor also visiting the spot and ensuring, and Chief Minister while also went to Jammu and parts of Jammu, that there's a whole of government approach where they won't leave any civilians stranded and will ensure everyone's safety. But yes, this is story just still unfolding. One has to see what transpires in the next couple of days.
Absolutely. Intense shelling has been taking place across the LSE for the last 2 days now, since Operation Sindoor was first conducted and announced. More updates coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has spoken to UK Foreign Secretary. He has announced on his social media profile that he had discussions centered around countering terrorism, for which there must be zero tolerance. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is also joining us for more on this. So, more and more discussions being taken on by the External Affairs Minister. This is what he's been doing since the Pahalgam attack, but particularly since Operation Sindoor was announced, and then Pakistan showed its intent to escalate.
Well, that's right, Shivani. In fact, this is the first conversation between Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy. In fact, once they spoke before Operation Sindoor also, and in fact, right ahead of Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Perhaps that conversation was about the announcement of a free trade agreement between the two countries. And hours after that conversation, India struck 9 terror targets in Pakistan. Perhaps as far as this entire escalation is concerned, UK, US, Saudi Arabia, Qatar have to play a very, very significant role. In fact, NSA Dowell also briefed his UK counterpart right after the strikes. And today this conversation is happening ahead of crucial IMF meeting, Shivani, let's not forget that. And in fact, India is throwing all its weight perhaps this time to throttle Pakistan economically. In fact, yesterday, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also said it on record that there should not be another bailout package which IMF should announce for Pakistan. At least India is going to object. India will use its diplomatic might to get that next bailout package stopped. There have been 24 such programs announced by IMF since Pakistan's independence, because India has to say that this money is being diverted for terror activities in India, and in fact India has very credible evidence to substantiate this claims, whether it's how Pakistan has been protecting TRF, how TRF's name was removed, how India had provided evidence related to TRF to UNSC 1267 committee twice, but there was no action taken. So India has enough evidence to substantiate this claim. Perhaps ahead of the meeting, this very significant conversation took place between Foreign Minister Jaishankar and UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Siddhant, thanks a lot for joining us. The External Affairs Minister has had talks also with counterparts in Italy, in EU, and of course he had the conversation with Secretary Rubio, US Secretary Rubio last evening after the strikes first came to light, and underlined India's targeted and measured response to cross-border terrorism, and also reiterated that India will firmly counter any attempts at escalation. So certainly the External Affairs Ministry doing its work, which is to get its allies and others on board and also apprise them possibly of what Pakistan has tried to do, even if it has failed in doing so. Let's go across to some more breaking updates coming in. Home Ministry has been very active. It has now written to Chief Secretaries of all states asking to invoke emergency powers under civil defence rules for emergency procurement. Remember, the Home Minister had chaired an important meeting with all the internal security authorities and agencies, the BSF, CISF, paramilitary forces, etc., and top Home Ministry officials to take stock of the situation. Airport safety and upgradation of airport protocols were discussed, but we're now getting to know that emergency procurement that states may need has also been approved. There are rules under emergency provisions to make emergency procurement, and the MHA has now written to Chief Secretaries asking for invoking those rules. My colleague Arunima is bringing us more on this. So more and more preparation taking place. Arunima, how do you read this, the approval for emergency procurements now?
So this is a letter that has been written by the Directorate of Civil Defence, which falls under the Ministry of Home Affairs. They have asked the Chief Secretaries of the various state governments to invoke Section 11 of the Civil Defence Rules and give emergency procurement power to the respective Directorate or Director of Civil Defence in their state or union territory. This would mean that if an emergency situation arises, if a hostile situation arises, to maintain vital services, to maintain protection of civilians, whatever procurement has to be done for that, you do not require sanctions from the top. The director himself will be having the emergency power to carry on with any kind of procurement. For example, if medicines are required, or if oxygen cylinders or any medical help, medical procurement is needed, or if there are community bunkers for which provisioning is needed to keep the civilian population safe, then for that this emergency procurement power will go a long way. And I can tell you, after speaking to top officials, that the mock drills that were carried out were an eye-opening exercise that has opened up the limitations that are there, since the civil defence protocol has been used only after 1971. It is getting used now, so there are a lot of lacunas and loopholes that have now come up. All of those are being addressed now, and this letter requesting for emergency procurement power be invoked, it should be seen in that light.
All of this preparation and advanced preparation that is being done, Arunima, any precedents to when was the last time all of these activities were undertaken, such measures were taken? You and Akash both have been bringing us perspective on what the armed forces are doing, have been told to do, what the internal security agencies have been told to do. This certainly seems to be, I don't know if there's any other term to express it, preparation for war?
See, since 1971, this kind of preparation has not been seen by India. Yes, Operation Vijay, when Kargil was on, that did happen, but that was a limited conflict, limited to the northern state, now the Union territories of Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir. What we are seeing now is the only precedent I can think about is 1971. Government of India is not saying that we have gone to war with Pakistan. They are saying we are only responding to an escalation, which is Pahalgam. But at the same time, we have to be prepared. The kind of aggression, misadventure that we have seen from Pakistan over the last 48 hours only makes us think that Pakistan is not taking a step back, even after being beaten black and blue, to use the term, by our air defense system. So even tonight is critical. The meetings that have happened between Raksha Mantri with the service chiefs and CDS, the meeting that has happened between Griha Mantri and the paramilitary chiefs, parallel meetings that are happening by Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Agriculture Minister, Jal Shakti Minister. There are procurement related meetings happening at every ministry. The instruction is, and this is what Prime Minister told when he met all the secretaries, that you must take all steps to ensure that the civilians do not suffer. So we don't really know what Pakistan might come up with next, but we want to be ready, and that is the context in which this letter seeking for emergency provisions under Section 11 be invoked. It is that background in which the letter should be seen. It's quite possible that things only improve from here on, things de-escalate, but if they don't, we should be prepared.
Yes, it's also a unique situation for India, because I think majority of its population, 60-70% of it, has never seen a war, so they don't really know what to do and what could come in if we are faced with such a situation. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta continue to be with us. Brigadier, I'm coming to you first up. Let's just look forward a little bit. We've been trying to grapple with the issue or the question of what happens next. Do you believe Pakistan will now continue to do this? They have been testing us for the last 2 days. Despite what India has managed on the other side, they will continue to do this. Is there any sanity that may prevail in Pakistan, or do you think that line has been crossed already?
Well, I feel that some good sense should prevail on them, and they have seen, like you had already mentioned, that if they were the testing rounds, generally, whenever the artillery and all is firing, they always fire a test round just to fathom the preparedness of the defenses or the enemy. So if they are trying to fathom the defense and preparedness of India, I think they have done it enough. So in the best interest of Pakistan, in the best interest of people, they should, stop bombarding our border areas, villages, and we should not escalate this. Should it get escalated? Because India is now there for an all-out war. But India does not want to escalate it. India wants a peaceful resolution of this. India only wants that Pakistan should participate and discourage all these terrorist activities. More so in the backdrop of what they are facing every day. They are being hammered from Balochistan. They are being, fired, and their army is degraded. And from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Sindh is boiling. So they should understand that what kind of situation they are in, and the war is not going to get them anything. So it is high time that they should de-escalate and request India to have talks and hand over these terrorists, whosoever is involved in Pahalgam or the previous incident. So
let me bring in. Yes, please.
Yeah, what I feel is that you see, war is not in favor of either country. Yes. India is on a progressive trajectory. India would not like to get involved with a rogue state like Pakistan and waste its time, because we are looking for a superpower status in the years to come. We are a regional power, and we are the fifth largest economy.
We're getting some breaking updates now. The uncertainty has ended. The first confirmation from the BCCI and the IPL has come in that they have decided to suspend the ongoing IPL season for 1 week. This is not a total suspension as had happened once in the past, but only for 1 week. I guess they're taking a wait and watch approach. so that once the situation becomes clearer as far as what's happening between India and Pakistan, how the situation moves forward, whether it escalates or de-escalates from here, the board has taken a call to suspend the ongoing IPL season for 1 week only. Remember, we had brought to you earlier that the IPL Governing Council was speaking to franchises who are the major stakeholder and have most to lose if the suspension was to be ordered, that they were considering the suspension of the season. So what it seems is that they have come to a conclusion that for now they will only suspend it for 1 week, which can also be seen as a postponement. Will only suspend it for 1 week and then see if a reschedule can be worked out. If the situation doesn't improve from there, of course, the future of the IPL remaining season will be in danger. But for now, the BCCI is saying that we're going to suspend it for 1 week. Let the nerves calm down. Let the situation become clearer. Of course, the logistics and the security situation that IPL brings with it, involving multiple venues, is something that is always a concern. Particularly in a situation like that, you've got stadiums in Jaipur, you've got stadiums in Ahmedabad, you've got stadiums in Dharamshala. These are close to the western border, so certainly things have to be worked out. In the past, under COVID concerns, the season of the IPL was suspended once, and then it was completed outside of India, but after many months. In the past, what has also happened as far as IPL schedule is concerned, that instead of having a full-fledged roster of venues, only limited venues have been used. This was again in context of COVID. There were bubbles, etc., that the IPL Governing Council and BCCI had tried. They didn't work, and when the situation went out of hand, the season was suspended. And it was completed later after 5 months or so in October in UAE, etc. But this time around, the BCCI is not suspending the entire remaining season. They're waiting only for 1 week. They're going to wait and see how the situation goes, because from India, the message has been very clear that they don't want to escalate the situation with Pakistan. You know, we went in, we are one and done, but Pakistan is continuing to provoke India with all kinds of activity across the international border as well. There's been loss of civilian life on the Indian side in Jammu and Kashmir because of artillery shelling. And BCCI has taken a view, and this is what Arun Dhumal, who was the IPL Governing Council chairman, also told me earlier, that this is more about standing with the country. We can't be seen as playing cricket when our soldiers are almost at the brink of war. All right, so updates coming in as far as the BCCI is concerned. More scheduling updates, venues of the tournament will be announced in due course, is what the BCCI statement is saying, after a comprehensive assessment of the situation in consultation with relevant authorities and stakeholders. So it is in the realm of possibility that once it does resume, it could be a curtailed version of the IPL. They have done this in the past, where they have restricted it to a certain number of venues. Maybe those are venues that are away from the western border and therefore have less concerns, but we'll wait and see. My colleague Shireen is also joining us with more on this. So a wait and watch approach by the BCCI and the IPL Governing Council so far, a suspension or a postponement, but only for 1 week.
That's right, Shivani. This is the decision that has been taken by the BCCI as far as the entire series is concerned. They have in fact been saying that depending on the situation, whenever the situation is stable and it gets improved, then they will resume. But as of now, they have officially said that they are going to in fact decided to suspend the remainder of the ongoing Tata IPL 2025 with immediate effect for the week, and further updates regarding the new schedule and the venue of the tournament will be announced in.
निर्णय लिया है कि आईपीएल को अभी फिलहाल 1 सप्ताह के लिए स्थगित किया गया है। उसके बाद जो स्थिति है उसका जायजा लेके सरकार से विचार विमर्श करके जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, फ्रेंचाइजी और ब्रॉडकास्टर, इन सबसे बात करके नए शेड्यूल की घोषणा की जाएगी। मौजूदा परिस्थिति में हमने ये तय किया है कि अभी जो स्थिति है उसको देखते हुए इसको जो है निलंबित कर दिया जाए। उसी दृष्टि से इसको निलंबित किया गया है। और जहाँ तक सुरक्षा की बात है तो हमें भारतीय सेना पर गर्व है और बीसीसीआई पूरी तरह से दृढ़ता के साथ सरकार और सेना के साथ खड़ी हुई है और हमारा पूर्ण समर्थन है उनको। और जिस तरह से हमारी सेनाओं ने जो वीरता का परिचय दिया है, जिस तरह से हमारी सेनाओं ने मुकाबला करके परास्त लोगों को किया है, तो हम पूरी तरह से उसका समर्थन करते हैं और उसके साथ हैं। जहाँ तक नई डेट्स इन सबका सवाल है तो हम कंसल्ट करेंगे सबसे और नई डेट्स की घोषणा उस दृष्टि से करेंगे। हम धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं हमारे ब्रॉडकास्टर का, जियो टीवी का, और दूसरा जो है ये टाटा IPL जो टाटा स्पॉन्सर है, और बाकी हमारे जो फैंस हैं सबका, कि उन्होंने जो है ऐसे मौके पे इस मामले में अपना हमारा साथ दिया, क्योंकि फ्रेंचाइजी वगैरह ने भी तमाम चिंताएं प्रकट की थी खिलाड़ियों को लेकर, तो इन सबको ध्यान में रखिए निर्णय लिया गया है।
सर, रीशेड्यूलिंग होगा, रीवर्क होगा, वेन्यू क्या इंडिया ही रहने वाला है कि एक अलग जोन, या ऐसी पॉसिबिलिटीज भी है कि BCCI एक्सप्लोर करेगा IPL को देश से बाहर ले जाने के लिए?
देखिए अभी
More decisions on the venues and what the shape and form the IPL remainder season will take will be decided over this next week. A moratorium of sorts for 1 week on the IPL, but they will review the situation as it goes. Time for me to take your leave. News and updates will continue on CNN News 18 after a very short break.
अब आया असली
Made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Ananda, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे NSAs की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और वी स्टिल हैव द लग्जरी कि अच्छा 1-2 हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो है एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि डी एस्केलेशन की पॉसिबिलिटीज की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये डी एस्केलेट नहीं हो रहा। तो पाकिस्तान इज टेकिंग थिंग्स a bit a notch up nor further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की।
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense minister certainly approving what was asked, that if there are no direct talks, then there will be guns. In other ways, he's saying that Pakistan will lose its patience and escalate further because he's painting it out to be that India is not de-escalating. But India has given them a route off this escalation ladder at every step. Thrice now. After the Pahalgam attack, India conducted very surgical strikes on terror camps, but Pakistan retaliated. Then we hit back only in retaliation, in proportion, but they tried their misadventure again last night. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta both continue to be with us. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Brigadier Vinod Datta, how do you see this bravado from the Pakistani establishment? I mean, they've not won a single war with India. They possibly cannot sustain themselves in a conventional war with India even today, but the bravado is endless.
Yeah, I agree with you because this kind of pseudo confidence which they have, the kind of trust they have on false claims, the kind of destiny they have with having tall claims like even 65 and 71 war. 65, our Honorable Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri ji had already said कि अयूब खान साहब आपको आने की जहमत नहीं है. When they were claiming that we have reached Ambala, he says we will come and look you up in Lahore, and we did the same thing. 71 also it was repeated. They are living in a fool's paradise. You see, they should know that what is their reality. They don't have logistic stamina as far as defense is concerned. They don't have a good financial health. They don't have a good, rapport with the international community. They have been going with a begging bowl everywhere. And you see, warfare these days, it's not, rhetoric or jingoism by which you can win. They have indulged in that. But last night we have seen, you see, they could not even penetrate our air defense wall.
Yes.
Leave aside, taking on India. And India retaliated so hard. And now, just because they have to make some kind of...
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18. The live and rolling coverage around Operation Sindoor. It's not over yet. Bharat has made its demands very, very clear. Bharat wants Pakistan to back off terror completely. And if it is serious, it needs to cuff up some of the terror akas and hand them over to Bharat. Tala Saeed, Hafiz Saeed, Hafiz Zakir Rahman Lakhvi, these are names that we want. Masood Azhar, Rauf Azhar. So Jaish, Lashkar, Sarganas or the Akas are the names that Bharat wants. Those are all part of India's most wanted list, and this is the demand somewhere that Bharat is going to make. Even as the air defense systems and our defense mechanisms prevail against Pakistan's offensives, their projectiles and missiles. The government neutralizing an air defense system at Lahore, and also now reports emerge that there are multiple locations where Pakistan has suffered serious reversals. There are also pictures and proof that how Bharat continues to target only the terror infrastructure and military installations, contrary to what the Pakistanis have been doing, trying to target religious institutions like Gurudwaras in Punch, in Amritsar, and also attacking civilian locations. Now, this is the big news that's coming through, and further confirmation. Exclusive pictures here on CNN News 18 show that Bharat has been targeting only military targets along the line of control. This is around the Samba sector, and these are pictures from this morning. Pakistan hitting civilians, and here in these pictures, those are military posts of the Pakistan army that have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces guns, the artillery guns. Compared to the pictures coming in from Punch, from Mendar, from Akhnur, from Jammu, from Rajouri, where from Uri, where civilian establishments have been targeted by the Pakistani guns. Even today, we have lost an old lady in Uri to Pakistani mortar and shelling. About 5 to 7 more individuals have been injured because of the mortar and shelling. Homes of the poor, homes of the middle class, homes of common people have been damaged by Pakistani guns. But this is what Bharat is doing, and hope the world is watching. A CNN News 18 exclusive, these pictures where Pakistan attacks civilians, whereas Bharat is targeting the military installations now. This is also Jawabi Karwai to Pakistan's attempt at targeting military installations across 15 locations along our western border. These are the pictures. Have a look at these pictures. And here are the Pakistani posts. So these are Pakistani military posts which have been attacked and demolished and pummeled, razed to rubble. Yes, but this is again response, retaliatory measures taken by the Indian Armed Forces, by our artillery guns, where it's again pinpoint precision. So be it be the terror infrastructure, which was Jawabi Karwai, or avenging the Pahalgam massacre, or this, the military posts along the LOC being attacked. This is again retaliation for Pakistan's unbridled and unhinged aggression along the line of control, where it's targeted civilians. In Punch, it razed down a Gurudwara. It's killed 4 Granthis among about 15 people who died. In fact, that death toll going up to 20 now, and more than 50 people who are injured because, and that to civilians. Here in this case, there are no civilians. These are the posts from there. These guns were blazing and they have been razed to rubble. And this is proof now. Proof to the Pakistanis, proof to General Asim Munir and his ilk, proof to the world that Bharat is targeting only military installations now. Before this, it was the terror infrastructure which was on our radar, where again, here at CNN News 18, we've told you we've neutralized more than 150 terrorists. Tejinder Sodhi joining us with more. So Tejinder, again confirmation that the artillery of the Indian Armed Forces are targeting only Pakistani military posts even along the LOC.
Indeed, Anand, this is the difference between the professional Indian Army and the rogue Army of Pakistan. The rogue Army of Pakistan has been from day one targeting the civilian population. We saw the visuals coming from Punch, wherein the Pakistan Army targeted a Gurdwara, a temple, a mosque, killing innocent civilians. But these visuals clearly show how the professionalism of the Indian Army is at work. The Indian Army, being a professional army, is only targeting the military installations of the Pakistan Army from where they are targeting the Indian civilians. So in these visuals, they clearly show how the Pakistani bunkers are being decimated, razed to ground with the precision striking by the ATGMs and the artillery shells of the Indian Army. Indian Army has clearly shown its capabilities, its capacities, that we can hit anywhere inside Pakistan. We proved our mental during Operation Sindoor, wherein we targeted only the terror infrastructure, terror camps deep inside Pakistan, and now these visuals have surfaced wherein we are targeting the Pakistani bunkers, Pakistani positions from where they are targeting the civilian population.
I think we can even Tejinder, as this visual plays out again, this is playing out in a loop. You will see the projectile or the mortar shell coming from here and attacking the bunker or the Pakistan military post here. You will see this appear from here, and that's why the visual is also from this side, because this is the Indian side. There you go. That's the projectile, and it comes and it targets pinpoint the military posts. There you go. That's it. And that's where this post from where firing was happening, or the bunkers were from where the artillery shelling was happening by the Pakistan military, that's been decimated. These guns have been silent, and that many posts like this along the line of control that have suffered severe damage. Pakistan has received a pummeling that it was not expecting, and it's also been shocked by the way the airspace along the western border has been defended. Tejinder, one of the aspects that many locals along the line of control are saying is that if their guns are blazing at us, we also want them punished. But Bharat showing immense amount of restraint, In the past, you've covered this very often. In the past, the Indian guns would also, or the artillery would also blaze, and there would be a huge amount of losses or reversals even to the civilian population on the other side because of Pakistan's machinations and their rogue act. But this time around, despite the provocation, Bharat has exercised immense amount of restraint.
Indeed, Anand, you see, Pakistan has been using its people, its population, especially in the Pakistan-Occupied Kashmir, as human shield, as cannon fodder. Pakistan wants those people to die so that it can go to global community to blame Indian Army and say, see, Indian Army is targeting civilians, our civilians are being targeted. So this is what Pakistan wants. Pakistan wants that civilians in POK should get killed in the Indian fire. But Indian Army, as I mentioned, Anand, being a professional army, makes it sure that civilians on the other side of the line of control, because they too are Kashmiris. Right. India, we maintain that Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is our integral part, which has been illegally occupied by Pakistan. So they are our people. Indian Army makes it sure whenever they retaliate that only the rogue Pakistan Army which targets the civilian is targeted and their bunkers, their men destroyed. Yes,
right. Tejinder very rightly said, like Ambassador Vinay Mohan Kawatra told CNN last evening, that it's not Indian administered Kashmir, it is Jammu Kashmir. The only thing that needs to be resolved is the portion that is occupied by Pakistan, that also needs to be fully integrated back into Jammu Kashmir, into India. So that's the position, that's the stated position, and that's the truth in this case. Just quickly moving on, even as we get you these pictures, we're moving on to get you more news. The Directorate of Civil Defence will be testing air raid sirens installed in central Delhi in a short while from now. It should happen around 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, and very clearly, denizens of Delhi, no need to panic. This is an exercise. Just hear the siren, understand the sound, recall, recollect, because thereafter, through the night tonight or in the near future, if it goes again, then one knows that these sirens are working, because we need to take precaution. But right now at 3:30 p.m. it's going to be an exercise. Ananya Bhatnagar now joins us with more details. Ananya, any particular reason why the sirens are going off or they're being tested now today at 3:30? Because there was not a mock drill planned, but why is this being done now?
Well, the Delhi.
Well, I think he's standing right where the sirens were, and they've just started going off. We also see a Delhi minister there, standing very close as the sirens are being tested. So we'll try and go across to Ananya and see if he's there. We can hear some noise. We'll try and go to Ananya in a bit. So clearly, the government of Delhi also involved in this testing, and that's the reason why we have Parvesh Verma standing there, overseeing the preparations. We'll try and go to Ananya. He was standing right at the bottom of these stairs where the siren is that's being tested in central Delhi. We'll try and get Ananya on the phone line, because looks like the sirens are being warmed up. Yeah. Let's try and see if we have a ground report or a walkthrough that he has sent in just a short while ago before we get Ananya on the phone line. You see the pictures there, and that's the siren that's going to go off, and it's going to be quite loud, and it will send the alarm or the siren all across central Delhi. So the denizens or the residents of central Delhi will be able to hear it. We'll try and understand why central Delhi, why today, why this testing is happening. Parvesh Verma is also there. We'll see if he also speaks to the waiting media after the testing of the siren. This is supposed to happen at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, and people have been urged not to worry, just to hear the sound, be cognizant that the siren is tested and it is working, but there needs to be no evasive action or reaction that needs to be shown to this siren being blown at 3:30 p.m. or going off at 3:30 p.m. today. So that's the space. These are pictures from a short while ago. There are a lot of people who are standing there to see what happens when the siren goes. Ananya has also sent us a ground report. Let's have a look at it.
sounds, you can hear these sounds. As far as the alarms are here, these are the sirens that will be blown when any kind of attack actually happens. There's no need to panic. This is just for a testing that these sirens are being blown. You can see Parveen Sharma, who is in fact the minister in the Delhi government, here in order to test these sirens that have been there. These are alert sirens that are in fact there in the national capital in order to sound people as far as any kind of exigency is concerned, or any kind of attack if it all happens in New Delhi. These would be the sirens which would alert the people. This is, remember, viewers, there is no need to panic. These are the sirens that are there to alert you. These are just simple sirens at this particular point in time. These are only for testing purposes at this particular point of time that they are there. In fact, what is very, very clear at this particular point in time is that India is definitely prepared. Bharat is actually prepared for any kind of a retaliation or attack that comes in from Pakistan. And very categorically at this particular point of time, these are the testing phase of these sirens which are being blown in order to test them in order to see as to whether they would work at a time when there is some kind of attack or some kind of retaliation that comes in international capital. And these are the sirens that the sound people are actually go inside their homes and carry out proper drills as far as saving themselves from any kind of attack is concerned. The level one is when this is whenever the sirens are put on, you have to move to a safer place. If it all is night, you have to completely black out your house, and then you should proceed to a safer location if it's all some kind of unfortunate incident happens. These are the sirens that will alert you.
Right. Right, so that's what's going to happen at 3:30 in central Delhi. In about 2 hours and 15 minutes, there is going to be the MEA briefing that is expected. So at about 5:30 p.m. again, a detailed MEA briefing is expected. Right now, let's go back to these pictures. This is again proof that Bharat is showing immense amount of restraint despite the brazen provocation by the Pakistanis. This is the pictures that's been accessed exclusively here at CNN News 18 of a post in the Samba sector that's been decimated. This is a Pakistani post decimated by the Indian artillery fire, and you can see the projectile coming there. There you go, and there you go. We've circled that out, and then it just decimates that bunker from where the Pakistanis, it's their post or their bunker. From there, there's been incessant amount of firing in that region, and also in Uri and in Punch. So those areas where civilians were targeted brazenly by Pakistani guns, Bharat exercising a huge amount of restraint where it continues to be only targeting the military posts. Colonel Ajay Dogra is with us, Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman also with us. Jai Hind and Namaste. Thank you very, very much. How much of restraint does it take? Because we've seen ceasefire violations in the past where it used to be about who's got more fire and more power. And if there are civilians affected here, there would be civilians affected on the other side. But this time around, it seems to be that you target military posts, I'll target military posts. But my intent is that it's a war on terror. It's not a war with the people of Pakistan or even with the military of Pakistan. It's General Asim Munir and his ilk who are turning it into or escalating or going up the escalation ladder. Colonel Ajay Dogra, your thoughts?
Hi Anand, yes, you are completely right. Last 20 years I have been seeing, when I was a diplomat with the UN also, and when I was posted on these LOC highs, we never targeted their civilians. This has been rogue state. Whenever they fall into some abyss, they try to get onto the civilians and target them. However, we have shown immense restraint by just targeting their infrastructure, the terrorist infrastructure, and that has been our line throughout our history. However, whenever they fall back, they have to create a panic. They have to create something to show to their public opinion, and that's the way they try to target civilians. They are also trying to create communal disharmony. So they are trying to target Sikhs. They are trying to create religious dissemination, religious differences amongst us. So that's what the rogue state has been doing, and they are getting a befitting reply from our side.
Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, your thoughts, and let's also understand how did this air defense system work? They have tried to target at least 15 locations along the western border. Now we are given to understand that a lot of the all of the loitering munitions has been destroyed by the Army and the Air Force military air defense systems. But can this be seen as probing munitions that were sent, or probing exercise by the Pakistan military? And if it was indeed a probing exercise, will it be across 15 different locations? Because we are given to understand here, Manoj Kumar Gupta, as Group Editor, Security Affairs and Investigations, has got from reliable sources that most of these drones or projectiles that were sent were not very heavily weaponized, or they did not carry as much of munition as would be expected given the spread of the exercise. So, Wing Commander, your thoughts first, and then Colonel Dogra.
See, definitely it was a probing exercise, but let's not forget, actions speak louder than words. What happened, what had been happening since yesterday morning till late afternoon yesterday was these probing and prodding kind of attacks through drones, projectiles coming across, trying to neutralize a few of our air defenses, and to see and assess their own capability, and also to get a look into the stretch of our capabilities on our side. But I think it's after what happened towards the beginning of the evening hours thereafter, and the way the Indian forces, our forces, have gone after specific targets there, and the way the kind of liberty that our projectiles found while landing into every single prominent town that we know of in Pakistan provides us ample proof that the superiority, the comparative superiority of our air defense assets vis-a-vis the Porkies is well established. What that we are at war is was already proven yesterday, and now what I see it as stage by stage escalation to meet the desired end state, that is to set everything in order in our favor. What by my means of assessment, I feel the desired end state would be a permanent solution to this lingering problem of terrorism, which emanates from the epicenter, that is Pakistan, and which was very clearly stated at the first public rally being addressed by the Prime Minister after the Pahalgam attack. So and to achieve that, let me see. To achieve that, I think we are seeing the air action. We have seen the air action already. The naval action has started. They have already committed officially that they are in exercise till the 12th of May. What is to follow, by my perception and experience, is the movement of ground forces. Ground forces, specifically the army, to locations on the border or the LOC, to places which we had compromised on earlier. Remember, Haji Pir Pass on the Pir Panjar range, which we gave it up on the negotiating tables. The lines are going to be redrawn so that we gain physical as well as territorial terrain superiority over this foolish enemy on our western front, and find a permanent solution thereafter. I think the operations are going to continue till such time, and rightly so.
Well, but that is going to happen as Group Captain R.K. Narang also joins us. Group Captain Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman believes that this is steadily going up the escalatory ladder, but Bharat has also said that we will go as far as the Pakistanis do. So it's in Pakistan's interest to back off, but because the war is against terror. So if Pakistan says, all right, we're going to silence our guns, silence our movement, not going to do anything now, then what happens next? Because I think somewhere Bharat has very clearly said, we want those terrorists, we want those terror akas cuffed up. Otherwise, this continues. So how do you see this shaping up? The other part that the Pakistanis have had reversals, air defense systems, multiple places. They attacked 15 locations. Were they probing? Were the drones just the probe? Then the missiles that followed were the actual attack, and all of it negated. How do you read what happened last night? And we've also attacked about 14 locations, of which 12 there has been success. That's what we are given to understand. We are waiting for the MEA and the joint briefing with the defense teams at 5:30 for them to confirm. But this is what we are given to understand. Your understanding now. Your thoughts?
See, what we need to understand is Pakistan has been, following a low-cost policy. Even today, when you look at it, they have used missiles, they have used drones, they have used artillery guns and terrorists. Now, this is a typical approach, whereas India has initially, right from beginning, as has been said and again, that our focus is on, ending terrorism, and thereafter we have not taken our Indian, Pakistani armed forces or the civilians. And every, Indian government, Indian defense forces have been using the right to respond. And scope, size, position is decided by India the way Pakistanis have been doing it. In fact, after we carried out first attack, we said we are following a non-escalatory. These were non-escalatory, attacks. What we need to understand is there are 4 key issues which have emerged out in these, whatever is happening there. First, aerial technologies prominence has appeared. When India struck Pakistan without losing anybody on any loss to the human life, this ensured that aerial technologies can be used. When I say aerial technologies, missiles, drones, and even manned aircraft, not crossing the border, but yes, manned aircraft. Now, this was earlier a taboo. You must understand which mindset. We have crossed a psychological mindset to hit at the heart of terrorism and not being scared of using our aerial asset, which was considered escalatory to the level of nuclear. So that has been proven. The second part which has emerged is synergy between the tri-services. There is no gap between the Army, Air Force, Navy, and they are working together in tandem and in a most professional manner. There are no emotions. It is only what is required for the country. The third thing which has clearly emerged is Atmanirbharta and indigenous innovation. Now, when you come to the drone technologies, our Atmanirbharta indigenous innovation is paying the dividends. Now, it is paying the dividends in 2 means. One, whether we are able to defend, and if you look at defend, we have our indigenous radar developed by Bharat Electronics Limited. We have indigenous missiles like Akash, while we have international collaboration through medium range missiles and S-400. So thirdly, we have been able to get a counter drone system, D4, developed by DRDO, which is drone detect, deter and destroy. Now that system is a multi-sensor system which has got radar, electro-optic systems, radar jammers and lasers. Now this capability we need to upgrade it if we have to do it. Because drone war will not end. We will have to, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for indigenous developers to reevaluate where we have reached, what we need to do further, upgrade it and build a very, very robust air defense capability. The second major capability which Atmanirbharta is given is our capability to have unmanned capabilities which can really go and detect and destroy with a pinpoint accuracy. Here I would like to highlight 3 major initiatives. One, technology is being developed by the defense R&D and public sector entities. The second is by Indian Air Force, which started Meher Baba Swarm competition. Remember last night?
Yes.
Drones came in swarms, and India has not responded by launching swarms. We have been using loitering drones. Now remember, people are talking about loitering drones, supplied by Herop and others. But we must not forget they are Indian innovators. They have developed indigenous loitering drones like Nagastra, AL-50, and there are others. So indigenous capability is being sparingly used. Swarms have not been used because we don't want to escalate. Another thing which probably we will be having is further evaluation, and we have to decide when and where we want to destroy. I will talk later when we talk about Pakistan's capability in terms of drone capability.
The larger question, Colonel Dogra, is that is Pakistan, was it only probing, or did it first probe and then it tried to attack and it got defeated there and it got pummeled? How would you read that? And what is expected tonight? Many are saying that even tonight there will be some activity. The Pakistanis are silent now through the day, but evening they will try something. There is a reason why there are alerts given to ports, because there are reports that the Karachi port has suffered some damage, although the Pakistanis have issued a denial and then it's come back again as a confirmation from Karachi port. So we don't know what's happening. We're waiting for the official briefing to see if the government of India makes any claims about the damage that's been caused. But how are you seeing this going up? Do you see this going up the escalation ladder, or is there pressure on Asim Munir to back off? Enough pressure already?
Okay, I'll take your pointed questions. Firstly, you asked about how this how this air defense system works on the line of control or international boundary. It works on the system of, or a backbone of integrated air command and control system, wherein all the radar, ground stations of Air Force, Army and other services are combined. They give a refined picture. We call it as the refined air support picture. That picture comes, then the complete network-centric warfare is controlled there. The networks, communications are linked. So the moment any aircraft takes on from Pakistani territory or any of those aerial assets, it starts coming onto our radars. AWACS are there, radars are there, and that picture is passed on to the various weapon systems, various control centers and various decision makers. And once the decision is taken, then we start engaging from the lowest or the nearest weapon to the highest weapon. So you named something like the drones they came. They were very cheap drones. So they are of the cost effectiveness that they see. Like each missile, what we are firing, it's in the crores of the rupees. If we are looking of S-400, they are very costly missiles. Even if the other missiles are there, Ikla missile, shoulder file missiles, these are costly. However, these drones, you can easily take it for 10 to 20,000 rupees. So they put up small ammunitions and initially they try to probe the defenses. That's correctly. They try to make sure that our defenses are firstly, we expand our missiles, and then there are the second things, they come back with the larger missiles or the larger weapons on that. But however, we are also prepared. We start with the nearest weapons, say maybe 23 mm, then L70 and other things, they go on, and that's the way that we move on. Coming on to the question of escalation, how we see that, I don't think so that Pakistan has got that much appetite or international standing that it can take this hostilities or these hostilities too far further. Sooner or the later they'll have to back down. Otherwise, they know the might of Indian army. The Pakistan will be divided and they cannot take that risk. So I feel that they should be backing down in a day or so.
So from 23 mm to the L70, which is a 40 mm gun, anti-aircraft gun, it's modernized with radar. Then there is Pehora, some of the other systems also that have come into use. It's an integrated system that has come through as an air defense system. Like you said, short, medium, long, and in terms of the scale of the projectile, we'd also go up the escalation ladder with respect to the defense system. But this is testing a huge expanse of the western border. So Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman is because Bharat targeted from Muzaffarabad to Bahawalpur, is that the reason why Pakistan saying I will also show you equal capability? I may send you 100 rupees ka saman, but I'll still send it across a spread of at least 3,000 kilometers.
See, if they want to meet India eye for an eye, then they are living in a fool's paradise. Our capabilities, our appetite, our reserves, the kind of volumes that we can inflict on them is overwhelming. That is why I am of the opinion, and if the broad smile on the faces of Raksha Mantri and the CDS in today's meeting, morning meeting, is anything to go by, then the things are moving just as the script was meant to be. The popis are caught in their own trap, and here it is going to be scaled up and up, going step by step.
Right.
What we must remember is we must firmly keep the foot on the pedal and continue to keep it there persistently till we overwhelm these Pakis by sheer volume and persistence, till they eventually run out of gunpowder and make them bite the dust. This is what the difference between the Pakis, looking at their economic situation right now, their how they have been deserted and desolate without any international support, barring the Turkish Erdogan. So what I mean to say is the powers that be and the leadership that we have, they have it very well in mind that then we need to make amends for the shortcomings wherein for the occasions earlier wherein we left the work undone for some reason or the other. Once sometimes in 65 it might have been in 71 we couldn't even take back our own POWs while having handed over theirs to the numbers to the tune of 93,000 and on even in 99 when we towards the end of the operations when the Indian Army was in a hot pursuit, we were told to hold. See, there had been countless occasions earlier when we now in retrospect feel that we just fell short despite having incurred so much of loss of life of our brave hearts. I am sure the government of India has included those learnings into our operations this time, and we are going to take it to its justifiable end.
Do we have that intent this time around to stay on this hot pursuit and not close Operation Sindoor because somebody else asks us to, but because we are convinced this is the right time to close, because it's a war on terror. So because with this dispensation also, we've just got an update. We'll do this update and then come back to you, Group Captain Narang. The Health Ministry sources have informed that all states and union territories have been asked to cancel the leaves of all health workers in their respective states. Monitoring will be done from the Delhi control room about the preparedness, including the stock of medicines. There was a meeting also with the Pharma Secretary and senior officials regarding the stock of medicines. So clearly Bharat is also not leaving any stone unturned. Everybody needs to be in a state of readiness, and there is like a COVID-like preparation that is being unleashed by the government, where months before the epidemic actually landed into Bharat, there was a certain level of preparedness and a certain level of readiness that was kept. Here, days ahead of a possible escalation and a near state of a far more intense level of conflict, there is ensuring that all angles are covered. Civilians are rendered safe. There is a certain level of mock drills. Sirens will be at the ready. Blood donation camps have started to be organized, and now stock of medicines. So at any point there should be enough and more stock of medicines for at least a month or 60 days, if not more. We'll try and get that from Sherin. This is also because if there is a shutting down of airspace, if there is sea lines or ports are blocked for a small period of time, even if required, and if that's it necessitates thus, there should be enough and more across districts. Is that the thought process here, that the supply lines are not disrupted?
Absolutely. That is one of course, the thinking that has gone into this particular meeting that was conducted by the Union Minister, Health Minister JP Nadda, where this was in fact one of the issues that as far as the stock of the medicines are concerned, that is of utmost importance, especially for the surgical surgeries as well as any of elective operations that needs to be done. All those medicines need to be in stock. Apart from that, blood is something that needs to be in stock as well. Blood banks are all being informed that they need to keep adequate amount of blood of all groups available. Apart from that, the health workers have in fact been, this is going to be something that will be conveyed to all the health secretaries of the state, that the health workers leave needs to be cancelled because if a situation is escalated to another level, then it becomes utmost important that the health workers are there in the front line, and that is why this particular meeting was conducted. Apart from that, the pharmacy secretary was also present to look into the stock of the medicines as well. So full preparedness is something that is being looked into by the health minister at this point.
Well, thank you for that update, Sherin. Let's take it back. So there is a certain level of preparedness and a readiness for escalation. Wing Commander Matiman said that he sees this escalating, going up the escalation ladder in the days to come, and Bharat is prepared. Bharat is reading the signs ably, at least those who are responsible for the Suraksha and also for the Raksha of the intent of Bharat. All of them are aware of what's going on. But Group Captain Narang, two aspects. One is, do we have the intent to continue and stay on with the hot pursuit till our objectives are met? And there would be primary objective, secondary objective, and of course the incidental objectives which are met. That's one. The second part is, there is somebody in the neighborhood who's quietly watching. And that's the CCP, that's the PLA. They are quietly watching what's going on. When should that come, or is that going to become a factor? Because the Americans right now have said, we don't want, unless it goes up to a serious escalation where it could potentially be that two nuclear nations may be urged towards or inclined towards pressing the nuclear button, we are not going to get involved. But we want de-escalation. That's what but it's between the two of you. So we are not getting in. Well, the Chinese have not said that.
Yeah, I think we need to understand what is motivating Pakistan to continue with what it is continuing. What we must understand is it's been getting some sort of tacit support from 3-4 players, which probably directly or indirectly are making it convenient for him to continue. One is he has a drone industry which is a low cost option. He gets it from Turkey, which has provided Akinci drones. Falco drones he manufactures in license from Italy. Then they have indigenous drones like Shahpur and Ukab. Then there are small drone manufacturers within Pakistan which manufacture small drones and the target drones. Now those are the ones which have a robust supply chains from China. And remember, China played a major role in Ukraine-Russia war, where Ukrainian vice premier almost went on social media with this, tweet saying that you are killing our people. So the silent hand of China will be a critical aspect, even if it is not involved, and that is what we will have to cater to it.
But Group Captain Narang, the Russians had money to pay. The Pakistanis are beggars. They'll ask the Chinese, don't not just give us your planes, give us your bombs, give us everything, but also give us more money. That's how they are. So there is a difference there, and it's an endless, bottomless bucket. The Chinese have realized that. They've already sunk in about $60 billion and still counting.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think this is a low cost option, and secondly, they have their indigenous industry, which probably is there, but I'm sure it is going to take strain on it. And what they need to understand is, if they continue like this, and if India starts exercising its drone capabilities, I think it will have a significant effect on it. In the long term, while we know it will have a crippling effect on Pakistan, we should not let our guard down and keep improving our capabilities. Because
there is another aspect, and it was very smartly pointed out by a viewer, that we should not show all of our hand even when we deal with Pakistan, because the CCP are watching. They will want to see what all capabilities Bharat has built, so that in future, if there is a confrontation, and there will be one, उनकी नियत है वो वे दे प्ले द लॉन्ग गेम, वेटिंग गेम, और जब वो घुसेंगे दे विल ट्राई एंड सी कि इनकी तैयारी कितनी है. सो वी शुड नॉट एक्सपोज ऑल ऑफ आवर हैंड्स एंड एवरीथिंग, आवर कैपेबिलिटीज, इवन इन this one interaction with the Pakistanis. That is something which perhaps those who are the thinking minds will be aware of, that वो ये भी देख रहा होगा कि ये लोग क्या क्या कर रहे हैं, इनकी तैयारी कितनी है, तो मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा नेक्स्ट टाइम के लिए. Just pausing for a bit in this conversation, we got exclusive pictures of Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha ji interacting with jawans of the Indian Armed Forces and encouraging them, trying to understand from them what their morale is. This is in Uri, if I'm not wrong. We'll try and see. Yeah, this is in Uri. Let's listen into that interaction.
Punjab.
How is yours?
Very well. Punjab.
How is yours?
Very well. Punjab.
How's the Josh? Hi sir, is what, and interacting with the soldiers, the brave hearts there along the line of control. It's the civilians who've had a bit of a pounding there in Uri, Tangdar. We've got ex-servicemen who have served in that region. They would understand. Colonel Dogra, that's not an easy area, and those are features, or those are places where Bharat is at a disadvantage because the enemy sits on the heights. Are we hoping that those things would be corrected this time around?
See, it's correct. It's the legacy of the history that we are living with. There are certain places where we are in dominance. There are certain places where they are in dominance. And as per stated policy of our government and our nation, we are not trying to change the boundaries at this stage. So I don't think so that this confrontation will take us to that level where we are going to change the boundaries. But yes, the way the escalation ladder is going on, and if it is forced upon us, I think the right solution will be to take out POK and even help Baluchis to say get their separate nation and divide Pakistan into such smaller parts that it's done forever. But that is a long-term solution which we think about that. But currently we have enough ammunition, we have enough things with us to take care of they famished. They do not have ammunition to work or fight for 3 days as on date. So I don't think so. They can go on with
the way the Baloch are going, don't think they need any help right now. They're actually Pakistani Army General Asim Munir ke naak mein dam kar rakha hai. Forget what he's not. Yesterday, even yesterday, there are pictures coming through of what the Baloch have inflicted in terms of real pain. These are those pinpricks that hurt more than an actual wound. So even if General Asim Munir is obsessed with doing something with Bharat to try and stay afloat, his position is being rendered increasingly untenable because what the Baloch are doing. Ishan is with us. Ishan, let's go back to, so as planned earlier in the day, early this morning, you were the first to tell us that the LG is going to visit Uri. Has he met the civilians also? Here he is seen with the brave hearts, but has he met the civilians also?
Absolutely right. He's interacted with the civilians and told them that the government will do everything possible to ensure their safety and security. The issue of bunkers for the civilian population was raised, and to which LG said that in coming days we'll try to ensure that there are adequate bunkers available for people. Anand, we should highlight this up to 2020 when the ceasefire was agreed by both the DGMOs. That's when the India started constructing bunkers in Kupwara and Uri, which is certain lifeline for them. But they want more bunkers because there are a lot of population who has been affected this time around. The mortars are not limited to the Uri city itself, but they're going beyond. They're trying to hit more and more areas to involve more areas and to ensure that more civilians leave their homes and they are displaced from them, at least temporarily. So the shelters have been created, but the Lieutenant Governor was clear that the compensation will be given to them, that the damage assessment will be done, and they will try to ensure that every person who is affected, he gets the due at the moment. He's shifted, he's taken to the spot where he feels safer, because they don't want to put civilians in the harm's way. They want to take them out, because we have seen the sort of pounding that has been done by Pakistan on civilian places has really made the government rethink about trying to take them out. And most of them have actually even voluntarily left, and some of them are right now leaving and making sure that whatever they could collect there, that they are taking it along and they are able to go to a safer location. Look, it's very clear that the civilian population would not be spared, and they will be pounding those areas, as has been clear during the overnight shelling that took place, where many civilians were injured. One lady even died when a shrapnel hit her while she was in a vehicle trying to escape the misery. But yes, they are getting a little bit of trouble, but particularly civilians. But even the Jawans were confident, and you see that the LG has written in his tweet that he has seen courage in their eyes and they are determined to fight the enemy.
Well, the Bravehearts are, the Indian Armed Forces are at the ready. It's the civilians who wanted some more attention, especially on a night of pounding which they believe eclipses what they witnessed way back even in the late 90s. That's where the civilians said that some attention needs to be paid, and Uri is an area which historically has had that problem where the very core Hindustani civilians have had to bear the brunt of Pakistani military ire and apathy quite often. The Uri attacks against on our forward posts also happened by the terrorists, the Jaish Cadre from that region only. So this is something which has a history, and it's good to see the LG out on there on the ground. The Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is travelling to the Jammu division, so he is in Poonch, Rajouri and also Jammu. So that's again very encouraging. More news coming through. The Central Consumer Protection Authority has initiated action against the listing and sale of walkie-talkie devices on e-commerce platforms that lack proper disclosure of operating frequencies, licensing information and equipment type approval or ETA. All sellers are required to strictly adhere to the applicable regulatory standards to uphold consumer rights and prevent unlawful trade practices. Payal Mehta joining us with more on why and what has brought this about. Yes, Payal.
You understand what it really means, in terms of using the walkie-talkie, using the frequency concern as well. India at this point in time does not want to leave anything to chance, and that's the reason the consumer protection is going to be extremely important, and that's the reason Union Minister Prahlad Joshi put out that tweet essentially warning people who are buying these devices online on e-platform without really understanding, where this is coming from. Probably, also the route to where these devices are coming from is also being monitored by the Indian government in as many words. And of course, that's the reason they say that the absence of any critical information constitutes a violation of multiple laws, including the Consumer Protection Law, the Indian Telegraph Act, the Wireless Telegraphy Act, and the use of very low power, shortage range frequency devices, exemption from licensing requirements, rules of 2018. So obviously, the sale of these non-compliant devices not only breaches the statutory obligations, but also pose significant risk to national security operations. That is the operative part, I mean.
Well, and how soon will this be in effect? Because there are walkie-talkies out in the market. So how is the regulation going to be? Is it going to be immediate, effectively, stockists of walkie-talkies, sellers of walkie-talkies? It's available on e-com platforms also. So how are they going to be able to bring this about, regulate this?
Well, of course, at first, as a very, very responsible government, we want to actually warn our people that do not fall prey to this. Do not buy this from e-commerce websites. That is something which is being there. What happens to the devices that are already in existence? Obviously, those are also going to be gradually mapped. But we do most of our shopping essentially, even electronics, like sometimes even fridges and televisions online, because that's the way the market is now really booming. So these devices are much more cheaper and much more available online. And of course, these e-commerce websites have been posing a lot of these options available to the consumers. But the consumers must understand what they are buying and why they are buying, and from whom should they buy and whom should they not buy, because these walkie-talkies are come to great use to various industries as well. But nothing to interfere with national security. That's the whole argument.
We're going to take a very, very short break. Thanks, Payal, for those inputs. Stay with us here on CNN News 18.
Made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment, with the air defense systems reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that, being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Anand, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या? अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
Former Army Chief General VP Malik joins us on the broadcast. Let's go straight across to him. General Saab, Jai Hind. Thank you for your time, sir. Can you hear me? This is Anand here.
Yes, Jai Hind, Anand. Yes, I can hear you.
Your assessment of the current situation, this standoff between Bharat and Pakistan, how do you see this panning out over the next, let's say, 48 to 72 hours?
Anand, this time what we have done has been quite different to whatever had been done by India to hit the terror camps and to strike at their camps earlier. And Pakistan has not taken it properly yet, although we sent a message that we do not want further escalation and our targets are only the terror camps and their lords, so to say. Pakistan is trying to escalate it, but I don't think it will succeed in further escalation. Whatever it has done, firstly, it doesn't have the capacity to carry on for a long time. We have a much longer, much greater capacity to carry on and to also raise the escalation level if and when required. Secondly, the international community is now pretty much on our side, and Pakistan is now facing that, and so there will be tremendous pressure from the international community asking Pakistan to stop it now and not to escalate it further. The third factor that comes to my mind is the economic situation in Pakistan. I mean, I saw a tweet today from the Pakistani government literally begging for money and saying that we have, since we have been now fighting a war with Pakistan, with India, we have no money at all. So there are many constraints which are there today, and with that I believe Pakistan, even if it continues for a few more days of whatever is happening along the line of control and international border in Jammu and Kashmir, it doesn't have the capacity, and I don't think it has the determination also to carry on further. But for the next few days, we might have to see this going on in sporadic fashion. Not really, but I don't see that they will try to raise the level of the escalation.
In your wisdom, as a general, a former chief of the army staff, has General Asim Munir conducted himself with dignity, or has he brought disgrace to the uniform?
No, I think he has been a disgrace in uniform. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. Right from the beginning, I have been saying that. See, he's put himself in a very awkward position. With the kind of mindset he had, he thought that he can now make himself popular, get the extension, without realizing the consequences of his action in Pahalgam. And it comes to my mind is, unfortunately, the Pakistani generals, they are tactical thinkers, they are not strategic thinkers. He did not realize the consequences of the action that he is doing. And as a result, he has not only got himself into trouble, but the image of the Pakistan army in Pakistan has also suffered quite a lot. So I'm afraid the way he has acted, the way he has spoken in public, nobody in uniform would speak that kind of a language. And now with his action, he's put himself in great trouble.
Yeah. As a general, also has he failed? Balochistan, Pakhtunistan, Sindh, Cholistan, and now 3 nights of reversals in this entire face-off with Bharat. Operation Sindoor, and also the misadventures where Pakistan has ended up unable to even touch or even land anything on Indian soil.
No, as I said earlier, Pakistani generals earlier in the past, and this man particularly, and I don't think he is capable of thinking, at a macro level. Pakistan, as it has been in a great trouble with the kind of economy and the kind of political situation that they are facing and that you have described, whether it is in Balochistan, RKPK, and lately even the Pakistan army image has also not been so popular in Pakistan. Now, despite all these handicaps that Pakistan has, he has dared to strike in a manner that he has crossed the red line that we ever had earlier. So therefore, now he has to suffer the consequences of both the international community, India of course, and within Pakistan also.
Is Asim Munir's ouster the only off-ramp that Pakistan has now?
It's quite possible. That may be possible. But then that could also lead to a coup. You never know. It has happened in the past. So all those possibilities are there today. But one thing I have to say that at the moment also I feel that it has not been sufficient punishment for Pakistan leadership as far as cross-border terrorism is concerned. It is a big lesson. It's an important lesson, but yet I wouldn't say it is the last word on this strategy that they have adopted or have been adopted of cross-border, putting the terrorists ahead and making use of these proxies to wage a war against India. So that probably might continue, but as far as he himself is concerned, I would say anything is possible today.
You said General Saab, that not enough punishment has been given to Pakistan or taught to teach them a lesson as far as the terror aspect is concerned. Bharat's war on terror is not complete. What should be done? How will Pakistan learn its lesson, or a cost be impacted on the Pakistanis, Pakistan military establishment especially?
Anand, although we have now given them a very, very strong message, but we should not forget the kind of nexus that they have developed with the terrorist outfits, the Pakistani army I am talking about, which started off right from 1947 onwards. And that nexus has got strengthened over the years. It has now become part of their DNA as well as part of their strategic thinking. So this kind of a situation will take some time. And in the meantime, we have to give them a sustained answer. Every time they do an act like this, we should be able to come down heavily on them. So sustained pressure of this kind that has taken place now, that probably will after some time will put them on the right path.
What should Bharat do next? Should it wait and react, or will there be a phase where Bharat will seize the initiative and say enough is enough?
No, I think, we have to carry on with this present strategy that we have adopted. Absolute zero tolerance, and making it very clear to Pakistan that we will come down heavily every time you indulge in a situation like this. And every time they do that, our own strategy of hitting them hard, that must be sustained. It cannot be one-off this thing. So next time if they they try and do something like this, then we should give them not just this much, but maybe even harder message.
Right. General Saab, we're going to pause now. I'll pause this conversation now because at 5:30 p.m. there is the detailed briefing, the third briefing by the Defence and also the MEA. Post that, look forward to speaking with you again later towards the evening if possible and if you have the time. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Anand.
More news coming through. It's a CNN News 18 exclusive. Pakistan's unprovoked firing along the line of control is believed to be a cover for terrorist infiltration. Security agencies suspect that an attempt was made on the 9th evening, 8th evening, 9th night. That is last night. and it's possible that some terrorists manage to enter Indian territory. So this is the proxy war they will wage. They cannot fight a direct battle. They will send these proxies, once again pushing terror into Indian soil. The infiltration efforts reportedly came from North Kashmir, especially in areas like Kupwara and Baramulla, which are close to the line of control. Meanwhile, Poonch and Rajouri districts in Jammu have also seen repeated ceasefire violations and infiltration attempts, given their strategic location near the international border. So the Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman still with us. Now, this is a serious concern. This is something that the Pakistanis can do. The Pak military can go down to vile levels, abysmal levels. So should we brace for a possible terror strike on our soil because of this attempt?
Could you specify the attempt you just talked about?
There have been infiltrations. The entire LOC shelling is to try and push through infiltrators into our soil. From Kupwara, from Baramulla, from Poonch, along the border.
I see, going by the historical learnings, I see no difference in patterns. While it be 1947, 1948, they entered our boundaries as infiltrators, and subsequently, right till Kargil, they did the same. As infiltrators. It's been a high time we realize that the Paki army is devoid of a spine. They don't have the appetite to take the Indian army head on.
Right.
What I've been listening to the discussions post my last comment. See the latest communique which came out of the US today in the morning from the office of Mr. J.D. Vance.
Right.
It clearly says the essence of it is that the US is not going to intervene now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that makes it very, very clear. Let me specify. That makes it very, very clear that we have a free hand now. We have the tacit support. No one is going to come and tell and put it out on X for Mr. Modi.
Right. Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, I'll come across to you in a bit. I think we've just lost you momentarily there. Going across to Zakir Jacob, he takes it forward.
All right, let's try and make sense of what is going on in this heightened state of tensions between India and Pakistan. India sort of responded with Operation Sindoor to the deadly terror attack that happened on the 22nd of April. In Operation Sindoor, India in an unprecedented fashion targeted 9 different terror locations. India said it's non-escalatory, not targeting military installations, not targeting civilians, and it doesn't want Pakistan to escalate either. But last night, from about 8 o'clock in the evening till about midnight, multiple Indian cities were targeted with these swarms of drones in what was clearly an escalatory step by Pakistan. Where does the story move from here? I'm now joined by former diplomat and former Deputy National Security Advisor, former High Commissioner, Mr. Satish Chandra, Ambassador Satish Chandra. Thank you very much. You speak very rarely to television channels, so thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. I just laid out the context of what has happened over the last 2 weeks and where we stand as of today. What is your best assessment of what the situation is right now, and more importantly, where do you see it moving over the next 24-48 hours?
Good to be with you, Zaka, on your channel. It's a pleasure to interact with you. Well, actually, what's been happening is a repetition of the playbook over the decades. India has always been extremely restrained, to a fault often, in terms of retaliatory steps. I think all of us are very well aware that we have been targets of terrorist actions by Pakistan, and in most cases we have not retaliated, and I think that's been a fault and perhaps has encouraged Pakistan in the belief that they can literally get away with murder. So what has happened, I think there's been a change since with the Modi government in terms of the actions that it had taken in 2016 and 2019. First the surgical strikes and then blackout. And this has gone a notch higher in terms of depth at which we have struck across Pakistan in retaliation for the Pahalgam attacks. And it's been nine camps which have been struck, both in some in POK and some in Pakistan, Punjab, most notable being Muridke and Bahawalpur, where the terrorist camps were taken out. But as you mentioned ab initio, and as has been underlined by the Government of India, that our action was, the kinetic action, was extremely restrained in terms of the fact that we did not hit the military, the Pakistan military, which many feel perhaps we should have, but we did not in the interests of being extremely restrained. We only went for the proven terrorist hideouts from which terrorists had been attacking India from time to time, and also during the Pahalgam incident. Now, the Pakistani reaction, as you indicated, rightly so, has been escalatory, openly, blatantly escalatory. And I do recall from the times when I was in Pakistan, and in fact it is documented, that then Air Marshal Ashkar Khan had said that all the wars with India by Pakistan were initiated by Pakistan. So let's be very clear, I am not surprised, because I have dealt with Pakistan for much of my life, that this is the standard playbook of Pakistan. They will escalate, they will lie, they will try and say that India is escalating, whereas the contrary is correct. Just like they keep saying that they are really had nothing to do with terror, and I think everyone knows the score on that, not only India but the rest of the world. So I don't need to say anything more on that score.
But the escalation towards what end? Now, when India did the operation and it said, look, we're taking a non-escalatory step, and underlined, the army statement underlined, we're not targeting any military installations, we're not targeting civilians, I thought that was an exit option or an off-ramp for the Pakistani army. But by doing what they did last night, and clearly, as you said, it's an escalatory step, what are they trying to achieve?
I think you must understand two things that are happening in terms of dynamics in Pakistan as I read it. Number one is that the army has lost face in terms of what happened because of our strikes, and they want to prove a point. The army is also very badly divided. In fact, the whole country is divided. So they are trying to somehow, in some way, establish that they are one up on India. That is the endeavor, and they are not going to succeed. And the second point, which is more intrinsic, and I am sorry to say that unfortunately many of us in India have failed to read Pakistan right. I mean, there is a whole army of people in India saying we must engage dialogue with Pakistan. Yes, that's correct, if Pakistan were a normal country. And again, I will merely relate a conversation or some conversations that I had during my stint in Pakistan as High Commissioner in the 90s. And when I spoke to some people whom I knew rather well within the system, and I said, look, by creating these terror camps, you are actually going to end up hurting yourselves. And in fact, Hillary Clinton also said later on, much later on, something to similar effect. Well, what was the reaction I got? And that's what made me absolutely very, very pessimistic about the future of our relationship. The response was, we don't care as long as it hurts India. So that's the game that they are playing. But, you know, clearly they are not going to, in quotes, win this. Because what we have seen in the last 3-4 days is that they are getting and continuing to get a lot of egg on their face. And if I may go off script a little bit from your query, I think that this could be very easily sorted out if the international community appropriately pressurized Pakistan. You know, they are going around the world with a begging bowl.
Correct.
And if assistance was stopped, this Pakistani foolishness would also stop. It would be temporary because this is the use of terror against India is a default option as far as Pakistan is concerned. And Zaka, I'll be prepared to discuss with you on a much longer show as to what really we should be doing over long term with Pakistan.
I just want you, since you mentioned international community and the leverage that the international community has on Pakistan, tonight there is the IMF meeting which will decide whether Pakistan gets a tranche of, I think, about a little over $1 billion from the IMF. That is straight up leverage. Why is the international community not saying that, look, we're not going to give you this money until you correct your behavior?
You are absolutely right. If this is the 25th time, I believe, that Pakistan has gone to the IMF for bailout. They are living from barely hand to mouth. And it's not only the IMF. It is our friends in the Middle East as well, the Saudis, UAE, and you name it, who are, I'm not going to talk to the Chinese because they have another ball game at play. But the rest of the world, yes, if they were to tell Pakistan, you continue this and you're not going to get $1 more, you'll see this stopping. And, but this is the reality with the international community. That's how they are playing it. It's unfortunate, but this is a reality. And I have always believed that at the end of the day, it is up to India which will have to sort this out with Pakistan itself. Yes, we should do what we are doing. I know we are also going to be, because we are prominent members in the IMF and the World Bank and so on, and in the international community, and our weight is much, much greater than what it was at the time when I was in Pakistan in the 90s. And so we will have a say, and we must have a say. But I may also add something which people may not have paid so much attention to, which is what I have long advocated, that actually at the end of the day, we have used our Brahmastra, which is keeping the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. This is something which I have been advocating in somewhat similar form over 2 decades plus. And I think that is what will ultimately make Pakistan, in the longer term, even the medium term, bend. They will have to do that because otherwise that country can be destroyed.
All right, and just one final word again on the international community and the IMF meeting, because the United States is the single biggest country which has most weightage at the IMF. They have 17%. Anything above 15% means that they have a veto power.
Yes.
And today you must have heard what the US Vice President J.D. Vance said. This is not our fight. We're not going to intervene. It's up to India and Pakistan to sort it out. Why do you think the US is taking a sort of hands-off approach?
Well, frankly, I didn't see that statement, but what you say, you can interpret it in many ways, which means that we are not going to intervene either against you. And in the past, pressures have been brought on India as well. So I'm not terribly unhappy, frankly. This is my personal view about it. And they have said this, but behind the scenes, it remains to be seen whether they can and they should. In fact, I think they must pressurize Pakistan, saying that, look, you do this and we'll stop assistance. Because if they do that, if the international community doesn't bail out Pakistan, they are in deep trouble, as I said earlier. And it's, as I said, it's not just USA. It's the Western world. It is the Middle East, because Middle East are major donors, Saudi Arabia and UAE as well. So everyone can play a role. And actually, the bottom line is, and this is what I attach great importance to, if you are really serious of ending terror, which is the world's biggest terror factory today, it is only Pakistan.
Yeah.
And if you were to turn the screws there and make them stop, the terror factory would be irreversibly damaged, and Now here, if one is a little philosophical, in the long run that's going to help Pakistan also, because Pakistan is also hurting because terror comes back to bite you itself if you breed it in your backyard. Correct. The snakes will bite you, quote unquote Hillary Clinton.
All right.
That's where I am coming from.
Ambassador Satish Chandra, as always, a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18 with your thoughts and your perspective. Thank you. All right. I want to move on to another piece of breaking news that's just coming through. We're given to understand that a former Lashkar-e-Taiba operative and in aid of the Lashkar-e-Taiba founder Hafiz Saeed has exposed the outfit. He says that many youths motivated by Hafiz Saeed's speeches and then joined the Lashkar-e-Taiba subsequently traveled to Afghanistan as well as to Kashmir in India. Approximately 500 individuals from across the country traveled to Afghanistan to undergo training at a camp named Maskar Taiba that's located in Kunar province. He says Hafiz Saeed is also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Pakistanis by sending them in a war of ashes to achieve the state's political goals. This is something that Noor Dari, that's the name of the individual. He's a former Lashkar operative. Tejinder has more details on this. Tejinder, read the tea leaves for us. What does this necessarily mean?
See, Zaka, this Noor Dari right now is the executive director for ITCT, which is an international think tank that exposes Islamist terrorists. He says that his mother wanted him to become a doctor, but he like thousands of Pakistanis were motivated by the speeches given by the LET founder Hafiz Saeed. He says that he was appointed as the aide of Hafiz Saeed. He used to guard him in the Murtazai camp where he was deputed, and he says that Hafiz Saeed was traveling in a blue Toyota Wigo pickup Datsun. So Hafiz Saeed is responsible, as per Dahari, Hafiz Saeed is responsible for the death of thousands of Pakistani youth whom they motivate through his lectures. They join his terror outfit. They are sent to Afghanistan. They are sent to Kashmir, and they become cannon fodder for the so-called war which Hafiz Saeed and other terrorists are fighting. He says that there are millions of Pakistanis and who have been motivated by the speech of Hafiz Saeed, and they have joined the terror cult of LET. He says that he took a decision finally because he saw that this will get him nothing, so he left LET, and he was made fun by the other LET members, saying that he was coward, that is why he was leaving it, but he realized that Hafiz Saeed would lead them to nowhere. So finally he right now in UK, settled there, and is working with one of the international think tanks as an executive director. So this person has exposed Hafiz Saeed and how this terror factory is radicalizing the youth of Pakistan, the youth who could have taken a pen, who could have taken a stethoscope to become a doctor or an engineer, but Hafiz Saeed and his ilk is making these people the cannon fodder for their so-called jihad, training them in several terror training camps across Pakistan, in borders with Afghanistan, and then sending them to fight and get killed in Kashmir. He says that thousands of Pakistani youth who are trained by Hafiz Saeed are sent across into Jammu and Kashmir to fight this so-called war, and 90% of them never return. They get killed by the Indian Armed Forces. So clearly exposing Hafiz Saeed and his terror factory. Yes, Zaka.
Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that's a former operative of the Lashkar-e-Taiba exposing the founder and the chief architect of one of the most dreaded terror organizations, an organization that's wanted for numerous terror attacks here in India. His headquarters, of course, was bombed in Operation Sindoor a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with where things are as of right now. In the last 24 hours, Pakistan has made multiple attempts to breach India's air defense systems, but the good news is India's air defense has prevailed against Pakistani missiles and drones. The army has managed to neutralize the air defense system in Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern as well as western India. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send a swarm of drones across at least half a dozen, if not a dozen places along the line of control and the international border, over 40 to 50 drones, and this is what the Indian Army statement said earlier today, over 40 to 50 drones were successfully neutralized in a 3-4 hour period from about 8:30 in the evening yesterday all the way up to about midnight. The engagement involved extensive use of the L-70 guns, the Zu-23 Shilkas, and of course other advanced counter-UAS equipment, including of course the S-400s and the indigenously built Akash surface-to-air missiles. It also showed the Army's capability to counter these aerial threats. So what are these weapon systems, these air defense systems which were activated yesterday and managed to avert what could have been a big sort of barrage of attacks by the enemy on Indian soil? The L-70, it's developed by Bofors, it's produced under the license here in India. It's a 40mm gun, modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors, and also auto-tracking systems. It can fire anywhere between 250 to 300 rounds per minute. It's got a range of up to 4,000 meters, about 4 kilometers or so. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire, making it effective against a swarm of drones and also trying to evade the tracking of these aerial systems. So that's the L-70, it's a short-range gun. Then you have the Shilka, which is a self-propelled system, self-propelled gun. It's got 4 23mm autocannons that are guided by radar detecting targets, and it can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. So that's again a short-range weapon. It can unleash about 4,000 rounds per minute, and it's been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition as well as advanced fire control systems to tackle drones that are becoming smaller and smaller. The Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal for UAVs, helicopters, light armored vehicles. The Shilka's dense curtain of rounds offers a last resort protection for air bases, military convoys, sensitive installations, much of which are now currently under elevated levels of threat because of the ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. All right, let me go across to Lieutenant General retired P.J.S. Pannu, is former DG of the Integrated Defence Forces, and also Professor Brahmacharani, Strategic Affairs expert, who's now joining us. General Pannu, let me start with you first. So we've had this situation where I think we're at a level in the lower rung of the escalatory chain. There was an out for Pakistan on the day of Operation Sindoor itself, right after that operation got out, where India said, look, this is non-escalatory. We're not underlining the fact that we've not targeted any Pakistani military installation. No civilians were targeted. Only terror and terror infrastructure was targeted. Pakistan chose not to take that off-ramp. Now we're at level 1 of this escalatory ladder with the swarm of drones attack, all of which was thwarted yesterday. What is the next step? What happens from here on?
Zaka, now we are at war and we do not know what type or stage of war we are in. Normally when you talk about a full-blown war, you're talking about the aerial campaign which starts initially, but now the technology has enabled that other than the aircrafts flying in, now you have the UAVs and the missiles which have been developed between India and Pakistan over decades. They have come into play. Last war was fought in 71, which was more conventional without these weapons. So the new equipment which is being used and the legacy equipment which is being used, there I would understand that this is only a pause. It could be a logistic pause, it could be operational pause, it could be for reconsidering because armies do not reinforce failures. If Pakistan feels that whatever they did turned out to be a failure, then they would go back and look at what needs to be done better to improve the systems. The technical pause could also get the OEMs to look at the equipment which did not work well, or how the Indian equipment worked, to even tweak that. So there are far too many things that would be seen as to why after yesterday night's very strong retaliation, aerial retaliation by Pakistan, why there is a pause. And it also could be a diplomatic pause, which I feel our diplomatic corps would have known, but I don't think so. It is so. Now, what is amazing is that the terrorists, Pakistan has been crying that they are also victim of terrorists or terrorism. And it is the same terrorists who they have been saying that they are victim of the terrorists. They have been carrying the coffins. You know, the army has been carrying the coffins and crying over them. How could you be victim of those people that you're now crying over and carrying their bodies for ceremonial burial? These are the same people who ambushed the Pakistani trains and hijacked them in Balochistan. These are the same terrorists who've been hitting at the cantonments. They are also looking at political supporters of Imran Khan and those who actually hammered the corps commanders in their residences. So I think there is a lot of internal correction that the Pakistan would want to make. So therefore, I think it is just that Pakistan is unpredictable. It would raise its head again, and it needs to be punished, and we should not allow any recoupment to happen, because this will only ultimately make the cobra head raise the head again and strike back at you.
Okay, I'm just going to come to that in 1 second, because this has been a familiar pattern for the last 30 years. Terror attack followed by punitive action, then terror attack again, punitive action. Is there a chance for India now to settle this once and for all? But I'll come to that in 1 second. I've got a piece of breaking news that's coming, after which I'll go to Professor Chelani as well, who's joining us. This is according to top defense forces. As per India's assessment of what happened last night, between 8 o'clock in the night to 11:30 p.m., that's about a 3.5-hour window on the 8th of May last night, Pakistan launched as many as 500 small drones. The target were 24 cities across North and West India, starting from the Jammu and Kashmir through to Punjab, through Rajasthan, and of course the southernmost part of this window, which was Gujarat. So 24 cities in a 3.5-hour period. The army statement from this morning suggested it was 40 to 50 drones, but now top defense sources telling Arunima it could be 10 times as much. So Arunima, where is this assessment coming from, in as much as there were 500 drones? Because that's not a small number, that's a big number. And it's 25 cities as opposed to 15, which was the case the day before. What is the reading of, what was Pakistan trying to achieve? Was it escalation? Were they trying to test India's air defenses? What was the objective? And what happens now? This is what everybody is keen to know. What is the next step? Do we further climb this escalatory ladder, or is there an off-ramp somewhere here?
So first, the data that has been put together, most of these drones were taken down and the debris were also recovered from the ground. So based on that, this assessment has been made by our defense officials, and they're saying that 24 cities were targeted all along Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Gujarat and Rajasthan, and 500 drones, many of which did not even have proper weapon. So was this just a surveillance drone? Were they're just checking India's air defense system? Was this just a probing technique to figure out how ready is India before Pakistan actually launches its attack? That's the line on which the Indian Defence Forces are currently viewing this data which has emerged. You saw the top level meeting that Raksha Mantri had with the 3 chiefs and also the CDS, post which I think the messaging we are hearing from South Block is that India is ready. If this was just Pakistan's way to test the waters yesterday, then they've seen how crucial India's air defense system is and how effective it is. And today, if they try their misadventure again, India is ready with whatever Pakistan wants to carry out its misadventure with.
Okay, Arunima, we'll leave it at that. Let's try and game this out. I'll get a word in from Professor Chelani as well. So yesterday, as our colleague was saying, Professor Chelani, was Pakistan trying to test or suppress India's air defenses. Clearly, they got a bloody nose. Almost all of those attacks were thwarted. The next step, I would imagine, would be some kind of projectiles, missiles, short-range missiles, etc. And the step after that would be to scramble your jets. Are we now locked in this escalatory ladder?
We are locked in a low-intensity military war. It's a war, undeclared war, but it's low-intensity military hostilities. The thing is this: India, as the stronger side, can escalate or de-escalate the situation to its advantage. In other words, India could control the escalation ladder. But India is saying that it's giving back in equal measure. In other words, it's responding to what Pakistan is doing. For example, the statement yesterday said that India responded in the same domain and in the same manner. That raises the question as to what India's objective is from the current military campaign. Because if we are responding in the same domain and in equal measure, then we could be giving control of the escalation ladder to the other side.
Exactly.
For example, we have positioned the Navy to carry out punitive strikes, but we haven't. We haven't employed our naval power, even though it's overwhelming in comparison to Pakistan's naval power. Are we waiting for Pakistan to first initiate naval hostilities before we respond? Again, I'm not sure, because I'm still not sure as to what our final objective is. I think General Panun is absolutely right that we need to punish Pakistan. We need to punish Pakistan in such a way that this ends Pakistan's reliance on proxy warfare. But then to impose deterrent costs on Pakistan, we should be willing to extend this low-intensity military campaign maybe until late autumn, maybe until winter, when weather conditions become more favorable for launching offensive ground operations to capture and hold enemy positions. So if Pakistan can sustain its low-intensity unconventional war for decades against India, the stronger India certainly can sustain a low-intensity military campaign until this winter. But I think so far, what we've seen is India's measured and calibrated reprisal strikes on military installations in Pakistan.
All right. Let's see how this plays out. We'll game it further because we're expecting, for want of a better phrase, more action later tonight. But I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll still be in conversation with General Panu as well as Professor Chelani, and also get our reporters from different locations as well. It's going to be the same press conference in an hour's time at 5:30. The MEA Foreign Secretary is going to be there. You're also going to have the two young women lady officers from the Army and the Air Force who will be briefing the media about what's happened in the last 24 hours. Quick break. We'll see you right on the other side in a moment.
Made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has, of course, gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. and that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Anand, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और वी स्टिल हैव द लग्जरी कि अच्छा एक दो हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है. ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि डी एस्केलेशन की पॉसिबिलिटीज की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये डी एस्केलेट नहीं हो रहा. तो पाकिस्तान इज टेकिंग थिंग्स a bit a notch up now or further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की.
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the heightened tensions between India and Pakistan. We are, without officially declaring so, for all practical purposes, in a state of war. The Board of Control for Cricket in India, the BCCI, has decided to suspend the remainder of the ongoing Tata IPL 2025 with immediate effect for 1 week. Further updates regarding the new schedule and the venues of the tournament will be announced in due course of time after a comprehensive assessment of the situation in consultation with relevant authorities and stakeholders. This was, of course, announced a short while back by Rajiv Shukla, who is part of the BCCI and someone who has been talking about this for a while. So they've decided to suspend the IPL for a week starting today. Let's listen in to some reactions coming through.
Mr. Dhumal, the BCCI and the IPL have taken the decision to suspend the IPL, but only for a week. Just give us a sense of why this decision was taken. What was the considerations?
See, given the situation as of now, we thought it appropriate that it doesn't make sense to have the tournament going on for a while. And as the situation unfolds in the coming days, accordingly we'll take a call.
So, initially the news was that you may be considering to suspend the entire remainder system, but you've chosen to only do it for a week. The reasons behind that?
That was just a speculative story. I don't know where it came from, but we were considering and we were discussing with all the stakeholders, and it was thought appropriate to suspend it for a week, assess the situation and then take a final call.
Right. And can I just get your mind on what is the possibility now after a week? You'll obviously watch the situation closely. If it doesn't improve, if there's escalation, then of course further calls to suspend it will be taken, right?
See, as of now, as you know, the entire country is focused on winning this war, and we want to show our solidarity with our armed forces, with our government. So that is the focus as of now. We are not considering anything else as of now. So we'll review the situation and accordingly take a call after discussing with all the stakeholders.
Any contingency plans on whether could be played outside India the remainder of the season or at limited number of venues, things that IPL has done in the past?
That has not been thought over as of now. So as the situation unfolds in the coming days, accordingly that call would be taken.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I want to go across to this piece of breaking news. We're talking about the remnants of what happened last night in that 3-hour drone swarm. A part of a Pakistani drone is found in a place called Kishan Ghat This is in Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, where of course there was a swarm of drones a little late in the night yesterday. The entire area is now cordoned off. Army and civil defense are at the spot with the ambulance in standby. Amit is now joining us. How do we know that this is part of a Pakistani drone?
Yeah, Zaka, see what we are being told by the locals and the authorities here, that it is a part of a cell of a drone that is attached to the cell, and many such cells are attached to drone. But they are saying that when these cells fall off a drone, they might also explode, and that is the reason why you can see a military vehicle is here. They are here, deputed here since last night. You can also see civil defense people there, and right now, as you can see on your screen, there are sacks of sands which have been used to cover that part of cell that has fallen, and you can right now see the army and civil defense officials. You know, they have surrounded it. Their attempts will be made to defuse it as well, what we are being told, but some confirmations and some permissions are awaited from the senior authorities, following which the diffusion it will be carried out. And civil defense people have been here since last night, and so have been the military personnel. They're keeping an eye. The entire area, because it's a residential area, it has entirely been cordoned off, and it is a residential area. You can see houses are there, and these houses have been vacated because it is being said that the cell that has fallen, if it explodes, it may cover an area of at least 40 to 50 meters. So all the houses in the proximity have been cleared. Ambulance is also on standby, and all the precautions are being taken that are required so that no injury happens when the cell explodes, or if any mishap takes place. So all the precautions are being taken, and what we are being told that some permissions are required, and after that the diffusion will be carried out.
We'll see how the story plays out. So the police there, preliminary inquiry into the parts of the drone or the debris of the drone indicate that it was actually a Pakistani drone. Well, it bolsters India's case to prove that what happened last night between 8 o'clock and 11:30 was a swarm of Pakistani drones that was sent to violate Indian airspace and attack India. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, but news and updates continue right on the other side. Now, there's been a lot of, fake news and disinformation and misinformation, especially last night in the aftermath of that drone swarm. All kinds of news were floating around in the internet, particularly on social media platforms like Twitter. We've been busting that. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the other side of this quick break.
स्मार्ट है थैंक यू
Made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has of course gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political consistency, constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. and that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Anand, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और वी स्टिल हैव द लग्जरी कि अच्छा एक दो हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है. ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि डी एस्केलेशन की पॉसिबिलिटीज की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये डी एस्केलेट नहीं हो रहा. तो पाकिस्तान इज टेकिंग थिंग्स a bit a notch up now or further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की.
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense minister certainly approving what was asked, that if there are no direct talks, then there will be guns. In other ways, he's saying that Pakistan will lose its patience and escalate further, because he's painting it out to be that India is not de-escalating, but India has given them a route off this escalation ladder at every step. Thrice now, after the Pahalgam attack, India conducted very surgical strikes on terror camps, but Pakistan retaliated. Then we hit back only in retaliation, in proportion, but they tried their misadventure again last night. Air Marshal B.K. Pandey and Brigadier Vinod Datta both continue to be with us. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Brigadier Vinod Datta, how do you see this bravado from the Pakistani establishment? I mean, they've not won a single war with India. They possibly cannot sustain themselves in a conventional war with India even today, but the bravado is endless.
Yeah, I agree with you because this kind of pseudo confidence which they have, the kind of trust they have on false claims, the kind of destiny they have with having tall claims like even 65 and 71 war, 65.
Welcome back. In all of this fog of war, particularly what happened last night, there's been all kinds of fake news and misinformation and disinformation doing the rounds of social media. The Press Information Bureau of the Government of India has put out a fact-check unit on their social media handle on Twitter, which has been from time to time fact-checking and debunking dozens of such fake news, not just propagated by other Indians, media channels and so on, but also Pakistani media and social media, as well as Chinese propaganda. Let me go across to my colleague Poonam, who has more details on this.
Right, Zaka. So like you've been pointing out, there have been several of these social media posts that have been doing the rounds. There's a narrative that's being built, all of which is false, is what the government has now come out and said. The PIB fact-checking machine is working overtime. Let me take you some of those tweets that have now been flagged as fake posts by the PIB, by the government of India. This one here is about a video which was put out. It claimed that this video was from Jammu and Kashmir over the last 48 hours, but the government has now come out and said that this is an old video. It's not even from India or from Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, this video is from Dhaka from February of this year and has nothing to do with what's transpiring in the conflict between India and Pakistan in the last couple of days. There's another video that was put out. There's another post that was shared. It was about a Sukhoi 30 that the Pakistani military had allegedly brought down. That was the post. That too is untrue. That is false and fake. That is what the government has come out and said. The Sukhoi 30 MKI of the Air Force crashed in 2014. That was the picture that was used in this particular post to claim that it was brought down by Pakistan. Again, a false claim that has been countered by India. Another tweet that we're talking about is a video that was doing the rounds. The video claimed that this was Pakistan launching its missiles, but that claim is completely false and untrue. This is a video from a video game, is what PIB has now come out and said, that this has nothing to do with the events that have transpired along the line of control or the international border in the last couple of days. This is part of a video game. This is not a multi-rocket launcher system as this particular post had claimed. Now, these are certain videos and posts that are doing the rounds as far as the conflict is concerned. But amidst all of this, we're also seeing a kind of narrative between China, Pakistan and India. There's this one particular post that was shared by China Daily, which said that there were 3 Indian jets that had crashed 2 days ago in Kashmir. That too is completely false, is what PIB, the government of India, has now come out and said, that this image is from an earlier incident in 2019, has nothing to do with what we're witnessing in 2025. So the government of India is making it very clear that this kind of narrative building that is happening on social media, that has to be countered with facts, which is exactly what they're doing and which is what we're putting out for you here on CNN News 18 as well. It is time for a quick break though, but our coverage will continue.
आपके घर के खाने
made one more threat against India. He has gone on to say, if no talks, then guns. This is what Khwaja Asif has said. He's been at the forefront of making inflammatory statements against India, but the Indian intelligence agencies see this only as a sign of desperation. It also depends on what side of the bed he wakes up in the morning, because some days he talks about stopping the escalation where it is, that if India stops, we will stop. Then another day he wakes up and threatens India with nuclear weapons. This is the same man who has of course gone on international media to accept that Pakistan was doing the dirty job of the US and the West for 30 years when it was funding, training and harboring terror groups inside its territory. My colleague Anand is also joining us to break this down further for us. How seriously are we to take Khwaja Asif?
Well, Bharat is not taking Khwaja Asif seriously because he's highly discredited himself by the comments that he's made. But there is a picture behind the picture. Khwaja Asif is worried about his political constituency, that is Sialkot. Sialkot has undergone some heavy pummeling and punishment with the air defense systems, reportedly also totally damaged because of Bharat's counter reaction to Pakistan's military strikes. What one needs to listen carefully when we listen to Khwaja Asif speak is, he says that we cannot afford to carry this on for long. He's trying to put words and project it in a way that Pakistan is at a position of strength, but in that line itself emerges Pakistan's vulnerability. Pakistan does not have the faculty, the funds, nor does it have the fortitude to be able to continue an intense engagement with Bharat. And that is something that is coming through from Khwaja Asif and his nervousness. So much so that he is contradicting himself within 12 hours of his interviews between one media platform to another. So that is the reason why, because the Pakistanis don't know what's hit them. The other part is that being the defense minister of Pakistan, he's actually come across as clueless and quite literally kept in the dark by the military establishment. And that itself is there for us. So somewhere from the Indian think tank and the Indian government, the more Khwaja Asif speaks, the better for Bharat, because the more Pakistan gets exposed globally.
Absolutely. Ananda, we're getting an excerpt of his latest statement, I believe. Let's just play that out for our viewers.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान, घंटों में करना होगा, और we still have the luxury कि अच्छा 1-2 हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो acceptable नहीं है. ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि डी एस्केलेशन की पॉसिबिलिटीज की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये डी एस्केलेट नहीं हो रहा. तो पाकिस्तान इज टेकिंग थिंग्स a bit a notch up nor further.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे NSAs की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की.
All right, there you heard it. A bit of a leading question there, but the defense minister certainly approving what was asked, that if there are no direct talks, then there will be.
All right, as we count down to the press conference by the Minister of External Affairs, the Foreign Secretary, and the two young women officers from the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, which happens at 5:30 every evening. We're counting down to that. This is what has happened over the last 24 hours. Last night, between 8 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., there was a swarm of drones across 24 cities, largely in northern India and western India, all the way from Jammu and Srinagar up in the north, up to Kutch in Gujarat. That was targeted in a swarm of drones that were sent over from the other side. The official Indian Army statement says, and this was released this morning, I guess we'll get an update in half an hour's time when the Foreign Secretary briefs the media. The official Indian Army statement says it was anywhere between 45 and 50 drones, but turns out that it could be much, much more than that. What the exact figure is, like I said, we're awaiting that press conference at 5:30. Almost all of it was thwarted by the air defense system that India has built, both indigenous as well as the imported one, the S-400, as well as the L-70s. We'll try and explain all of that to our viewers and more. My colleagues Anand Narasimhan and Rahul Shivshankar are here. But you want to do some, geeky boy toy stuff.
No, it's not the boy toy stuff, but it's what stopped these 500 drones. On an average, about 35 to 40 drones per location. There were 15 locations targeted, about 500 plus drones that have been pressed by the Pakistani military. So about 35 to 40 drones have been stopped. So look at it. The L-70 anti-aircraft gun was pressed into service, developed by Bofors, now produced in India. This is a 40mm gun modernized with radar, electro-optical sensors, and also auto-tracking systems. It can fire 240 to 330 rounds per minute with a range of up to 4,000 meters. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, and it also has the ability to try and saturate the object in the sky with predictive fire. So also it makes it very effective against swarm attacks. So this is called a mini swarm because the swarms can extend anywhere from 20 drones to about 200 drones at a stretch can be sent. So that is a possibility, but 35 to 40 is a swarm of drones. Then you have the Shilka. So this Shilka is a self-propelled system with about 4 23mm auto cannons. Now these are guided by radar in detecting targets up to 20 kilometers away, and it can unleash about 4,000 rounds per minute and has been upgraded with the proximity fuse ammunition and advanced fire control systems to tackle small drones also. And the Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal for unmanned aerial vehicles, helicopters, and also LAVs. And they can also try and that is light armored vehicles. Now last resort is for protection of sensitive targets. That's where Shilka comes into place. Then we have the scaling up, that is the S-400s and the MRAMs and all of that come into place. So these have all put together. The biggest aspect, Rahul, is that there is an integrated air defense system where there are resources with the Army and also with the Air Force that have worked in coordination. Otherwise, to tackle 500 drones across 15 locations, in the recent past, we never thought we could do it. Today, we are at a position where we have shown we can do it.
So why is that the case? The case is because you have a leadership that has a vision, and that vision was backed by a certain degree of resource commitment and foresight. So there is strategic foresight, resource commitment, and you have to actually commend the NDA under Prime Minister Narendra Modi for having both the strategic foresight and of course the vision to and the resource to the commitment.
You're
really
talking about PM Modi, and there's news around Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's in the thick of all the action. He's not a person. He's not a Prime Minister who's certainly gayab any long. Nobody can ever say that. He's spoken with the Punjab Chief Minister and also the Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal about the current situation, preparedness, and also planning amidst the tense situation at the borders. Let's try and go across to Arun Dhanta joining us with more details. Yes, Arun.
That's right, Anand. Prime Minister Modi is very closely monitoring the situation in the last 2-3 days, and in that regard, he has spoken, as per our sources, to the chief ministers of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. That's what our sources are telling us at this point. And he in fact took stock of the preparedness of these border states and the planning of the state government, and also of course about the current situation. And also Prime Minister Modi took took the stock of the adequate steps which the state governments are taking to ensure the safety and security of the citizens, especially the sensitive border areas in these states.
Well, thank you for that update, Arun. Viewers, it's about 29 minutes. In about 29 minutes, that press conference will get underway. My question to my colleagues here, Rahul and Zaka, is a lot of viewers are wondering this. People are wondering what's happening. How far, how much is it going to scale up?
I just want to finish that point I was making about how we actually managed to thwart. And the technology, the basket of technology, the entire package was put together in the last, I'm not saying that every element of it, but certainly there was a lot of indigenous manufacturing that has gone on. The Akash has become pretty much indigenous. It's the backbone of this air defense system. You have the S-400s that were purchased. There were a lot of people who were actually very skeptical about this particular platform. Many people opposed it. There was a lot of pressure from America on the Prime Minister. He sort of stood his ground there. Of course, the army, the forces have to be complemented. They are the front line. They are the ones who execute. But the vision, the strategic vision, the foresight, the resource commitment, all, of course, goes back to the executive, the person in power. He's created actually this entire iron dome out of nothing, and one has to actually come to the table and say, look, yes, I think Narendra Modi built up to this point. Perhaps, therefore, we can do the things we are doing today. We've also visibly attacked in Pakistan. Now, to answer your question, visibly attacked inside Pakistan, but stuck right now. We don't know what's going to be told to us at 5:30, but certainly on the evidence of the pictures that we have seen, we have struck terror targets and basically shaken up the entire terror infrastructure and the ecosystem in Pakistan.
We've also shocked the Pakistan army.
We've shocked the army.
They never thought that we're going to do this, and we've shown that we can. Absolutely. And we'll do it better than them.
We've built up this, to use this phrase that we are always using, ramp. We've actually ramped up our ability to strike cross-border, and we've done so. Now, I don't believe, look, there are a lot of people who are talking about de-escalation, dialogue. I don't believe that is the way forward. You have a bit of a strategic advantage right now. If you have to impose deterrence, it's not going to be through de-escalation and dialogue. It'll be seen as it'll be seen as weakness.
There's an interesting thesis, and Professor Chalani, who we're all familiar with, who was on the show last hour, he had an interesting thesis to this. So a lot of people are saying there's this strategic window that India has where you go in and you impose costs so that it can, act as a deterrent for a period of time. It'll discourage the Pakistani state, the Pakistani military from using these proxies. So he believes that there is this window. The only problem is that, look, India, every step of the way, including on the the morning after Operation Sindoor, also yesterday, if you heard the Foreign Secretary's words, India has been very, very clear. India is not the one who's climbing the escalation ladder. India is taking responsive measures because Pakistan is choosing to escalate. Now, two things are happening here. One, the ability or the person who then exits the escalation ladder is not India. At least the onus is not on India. The onus is on Pakistan, because it's Pakistan who's climbing the escalation ladder. That's what, if you believe what the Foreign Secretary is saying, our steps are non-escalatory, our steps are retaliatory in response to Pakistan.
So when we see the Prime Minister speaking to the various states, when we see Delhi, central Delhi testing its sirens, it's not that the war is coming closer to our doorstep or it's spreading across the board. It's in anticipation that the person who's at the helm of all of this over across the border, Asim Munir, his ego is so bloated and he's so far down that road where he's the point of no return. Unless he has a win to score to go back to his constituency, his position itself becomes untenable, because he is surrounded by nothing but failures. Balochistan failure, Jafar Express huge embarrassment, Pakhtunistan failure, Sindh failure, POK failure. and his ability to deal with the Americans' failure. Now with Bharat, this entire post-Pahalgam Operation Sindoor failure from the Pakistan point of view, because 9 targets hit with precision. Failure on the 7th of May in the night because no targets in, no military installations hit. In fact, the Lahore air defense system was neutralized. And on the night of 8th, again 500 drones set, nothing lands on target, and we've gone ahead inside and targeted 15 locations, of which 12 we've actually hit those targets across Sialkot, Karachi, Rawalpindi and so many other locations which perhaps they will tell us. So at all points in time, it's all crumbling down for him. He's a desperate man.
Here's the thing, I agree with everything that you've said. The problem then is, you cannot, maybe they're doing it for public consumption, you cannot on the face of it to the public say that, look, we are not escalating, we are only responding to the escalation that the other party is taking, we urge them not to escalate, and at the same time, you're not giving him an off-ramp. So be very clear about the objective. One second, let me finish. The objective of this operation that India has undertaken on day one was, we've hit limited targets, we wanted to go after the terror infrastructure, we've done that, no military, no civilian, no escalatory, right? And then we're backing off. But the other party has chosen to escalate. Now you have to respond to that escalation.
Correct.
Now, the problem with that is, you do not control the various rungs of the escalation ladder. It's the other party who's controlling the various rungs of the escalation ladder. And that is not something that you want to do when you're trying to do what Rahul has said, take advantage of the strategic window.
That's the reason why there is a certain preparedness that the entire civilian population is being asked to go through across these 244.
But that is defensive.
No, it's
that
not,
is defensive.
You have to have, you can have an offensive posture there, but you have to be able to protect civilian lives and also carry the nation together. It did not happen during the Kargil conflict because both sides said that we limit it only to this extent, we not spread it further. The theatre of action was already defined. It did not happen with Balakot. Again, there was a limited theatre of action. Here the theatre of play has spread across the entire western border, and Pakistan will say we spread it, in the sense India spread it, because we targeted from Muzaffarabad all the way into Bahawalpur. So that's the give and go. So we've got to realize that, and as a nation we've got to support the government and say, all right, let's be prepared. So there is some preparedness, there's preparedness, that's all it is.
So I want to add to that point, why should we act in haste?
Yeah,
they've thrown a lot of stuff at us. Do they dictate the timing of our response? No, we dictate the timing of our response. So if Pakistan has hit our military targets or made an attempt to hit them, or even certain strategic assets, then we've already established the baseline.
Correct.
They've come over, they've tried to do it. Now we have to choose the moment of our response. And if you've noticed, what is the Prime Minister doing? He's meeting a large number of people from different states. All the chief ministers have been already spoken to. You have the Home Minister who's talking to the CIFS. You have the Home Minister who's talking to the BSF. We are readying ourselves for the long haul.
Yeah.
This is not a 1 day, 2 day, 5 day, tick, 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 tick. That suits Pakistan actually. A shorter, quick escalation suits Pakistan. Sweating it out, waiting, letting the pressure, burning resources doesn't suit Pakistan. So if we have the stamina, that's the unknown question. If we have the stamina, we can actually attenuate them. And yesterday in that all-party meeting, a question was actually put: do we have the ammo? Do we have the legs, etc., etc.? And Rijiju said, of course, we have it all. We've been building up to this moment. We also have our supplies. A lot of them are indigenous. We're not going to talk about where these things are made, who's making them, but we are quietly
there is a supply line, there is a strength, and there is also there is a stern resolve, but more importantly there are deep pockets. Bharat can afford it for it to be a long drawn game. Pakistanis can't. Now this is where personally I would like to give credit to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his vision or thought process, because 12 years ago, Zaka, you, me, all of us were in this profession at that time too, when the defense minister of the country comes and says, sorry, I cannot add to my squadrons because I have no money. Sorry, we can't buy more because we have no money. In 12 years, we've turned around to a place that ahead of this entire possible assault and possible strike, there is a 60,000 crore deal that's been signed for additional aircraft to be bought. 3 months before this has come to pass, there is a deal that has been signed to increase our naval fleet, buy submarines. There is a Scorpion deal that's happened. So over the last 2-3 years, close to about 1.5 lakh crore rupees, or if not more, deals have been signed. Where does this money come from when there was no money in the pocket in 12 years? That is a certain level of leadership, a certain level of governance and a certain level of vision that the Prime Minister has shown, and credit is due there. This time the difference between Balakot and now, and I'll come to you, Zaka, on that, is that this time it is a whole of government approach. When we say whole of government, all parties are being briefed. All states, whether in government or ruling party or opposition, are taken on board. Every single person is aware why we are doing it, what we are doing, and the objective is clear. It is to avenge Pahalgam, and it is a war on terror. Now I am ready to fight this war. It's a long battle. I will fight it. It's a short one. I'll fight it, but it's a war on terror.
I disagree with the hypothesis that Rahul put. I think it doesn't suit India to be in a long protracted war with Pakistan. There's a very simple reason for it. We are at an economic inflection point. We have much more to lose economically than Pakistan. Look, I think where we are getting all of this wrong is the Pakistan army does not think like a regular army. They are thinking like guerrillas. And what guerrillas need to do is to try 10 different times, but they need to be successful just once. And that's what they did with Pahalgam. Now that India has responded, Munir needs to show something back to the Pakistani people that, look, I've also got a win. Now, what that win is, what that off-ramp is, I don't know, because none presents itself now. There was one on the day after, the day that the operation concluded, there was an off-ramp. He chose not to take it. But anyway, I'm not going into that. I'm making the very simple point that I don't think it is in India's interest to have a 6-month war. Because in 6 months, what are foreign investors going to do? Already today, the markets have shut 1% down, right? One second, let me just finish. Correct. My point is, the economic stakes for India are much, much higher than it is for Pakistan. Pakistan today is going with a begging bowl to the IMF. They don't have money. But that is not fundamentally influencing the army's decision on how to proceed further.
Whatever Asim Muni's decision, I think somewhere the Indian think tank understands this, that we can last 60 days. They can't even last 6 days. So who's in a better position? Nobody wants a 6 months war here, or nobody wants an escalation or a long. But if that's how it is going to turn out, and if if that happens, that it's a little long drawn out, we are ready for a long drawn out confrontation. But the Pakistanis can't afford more than 4 days. They can't afford. So there is no question there of it becoming a 6 month
allowed to rebut.
The
point is that time is our strength. The costs that we are incurring. Look, this is not a full-scale war, first of all. We haven't even begun. Okay, we haven't even begun. That was a large number of generals, etc., who we've been bringing on to our panels, were saying that we haven't even begun. We haven't even expended 1%, 0.1% of what we have. So it's not costing us in that sense. What I'm trying to say is that we pick our moments. We pick 2 weeks down the line. We pick another 3 weeks down the line. That's already a month and a half. We do something here, we do something there. These guys have to be in a state of maximum alert. They have to be deployed. When I say these people, I'm talking about the Pakistanis. They have to be deployed. They're also being bled internally, as you know, and you made those references. They have no money. A short, quick, very, very visibly explosive, extremely perilous contest serves them, because they go running around the world and say, look man, this is a nuclear charged place, and you guys have to come in. So people will come in and they defeat our strategic objective. What is our strategic objective? Is to impose deterrence. We will not be able to impose deterrence if we don't go up significantly on that particular ladder over a period of time. It could also be kinetic. It could also be kinetic. It could be non-kinetic. Time is our strength. It could be 6 months down the line. We could suddenly strike them 6 months down the line.
It's not a 6 months.
What is the objective? The objective is to impose deterrence costs on sustained costs. Sustained costs on Pakistan. That's the fundamental.
It's not a continuous fight. And the other thing is, it's not a war against Pakistan state. It's not a war against Pakistan people. It's a war against Pak emanating terror. So every time now Pakistan realizes, the Pak military establishment realizes, if there is another terror attack, then the intensity of Bharat's response is not going to be.
Are we not losing people every day? We lose. We have to be.
The intensity will go up. Now, if there is a terror attack 30 days from now, then the punitive punishment will be on the 31st or the 32nd day.
Hang on. Through this, constant sort of niggling strategy that Pakistan relies upon, we are spending a lot of money. We have to have troops around the LOC constantly. We have to have vigilance. We have to have a lot of resource backing, deployment, constant. You saw what happened with China. We were in a long, continuous.
The Chinese engagement is more a stare down.
It's a stare down. It's not a direct engagement. That was costing you money every day, and it was in a remote area. So, look, let's
add that factor that despite having to deploy heavily, immensely along the LAC and to occupy those peaks over 2.5 years, there is a certain deterrence and there is a certain ability that's been built, and that's again further credit to the leadership and Prime Minister Modi. But in this case, what I'm trying, my limited point is, Bharat will escalate the rate and the intensity and go further in and become far more punitive if there is a terror strike. We had the update that a lot of the LOC shelling, lot of the cross-border shelling at the IB in Jammu Kashmir region was to try and push infiltrators to try and do something as a proxy on Indian soil. Now, if that happens, then Pakistan has committed harakiri, because that gives Bharat a free handle to go back and go further and really escalate the intensity to say that's my war on terror, because they have committed another act on terror and they have come from there.
Look,
so that's what it is. Now Pakistan has to say, I'll back off now. There's no off-ramp now for Pakistan.
No, 1 second. I'm making a very simple point. We have been stuck in this cycle of terror attack followed by punitive action, terror attack followed by punitive action for a while now, for a good 20-30 years. Now, my point is,
what punitive action have we taken before?
Uri was a punitive action.
Not 20,
Balakot was a punitive
after
action.
Kargil.
No, 1 second.
There has been no action.
We've had Operation Parakram. I mean, you've been around long enough, Rahul. You know that. For a year, we were on a standoff.
But that's fine.
I mean, didn't that cost money?
We didn't strike from all the visible information out there.
We would have ended terror?
And look, we didn't suffer. Who suffered? Pakistan is gone from an economy. Pakistan over 25 years. Look at the numbers.
Who can afford it? Also,
Pakistan 25 years ago. 25 years ago. No, hang on. The per capita income. GDP per capita of Pakistan 25 years ago was almost at India's level. In fact, it was even more. Today, look at where they are.
Correct.
We have actually bled them dry
economically,
and why? Because they've had to spend a lot of money boosting their defense. We've gone up.
You are making the point that I was making, that at the end of the day we are economically at a much higher place than they are, and therefore we have much more to lose economically if this goes on for a protracted while. Now, look, there are only two things that can happen over the next immediate term, let's say in the next few weeks. There's either of two things can happen. One, somehow there is this face-off that's going on, this back and forth that's going on for the next few days, and somewhere in this escalatory ladder, Munir gets an off-ramp and he says, okay, I've got this win, and we call it off for now. This is one option. The other option is that we choose not to give Munir that off-ramp, and I think India has made that decision not to give Munir that off-ramp. So then you climb the escalatory ladder one by one, to the point where it comes where from within the Pakistani establishment, and we've seen this in the past in Pakistan, somebody then turns around and says, this guy is taking us down the gutter, let's try and get rid of it. Now, my point is, are we today saying that is happening in Pakistan? I don't see any evidence of that. From whatever I see the civilian government currently in Pakistan probably one of the weakest in Pakistan's history. So in terms of who's the challenger to Munir, who is the savior of Pakistan? Imran Khan was the savior boy, right? 5 years ago. There is no Imran Khan today. I mean, he's in jail. He might still be the most popular politician.
Things change very quickly on the ground.
Of course it does.
Coups happen overnight. Look at Musharraf deposing Sharif. It happened within, I mean, even Musharraf didn't know. I mean, he knew. He was in Sri Lanka flying back.
Let's remember Pervez Musharraf or even Qamar Javed Bajwa or even Asim Munir when he was DG ISI, there was a certain unity within the the armed forces. With Asim Munir, Faiz Hamid, thereafter, the rank and file are totally divided. There is a huge division within the Pakistani army, and there is a huge...
Munir has gone after generals.
Correct. And there is a huge number of people who don't want this escalation because they know Pakistan can't afford it. See, Pakistan is only going to get further dismembered or further in disarray if this conflict or if this continues to escalate with Bharat. Bharat will lose, yes, but the bigger loss is going to be Pakistan because the shape of Pakistan will change if Asim Munir continues to go and the Pakistan military establishment allows Asim Munir to continue down this road. We got more news and we'll come back to this. CNN News 18 getting exclusive inside details of Jammu attack, Pakistan's attack in Jammu. Intelligence sources say that Pakistan attempted to target 40 places by drones. This was to test the entry and exit points of Indian defense system. Drones were sent by them without ammunition and small explosives were attached with them. Akash now joins us. Akash, so that first wave of drones that went across to try and multiple locations, was it to try and see where the placements are, where the defense systems are and where it is placed? And thereafter the projectiles came. So there was a probe and then there was the actual attempted incursion.
Yes, Anand, at least, agencies are suggesting that because they are saying that maximum of these drones did not have any explosive. And in fact, this is the reason why they are anticipating another, attack this evening, because they are saying that yesterday they wanted to check our capabilities. And this is the reason why they attempted several places. In fact, multiple cities of the northern and western India, including Leh, including Gujarat and, locations like Bhuj. But, many of these drones did not have explosives. Yes, rockets and missiles also came. But then, there is a feeling that they wanted to just check the capabilities. And that's why they, sent these empty drones. Now, agencies are saying that once again, they can attempt, and in fact, the same locations with explosives, because now they know that we can engage a certain, sort of drone or what is the kind of technology we have employed. But then there is a surprise element as well, and agencies say that they have not yet revealed as to what they employed to engage these threats.
Right. So what Akash is trying to say is that the first set of drones that came did not have too much of munition, but the drones were sent across locations just to see where the defense systems were coming. After which the Chinese guided missiles and some of those loitering munitions were sent across. But there was another backup, or there was the next level that was ready to even intercept those, and that's what perhaps took the Pakistanis by surprise. So you send a probe just to see kaun kahan pe hai, and then you send the next to see if that can be done. So that was what was attempted. That is some satellite, that footage. Those are visuals of drone being shot down. Around 500 drones were launched towards Indian positions by Pakistan Army last night, which was sighted at 24 locations from Siachen base camp in Ladakh to the Kutch area in Gujarat. Around 50 of these drones were destroyed by the air defense guns, while 20 were brought down through soft kills. Most of the drones were unarmed. Now this is surprising. They were cheap drones. They were unarmed.
They didn't have any explosives. So the intent was not necessarily to inflict damage. The intent was to
see where they're placed.
Where they're placed, and suppression of enemy air defense systems, SEADs. That's the military term for it. That's what Wing Commander Augustin Vinod yesterday said. It's SEADs, and then there is DEADs, which is the destruction of the enemy air defense system. I think yesterday was a probing mission. So again, I keep going back to this. So yesterday was the first step in the escalatory ladder. They've sent this swarm of drones all the way from Jammu and Srinagar all the way down to Kutch, all across the western front. The next step would be sending drones that have explosives with the intention of causing damage, right? So then you climb. Then the next step after that would be projectiles and short-range missiles. And the third step after that would be scrambling your jets. So my point is, we're now locked in this escalatory ladder. Only two things can get us off that escalatory ladder. Either Pakistan and General Munir gets a face saver and exits, or India decides that it's not Pakistan who gets to decide how to escalate and when to escalate and which step to escalate. India then turns the tables on Pakistan and decides that we are the ones who are going to escalate. I don't see that happening.
I think that flip is one misadventure by the Pakistanis away. the flip or change in position from Bharat is one misadventure by the Pakistanis away. That's one. The other thing is, from Bharat's point of view, it's not a war against the Pakistani military. It's a war against terror. Now, as long as that terror exists and Pakistan doesn't back off from that and actually uses the entire might of the state to back those jihadis, this war is on. It's not ending anytime soon. Islamabad update: Saudi Minister for State for Foreign Affairs Adel Zubair has arrived in Pakistan on an official visit. He is expected to hold discussions on the ongoing tensions between Pakistan and India, and during his visit the Saudi Minister of State will meet with Pakistan's top leadership. Adel Zubair arrived in Pakistan after completing his visit to India. So the Iranians go to Pakistan and then come to India. The Saudis come to India and then go to Pakistan. What's going on there?
Look, I think the Saudis are playing a very important role. Clearly, yesterday he met with External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. I believe he's also met with the leadership. Definitely, there is a message that has gone from the top leadership here in India through him to the top leadership in Pakistan. The other problem, and Rahul, you can weigh in on this, is that we're not talking. We're certainly not talking at the levels of the NSAs. We're not talking directly at the levels of the foreign ministers. We're certainly not talking at the levels of the two prime ministers. If the intention is to de-escalate by either party, then we should be engaging with the other side, because the point of mediation, point of mediation, like for example what Vance said, I think it's the first time that the Americans, I've been covering foreign affairs for a very long time, ultimately what brought Kargil war to an end? It was Bill Clinton who intervened and said, okay, let's back off from the brink. What stopped India from going full throttle after 26/11, other than the political leadership sort of vacillating? There was also conversations that the Americans had with the political leadership at that time. Even in 2019, when blackout happened, it's been documented in Mike Pompeo's book. He had multiple conversations with Sushma Swaraj, and it sort of pulled both sides back from the brink, which, by the way, was also the Trump administration. This time around, and I'm quite surprised by what Vice President Vance said and what President Trump said earlier, that look, it's not our problem, it's up to Pakistan and India to figure it out. You could read it in two ways. One, we don't care, it's their war, they've been fighting for thousands of years, let them figure it out. Or the second is that if India chooses to escalate further, maybe the Americans will look the other way. Yeah. So it depends on how you want to read it.
Well, see, the onus now, I think the person who's got to pick up the phone is Shahbaz Sharif. There's nobody else, or it is Asim Munir. So in this case, Asim Munir's position is untenable as far as Pakistanis are concerned. Any more terrorists and jihadis operating out of Pakistan is untenable as far as Bharat is concerned. So this is where the current situation is.
Actually, Anand, I slightly differ with you on this one point. Look, if you have to enforce deterrence, you have to go after the mindset. These terrorists that we're eliminating are expendables. They read out of a book, a playbook. That playbook is presented by people who are in the deep state of Pakistan, the ISI, the army. Till you don't impose costs on the army, they'll just find a new set of actors, they'll build a new mosque or a new camp, and they'll send these people across. So if you don't go to the root of the problem, you're going to be constantly shellacked. You're going to be constantly harried, you're going to be constantly bled. So I think if you have to impose deterrence, remember what the Prime Minister says, unimaginable punishment. Okay? On whom? Not just the terrorists, but their backers. He didn't name anybody. He didn't name the state of Pakistan. But look at what's happening. Over a period of the last 24 hours, several of our diplomats are not just talking to other diplomats. They are, for the first time, and I haven't seen this in a while, okay, going into studios of Western media, and what are they saying? They are linking Pakistan's state to terror.
Yeah, they're hyphenating Pakistan
so
to terror.
They're hyphenating it to the state to terror. They're saying that this country as a whole supports, exports, and worse, nurtures terror. And they have taken several examples. Now, why are they doing this? Because they're creating the rationale for the actions that we are taking. The non-kinetic action of reducing water flow, suspending the treaty is not against the terror group. it's against the whole state of Pakistan.
And it's a terrorist, the FATF, IMF, there's going to be a strong lobbying.
Precisely. So that is against the state. Now, how that translates into kinetic action, look, I'm not a military expert. I can't tell a P1 or PL or whatever from a Phuljari, to be honest, okay? So, I mean, those are, other people who've covered defense, etc. I'm not even going to go there. That's why I like people like you guys who know your armaments, you know your triggers from your whatever, and you can tell the difference between a crow and a drone. I can't tell the difference between any of these things. So I'm just saying the kinetic options have to be on the table. Now, whether you do it in quick succession, if Zaka thinks that is the best way, we'll get away with imposing quick costs and establishing deterrence. Well, those are calls that are probably being taken. Or you go for the long, let's hit them one after the other, find an excuse, bang here, bang there, keep them at this level, try them out.
Less than a minute to go for that briefing to get underway. Let's see if we have our reporters live there and we can get the live pictures from where the NMC, where this is going to be, the briefing is going to be. It should start in a bit. Let's see what the mindset is, and today what Mr. Vikram Misri presents. That's the diplomatic point of view, because there is a diplomatic all out. Like you said, there is a definition and a posture there to hyphenate terror with Pakistan, and
even a clash about who should be leading that briefing, by the way. There were two experts on our panel that were sort of got a problem with the civilian side leading that briefing. They said, no, the military should be in charge of that. So,
there can be point of view, but in this case, I think it's a whole of government approach. The government is deciding. The NSA is the one at the helm of affairs, because the intelligence is what allows you to go ahead and form your tactical formulations, and the NSA is spearheading it with his wisdom and with his understanding of this entire region. So that's another point, and it's all happening under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Who leads, who doesn't, I would
love to see a short video of the stage. Have they?
We'll see. I don't think the picture. I don't think
have they not?
I don't think the pictures have started coming yet. The pictures should come in any moment.
If I can quickly just weigh in. I mean, I disagree with Rahul. If you hear the exact words, and if we have the time, we can even play that out. Vinay Quatra, who is India's ambassador to the United States, went up on CNN. Wolf Blitzer was interviewing him, and he asked him specifically, is your war against Pakistan? And he said, no, we are not in a war against Pakistan, we're in a war against the terrorists. These were his exact words. So it is, there you go. Can we play that out? Can we play the soundbite, of what?
And then we should also play what Vikram Doraiswamy said. So you have the Indian envoy to the UK and the Indian envoy to the US, both sitting on interviews and both having...
hang on. That has been done in a specific context, and the context is, why did you do this? Well, we did it to punish those actors. So square that with the non-kinetic actions that you have taken. Those are not against terrorists.
See, here is the...
Those are to create disincentive against exporting terror, nurturing terror.
Here is the whole story. The war is against terror. If the military is standing behind jihadis and giving jihadis a state funeral, the Pakistan state is. So then, who's the state? Doesn't Pakistan become a state backer?
So that's what the Prime Minister said. They're backers.
No, 1 second. Can you explain to me? And this was incredible. I was here at 2 in the morning, and the first thing that I saw was that statement by the ADG PI of the Indian Army. And when I read that sentence, it popped out for me. It said, the target of Operation Sindoor was not military installations. Why would the army say the target is not military installations? It's either a signaling to the Pakistani army that, look, we're not hitting you, or they are making that distinction. That statement made the distinction. That look, the military installations are something else, the terrorists are something else.
But Zaka,
they made that distinction.
Things evolved.
I'm not justifying that. I'm not disagreeing that there is an overlap. Of course there is an overlap.
Let us at no point forget that Operation Sindoor was retribution for the Pahalgam massacre.
Absolutely.
So the germination of Operation Sindoor is from an act of Pak-backed terror. Terror that emanates from Pakistan. What changes the language of the diplomats is the pictures that speak 1,000 words. The pictures came on the 8th of May. The pictures of Hafiz Abdul Rauf leading the funeral prayer, the jihadis getting the pictures there, the jihadis getting a state funeral, and military officers standing in uniform behind that lot. That's the picture the diplomats have shown, and say now the position changes because Pakistan as state has decided that they will back jihadis, they will back terror groups and terror tanzeems.
Why are they always been?
Why are they attacking?
I'm not.
We attack the terror infrastructure, and the Pakistan military is attacking our military installation. So they are the ones who are saying we are backing jihadis and jihadis are our soldiers.
Government of India that has made that distinction, and it is there in pen and paper.
Because we wanted to give him an off-ramp. We said that, listen, have the sense, take the off-ramp, my dear man, but don't let your ego block you.
Okay, they're all there. Vikram Misri is there, Colonel Sophia Qureshi is there, and so is Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. The briefing is just about to get underway.
Do switch off your mobile phones before I begin. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Misri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Randeep. नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून, आप सबका स्वागत है। और मैं सबसे पहले अनुरोध करूंगा कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी से कि वो आपको आज तड़के सवेरे से हुई घटनाओं से अवगत कराएं। कर्नल कुरैशी।
थैंक यू सर। नमस्कार। 8 से 9 मई 2025 की मध्य रात्रि को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने सैन्य बुनियादी ढांचे को निशाना बनाने के इरादे से पूरी पश्चिमी सेना पर भारतीय वायु क्षेत्र का कई बार उल्लंघन किया। यही नहीं बल्कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर भारी कैलिबर वाले हथियारों से गोलीबारी भी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया। इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हवाई घुसपैठों का संभावित उद्देश्य वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों का परीक्षण करना और खुफिया जानकारी इकट्ठा करना था। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं। इसके उपरांत रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की, जिसे पकड़ा गया और उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। पाकिस्तानी हमले के जवाब में पाकिस्तान में 4 हवाई रक्षा स्थलों पर सशस्त्र ड्रोन लॉन्च किए गए। इनमें से एक ड्रोन एडी रडार को नष्ट करने में सक्षम रहा। पाकिस्तान ने जम्मू कश्मीर के तंगधार, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर, राजौरी, अखनूर और उधमपुर में भारी कैलिबर आर्टिलरी गन और सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स का उपयोग करके नियंत्रण रेखा के पार गोलीबारी भी की, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप भारतीय सेना के कुछ जवान हताहत हुए और घायल हुए। भारतीय जवाबी कार्रवाई में पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी बड़ा नुकसान पहुंचाया गया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान का गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार फिर से सामने आया। 7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है। यहाँ स्क्रीन शॉट में पंजाब सेक्टर में हाई एयर डिफेंस अलर्ट स्थिति के दौरान एप्लीकेशन फ्लाइट रडार 24 का डेटा दिखाया गया है। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर भारतीय पक्ष का हवाई क्षेत्र घोषित बंद के कारण नागरिक हवाई यातायात से पूरी तरह से रहित है। कराची और लाहौर के बीच के हवाई अड्डे मार्ग पर नागरिक एयरलाइंस उड़ान भर रही है। हाईलाइट किया गया है विमान फ्लाइनेस एविएशन का एयरबस 320, जैसा कि आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, जो कि शाम को 5:50 दमन से शुरू हुआ और रात को 9:10 लाहौर में उतरा। ये सारा डिटेल्स आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, ये डिटेल्स यहाँ लिखा हुआ है। कैन यू सी दिस? भारतीय वायुसेना ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया में काफी संयम दिखाया और इस प्रकार अंतर्राष्ट्रीय नागरिक विमान सेवा की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Good afternoon to you all. On the intervening night of 8th-9th May 2025, Pakistan military carried out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey. Later in the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Sandhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area, which resulted in some losses and injuries to Indian Army personnel. Pakistan Army also suffered major losses in Indian retaliatory fire. Additionally, Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan. The screenshot we just showed and we shall share with you, it shows the data of the application Flight Radar 24 during a high air defense alert situation in the Punjab sector. As you have seen, the airspace on the Indian side is absolutely devoid of civil air traffic due to our declared closure. However, there are civil airlines flying the air route between Karachi and Lahore. Amongst the other civil aircraft that you can see, we have highlighted an aircraft which is Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which was originated from Dammam at 1750 hours and landed later at Lahore at 2110 hours in the night. Indian Air Force demonstrated considerable restraint in its response, thus ensuring safety of international civil carriers.
Thank you, Colonel Qureshi, Wing Commander Singh. I have just a few points to share in addition. कल रात की पाकिस्तानी सेना की कायरतापूर्ण गतिविधियों से आपको कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने पहले ही अवगत करा दिया है. These provocative and escalatory actions that were taken by Pakistan last night were targeted at Indian cities and civilian infrastructure, in addition to some military targets. The Indian Armed Forces responded proportionately, adequately and responsibly. ये जो हमले हुए कल रात को भारतीय सैन्य इकाइयों ने पर्याप्त रूप से और एक जिम्मेदाराना रुख अपनाते हुए इन हरकतों का उत्तर दिया. What I want to underline is that the official and blatantly farcical denial of these attacks that Pakistan carried out by the Pakistani state machinery is yet another example of their duplicity and the new depths that they are plumbing in their quest for disinformation. The other point in the same vein is Pakistani claims that they did not target or attack any religious places. You would recall that yesterday I shared with you an incident related to the attack on a Gurdwara in Punch. Instead of owning up to these attacks, Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed. The Gurdwara in Punch in particular was attacked by Pakistan, and some local members of the Sikh community, including a Ragi of the Gurdwara, lost their lives in this incident, as I shared yesterday. TV पर आप इस हमले के चित्र देख सकते हैं. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. Perhaps they do it because they are well versed in such action, as their history would show. The last point I wanted to make this evening is again this disinformation that is coming from Pakistan about India targeting the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara through a drone attack. This is again yet another blatant lie and part of Pakistan's disinformation campaign. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan. Let me stop there. I have time only for a few questions and be happy to try and answer them.
First, I call Siddharth. Siddharth, please. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from Lyon. So this way. Siddharth, behind, please.
The other Siddharth.
Yes. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from CNBC 18. Sir, I only want to know from you the status of Kartarpur corridor. Is it open or not? You can.
I think you're all aware of the situation along the entire India-Pakistan border and the areas around the line of control. In view of the existing security scenario, the services of the Kartarpur Sahib corridor have been suspended till further directions. We'll update you as and when there is a change in the situation.
You have a question here, Rishabh? So, good evening, Rishabh from Times Now. So, you spoke about religious places being hit in Jammu. There's another religious place which is Caroline Nun church that has been hit. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, actually, we do have some information about this extremely regrettable and condemnable incident. During heavy shelling across the line of control in the early morning of 7th May,
a shell fired from Pakistan landed just behind the Christ School run by the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate congregation in Puj. Tragically, the shell fired from Pakistan hit the home of 2 students of the Christ School. Both students unfortunately lost their lives and their parents were severely injured. Another Pakistani shell struck a Christian convent of nuns belonging to the congregation of the Mother of Carmel, damaging water tanks and destroying solar panel infrastructure. Several priests, nuns, school staff, and local residents took refuge in an underground hall beneath the Christ School during the shelling by Pakistan. The school happened to be closed at the time, fortunately. Otherwise, more losses would have occurred. Again, we have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
सर प्रणय उपाध्याय अमर जहाज से। सर कल आपने इसी पोडियम से पाकिस्तान के आईएमएफ बेलआउट को लेकर और इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को लेकर जो टिप्पणी की थी उसकी पाकिस्तान में काफी तीखी प्रतिक्रिया भी आई और उसके बाद हमने देखा कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किस तरीके से लेह से लेकर भुज तक पूरी बॉर्डर के ऊपर जो इन्वेजन था वो किया गया। मौजूदा सिचुएशन के अंदर पाकिस्तान के बेलआउट पैकेज को लेकर और पाकिस्तान के अटेम्प्ट्स को लेकर आपका क्या असेसमेंट है? और दूसरा ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ये जो अटेम्प्ट किया गया था उसका भारत ने अभी तक उस तरीके का कोई जवाब नहीं दिया गया है, तो क्या भारत इसका जवाब देगा जो कार्रवाई हुई है बीते 24 घंटों में?
देखिए प्रणय, जहां तक इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी का सवाल है, मैंने कल विस्तार से उसके बारे में इसकी चर्चा की है। इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी इज इन अबेयंस and as such I have nothing further to add to the decision that was announced by the cabinet committee on security. जहाँ तक IMF bailout का सवाल है, आपको ज्ञान होगा कि IMF की आज मीटिंग हो रही है। हम वहाँ पे अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और जो हमारा मत है इन चीज़ों को लेके वहाँ पे साझा करेंगे दूसरे मेंबर्स के साथ। ये बोर्ड पे निर्भर है कि वहाँ पे क्या निर्णय होता है। और जहाँ तक जो कार्रवाई हुई है उसका जवाब देने का जो आपने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, जो आज ब्रीफिंग हुई है, जो आपको सूचना मिली है, मैंने भी कहा है कि जो आज सवेरे तड़के सवेरे जो गतिविधियां हुई, भारत ने उनका एक जिम्मेदाराना पूर्ण तरीके से और एक पर्याप्त तरीके से उसका जवाब दे दिया है।
Hi sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, the External Affairs Minister has spoken to many of his counterparts around the world. Yesterday he spoke to the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So what were the key areas of conversations during that call?
Yes, the minister had a conversation with the US Secretary of State. As you can imagine, the focus of discussions was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and the response that India mounted after that on the 7th of May. The Secretary of State shared his thoughts on these developments with the minister. The minister deeply appreciated the US's commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, and he also underlined the targeted measures that India had taken in connection with Operation Sindoor. The minister also underlined that India would firmly counter any attempts at escalation from there. But in follow-up to that, as you are aware, there have been a number of other conversations. The minister had a conversation with the UK Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, today. There too, the discussion centered around countering terrorism, for which there must be zero tolerance. And I understand just a short while ago, the External Affairs Minister has also spoken to the Foreign Minister of Norway, Espen Barth Eide, which was also focused on recent developments stemming from the terrorist act in Pahalgam.
One last question, Sudeep.
So, obviously, thank you for the invitation from Obviously, India had struck Pahalgam the other day, which is also connected with the murder of one of us journalists, Daniel Pearl. If you could give us an understanding of what exactly are the reports that you're getting.
You're right. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist group that is proscribed by the United Nations. Its leader, Maulana Masood Azhar, is a proscribed individual. It is, you brought up the connection with the tragic death or killing of Daniel Pearl of the Wall Street Journal. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was in some way directly or indirectly responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl. But the real connection is through Ahmad Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British Pakistani jihadi who was held in India but was finally released in 2000, and he was the person who lured Daniel Pearl to his eventually leading to his murder. So these are all obviously connected figures, connected individuals, connected institutions, and the attack on Bahawalpur, on that facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, I would imagine, a fitting part of this unfortunate incident. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
So that was the MEA and the MOD press conference, once again not just detailing the action that was done by Pakistan last night and also the retaliation from the Indian side, but also of course talking about the farcical denial by Pakistan as far as that action is concerned. As many as 500 drones and missiles were fired into India military bases and others were attacked. My colleague Siddhant Mishra was at that press conference. Siddhant, India calling out the farcical denial by Pakistan as far as that attack is concerned last night, calling it their duplicity and also the attempts to foment communal strife in India.
Well, yes, that's absolutely right. In fact, that is exactly what Foreign Secretary said a short while back at a media briefing in New Delhi. And in fact, he said that what they are doing is that they are putting blame on India. Perhaps they're blaming India for attacking Indian cities. Perhaps they're saying that all is being done by India. But the fact is that there was an air intrusion yesterday, and in fact Indian air defense systems very effectively brought down all the drones and missiles which were fired by the Pakistani side. And in fact this was the third briefing that government of India did today in the national capital, perhaps giving out more details about Operation Sindoor. And in fact there are indeed some tactical perhaps details which government does not want to talk about at this point in time because the operation is still on.
So Siddhant, if I have it correctly, the question about how India responded to Pakistan's escalation was asked. What was the response exactly on that question?
Well, as far as India's response is concerned, then Foreign Secretary also highlighted that how there has been a shelling on the religious places in the border areas. In fact, a Christian school was targeted. There is also other religious sites which have been targeted. In fact, the intention of Pakistan is to hit a communal chord. In fact, Foreign Secretary also called Pakistan's action provocative and escalatory in nature. And in fact, the official denial of Pakistan shows their duplicity. This is what Foreign Secretary said.
Just Siddhant, to stay with me, I've also got Akash Sharma joining us. Akash, of course, not much details as to India's retaliation that have come to light. If India has indeed attacked certain cities in Pakistan, of course we know that certain defense systems in Pakistan were targeted in a retaliatory manner, non-escalatory manner, but not much else details that have been given by the MOD or the MEA as of now.
So it is possibly because they are still anticipating some sort of attack once again, maybe, because last night whatever we saw was maximum of these drones did not have any explosive. So possibly they are assuming that it was to check the capabilities, and once again we can have something coming from Pakistan, and that's possibly the reason why they haven't revealed any sort of detail on our retaliation. But yes, we have confirmation from several sources that how India retaliated, and in fact several targets were there. I would leave it that, because we will of course wait for the official confirmation. But 2-3 things, Shivani, that I want to highlight here. First one, that these drones were Turkey-made drones. Second one, that Indian Army Jawans have got injured. And third one, that they were taking, in fact, they were using their civil airlines as shield.
Yes.
This is somewhere exposing Pakistan. They talk about professionalism, Shivani, and this is something that is exposing them. Flight radar data is somewhere showing that how at that point in time several flights were operated, and in fact were being operated from Lahore and from different other cities where they have their crucial in fact air defense radars and structures. And at this point in time what we have been told is that army Jawans are also injured, which is for the first time that has come to light, because till now we were under an impression that it was nowhere they have hit our targets. But yes, their artillery came in fact to our territory. Not only it has hit our armed forces, I mean the personnel, but civilians have also got injured, and possibly this is the artillery fire that Colonel Sofia Qureshi was talking about, that our army Jawans are injured. We have been discussing about air defense, and we are talking about the air defense of Indian Army and Indian Air Force. And on that note, I will try to show you the visuals. Shivani, I am at Jammu Airport, and this is the place from where this all got initiated yesterday. At around 8 p.m, this is the place. Rajesh ji will show you. This is the airport. At 8 p.m. yesterday, we saw that several drones were sent to the airport, and soon after that, the armed forces, specifically the Indian Air Force, that is basically taking care of the security of this particular Air Force particular airport at this point in time, came into action. In fact, CRPF and Jammu Kashmir Police and Indian Army are also there, and they reacted. AD guns were there. They started firing using AD guns and thwarted all those attempts. So all of when we talk about these 24 cities which were targeted, different military infrastructure and the locations, so none of these attacks were successful. But yes, their targets were predefined, and they knew that where we have our military installation. Of course, it's an age where everything is available on the internet. But then too, at this point in time, agencies are anticipating that they will come back because of the fact that maximum drones were without explosives, and possibly they were trying to check our capabilities. Indian Armed Forces are ready, and their operational readiness is at all-time high. Shiva.
Yes, absolutely. Not just that, not just the Indian Army or the operational readiness at the LOC or the IB, even inside the country, as far as internal preparedness is concerned, that is also at an all-time high, possibly for the first time since 1971. We will get you those details also in just a bit, but Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow, ORF, is also joining me. Sushant, laughable, farcical, duplicity, and all of those words used by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri to describe Pakistan's attempt at denying that they attempted anything.
Yeah, Shivani, they're quite shameless about it, and they've done it throughout their existence.
This is a standard operating procedure on the Pakistani side. This is how they operate. So there's nothing new in that, I think. It was quite visible what they were trying to do last night. And for them to at that point of time deny that we are not doing anything across the border was possible. And the night before also they had tried it all along the length and breadth of the border, and still they denied it the next day that we haven't done anything. One thing which is not clear, Shivani, I wish your correspondent, if he's still online, can address that. From what I heard in the press conference, it isn't quite clear whether the casualties of the soldiers was in the shelling or it was in the drone attacks that have taken place.
From what?
Number one.
Yes, go ahead. I'll try and get Akash back, but go ahead.
Yeah, and Akash says that people were injured, soldiers were injured. But from what the word I heard was hatahat, which means killed. So I wanted there's some clarification.
Okay, so wait a second. Let me just bring Akash. He's with me. Akash, can you clarify on that front? I believe you had talked about injuries as far as the Indian Army and the BSF is concerned. Do we know more? Are there any fatalities?
So I was talking about injuries only, and these injuries are because of the artillery fire that we have at the LOC and in fact, at the international border yesterday. Because as far as these drone attacks are concerned, so we have been given to understand that none of these was successful. Yes, Colonel Sophia was mentioning about Bhatinda military station, but even in the press conference was not made very clear whether we had any sort of injury there at Bhatinda military station, Shivani.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Akash. Sushant, so you got your clarification there, no casualties on the Indian Army or BSF front, but yes, there are injuries at least across the LOC. We've seen the kind of heavy artillery that Pakistan has been using, not just yesterday, but for a couple of days now, in response to Operation Sindoor. Major Malik Jolly, defense expert, is also joining us. Major, how do you look at the fact that India is not revealing too much officially about what our response was?
So it is a very strong move. That is, I mean, given the overall strategy of how you conduct a war, that is how you do it. The thing is, Pakistan has a little habit of, chest thumping. They get a little gorilla-ish once these things start, and they start to announce everything. We have done, even if 10% of that is true, but they go ahead and start declaring everywhere, start making false claims. That is their, that is the backbone of their propaganda to keep everybody confident. Whereas they also know on ground they are suffering badly. India, on the other hand, acts a little mature in that manner, that there is no point revealing armed forces when they get into conflict. Secrecies and surprise, those are one of the biggest assets that we have. If we start disclosing and start getting into that chest thumping, unnecessary jingoistic manner, we'll get into a very immature stance. So it is good that these press conferences are very mature, they are very professional. They are there to give sense to the citizens of the nation that this is the overall of what has happened. Rest everything is under control. What you should know is we have situation under control. Majority of drones were shot down. There have been hardly any injuries as Pakistan had expected. And I think that is how it should be done. We need not get into the mechanics and the semantics of basics at who is firing where, what is doing that. That is how a mature, authoritative armed force acts actually.
Right.
So, job well done actually.
MJ Vinod is also joining us, Group Captain MJ Vinod. How do you look at the fact that India came out with not a lot of details otherwise from what was already in public domain, but they did make one detail very clear, that a lot of these drones that Pakistan used were Turkish made. Significant, you think?
And absolutely. In fact, yesterday, I think, in the morning with the other three panelists of yours, that is Rahul, Anand and Zaka, we on your very channel showed cargo aeroplane coming from Turkey to Karachi and the other areas, where I had raised this concern. I'm sure a lot of imported drones were flown in directly from Turkey. Be that as it may, I am slightly trying to read in between the lines of what being shown on the screen, which is about this Flynas aeroplane coming from Dammam to Lahore. why they have specifically shown this or any other civilian movement during the hotspot condition could be that this flynas came very close to being taken out, is my understanding. And it is imperative that, companies like flynas or any other foreign operators fly into this hot zone when air war is going on. At that time, you can become the collateral damage is the information that is being put out to the world. So I think the air carriers will take a note of it and not fly into a hot war condition where you could be, or highly possible you may be misidentified, not only by us, maybe by Pakistan themselves, and they'll shoot them down and blame it on us. But Shivani, about this briefing, Manik and I are good friends, but I have a slight bit of disagreement in this. And I'm not saying don't chest thump, but I am saying that you reveal more than what you did to the world as well, and to the public of India, because they want to listen to things that we have done and done successfully. For example, we completely decimated the air defense of Lahore, completely decimated the air defense of Sialkot. That should have been brought out loud and clear. Today, with no air defense cover, and with on Sialkot or Lahore, and our forces absolutely ready. Boots on ground is something that is a very high possibility. We are restraining from doing it. I don't know why. I think, the high street, I've been saying this for a while, outskirts of Lahore is where we should be to get Munir on the table. Be that as it may, we should say that we have that option available on the table to put some fear of God into this man called Munir and his country called Pakistan.
No, I get your point. I'm going to come back to all of you in just a bit. We're also awaiting one of our other guests to join us. What is it that India is doing, can do? Why is it that it's not revealing much of its strategy? All of that will be debated in just a bit. But remember, India has come out strongly, not just naming and shaming Pakistan for its escalatory action along the entire western border last night, but it has also called farcical their attempts to wash their hands of it. Pakistan actually tried to deny any drone and missile attack on their part. Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said that it's preposterous and desperate from Pakistan to allege that India targeted its own cities. It is a deranged fantasy that only Pakistan can come up with, is how he summed it up. Remember, Pakistan fired up to 500 drones and missiles, but Indian forces not only thwarted all of them, have also showed great restraint in its conduct, is also what this briefing said. It focused on restraint in its conduct. Across the LOC, Pakistan also targeted civilian areas with heavy artillery and even damaged a Gurdwara and Christian convent school. Let me also break down some of the other top developments that we're tracking as far as this entire escalation is concerned. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh earlier today chaired a high-level meeting to review the security situation along the border and operational preparedness of the Indian Armed Forces with CDS and the three armed services chief. Home Minister Amit Shah met DG BSF, DG CISF and MHA officials and other senior officials of the ministry to review border situation and airport security arrangements. Union Health Minister JP Nadda chaired a high-level meeting to review emergency health systems preparedness with senior officials. External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar spoke to UK Foreign Secretary today. The discussion centered around countering terrorism, and he told his counterpart that there must be zero tolerance. Pakistan continues to breach ceasefire. 2 more civilians have been killed in this firing. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha visited Uri in fact earlier and met the injured. On another note, BCCI has suspended the IPL for 1 week with immediate effect. They say nothing above the country right now. Pakistan launched as many as 400 drones to target 36 locations. Pakistan used Turkish drones to attack and used civil airlines as shield, as mentioned just now. Border Security Force foiled a major infiltration attempt along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir, Samba, killing 7 terrorists affiliated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Pakistan Defence Minister made a laughable comment earlier today saying Pakistan did not shoot down Indian drones fired in retaliation because they didn't want to reveal their own locations. And India is set to present its case before the International Monetary Fund, urging the body to review the financial aid extended to Pakistan. Pakistan attempted to escalate these tensions by targeting as many as 36 locations, but all of those attempts were negated. Let's take a quick check of where all of these actions were taken. All of them neutralized. There is Jammu, Srinagar, Rajouri, Uri, Avantipura, Udhampur, Satwar, Pathankot, Jalandhar. On the other side, there is also Arispura, Arnia and Akhnur, until as far back down low as Jaisalmer. This attempt was done, but of course the big news is that not any of them, of the 500 so drones and missiles fired by Pakistan, managed to inflict any damage on the Indian side. Now the conflict between India and Pakistan is only escalating, but what makes this conflict different? Let's try and break this down. Now both nations are heavily utilizing sophisticated drone systems. This isn't the war of the old times. Reports of 125 jets clash is one of the largest dogfights recorded in recent history. Reports indicate massive use of electronic warfare, including GPS jamming, disrupting of navigation and communication systems. All of this is different from what earlier wars looked like, certainly the ones that India was part of. A significant escalation is technological warfare. Both nations are reportedly engaging in cyber attacks, targeting critical infrastructure as well. Unprecedented use of water as a strategic weapon by India via the Indus Water Treaty this time. Parallel information war that is being fought on social media as well, and we saw a lot of that last night, for example, when all of this was going on. What is also going on simultaneously is a lot of public and civil prep. I want to emphasize on that because it's going to come to civilians to stand up and be counted if the time comes. Particularly on the medical front, lots of preparations being done. Leaves of health workers across all states and UTs have been cancelled. Drug makers and hospitals have been told to prepare for medical emergencies. AIIMS in Delhi has said that they have held a mass casualty management mock drill a few days ago. Home Ministry has also asked for stricter measures for airport security. It was clear last night that airports were a major point of attack for Pakistan, and MHA has also asked all state chief secretaries to make emergency procurements under available rules, which means India does not want to leave any stone unturned as far as this fight and preparedness for it is concerned. With that, we also ask the question that we're asking today. With Pakistan's repeated strikes, is it really fighting a losing battle? And if so, why is it doing so?
पाकिस्तानी सेना ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर भारी कैलिबर वाले हथियारों से गोलीबारी भी की। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया।
Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed.
Pakistan will not succeed. That's the message really written loud and clear for it. The writing's on the wall, but somehow Pakistan is not getting that message. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, former Adjutant General and former GOC 14 Corps of the Indian Army, is also joining us. The rest of our guests also continue to be with us. Why is Pakistan going down this road? Lieutenant General, that's my first question. What do you think is going on?
Thank you for inviting me. Unfortunately, I can't see the screen. So I do not know what visuals you are showing, so I am without that.
Okay, we'll try and fix that for you, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Naturally, what Pakistan has tried out in yesterday night, it's important to know that they have gone right up to Leh, which is not easy. To go to Leh, one has to go from Baltistan, maybe taking off from Skardu, which is a very long distance off. So the effort required to go from Leh to Leh is immense, and Sir Creek is also not an easy phenomena. So I would say that they have engaged the entire border since they found out that day before yesterday that the airfields which they tried day before yesterday, 15 of them were not approachable for various reasons because of the umbrella of air defense around the airfields. When you start counting Avantipura to Bhuj, they were only trying the airfields day for yesterday night. Yesterday night they went beyond the airfields because the success rate was poor. They spread across to military cantonments, and when you go to military cantonments and other places, the kind of AD cover which is available at an airfield is not available. For example, at places like Leh or places like Udhampur and all that, the S-400s are actually scanty. Even the other ones, Akash Tir or Spider and all, are not available. Most of the other locations will have AK guns, which are the Zeus or L-70s being fired. So there is the possibility of targeting military locations other than the airfields is tremendously more than then there is a possibility of hitting the airfields, because airfields are protected in any way. So it is obvious that they tried these 300-400 drones across into these cantonments like Bathinda. The Bisiana is a little far away, but Bathinda is one of these places, and many others. I think their lack of success, and I'm not very sure if all 400, if they were trying, all 400 were down by us, or some of them got through, because it's actually well nigh impossible to hold on to all 400. Even the Israelis are not able to do so. So exact information, there's still fog of war. Exact information is not coming across as to what when you see.
Can I just come in, sir? Can I just come in? We're also learning that most of them were dummies.
But decoy drones is part and parcel of the game that we play. When we throw drones, a swarm of drones, there are a large number of decoys that are sent, so that there is ammunition being wasted, including missiles if they're using it to down decoy drones, and that kind of ammunition get wasted. So sending decoy drones is part and parcel of the military operation being carried out. How many decoys, this is all part of it. So I don't think you could carry this issue further in discussion as to why decoys were used and why decoys were not used. This is part of the game. There is also one issue I wish to raise, is that how much of information can the adversary, and I'm sure the group captain can answer it better, how much of information can the adversary glean out of a drone attack being sent by us? Can he pick up the frequencies, the channel, the direction from where it is coming, where it is being launched? So all that information, if it gleans out of our attacks, it becomes easier for him for next night to know, okay, the attacks are coming up, and that's the reason why we are not actually disclosing. The social media says we went to Atok, or we went to many other places which Pakistani social media is showing. But all this is not being told, because once you make a commitment officially that we attacked a particular place, you can say which side it is coming from, which frequency it uses, how can it be downed. So the keeping quiet is a good idea. And I'll add a last issue.
Yes.
While we have spoken that Lahore was hit, and that S-300s or whatever they called HQ-9, which was destroyed, and also Sialkot. But suffice it to say, any good nation would have reserves available, or have the capacity to sidestep some of these ones from less threatened airfields across to these areas. So when we go to Lahore again or Sialkot again, we must not deem it that it is vacant and we can try it out there. Okay. Because by now, important places like Lahore would not be left as a void, and it will be filled in. So, this is part of the game, Zife. And I end by saying that we didn't hear about the famous Turkish drone, which was used in Ukrainian war. See, after 2 months of Ukrainian war, the Turkish drones became defunct. They were non-useful because the Russians were able to find the measure to drop these Turkish drones. So Turkish drones were not used after, say, May, June of the starting of the war. Okay. So how do we react to Turkish drones is also an issue that we need to be saying.
Can I take your query to Group Captain Vinod, who's with us? It's interesting that Lieutenant General mentioned this, because earlier we had a comment from Khwaja Asif also that we didn't stop their drones till they were too close to us, so that we don't give out our locations. I did speak to experts earlier in the afternoon as well, and they said there is no such technical issue here. So do you want to clarify on that front, and also what Lieutenant General was saying, that our capabilities or locations also being scouted by them with these attacks that they tried to attempt last night? No damage really? Was it more a scouting mission?
Shivani, a couple of things. The briefing also mentioned a drone called Asisgat Songer drone from Turkey, and that is the one which I put behind me. Like General covered, this particular drone uses open frequency like 2.4 gigahertz and 5.8 gigahertz, which of course uses the frequency hopping technique, but it is easily A, jammable, B, we can bring them down using soft kill, and which was also mentioned. Qureshi mentioned that, if you remember. So if you put high power jammers, I mean, for the sake of viewers, I'm saying this. When you put high power jammers, and when 10 or 20 or 50, 30 or 100 drones of these come, they lose contact with the controller. And so there are some drones which requires the back and forth communication for it to operate. Songer is one of them. The drones that we send, Harop or any other advanced drones which is going into Pakistan, are electronically silent. You cannot jam them because they have onboard intelligence. For example, Harop was launched. It's called a loitering munition, and rightfully a loitering munition. It goes without a target. Can you believe it? It does not have a target. It goes without a target, and whenever the target pops up, it checks with its library and goes and hits. So there is difference in the way we conduct drone warfare currently. Whether we'll go down this route or not, I really don't know. But currently our drone warfare is different from the drone warfare that they are doing. We also intercepted some Mavic off-the-shelf drones also being launched by them using some makeshift hook in which they put some Pow Giloka bomb. So these are things I thought in this press briefing we could have exposed, because we have captured them, and it is officially being shown on the social media and otherwise. So I'm not saying just thumping, but I'm saying feel-good factor would have been good.
Group Captain Vinod, just to simplify this for the layperson, I think what Lieutenant General said is a key question to ask. What did Pakistan achieve by throwing so many drones at us when not one of them has even exploded? Some of them have fell and not exploded. There's also visuals of a Chinese missile which didn't explode and has been found in full one piece. Again, his question was, did we give away anything in retaliation to these drones?
Counter question is, do we do what Khwaja Asif said, that we don't retaliate at all? That is a counter question. We have to, because we don't know what they are carrying. So retaliation out of the question. We had to retaliate. But the best part is, what did not come out in the press briefing very loud and clear, but it did, is that the non-kinetic means had much larger effect in bringing them down than the kinetic means, because kinetic means are very, very limited. The zoo guns that General talked about and other guns that the General talked about are very limited and does not have the capability to bring down so many together. So the non-kinetic means effort has been good. Did they glean something out of the non-kinetic means? They may have, through the operators or other people in our soil. Otherwise, there is no way you can make out how the non-kinetic means functioned. But the data of non-kinetic means, whether it is with them or not, I think by now it will be with them. And in any professional army, they would have something called an ELINT or electronic intelligence by now. They would have the details. That is a given. You cannot, put a boxing gloves and put the gloves in your pocket and fight. when the gloves come out, you will know what the gloves is made of. Over to you, Shivani.
Yes, absolutely. All right. I also want to bring in Ashok Malik, a partner of the Asia Group and chair of the India practice, who's also joining us. You know, we're trying to understand exactly where this goes. Why is Pakistan down this road? This is a losing battle for it, but why is it on this path? But first I want an overview from you, just who are those countries who can impress upon Pakistan? Some statements have been made in this regard, but who are those countries that can impress upon Pakistan effectively to not go down that path, not escalate with India?
Powers that could influence Islamabad and Rawalpindi not to escalate, because it is entirely in their interest to escalate. If they escalate, we will be forced to escalate.
Yes.
I imagine countries that are friends of India and also have the better interest of Pakistan in mind. Countries such as Saudi Arabia, which is a friend of India and has been an old patron of Pakistan. Countries such as the US, which still counts for a lot in Pakistan. I don't know what the Chinese will be saying. I don't think the Chinese want to get involved directly, to be honest, in a conflict with India. They are quite happy to see Pakistan do a bit, but not beyond a certain point. But you know, more than other countries, I think good sense has to prevail within Pakistan itself. Because in the end, it's Pakistan's organic decision that what steps do you want to take to, and what will be the outcome of those steps for your own country? That is the question Pakistan has to ask itself. No other country can ask that question on behalf of Pakistan.
Right. Sushant, coming to you as well. How far do you think Pakistan is willing to go? It has shown that in the aftermath of in Operation Sindoor, it has attempted twice at least to target directly our military installations. They have not shied away from that. Denial is a separate issue. How far do you think they're willing to go?
Shivani, I think the question to be asked is how far is India willing to go? And quite honestly, I think things are de-escalating. We've decided, if I make sense of the press briefing today correctly, then I think it is very clear that we've said, okay, fine, they hit 36 places, 500 drones, and we attacked some 4 places and we hit 1, and that's it. We haven't escalated beyond that. So I think this whole thing is winding down. That's my impression, and I'm afraid I don't agree with people who say that, you know, we should keep quiet, we should keep everything under our chest, you know, hide it behind some kind of a cloak and dagger stuff. There is a psychological degradation of the enemy that you have to do. You do not have to give him any kind of a face saver. You have to rub his bloody nose in the dust. And if you're not going to be able to do it, then that fellow, given his DNA, given his mental makeup, given the kind of shamelessness he represents, and the kind of brazenness he exudes, he is going to claim some kind of victory, and you have to deny him that. And my question is, have we done it? We keep talking about, you know, we are a very professional military. We have shown a lot of restraint. Why have we shown restraint? Please tell me. If they are shelling my civilians in Poonch and in other parts of Jammu and Kashmir, what is stopping me from targeting their civilians and flattening them out? I enjoy the advantage of topography. I have my weapon systems in place. I have, in virtually 90% of the LOC, I have the advantage. Why am I not flattening them out? Why am I not making them scream in pain?
I don't know.
That's a question, a legitimate question to ask. For somebody to say to me, no, but you know, we are Gandhian followers of Gandhi, so we cannot do this. We will only fight in a very chivalrous manner. I am all for chivalry, but I'm not for chivalry with barbarians.
Maybe. I'm just hazarding a guess. I'll allow our other guests to take on that question, because, you know, I am one of those people who tweeted yesterday that I don't understand Indian restraint sometimes. And maybe this is one of those situations. But Major Jolly, you want to weigh in on this? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, no, see, we are not waiting for. The thing is, there is a lot of data that we don't know. I mean, including you, Mr. Sareen, me, and everybody here, we depend on the government information to come. And maybe we have flattened out some areas. Maybe our artillery response has been tremendous. Maybe there's a reason they are backing off. Maybe we have downed all their drones. But there's also, no, that is just your opinion.
Where is the sign they are backing off? Please tell me, where is the sign that they are backing off? Last night, if our briefing is correct, the spokespersons of the armed forces and the foreign office have told us that they attacked in 36 places from Leh to Sir Creek. They've attacked in 36 places and over 400 to 500 drones were fired, whatever the kind of drones were. How are they backing off?
Did you hear I said maybe? I said we all are speculating, right? We do just a thought exercise right now. What I'm trying to say is
that if somebody is firing 400 drones, then the word maybe becomes redundant, sir.
I know, I agree with you, but there's a, let's say, the basic difference between your and mine thinking, but we have come from a hardcore intelligence background. I'm never happy with information sharing. You are an analyst and a, intellectual of this subject, so your thinking might differ for me, but that's all right. Another reason I would say we are not doing away with a lot of information is we are still in the operation. Operation Sindoor is still going on. Whether we are on defensive, whether we are on offensive, whether we have held our ground, whether we are attacking, it does not matter. We are in middle of it. Any bit of information that is given out, let's say we took down your drone so and so by so. A certain kind of drone is taken down only by a certain kind of technology. A certain response is given by only a certain kind of weapon. A certain aircraft is countered by certain jammers or certain radars and certain aircraft and missiles. Every time we put out something in public, it's an indication of our capability. And fine, let's take it for granted they know a lot. But why should we give out? It's just a way in which wars are fought. You should have an absolute control on information that you give. We are not, and at least till the time our operation is over. We are in the middle of operation. Okay. There is no sense of giving out data at this point.
Okay, that's a fair point. But Lieutenant General, yes, Sushant, yes, go ahead.
Look, I am not saying give operational data.
Yes,
I am not saying give operational information. I am saying at least you say where all you have hit them.
Yes, I think I get your point. I was coming exactly to that nobody wants operational details or capability details, but what is holding us back either from acting back or from detailing that action? Is it that we still want to give Lieutenant General Pakistan the opportunity to cool down, an off-ramp as it is technically called? We are building pressure internationally, we are building pressure through the IMF, World Bank, etc. Or what is it that you think is going on?
Look, I take the word of Sushant, who's been a good friend from long years. The fact is, it's an issue of credibility of a country. If we do not target the way we need to target the adversary, whether it is in response or it is proactive, we will lose credibility, we will lose the issue of deterrence. We have to, finally, it is not about retribution alone. It's also a question of creating some strategic deterrence. So, I know in the 30 years of firing that we have done on the line of control, we have extensive data and we would have been targeting places that you can't imagine. There are townships in Lipa Valley, townships on NH1 Alpha, larger villages. They do as much of tilling and agriculture along the line of control as we do. So to say that we are not targeting them, I think that will be impossible. You can't even hit a post on the opposite side without having some villages across not being hit. So, let's leave the villages alone. If they are hitting Punch and they're hitting Rajouri and they're hitting Bimbar, be rest assured we must be doing similar. I have retired long ago, but we must be doing similar things. We have been doing similar things earlier when we were, when the firing was on in 90s and 2000. So you rest assured that there is I won't say a quid pro quo, but there will be more forceful fire that we do, and we have done major work on this issue. So let's leave that the line of picture.
But why are we not announcing it?
Absolutely.
I mean, if they are not announcing, see, you take my word for it, they are doing it. But if they are not announcing it, does it hurt you? I mean, I would say.
No, I think that is centrally what Sushant is getting at, right? The mental degradation of the opponent.
Allow me.
Yeah.
There is a small township in the Neelam Valley. We are hitting that township. There are school buses go from there for people all across T12. School buses, they line up in the morning to take children across there. Why should, if I'm hitting it, I don't know, but if I'm hitting it, why should I say that I'm hitting school buses? Yeah. Why do you want to know? I wouldn't like to say, yeah, we are doing this. We have earlier got larger number of their villages vacated when the firing was on our own self without nation coming to know. But we did that. Now it hurts them as much as they do it.
Okay.
The point I want to make is that if we are hitting the plains area, now you're talking about the area of the IB sector.
Yes, yes.
Now the IB sector. Now, if you see the social media, if Karachi is hit, then there is Karachi's things are available on the social media. Now you can follow it. So you might as well say, yes, we hit Karachi, we hit Attock, we hit Gujranwala, we hit Sargodha. Many of these things are available, and we can say so that the following were targeted. I don't think we should hesitate in saying it. It will elevate the morale of our nation, saying that we did. When we first day announced that we hit Bahawalpur and we hit Muridke. Muridke is new for the nation. Muridke is a new name. Muridke is a name that we have been rattling out from last 30 years. Every day in and day out in all war games, Muridke used to come up. So, we rest assured these names are not new to us, and the names are not the places. I mean, I'm sure they are being targeted. We can say so. We can say Muridke and Bahawalpur. We can also say we hit cantonments of Gujranwala, Sargodha, Sheikhupura, Raiwind. I mean, we can name all these ones if we are targeting it.
Okay,
So, I mean,
I understand. Differing views, but I think everybody has the same end goal in mind. We're just breaking on our screens that the PSL, which was going on, which is going on in Pakistan, is expected to be shifted, or Pakistan wants to shift it. Yesterday, one of their stadiums actually got hit. Those visuals we certainly got, but that was the afternoon action. From last night, we don't really have much of what India has managed, but what we're getting to know now is that the UAE Cricket Board will likely not approve Pakistan Cricket Board's request to hold the PSL in UAE, because that was the venue that was being considered. And one source is telling us that security concerns could potentially emanating from the rising tension between India and Pakistan could be the reason why they don't want to do this. And this brings me to the second part of my discussion today. The Indian government has certainly come out and named Turkish drones. You've got other countries that are standing with Pakistan despite knowing what Pakistan is up to and what it generally does against India. Has time come for us now to also tell other countries, and Sushant, you can come in on this, that if you do business with Pakistan, you don't do business with us?
Shivani, I've been of that view for many years now, and I believe that if India has some economic heft, then we must start learning to use how this economic heft has to be deployed to penalize or take punitive action against enemy countries. There was a time not very long back, I believe under the Modi government, if I'm not mistaken, where there was some flirtation with the idea of imposing sanctions on companies doing business, for example, in POK. And I remember at that point of time, there were a few South Koreans, including a couple of Japanese companies, which were bidding for some contracts in POK, who asked me, how will this play out? Will India actually follow through? And at that point of time, I thought that the government of India will actually operationalize this, but they didn't. But you can be rest assured that many of those companies would never venture into POK or even for that matter Pakistan if India was to have some kind of a coherent policy to close itself to business to these kind of companies. Because after all, what are they going to get from the Pakistani market? Indian market is far more lucrative, far more beneficial for them. And I think this is one particular leverage we can use. There are many others that we can explore, we can deploy. And I think, look, you have an inveterate enemy. You've had it for the last 80 years. Unless we have any kind of rose-tinted lenses from which we view this country, I think we should wake up to the fact that we cannot ever live in peace with these fellows, right? They are genetically, it's not possible. It's just not going to be possible. Okay. Now you want to delude yourself, by all means. You want to go to Anarkali Bazaar for that 10 rupee damn thing which somebody gives to you free, be my guest. You want to have a free rickshaw ride because some lowlife in Pakistan is saying, okay, you've come from India, you are my brother, I'll give you a free rickshaw ride, and you want to make your policy on that basis, be my guest. But that's not going to get you peace with these fellows.
Okay.
You will only get peace with them if you hold the big danda over them. And that danda we have not forged as yet of the kind we need.
Let me take that economic question to Ashok Malik also, because some experts may say that all of this funding keeps going to Pakistan. It's too big a country or too dangerous a country to fail because of its nuclear capabilities. We know of some pressure that India is trying to build on the IMF, for example, to reconsider its loan to Pakistan. Do you think it's finally time that the international community should come on the same page on this?
See, there's two things here. One, I think Pakistan's utility to the West, to America, for instance, has declined. It has not fallen to absolute zero, but it has declined since the American troops withdrew from Afghanistan in, 2021, 22, 21 and 22, when they withdrew from Afghanistan. And you're seeing that in the American response to Pakistan this time. Yes, Pakistan is a very strategically important geography, connecting South Asia and Central Asia. Yes, it has nuclear weapons, which gives us a certain blackmailing capacity, but there is a limit to how far that can take you, and it's a country that has continuously placed itself in the hands of one superpower or the other, without caring for its own people and its own development.
Yes.
So, whatever assistance it gets, the question is, how does it use that assistance? Does it use it for its own people, or does it use it for its generals and their lifestyles? That's a question that Pakistan has never been able to answer honestly. And in terms of the economic impact, the economic steps we can take on Pakistan, today the Indian economy is much larger. It has business and trade linkages with many major economies in the region, in the broader Asian region, as well as in the West. It also has, it's also an important investment and business destination for big companies, big banks and financial institutions. In times to come, I'm sure we can use this to in our own way, impose sanctions against not all of Pakistan, but against certain entities in Pakistan that are clearly linked to perhaps the army, because the army is a big business, it's almost a business house in Pakistan. It controls banks, factories. So we can impose sanctions on our own as India and attempt to get those companies and institutions that do business in India to in effect choose.
Yeah.
So there are steps we can take. There is the FATF that can be approached again. We approached it very effectively after 2008, after the Mumbai attacks. So there are economic steps we can take, and I'm sure the IMF meeting will also see a lot of argument.
Yes, absolutely. I've got only a minute left. I'll give 30 seconds each to Manik Jolly. Yes, Lieutenant General, you want to come in, sir? I have limited time, 30 seconds to you.
So, Steve, Witkoff's son, Zachary Witkoff, was in Islamabad last week as heading of a corporation on crypto, and he signed an agreement with the Pakistanis, including met the Prime Minister, he met the Chief of the Army, and they signed a major deal. His corporation is also supported by President Trump, and this was signed with a great fanfare. Large number of MOUs. They will develop the entire crypto systemic for Pakistan over a period of time. This is a time when we are actually preparing ourselves for the way we went across this 27th or 28th of April. So the fact of the matter is that there are other deals being happening behind the back. While we may be doing many things, the United States is doing separate deals across with Pakistan.
Yeah.
I want to add a point here.
No, absolutely. It is a challenge, certainly, of how to isolate Pakistan economically. Major Ali, we've seen some steps that India has taken which were never taken earlier. Like, for example, putting the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. And PM has been very categorical that this water is going to be used for us. Pakistan will be damned. So, do you think finally, mentally, we are prepared to take more economic sanctions for those who deal with Pakistan also?
Most definitely. I would agree on Mr. Sareen and Mr. Malik what he said. And when they started and IWT was, announced by the PM, that day I took I took a call that this is siege warfare. You're trying to bring a nation down. While everybody loves a little, that Royal Rumble cage in the match WWE type fight and armies fighting, but this is going to be a long drawn thing. You are trying to break down a nation. What suspending water was a brilliant move. Then, as everybody is suggesting and agreeing, economic sanctions should be is a great move. You should just purely say either you choose us
or you choose them.
And the
Absolutely.
economic might we have, we can actually pull it off. So go ahead and break them down from every possible corner.
I've run out of time on that note, but I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Time to go for the kill, and I don't mean literal kill, but certainly an economic kill, because that seems to be the goal that India has envisaged to break down Pakistan's capabilities. Time for me to take your leave. Thanks a lot for watching Plain Speak. My colleague Anand Narasimhan is joining you on the other side.
Co-powered by All right, I want to move on to another piece of breaking news that's just coming through. We're given to understand that a former Lashkar-e-Taiba operative and in aid of the Lashkar-e-Taiba founder Hafiz Saeed has exposed the outfit. He says that many youths motivated by Hafiz Saeed's speeches and then joined the Lashkar-e-Taiba subsequently traveled to Afghanistan as well as to Kashmir in India. Approximately 500 individuals from across the country traveled to Afghanistan to undergo training at a camp named Maskar Taiba that's located in Kunar province. He says Hafiz Saeed is also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Pakistanis by sending them in a war of ashes to achieve the state's political goals. This is something that Noor Dari, that's the name of the individual. He's a former Lashkar operative. Tejinder has more details on this. Tejinder, read the tea leaves for us. What does this necessarily mean?
See, Zaka, this Noor Dari right now is the executive director for ITCT, which is an international think tank that exposes Islamist terrorists. He says that his mother wanted him to become a doctor, but he like thousands of Pakistanis were motivated by the speeches given by the LET founder Hafiz Saeed. He says that he was appointed as the aide of Hafiz Saeed. He used to guard him in the Murtaqi camp where he was deputed, and he says that Hafiz Saeed was traveling in a blue Toyota Vigo pickup Datsun. So Hafiz Saeed is responsible, as per Dahari, Hafiz Saeed is responsible for the death of thousands of Pakistani youth whom they motivate through his lectures. They join his terror outfit. They are sent to Afghanistan. They are sent to Kashmir, and they become a cannon fodder for the so-called war which Hafiz Saeed and other terrorists are fighting. He says that there are millions of Pakistanis and who have been motivated by the speech of Hafiz Saeed, and they have joined the terror cult of LET. He says that he took a decision finally because he saw that this will get him nothing, so he left LET, and he was made fun by the other LET members, saying that he was coward, that is why he was leaving it, but he realized that Hafiz Saeed would lead them to nowhere. So finally he right now in UK settled there, and is working with one of the international think tanks as an executive director. So this person has exposed Hafiz Saeed and how this terror factory is radicalizing the youth of Pakistan, the youth who could have taken a pen, who could have taken a stethoscope to become a doctor or an engineer, but Hafiz Saeed and his ilk is making these people the cannon fodder for their so-called jihad, training them in several terror training camps across Pakistan, in borders with Afghanistan, and then sending them to fight and get killed in Kashmir. He says that thousands of Pakistani youth who are trained by Hafiz Saeed are sent across into Jammu and Kashmir to fight this so-called war, and 90% of them never return. They get killed by the Indian Armed Forces. So clearly exposing Hafiz Saeed and his terror factory. Yes, Zaka.
Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that's a former operative of the Lashkar-e-Taiba exposing the founder and the chief architect of one of the most dreaded terror organizations, an organization that's wanted for numerous terror attacks here in India. His headquarters, of course, was bombed in Operation Sindoor a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with where things are as of right now. In the last 24 hours, Pakistan has made multiple attempts to breach India's air defense systems, but the good news is India's air defense has prevailed against Pakistani missiles and drones. The army has managed to neutralize the air defense system in Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern as well as western India. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send a swarm of drones across at least half a dozen, if not a dozen places along the line of control and the international border, over 40 to 50 drones, and this is what the Indian Army statement said earlier today, over 40 to 50 drones were successfully neutralized in a 3-4 hour period from about 8:30 in the evening yesterday all the way up to about midnight. The engagement involved extensive use of the L-70 guns, the Zu-23 Shilkas, and of course other advanced counter-UAS equipment, including of course the S-400s and the indigenously built Akash surface-to-air missiles. It also showed the Army's capability to counter these aerial threats. So what are these weapon systems, these air defense systems which were activated yesterday and managed to avert what could have been a big sort of barrage of attacks by the enemy on Indian soil? The L-70, it's developed by Bofors, it's produced under the license here in India. It's a 40mm gun, modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors, and also auto-tracking systems. It can fire anywhere between 250 to 300 rounds per minute. It's got a range of up to 4,000 meters, about 4 kilometers or so. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire, making it effective against a swarm of drones and also trying to evade the tracking of these aerial systems. So that's the L-70, it's a short-range gun. Then you have the Shilka, which is a self-propelled system, self-propelled gun. It's got 4 23mm autocannons that are guided by radar detecting targets, and it can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. So that's again a short-range weapon. It can unleash about 4,000 rounds per minute, and it's been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition as well as advanced fire control systems to tackle drones that are becoming smaller and smaller. The Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal for UAVs, helicopters, light armored vehicles. The Shilka's dense curtain of rounds offers a last resort protection for air bases, military convoys, sensitive installations, much of which are now currently under elevated levels of threat because of the ongoing.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 as we are on our continuous rolling coverage. And here on the right stand, we continue to train the focus on Operation Sindoor, the post-Pahalgam massacre retribution exacted by Bharat, and Operation Sindoor continues because Pakistan has decided that Bharat's counter-terror strike will be retaliated or responded to by the Pakistan state and its military by targeting Bharatiya military installations. Now we are into the 9th of May, and this seems to be continuing because Pakistan does not want to get off ramp. They don't want to back off. They want to continue up the escalation ladder. That's what it looks like. How long is General Asim Munir going to be able to continue on this vein, and how long is his position itself tenable as Pak Army Chief? It's all a matter of time, but Bharat is well prepared. Even as we speak, the Tri-Services Chiefs, after a briefing at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, are just exiting the Prime Minister's residence after meeting PM Modi now in the national capital. Pak Army is resorting to ceasefire violations in Uri. So those are the pictures of the Tri-Services Chief exiting 7 Lok Kalyan Marg after their engagement with the Prime Minister and total debrief. We are given to understand that the army, the 3 wings of the armed forces, in fact all of them who are involved in defending our borders, have been given a free hand with respect to purchase and also emergency munitions and supplies, etc. They have been given direct leeway for the next 6 months, so they don't have to go through the bureaucratic red tape. That just frees the hands up of the forces. So Bharat is prepared for the long haul if Pakistan wants to push and continue to perhaps drag this entire war on terror. But on the other hand, can the Pakistanis really survive this, and can they really last? We'll get to that also. Meanwhile, Bharat's army is retaliating effectively along the LC. There have been losses for us, civilian lives have been targeted, but Bharat, with video evidence that we've put out, is targeting only Pakistan military posts and their bunkers. Even as Pakistan bombed the Gurdwara in Jammu Kashmir's Punch and attempted to strike Amritsar in Punjab, the Pakistani military lied about Bharat trying to hit Nankana Sahib Gurdwara in the Pak Punjab province. Another blatant lie by Pakistan and bid to spread misinformation has been exposed by none other than Vikram Misri himself during the third briefing just earlier in the evening. The larger question is Bharat's unity a big challenge for Pakistan, or was Pakistan trying to find an off-ramp by blaming Bharat for a communal act? How bigoted, how far gone, how vile and devious can the Pakistan military establishment be is evident from this, that they tried to bomb Amritsar, the Harmandir Sahib, the Golden Temple in Amritsar, and then they were trying to work out their Khalistani goons and their cronies sitting across on foreign land to try and turn it around as a narrative that the Indian Air Force and the Indian forces themselves bombed Amritsar. That failed because of our defense system. So then they turned around and said that Bharat is sending drones across towards Nankana Sahib. So this is how devious the enemy is, and this is the enemy whom we are fighting. They will not learn a lesson till they have been really punitively punished, and somewhere Bharat seems determined to do that if the Pakistanis don't back off and they don't start cooperating in this war against terror, especially that which is emanating from Pakistan's soil. So from Operation Sindoor, marking the valor of Bharat, to three key press briefings represented by Vikram Misri, Lieutenant Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Bharat's unity has been at play, dismantling Pakistan's communal fake factory. Let's listen into what the Foreign Secretary said a short while ago.
Disinformation that is coming from Pakistan about India targeting the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara through a drone attack. This is again yet another blatant lie and part of Pakistan's disinformation campaign. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan.
Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, former GOC 15 Corps of the Northern Command Indian Army, is with us. We should have Tilak Devasharji, author and former member of the National Security Advisory Board, joining us. Tara Karta, former director NSCS, should also be joining us. But Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is already with us, former diplomat and Consul General to Karachi. My namaste and Jai Hind, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Let's start with this devious plot. General Dhillon, look at how vile the enemy is. They were trying to attack Harmandir Sahib after damaging the Punch Gurdwara, killing 4 Granthis there, injuring innocent civilians including a young Sikh boy, and then they were trying to conduct a drone attack on Amritsar and pin it on the Indian forces. Ab wo fail ho gaya, then they are trying to spread canards that the Indian forces are trying to bomb Nankana Sahib.
Anand, good evening and good evening to your viewers and my fellow panelists. Pakistan can go to any extent and to prove their point or to drive their agenda. They can bomb any place of worship, and they have done it in the past, they have done it during this time also, and for them there are no qualms about it. You remember the Lal Masjid incident during Musharraf's time?
Ji.
So they have no holds barred policy as far as their agenda is concerned. Whereas India, we are a multicultural, multi-religious and very homogeneous society. We respect each faith, we respect each other's value system, and we are a different people. Like their chief was telling, Chief of Army Staff.
Ji.
You know, he was telling some other context, but I am saying we are custodians of 5,000 years of civilization.
Ji.
Where we have lived together like brothers and sisters, and we will continue to do so.
Ji.
Whereas Pakistan, I can believe anything as low as the bottom of the ocean. Expecting it from Pakistan is okay, because they can actually go down to those levels of lowliness. So I am not surprised at all. And their agenda, good thing it has been exposed, and good thing that through your channel, through this program, you are exposing it and making your viewers aware about it. so that tomorrow, unintentionally also, nobody should fall prey to the false propaganda, especially in the era of WhatsApp forward, unverified rumors. And for this also, I would request the audience or the viewers, do not believe anything which is not coming from the official handle. Do not pass on anything which you have not verified. You are only adding to the enemy's agenda of misinformation. So be responsible, be very critical. If someone has sent you something, question him or her. Do not just spread the rumors, because in a war like this, where narratives and agendas play a very important role, truth is the first casualty. And we are seeing it happening. You are giving one example, we can give 20 examples where killing of civilians, killing of innocent civilians, killing of people on the basis of religion, all these things are happening and counterclaims are being made. So as a responsible country, as a responsible citizenry, we must do our duty towards the nation, towards our fellow citizens.
Sir, there is actually digital footprint of what they try to do. There is digital footprint. I'm going to check if any of our cameras can capture the laptop, this laptop here, because this is this person, Harjeet Singh, who's a Khalistani. His handle has now been withheld in India. But look what he has tweeted at 2:13 a.m. on the 8th of May 2025. He has tweeted, "Attention Sikhs, brace yourself. India might target Sikh Punjab city with missiles and pin the blame on Pakistan." So this is what he has tweeted. I hope it's visible now. Yeah. So this is what he has said. "Attention Sikhs." This is at 2:13 a.m. on the 8th of May. And this is he's sitting over in Canada, and he's pushing this tweet out. Now let's see. So this is the tweet. So this is what they said, and this is just around the time. Pakistan fires artillery fire and also sends across projectiles over Amritsar, and they are headed towards Harmandir Sahib, the Golden Temple.
Anand, all these things will happen during conflict or war. We should not take them too seriously, because this is the agenda as they are peddling it, and they will do anything. They will use any source or asset of theirs to fulfill and further their agenda. As Indians, we should be together. We should have faith in our government. We should have faith in our leadership. We should have faith in our defense forces. And we should have faith in the ethos and culture of our defense forces, which is above all these things. So I don't take these things seriously, and I request all the citizens also not to give too much bhav to these things, because these things are the start point of any rifts or any fissures which may be created by the enemy. We need to be very clear. We as a nation, we as citizens of this great nation called India, we are together, and we will fail or will negate or will defeat these agendas.
Tilak Devashar ji, good evening. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra first, and then Tilak Devashar ji. Your thoughts on this treachery? How do we expose? This is wild. And also in Punch, they have killed Christian. They've bombed a church. They killed innocent Sikhs, Granthis. They bombed a Gurdwara. Christians are dead. They just don't care. They are attacking religious places and trying to give this entire thing a communal color. Even last evening on these drone attacks, when they have tried to mask themselves behind a civilian plane, they have allowed a plane from Dammam to fly over that airspace where they have deliberately tried to create trouble, hoping that one of our anti-aircraft missiles hits a civilian aircraft. This was also revealed by Vikram Misri. What kind of a nation is this, and what kind of a military is this, Tilak Devashar ji?
I agree with what General Dillon said. You cannot imagine the depths to which Pakistan has stooped in the past and can stoop in future. They have absolutely no morality, and for them, and also one other thing, I also get a sense that this is a sense of desperation. The more they do this, they show that they are getting desperate. They know they have got the wrong end of the stick. They are getting a thrashing from India, and so they will try and use these kind of cheap, low-level tactics to try and create a communal flare-up. I mean, trying to target the Harmandir Sahib or that Punch Gurdwara.
Ji.
I mean, how low life can you get? But must be expected from Pakistan that they will do this, they will do much more.
Ji.
So you have to be on your guard. You have to ensure that they are not successful. At the same time, we must also recognize that in terms of fake news, that in terms of spreading lies, they are far ahead of us. We have a sense of morality. We don't do these kinds of things, but they don't. So they will win the war of narratives, fake narratives. And I'm glad that the PIB has started fact-checking a lot of this, and it's coming out faster and faster after fact-checking whatever is being put out. So all of us need to be on our guard, need to be very careful, but accept the fact that Pakistan will stoop even lower as the days go by.
Right. Now, even as we speak, the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. So clearly there are hectic meetings that are going on in terms of deciding the next strategy, and also try and bring in a certain level of operational flexibility, fluidity and agility, if we may say, in terms of in a situation where Bharat is preparing for the long haul, and also, like they say, hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. So the assessment is continuously on. Let's quickly move on, and there is the other dimension that we want to bring for all our viewers. Now, even as a desperate Pakistan plays the communal card, Bharat has sent a very stern warning to Pakistan. The first warning is de-escalate or pay a heavy price. The second warning, give up on terror and give up the terror akas. Now that's what the clear ask is. The first warning is de-escalate or pay a heavy price. The second one is focus on eliminating terror from its roots. So the warning is that if you don't help us, we will do it for you, and we will continue to do it. We are not going to relent. The third warning is targeted. Bharat has always targeted terror emanating from Pakistani soil, not military or civilian installations or facilities. So stop spreading lies. The fourth, the war preparedness is better on this side. We have superior tech, and the tech is indigenous. We can last and sustain this for far longer than you can afford to. The fifth warning, Pakistan ministers to stop creating hysteria, panic, and stop spreading disinformation. That they are clueless is known to the world. That they are hopeless is known to their constituency, their voters, their people, and that the military is not even keeping them informed is evident by their bluster. The sixth warning, hand over the terror heads. Masood Azhar, Rauf Azhar, Hafiz Saeed, Tala Saeed. Hand them over. Till you hand them over, we are going to continue to come after these terror tanzeems and their akas. Warning number 7, stop proxy war, deal with domestic crisis. Stop trying to bleed Bharat with 1,000 cuts, otherwise we will just rip off the band-aid of you forever, and it will be very, very surgical. Dismemberment. That's the warning that's going through. And who are the people who we want, the most wanted, and why do we want them? The Lashkar Chief Hafiz Saeed, 1985-86, he founded Lashkar-e-Taiba, played a key role in the Lashkar Ops and fundraising activities. Leader of the terror outfit Jamaat-ud-Dawa, front of the Lashkar, most wanted in India and the United States. Bharat seeks his extradition. Pakistan has said no bilateral treaty, and that's why we won't bring him out. His son Tala Saeed is an active Lashkar member. 2005, sent Lashkar recruits to fight in various countries. 2006, oversaw management of terrorist camp. 2006, established the Lashkar office in Quetta, assisted Taliban ops in Afghanistan. 2008, mastermind of the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Again 2008, labeled a specially designated US global terrorist by the United States. 2019 and 20, he was sentenced to 78 years in prison for terror financing by the Pakistanis, because that's the only way they could keep him close but still at an arm's distance in the eyes of the law and in the eyes of the world, to get out of that FATF grey listing. Jaish terror group chief Masood Azhar, radicalized in the Jamia Islamia Binori town in Karachi. influenced by the Harkatul Mujahideen, traveled to Afghanistan for arms training at the age of 21, linked to the 2001 parliament attack, designated global terrorist by the UN, orchestrated deadly Pulwama attacks in 2019. Jaish commander Abdul Rauf Asgar, Jaish chief Masood Azhar's brother, also known as Mufti Abdul Rauf Asgar, hardline cleric and jihadist, Jaish's supreme commander since 2007. 1999 orchestrated the IC-814 hijacking, 2001 linked to the parliament attack, 2002 linked to Daniel Pearl's murder, 2005 linked to Ayodhya temple attack, 2008 linked to Mumbai attacks, 2010 US designated him a global terrorist, 2016 involved in Pathankot airbase attack, 2019 involved in Pulwama attack, 2022 India moved to blacklist him by the UNSC and it's been blocked by China. Now, before we go back to our guests, you have to listen to this. It's a stunning confession from inside Pakistan. When confronted, a local boy confirms jihadis are trained here and that terror training was done here. He was referring to Muridke, the Markaz-e-Tayyaba, the Lashkar terror hub that turned into rubble in Operation Sindoor.
तो उन्होंने उन पर इल्ज़ाम लगाया कि ये सारे मिलकर ना हम पर हमला कर रहे हैं। तो उनको पता है यहाँ से ट्रेनिंगें होती हैं, यहाँ से सब कुछ होता है, जो मुजाहिद वगैरह तैयार होते हैं, तो उन्होंने इसको निशाना बना के रखा हुआ था। फिर उन्होंने ना बच्चों को छुट्टियाँ दे दी पहले कि कोई पता नहीं किसी टाइम भी वो हमला कर सकते हैं।
You heard that? I would like to play that out again. Viewers, listen to it carefully. He's saying उन्हें पता है यहाँ ट्रेनिंग होती है जिहादियों की. Listen to this.
तो उन्होंने उन पर इल्ज़ाम लगाया कि ये सारे मिलकर ना हम पर हमला कर रहे हैं। तो उनको पता है यहाँ से ट्रेनिंगें होती हैं, यहाँ से सब कुछ होता है, जो मुजाहिद वगैरह तैयार होते हैं, तो उन्होंने इसको निशाना बना के रखा हुआ था। फिर उन्होंने ना बच्चों को छुट्टियाँ दे दी पहले कि कोई पता नहीं किसी टाइम भी वो हमला कर सकते हैं।
उनको पता था यहाँ पे अटैक करेंगे क्योंकि उनको पता है कि यहाँ पर मुजाहिदों की ट्रेनिंग होती है। This is a young boy who's got an injury in his hand. He is talking to a local media person there and this is what he's saying. Markaz-e-Tayyaba, Muridke, that was struck by Bharat's missile strike under the radar for terrorist activities. It's the alma mater of the Lashkar arms and training facility. Radicalization and indoctrination acts are conducted. Osama financed 10 million for this place. They are spread over 100 acres. 2611 attacker Ajmal Amar Kasab got intel training here. 2611 plotters David Coleman Heddy, Tahavur Rana visited this facility. Siddhant Mishra now joins us. He is the one who's accessed this footage. This boy is so nonchalantly saying उन्हें पता है यहाँ स्ट्राइक करेंगे, इनको भी पता था वो स्ट्राइक करेंगे क्योंकि उन्हें पता है कि यहाँ पर मुजाहिदों को ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, इसीलिए बच्चों को उस दिन छुट्टी दे दी थी।
Correct, Anand. And you know, there is a reason that we are doing story on this video, Anand, because you know what Pakistan is doing, or perhaps have been doing from a very long time, that they take international press, international journalists to these sites, and you know, when they take them, they show that look, it is just a religious site, there is no terror camp going on, etc., etc. They try to cover up the reality of these markers, you know, situated in POJK and POK. So this is the first-hand confession, Anand. He is a local journalist. Perhaps he is taking some vox pops of the local boys. Perhaps what do they know about Markaz Taiba, and is it just a Markaz religious place, or it has some other significance as well? And perhaps, you know, this boy is confessing that mujahids and jihadists are trained here. Perhaps this is the first-hand confession, Anand, and this boy is not affiliated to any ideology, or perhaps you know, he was told to say this. You know, it is a very organic vox pop which this local journalist, perhaps we really don't know who this journalist is, but this local journalist is speaking to the boys, group of boys, and perhaps only wanted to know more about Markaz Taiba, since India has struck down this particular target. So why India has you know, chosen this particular site? What was the reason? So you know, replying to this journalist, this boy very innocently went on to confess that mujahids and jihadists are trained here.
Now this is a testimony perhaps which again exposes Pakistan, and this video is also for international journalists. Perhaps they keep on writing that the sites hit by India were the religious sites. Even Anand, the other day Foreign Secretary was also asked in the briefing that did you hit mosques, whether the religious sites were targeted. Perhaps that was asked to the Foreign Secretary on the basis of the reports which were filed by foreign journalists and foreign
the
media.
Pakistanis
So it
are
is
masters.
very important for the sake of our view.
Yeah, what they do is they turn Markaz, which is a center, and it may have a mosque, so they turn Markaz into a mosque and say Markaz is equal to mosque. Markaz is a center, so that's because it's a center for training, it's a center, and it may have a place for prayer, and that place which is inside the center for prayer may be a mosque if it is, that's how. So it doesn't become, the whole place doesn't become a mosque. Mosque or otherwise, a jihadi is a jihadi. Correct. How does that change? And he is himself saying कि यहाँ पर मुजाहिदों को train करते हैं. Well, thanks for that, Siddhant. Thanks for that. Let's go back to our guests, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Tilak Devashar ji, and Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon. अभी और कितना प्रूफ दें सर, और कौन सा डॉसियर दें? खुद वहाँ खड़े होकर बोल रहे हैं यहाँ मुजाहिदों को ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Well, couple of points, Anand. Let me start by saying that we need to be patient because there are some voices already coming up from informed circles within India that why aren't we retaliating, why aren't we doing much more than Pakistanis are doing to us. I think I would draw and urge everyone to remember two things. Number one, Foreign Secretary's briefing on the first day itself, where he said we will not give any operational details, and that we are going to stick to bare facts and also be correct in our information, so that there is no finger pointing, as has never happened with India. The second is that the end point is going to be the Prime Minister's speech at Madhubani. He had made the objective very clear. So let's be patient. I'll urge your viewers and our countrymen to be patient and wait, because a lot may be happening that we are not aware of. The second thing is Pakistan's desperation. You've listed chapter and verse about what they have done, and General Dhillon and Tilak have also pointed it out. The fact is that they are playing a very dangerous game, allowing a civilian flight when drones and missiles are flying all over the place to go from one end of Pakistan to the other end means playing with fire and playing with death, and they would have blamed it conveniently on India. So imagine the international outcry that India had shot down a civilian flight, knowing very well that there was a civilian flight going. So Pakistan is devious, uncaring for human life, and dangerous as an enemy. The third part is what you and other panelists have already elaborated upon. It shocks me that anyone in the senses could really try and attack Golden Temple with the idea of blaming it again on Indian forces. How low can a country get? So the entire thing goes back to General Munir's first statement to non-resident Pakistanis about Hindus. So Pakistani army, Pakistani ISI is following that script, just as the terrorists followed that script on 22nd April in Pahalgam. So I think we have to be very careful, but I am very confident that this time our forces are determined and our Prime Minister has laid down an objective which he seems to be determined to fulfill. And let's give India a chance.
Right. We've got more news coming through closer home now. Those are the people, locals in Muridke, accepting that Mujahids are trained at Markaz Taiba. But closer home, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met a group of armed forces veterans. And this happened just a short while ago. He's currently meeting with the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. He met the Tri-Services Chief before that. But before that, he's also met armed service veterans that include Air Force Chiefs, Army Chiefs, Navy Chiefs and other veterans who have extensively served the country. Let's go across to Aman to try and understand more. Aman, when did this meeting happen? Those are pictures there. This is a meeting of these are reference visuals. Yes, Aman, when did this meeting happen and how long did it last?
See, Anand, what we are told, it was an extensive meeting earlier today where the Prime Minister has met the various chiefs of the forces, the veterans who have served as the chiefs of the Air Force, the Army and the Navy, as well as some other veterans. He has discussed at length various contours of the present situation with Pakistan, because these are the veterans who have a battle-hardened experience, who have a first-hand experience of how to handle Pakistan. So the Prime Minister also wants a very, very detailed consensus, from various people sharing their experiences, what India should do next, because the kind of attacks, especially that we have seen last night, these 200 to 300 drones coming into Indian territory, though none of them could hit the target and our air defense system could shoot them down. But this is also a new warfare, and the Prime Minister trying to, discuss it with all the veterans and the former chiefs. And I think this is a part of that exercise. We saw in the earlier also today, the Territorial Army also being, told that they can also be inducted. So I think this is all a larger consensus exercise by the Prime Minister to get the experience of various people on board before India takes its next steps.
True, and then there are also a set of veterans who have said that they are willing to come back and offer their services in the service of the nation when Bharat is in a state of war against terror, and there is a nation that is ready to give state and military backing to terror and terrorists on their soil. Thank you for your inputs, Aman. Let's just take this across to General KJS Dhillon. Your thoughts on the Prime Minister meeting the former service chiefs and perhaps the contours of this conversation, sir?
Anand, that's a very good step, and I won't say more than that because I was one of the veterans who attended this meeting.
I know that, sir. That is why I didn't directly ask you. I just wanted to understand. I wanted to understand from you what was the intent. If you could broadly share with our viewers without going into the nitty-gritties of it. Yes, sir.
The group of veterans who met the Prime Minister, since I knew most of them, it was a very small group, very cohesive group of about 17 veterans. And I was calculating, combined together, they had more than 650 years of military experience.
Wow.
So Prime Minister was trying to encash on that material experience, as also trying to get the feedback based on various timelines in the past. So that history repeats itself, and veterans gave some very wonderful ideas. The Prime Minister shared some very thoughtful things. Though I will speak only this much, unless Prime Minister's office releases some details. It was a very fruitful meeting, and I think probably first time in the history of India or independent India such a thing has happened.
General
Prime Minister was very patient.
How long did this last, sir?
Prime Minister was very patient. He listened to everyone. There were multiple times also some veterans spoke, and he listened to everyone very patiently. It lasted, I think, more than about an hour and a half or maybe more. So, and just about 17 veterans. So it was something which I felt very good, because if your inputs are being taken and because experience is being shared right at the top, it was something which was extraordinary. And he was so alive to the whole thing. Everything was listening very patiently. The staff was making notes, and I think and Prime Minister also complimented everyone for very positive inputs. And I think I can say only this much.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm going to request our team to list out what you just gave us a gist of. So, Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, who's part of the broadcast right now, confirming that he was part of this close group of people. So there are a few points that he's listed out, and General Sahab, you please correct me if I'm wrong. It was a close group of 17 veterans that included former service chiefs and others who have done phenomenal service to the country. The meeting lasted about 90 minutes, and the Prime Minister giving a patient listen to everybody. The intent was to understand the history, the past, in terms of the engagement with this current entity with whom we are in a face-off with, and perhaps suggestions. And you're saying that the Prime Minister listened to everyone very, very carefully. Thank you for sharing that with us. And beyond that, I'm not going to press you for anything. The only thing I want to ask you one more question is, what is the overall understanding in your wisdom, not what happened there, but in your wisdom, is this going to be a long drawn out affair, or are the Pakistanis going to blink? Is General Munir going to perhaps be ousted? What is your reading of how this is playing out, sir? A lot of viewers would also want to understand this.
No, this is not connected to the previous comment
Ji.
or the Prime Minister's meeting with the veterans. This is a separate question and a separate answer.
Ji.
As a military man, my reading is we are at that stage of conflict where next 2 nights are very crucial. The next 2 nights are very crucial either for escalation point of view or from stabilization point of view. So we have to wait and watch for the next 2 nights, especially the Pakistan's action. And the Pakistan's actions will be driven by their internal turmoil. The turmoil within the army, turmoil within the society, and the politicians not having much say in the say of things, in the doing of things. So my understanding is next 2 nights Pakistan's actions one has to watch very carefully. Even today morning there have been air raid alerts in places like Chandigarh and all, Ambala. So let's see what mischief this enemy is up to. And I would like to comment only after 48 hours because it will be too premature to comment on an enemy like Pakistan who doesn't think through things.
Ji. Tilak ji, you agree with the assessment?
Yes, I just like to make 2 points.
Ji.
One, excellent initiative to meet with people with a combined experience of over 600 years.
650 years,
dealing,
that's what he said. The
Yeah.
17 service,
I
17
would like
veterans.
to-
Yeah, sorry.
I would like to expand this if there is some system in government to even people from the diplomatic corps, from the foreign service, who have dealt with Pakistan, people from the intelligence community, who have dealt with Pakistan all their lives, and they could also provide very useful inputs at this stage on how to deal with an enemy like Pakistan.
We have
That's
2
one.
of them sitting on the panel tonight.
Yeah, so exactly. The other thing I want to say is, see, the government statement has been restrained, targeted only terror camps, avoided civilians, avoided the military installations. The questions I would like to ask and put on the table, we all agree that the head of the snake is the Pakistan army. You can kill 200, 300, 500 terrorists. It's not going to make a difference because the incubator, the facilitator, the creator is the Pakistan army. So strategically, are we aiming in the right direction? Are we shooting in the right direction? If you don't tackle the source of where terrorism is coming from, you can achieve whatever you want this time. 2-3 years later, there will be another army chief who will want to burnish his credentials, will do the same thing. What then?
Ji.
So this is, I don't have answers, and I'm sure the government has better minds who are answering this question. But as a citizen now, ordinary citizen, I want to put this on the table that are we doing the right thing by not hitting out at certain locations of the army? I know there are consequences. I know the reactions what will be. But if we want to hurt every 2-3 years by terrorist action and by our innocent people being killed and their blood being spilled, just by going only after the terror factories, are we doing the right thing?
All right. Well, no, you make a very fair point. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, your perspective. We've got more news. I'll go to General Dhillon with the developments after your comment. Ji, sir.
Well, couple of things. Number one, it's a fight that General Munir has initiated, and at the moment, in Pakistani public perception, I think he has been humiliated. He has been humiliated when we targeted those 9 terror camps, and our drones and missiles went through unchecked. So he has to do something dramatic, which he hasn't been able to do so far. And that is why the desperation shows, as you pointed out, on possible attack on Golden Temple and so on. My fear is that the terror is still not ruled out as an option by Pakistan. It could be that there is another terror attack somewhere, not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but it could be in Punjab or anywhere else in India. They have suspected sleeper cells also. So that is point one. The second is, if they are so uncaring about lives in an aircraft flying through their territory, what else can they do? And they have tried everything. The international community has virtually boycotted them, not believe their version of what is happening. Within Pakistan, there are voices being raised. So what should we do in anticipation as a short-term and long-term measure? I think the answer to both is that please stick with Indus Water's suspension. That is going to hurt Pakistan, its economy and its people, and they will rise up against the army. They will start asking questions that it was because of you that this is happening, we are starving, we are in a famine situation. So that is the long-term solution. Yes, of course, as you know, the nation anticipates that there will be a hard hit against the Pakistan army at some stage.
Okay, we've just got more news coming through. There is Pak Army has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in Digwar, Karmada sectors of Punch. Heavy firing is currently underway. Indian Army is retaliating very, very effectively. Jammu and Kashmir district Kupwara artillery shells are sounding again in the Karna sector. General Dhillon, you know that terrain very well. So let me ask you this. Earlier in the day we had inputs that perhaps Pakistan is desperately trying to push infiltrators and that's why the guns are blazing there. Is that true? Is that perhaps the reason why? Or is there another aspect to why these regions, Digwar, Karna, Karmada, Punch and these areas, Uri?
See, these are the areas which are infiltration prone because the LC is very thickly vegetated. And there are a lot of uneven grounds. And Pakistan, terrorists are Pakistan's force multiplier even during a conventional war. The 2.5 front which General Rawat used to refer to. So Pakistan is probably now trying to push in this terrorist because he probably wants to, engage the Indian Army on the logistics lines of communication. And we had information where BSF had intercepted the infiltrating column. So this is the tactics. And the point which was made earlier by the co-panelist, I will make a statement and then I will amplify it. Intentions can change overnight. Capabilities take decades to build. So India should concentrate on decimating the capabilities of war fighting of Pakistan. Because if we do not decimate his air defense, we do not decimate his missile system or do not decimate his military assets, like co-panelists were saying, tomorrow there will be another Hafiz site, tomorrow there will be another Masood Azhar, the names will change, tomorrow there will be another Asim Munir. But another Asim Munir, another Hafiz site will be not able to do anything if Pakistan will be exposed and naked without the military capabilities. And they would know when India hits back, they will not have anything to protect their military and other assets. So, I will repeat it, capabilities take decades to build, intentions can change overnight. Today, he will walk out of this situation by saying, okay, no, I will not do it again. But if his military hardware is intact, he will do it again with the names changed in a different time frame from today after 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. So, if his military capability is decimated, then he will think twice. And let me inform the viewers, today's military hardware is not cheap. It's very, very expensive, and Pakistan's economy of single-digit billion reserves of foreign exchange cannot afford to rebuild that capability.
Sir, अभी वो Saudi deputy foreign minister गए हैं वहाँ. If he says कि हमारे $9 billion तुम वापस दे दो, don't touch it. फिर तो गिर जाएगी वो पूरी तो वही गिर जाएंगे पूरा. Because they can't even touch it. वो तो गारंटी है कि किसी तरह से वहाँ रखा हुआ है. But if the Saudis say ये पैसे वापस दे दो, इनका तो बैंड बज गया वहीं. They can't do anything. But there's more. Since you talked about ammunition capability and how much they have in terms of ability, CNN News 18's mega exclusive. Now linking directly here, Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us these details. Pakistan has actually sold ammunition to Ukraine and or Russia earlier, and this is true. And it is currently facing ammunition shortage. बंदूक है गोली नहीं, टैंक है गोला नहीं. That's the thing. gun hai gola nahi. That's their problem. This shortage will hinder its ability to sustain a prolonged war. In 2022 and 23, Pakistan had indirectly supplied artillery shells to Ukraine via third parties, US and the Eastern European states. These claims from Pakistan's large stockpiles of Soviet caliber ammunition was compatible with Ukrainian systems. Later, Pakistan claimed that it has a history of arms exports. Now, later reports came that Pakistan's deepening ties with China, which is a key Russia partner, and its reliance on Russian energy imports forced Pakistan to also send them some of this ammunition, that is to the Russians. Top defense sources say Pakistan has a sizable domestic defense industry producing small arms, artillery shells and tanks, but its capacity is limited compared to global powers like China, India or the US. Pakistan has economic instability like debt crisis, inflation that is going to strain its ability to modernize or stockpile advanced systems. Pak can sustain limited artillery war with Bharat for some time and across a range of 500 to 600 kilometers. So that is on the LC and perhaps a little bit on the border. But it will be difficult for it to hold on to the entire full border length. They can't do it. Pakistan relies on China for high-tech weaponry, JF-17 jets, missiles and Turkey for drones. Sanctions, risks like FATF grey listing and budget constraints limit its access to Western systems. Now, while Pakistan's military is battle-hardened, like because of insurgency operations, etc., and prolonged conventional war with Bharat, is going to actually strain its resources. They can't last that long. That's their problem. Pak economy, already dependent on IMF bailouts, lacks the industrial depth to sustain a high-intensity conflict. Pak military can only sustain limited skirmishes like LOC exchanges due to stockpiles and Chinese support, but a full-scale war would quickly deplete its resources. Many believe 4 से 6 दिन of intense warfare, उससे ज़्यादा वो नहीं कर सकते. Right, wrong, General Dhillon. Harsh Shingla ji is joining us. He seems to be on the move. Harsh Shingla ji, good evening. Just getting a quick comment from General Dhillon on an input on Pakistan's ammunition ability. And then I'll come to you, sir, on the diplomatic offensive. Sure. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra is also with us. Yes, General Dhillon.
Anand, this whole thing which you just narrated and explained so nicely is called war fighting stamina of a country.
Ji.
When two countries are face to face, and then this war fighting stamina is compared vis-a-vis the other country. In our case, our war fighting stamina is much higher than the Pakistanis. For 2-3 reasons. One is we are a mightier military, we are bigger economic power, and we have the military industrial base which is domestic much better than Pakistanis. As also our relations with our suppliers are much better than with Pakistan. We have multiple countries who can supply to us, and we have the money even to buy it during the conflict. Whereas Pakistan's supplies are limited to Turkey and China, and it does not have the money to buy those things which are very expensive when the hostilities are going on. So war fighting stamina, I agree with you, is very low in case of Pakistan, and if the war or the conflict continues for a longer duration with a higher intensity, it is advantage India.
Harsh Shingla ji, your thoughts, sir? And also, what is the diplomatic posture? What is your reading? Based on what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has said, Vinay Kawatra ji has said, Vikram Doraiswamy is saying, what is the posture? Is it the effort or a slow calibration towards hyphenating Pakistan with terror state?
Well, as far as we are concerned, we have always made it clear that our response has been calibrated and precise and responsible. I believe Foreign Secretary today also said that we will not, escalate if there is no further escalation from the Pakistani side. So, in a certain sense, we have also made it clear that we have no desire to take this conflict forward. We have achieved our aim of targeting terrorists and terrorist infrastructures, particularly those who are responsible and behind the Pahalgam incident attack. So from that perspective, I think we are fairly clear that while we don't want an escalation, we are prepared for any situation. I think General Dhillon was very correct in saying that the longer it goes, it gives us a greater advantage. So from that perspective, we have more staying power, and I think it's not in Pakistan's interest to take this forward. But then nothing has been in their interest, right from the from the initiation of the terrorist attack to their responses to our very targeted strikes on terrorist infrastructure. Nothing has been very logical from their side, so we don't know what's in store and how we will take this forward. But certainly the hyphenation between Pakistan and terrorism is a very strong one, and I think that has been the rationale also for our holding the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. We have said that unless Pakistan takes a very considered decision to stop using terror as an instrument, not to stop supporting terror, we will have to hold back on some of the earlier let's say arrangements that we had with them.
But is there a calibration beyond just looking at the kinetics? If Pakistan backs off on the kinetic engagement, does that mean that Bharat takes the foot off or the pedal off the non-kinetic offensive, or does that continue? And diplomatically, where do you see the gradient moving?
Certainly not. I think diplomatically we will continue to put pressure, not just diplomatically but economically, and in any other way wherever there is leverage, we will certainly put pressure on Pakistan. I don't think there is any intention or rationale to take our foot off the pedal. I think it's very important that until and unless Pakistan abjures terrorism, as I said, as an instrument of its policy, actually starts dealing with terrorists and their infrastructure within that country, we will not be able to, I think, stop on, I would say, in many senses, keeping Pakistan under pressure. Whether it is the F8, whether trying to get Pakistan back on the grey list of the FATF, denying it the 25th IMF bailout, trying to, keep it under pressure in the United Nations and other multilateral institutions, and of course, I would say in any other manner that is available to us, including use of the Indus waters. We should definitely keep them under continued pressure. But the kinetic aspect of it is what we are talking about, and that's something that we have to see how that.
But diplomacy goes beyond the kinetics, and so that's why I'm asking you 2 points. And after you, I'll request Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Tilak Devasharji also to weigh in. The one aspect is Pakistan working, the Pakistan state machinery working overtime to get TRF out of the UNSC statement. One, and the entire recalibration drama that happened. The other one is the jihadi leading a jihadi's funeral, which was accorded state funeral, and the military and the polity standing behind this jihadi. How have we failed to leverage these two diplomatically, these two aspects, sir?
No, I think we have, it's been amply sort of, brought out that, TRF has been one of the organization that claimed responsibility. They removed it later. This is an organization, the Popular Front, which is linked to Lashkar-e-Toiba very clearly. And that is why our targeting was specifically on the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba, as well as, the Jaish-e-Mohammed. But the LET is, and Masood Azhar is on the UN, Security Council's list. We had got him listed, when Trump was in his first term. It was a coordinated effort between the US, ourselves, and some other partners. And despite, efforts from Pakistan and China to keep them out, and I think we have to keep that pressure up to ensure that, this aspect of their involvement is not forgotten. I think the fact that Rauf Azhar was also killed in that strike, he is the person behind not only attacks within India, but also on the international community, including Wall Street Journal journalist Daniel Pearl, who was murdered by this man. So I think the fact that Pakistan has tried to take the TRF off the UN Security Council's press statement, in a certain sense, indicates that they are somewhat involved in it. I mean, why would you try to have an entity removed when you have nothing to do with it? That's one of those things that are there. This is normal in a press statement that you do name the entity responsible, which has claimed that they were responsible for that particular terrorist attack. And secondly, as you correctly pointed out, the presence of a number of other terrorist leaders who are involved with terrorist groups, as well as the state representatives, whether it's in the form of security forces or others who are part of that, not just there as security, but they're actually paying, their bereavement on that particular, incident is something which ties in the Pakistani state complicitly with the terrorists and terrorist infrastructure in that country. So there is no gap between what is happening in terms of terrorism, cross-border terrorism, and those behind it, and the deep state of Pakistan, and that's what we are dealing with in the current context.
Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, even as we speak, there is a blackout in Jaisalmer. Pakistani Asim Munir ne ego pe le liya hai. Bahawalpur is right across, so they are wanting to target Jaisalmer. Something there. Chupne do, but this is what they are doing. They are ready to go ahead and put everything at stake for a jihadi lot. And have we capitalized on this TRF aspect and also this what we saw with Hafiz Abdul Rauf? Yes, sir.
Well, as far as capitalizing on it, I think I would use the term whether we've informed our public and international opinion about that funeral with the military honors and national flag draped on the coffins and the terrorists standing by. Foreign Secretary set the ball rolling by showing the photograph to everyone in his, I think, first briefing. Then our High Commissioner in London and our Ambassador in Washington showed it to their audience there. So you can't do anything more than that. But one thing which strikes me repeatedly is that we are thinking only in terms of the short term. That when will this war be over? We hope Pakistan has been taught a lesson and so on. I think we should worry about the lessons Pakistan teaches us day in and day out. And I'll start from 1993. I was telling a channel in the morning, one of the business channels, that look at Mumbai today and look at Mumbai pre-93. It was a happy city. Today, every shop, major shop, mall, school, college, business establishment, government office, not just in Mumbai but all over India, must have a security guard. And the annual expenditure that India incurs on that is $11 billion. That is how Pakistan is bleeding us economically. So we have to find a permanent solution to this. Otherwise, 1 year on, they will again attack us one way or the other.
Sir,
there will be
Sorry, sir. I'm about a minute and a half over. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I have to. I am compelled to. But let's hope that the Prime Minister calls for a meeting with minds like you, Tilak Devasar ji, also after meeting the service chief and the army and the service veterans. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure speaking with you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for bringing in so much of perspective and engagement on the conversation. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, sir. Namaste.
Brought to you by
All right, I want to move on to another piece of breaking news that's just coming through. We're given to understand that a former Lashkar-e-Taiba operative and an aide of the Lashkar has exposed the outfit. He says that many youths motivated by Hafiz Saeed's speeches and then joined the Lashkar-e-Taiba subsequently traveled to Afghanistan as well as to Kashmir. In India, approximately 500 individuals from across the country traveled to Afghanistan to undergo training at a camp named Maskar Taiba that's located in Kunar province. He says Hafiz Saeed is also responsible for the deaths of thousands of Pakistanis by sending them in a war of ashes to achieve the state's political goals. This is something that Noor Dari, that's the name of the individual. He's a former Lashkar operative. Tejinder has more details on this. Tejinder, read the tea leaves for us. What does this necessarily mean?
See, Zaka, this Noor Dari right now is the executive director for ITCT, which is an international think tank that exposes Islamist terrorists. He says that his mother wanted him to become a doctor, but he like thousands of Pakistanis were motivated by the speeches given by the NET founder Hafiz Saeed. He says that he was appointed as the aide of Hafiz Saeed. He used to guard him in the Murtupei camp where he was reputed, and he says that Hafiz Saeed was traveling in a blue Toyota Wigo pickup Datsun. So Hafiz Saeed is responsible, as per Dahari, Hafiz Saeed is responsible for the death of thousands of Pakistani youth whom they motivate through his lectures. They join his terror outfit. They are sent to Afghanistan. They are sent to Kashmir, and they become a cannon fodder for the so-called war which Hafiz Saeed and other terrorists are fighting. He says that there are millions of Pakistanis and who have been motivated by the speech of Hafiz Saeed, and they have joined the terror cult of LET. He says that he took a decision finally because he saw that this will get him nothing, so he left LET, and he was made fun by the other LET members, saying that he was coward, that is why he was leaving it, but he realized that Hafiz Saeed would lead them to nowhere. So finally he right now in UK settled there, and is working with one of the international think tanks as an executive director. So this person has exposed Hafiz Saeed and how this terror factory is radicalizing the youth of Pakistan, the youth who could have taken a pen, who could have taken a stethoscope to become a doctor or an engineer, but Hafiz Saeed and his ilk is making these people the cannon fodder for their so-called jihad, training them in several terror training camps across Pakistan, in borders with Afghanistan, and then sending them to fight and get killed in Kashmir. He says that thousands of Pakistani youth who are trained by Hafiz Saeed are sent across into Jammu and Kashmir to fight this so-called war, and 90% of them never return. They get killed by the Indian Armed Forces. So clearly exposing Hafiz Saeed and his terror factory. Yes, Zaka.
Jinder, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that's a former operative of the Lashkar-e-Taiba exposing the founder and the chief architect of one of the most dreaded terror organizations, an organization that's wanted for numerous terror attacks here in India. His headquarters, of course, was bombed in Operation Sindoor a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, let's bring you up to speed with where things are as of right now. In the last 24 hours, Pakistan has made multiple attempts to breach India's air defense systems, but the good news is India's air defense has prevailed against Pakistani missiles and drones. The army has managed to neutralize the air defense system in Lahore after Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern as well as western India. When Pakistan made failed attempts to send a swarm of drones across at least half a dozen, if not a dozen places along the line of control and the international border, over 40 to 50 drones, and this is what the Indian Army statement said earlier today, over 40 to 50 drones were successfully neutralized in a 3-4 hour period from about 8:30 in the evening yesterday all the way up to about midnight. The engagement involved extensive use of the L-70 guns, the Zu-23 Shilkas, and of course other advanced counter-UAS equipment, including of course the S-400s and the indigenously built Akash surface-to-air missiles. It also showed the Army's capability to counter these aerial threats. So what are these weapon systems, these air defense systems which were activated yesterday and managed to avert what could have been a big sort of barrage of attacks by the enemy on Indian soil? The L-70, it's developed by Bofors, it's produced under the license here in India. It's a 40mm gun, modernized with radars, electro-optical sensors, and also auto-tracking systems. It can fire anywhere between 250 to 300 rounds per minute. It's got a range of up to 4,000 meters, about 4 kilometers or so. The L-70 excels in anti-drone warfare, saturating the sky with predictive fire, making it effective against a swarm of drones and also trying to evade the tracking of these aerial systems. So that's the L-70, it's a short-range gun. Then you have the Shilka, which is a self-propelled system, self-propelled gun. It's got 4 23mm autocannons that are guided by radar detecting targets, and it can detect targets up to 20 kilometers away. So that's again a short-range weapon. It can unleash about 4,000 rounds per minute, and it's been upgraded with proximity fuse ammunition as well as advanced fire control systems to tackle drones that are becoming smaller and smaller. The Shilka's rapid fire and radar precision make it lethal for UAVs, helicopters, light armored vehicles. The Shilka's dense curtain of rounds offers a last resort protection for air bases, military convoys, sensitive installations, much of which are now currently under elevated levels of threat because of the ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. All right, I want to move on to another piece of breaking news that's just coming through. Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. India managed to thwart up to 400 drones that were fired from Pakistan, which targeted about 3 dozen Indian cities from Srinagar and Jammu in the north all the way to Kutch in Gujarat in the west. Today, the Indian government named some of these drones and said that they were of Turkish origin, made by Turkey. Clearly, India is putting not just Pakistan but also Turkey on notice. And that's not all. India has also revealed how Pakistan had taken the cover of civilian air traffic to launch its drone swarms last night. In fact, at the press conference jointly addressed by MEA and MOD officials, it was revealed that there was one flight from Dammam which was coming to Lahore, entered Pakistani airspace a little past 8 o'clock in the evening, and then the time that it spent in Pakistani airspace from Karachi to Lahore, where it eventually landed at a little past 9 p.m., that window was used by the Pakistani military to launch these drone swarms across the Western Front. What is the state of play right now of this conflict? And most importantly, now that Pakistan seemingly has taken the first step in the escalation ladder, will India match it? Will India retaliate? How does one then get off this escalation spiral? Or now that both sides are locked in, will this only end with one side firmly dominating the escalation over the other?
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सरक्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया। ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है। प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड स्ट्रॉन्गर ड्रोन्स हैं। पाकिस्तान का गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार फिर से सामने आया। 7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है। रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की, जिसे पकड़ा गया और उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
All right, so here's what happened. This was the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May. This is last night. The Pakistani army resorted to artillery shelling in multiple locations. Then, using that cover and the cover of civilian aircraft, they used drones and projectiles much across the Western Front, all the way from Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, going all the way up to Gujarat. An attack attempt was made on the Patinda military station, which was successfully thwarted. In fact, shelling was reported at the line of control in Tangdar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, and of course on the other side in the international border, on either side of the international border in Rajouri, Aknoor, Udhampur, Samba and Pathankot. Now, during the joint briefing, India's forces also confirmed that the preliminary forensic analysis of the debris that's been recovered from some of these drowned drones seemed to suggest that they were made in Turkey.